Chapter 321 Someone is digging a hole for Du-won. In the original story, the eldest princess and Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side died of illness. And there was no third child at all. Du-won couldn't help but think of the chi-nourishing pill given by the old monk Yuan Tong. It was likely that the eldest princess had toned up her body before she got pregnant again. I heard that giving birth at an older age is quite risky. Thinking of the eldest princess's age, 37 or 88 years old. Right? Mindful of the eldest princess, she didn't notice Qin Yu's abnormality at first. It seemed that she was wearing a dress that had been tampered with, and the slightest movement would have broken it, causing her to now sit in place, not daring to move a muscle. What's wrong? The empress noticed her daughter's abnormality. Qin Yu's bright almond eyes contained grievances. Mother! My clothes? Only to see her bow her head and look at her hands. The empress also saw that her hand was tugging at a clothing seam, where the thread was broken. Thinking of some of the shady tactics in the palace, the empress was instantly furious. Her daughter had just come back, and someone was looking at her, wanting to make a fool out of her? The empress knew that every year at the palace banquet, before officially entering the banquet, the noble ladies would usually take off their cloaks. There is also a performance section. If the daughter goes on stage and something goes wrong with her dress, it is a big scandal. Qin Yu took the cloak sent by the palace maid. After putting it on, she whispered a few words to the empress next to her, and got up to leave the stage. Du-won took a look at Qin Yu's back as she left, pondering. What are you looking at? Du Qian asked his sister in a low voice. Du-won came closer to him again, and muttered in a low voice. Big brother. Qin Yu seems to have run into some trouble. Du Qian looks up, and happens to see Qin Yu's back message around the corner. What kind of trouble? Tell me to give big brother fun. I also want to hear. Pei Hao also came over at some point. Du-won gave him a look. No comment. Thinking about what happened next, Du-won secretly rubbed her small hands together and said excitedly, It's a palace fight. It's Qin Yu who sat down and realized that her clothes had been tampered with. She told the empress, and the empress was angry, but still arranged for someone to let her change her clothes. This little thing is worth being happy about. Du Qian puzzled. On the contrary, Pei Hao magically asked, Wan, did something happen? I counted with my fingers. When Du-won said this, she also turned her head towards behind her. And sure enough, she didn't see Xie Zhang on the seat. Usually when the protagonist's clothes are out of order, they go to change. Then this time is most prone to accidents. The palace banquet in the plot is a scene where the protagonist leaves the table midway. Qin Yu went to change her clothes in a hurry, and almost bumped into the outer male in the room where she was changing, and saw that her innocence was about to be ruined. It was Xie Zhang who appeared in time, and even helped her cover up before she dodged a bullet. The feelings of the male and female main characters have been a little deeper since then. Du-won was listening to the commotion, while her small mouth was rah-rah-rah live broadcast, speaking in a loud and clear voice. Into the wood. Du Qian and Pei Hao were actually listening intently. When Du-won stopped, Du Qian asked again, Sister, no more. No more. Hugging a piece. Suddenly no sound. Du-won said with a dirty smile. Du Qian is strange. How did you hear that they hugged a piece? This movement is different. How about you hug Pei Shi and try? Du Qian imagined it, and got a wicked chill, wanting to punch, and thinking that this was his sister. He could only glare warningly. Du-won was smiling and happy, not noticing the danger in Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes. At this exact moment, classical music rang out on the banquet ground. Like fairy music, Du-won was instantly attracted to the attention, her eyes looking towards the stage. 9 slender women, wearing the same snow-white dance dresses with green silks around their waists, dancing lightly on the stage, as agile as fairies, and as mountain elves. It's so beautiful. Good looking. Du-won wanted to applaud. Du Qian lightly smiled. It is said that this dance has been practiced for a year, just for today. No wonder. Du-won lamented. In the past, she had watched ancient TV and always thought that ancient songs and dances were not good. And she had seen the performance of the Greenhouse Kabuki at the Moonwatch Tower, so she was even more convinced of this. Until today, Du-won realized that it was her narrow-mindedness in the past. When TV dramas are filmed, in order to save costs, most of them are shoddy. And how can they be compared to real dancers? Furthermore, those who could perform in front of the emperor would not be unusual. Just like the modern Spring Festival Gala. They are all selected by thousands of people. Du-Wan was so focused on the stage that she didn't notice when Qin Yu and Xie Zhang came back. Since Du-Wan's wonderful and twisted narration, it is even more vivid than the storyteller. When Du Qian and Pei Hao saw these two people appear, they always felt that it was not right. A little bit intolerant, but also a little bit happy that they know the secret. But others do not know. Du Qian looked sideways at Pei Hao. Coincidentally, Pei Hao turned his head again. Or rather, Pei Hao wanted to look at Du-Wan. But Du Qian, the eyesore, stood in the middle of them. He turned his head to look over. Pei Hao naturally met his gaze. Du Qian frowned and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Not looking at you," Pei Hao depressedly said. When Du Qian heard this, not only did he not get angry, he instead revealed a smile as he patted Pei Hao's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Pei Shitzi, if there's anything you want to talk about, you can directly talk to me about it. It's rare for us to sit so close, and outsiders might still be surprised if we don't chat. What you said is very true." Pei Hao gazed at the stage. Du-Wan came over and asked strangely, "Why is it that I always don't understand what you guys are saying? Are all men chatting like you guys? Like to play dumb riddles?" The two men went silent at the same time. The stage was filled with songs and dances, all kinds of performances, and a juggling act that was amazing. The banquet reached the middle of the night, and it was time for the children of the powerful and noble to perform on stage. The performances here weren't just anyone who wanted to go on stage. It was the person who prepared the show, handed in the cards in advance, and then the emperor and empress admired them before they were qualified to go on stage. To put it simply, the choice of who goes on stage is in the hands of the emperor and empress. Du-Wan felt that the main event was coming. Each one of them was dressed in embroidered garments, cloud temples, and beaded hairpins, and was breathtakingly beautiful. Looking round, Du-Wan, who had not taken off her cloak, stood out a bit among the noblewomen. Du-Wan also told the princess in the morning that it's useless to wear even more beautiful clothes. A cloak is covered, and now she feels a bit of face pain. No, this can't be blamed on her. First time participating. No experience. This excuse is very good. Du-Wan all of a sudden her face doesn't hurt. Her waist is also straightened up. And she eats Mama Xiang. Du-Wan decided to eat a piece of pastry to suppress her shock. "Big brother, who do you think will be the first one on the stage?" "It's not clear. It depends on what the emperor and empress want." Du Qian talked about the past years. As long as they make it to the stage, they usually make a name for themselves. Du-Wan looked over to the emperor and empress side. The chief eunuch was carrying a tray with a piece of bamboo plaque on it. The two were picking them out, and occasionally came close to discuss a couple of sentences. Chapter 322 Little Girl Out of the Limelight. Du-Wan looks at Du Qian with interest. "Does Big Brother have a program to report? I'm not good at these." Du Qian shook his head. Du-Wan looked at Pei Hao again. "Did Pei Shirzi participate?" "No." Pei Hao's answer disappointed her. Du-Wan likewise did not prepare a program. "So trays. A sign represents a program?" "Yes." Du Qian did not tell her sister. Normally, the sons of the lineage would not go on stage, because the worldly children didn't need this kind of glory and scenery. Only the children of government families with a thin lineage would go to elaborate preparations. But not being a professional human being, a bad performance would easily make a fool of themselves. Du-Wan curiously asks, "I wonder what will be performed." Noble women usually go up to sing and dance. The men are playing the zither and dancing with swords. Nothing new. Everyone is just having a good time and going through the motions. Du Qian was unimpressed by this and basically had nothing to look forward to. "I remember one year, Su Che went up to the stage and performed two-handed calligraphy. But he won a full house. Awesome-o. Worthy of being the top scholar." When Du-Wan said this, Du Qian didn't have much of a reaction. But it was Pei Hao's handsome face that was dark. Pei Hao still remembers that when the little girl first saw Su Che, she was mesmerized. However, even if Shitzi Master suffocates himself, the little girl doesn't know that she is muttering non-stop with her cheap big brother. Next, the first person to perform on stage, Prideful Sun County Lord. A eunuch sang in a loud voice. The entire audience was silent, and all eyes fell to Du-Wan's side. The two siblings were whispering together, suddenly hearing their own names. Du-Wan was surprised. "What I didn't even." "Sister." Du Qian reached out to cover her mouth and whispered quickly, Go on stage. Act casually. Du-Wan narrowed her eyes slightly, and locked eyes with Du Qian. Du Qian's eyes carried a seriousness in them. And in a thin voice, he said, "Give the Emperor's uncle a face. Don't spoil the fun." All right. According to Du-Wan, having a grudge like to be avenged on the spot. Since cheap Big Brother stopped it, he should have his considerations. On the contrary, Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes implicitly looked at Qin Yuyu. Just now, Du-Wan and Du Qian were talking. Did not pay attention to the situation on the Emperor's side. But Pei Hao noticed. Is the Empress recruited Qin Yuyu? The three people themselves to discuss the next point of who will go on the stage first. Do not know what Qin Yuyu said. The Emperor and the Empress agreed to let her to pick the first person on the stage. However, Pei Hao knew very well that Du-Wan was not enrolled. Therefore, the bamboo tag that Qin Yuyu took away definitely did not have Du-Wan's name written on it. Instead, Qin Yuyu said Du-Wan's name. Now, Du-Wan was in a bit of a dilemma. Going on stage was fine. But what was she going to perform? Du-Wan looked at the Emperor. Seeing the Emperor looking at her with an expectant face. Wan, quickly go on stage. On your head all. Du-Wan wanted to curse. This uncle is useless. Throw it away. Qin Yuyu had already sat back to her seat, smiling warmly at Du-Wan. Just now. She didn't know why. But she did it on a whim. To say how vicious is not. Just want to let Du-Wan make a big scandal. Let Pei Shizi see her ugly. After all, this kind of small action can't kill anyone. It's purely disgusting. The crowd saw Pei Hao elegantly stand up and go around Du Qian to pull up Du-Wan. Wan, just go up to the stage and dance a set of swordsmanship. I'll play the qin and accompany you. Upon hearing this, Du-Wan's eyes lit up. Okay. It's just a sword dance. She's familiar with it. As long as she is willing. The moves can still be gorgeous and beautiful. If she wants to be slow, she can be slow. If she wants to be fast, she can be fast. I play the ocarina well. I can also accompany. Du Qian got interested and stood up after her. Pei Hao only wanted to be with the little girl and did not want this great uncle. But Pei Hao's objections were usually pretty feeble. The three men went up on the stage and discussed as they walked towards the front. Pei Hao recruited a forbidden guard to ask for a sword and handed it to Du-Wan. Then he spoke to the palace man in charge of logistics. And in a short while, the palace man brought the zither and ocarina respectively. Du-Wan's three people on the stage were extraordinarily eye-catching. Who made these three people belong to the wind and clouds? An existence that the powerful and noble children in the capital looked up to. Most importantly, the appearance and temperament of the three were extraordinary. And from the moment they stepped onto the stage, they became the focus of the entire banquet. With a smile on her face, Du-Wan stood in the center of the stage in a moderate manner. Firstly, she clasped her fists and saluted in the direction of the Emperor, and then clasped her fists to the left, right and back. However, Du-Wan's distinctive clear voice seemingly said in a loud voice, "Today, this county princess will start off by performing a sword dance. So I'm going to make a fool of myself. If my sword dance looks good, everyone should give some applause to encourage. If it doesn't look good, you can hold your breath, but you won't die." When she said the last sentence, she was milky and ferocious. Damn cute. County princess is so funny. Applaud. The first to applaud loudly was none other than Chen Lu and other playboys, still clapping desperately. Then, the Emperor laughed out loud, and actually followed suit and applauded. The Emperor followed suit, and the people below dared not applaud? So, before the performance on the applause, than any of the previous show are popular. There are people whistling. Loud applause. The scene atmosphere is sort of up. Then just the kind of quiet to watch the performance of the scene. At this time is not before the enthusiastic. Let a person follow the blood boiling. The Emperor is even more pleased to see the heart of the dragon. Du-Wan raised her small hand in a grand manner, imitating the posture of a big star. Okay. Quiet. The wonderful performance is about to begin. Open your eyes wide and enjoy. Well, I wanted to laugh before it even started. I have to say, the sheriff is really amusing. Obviously not saying anything. She just opens her mouth. Just a few short sentences. It made everyone especially look forward to her next performance. Qin Yuyu tugged on her handkerchief. No matter how annoyed she was in her heart, she still showed a smile on the surface. At this time, the lights on the banquet venue unexpectedly dimmed a little. Some palace people covered 90% of the lights of the venue temporarily, and the rest of the light was like moonlight shining onto the stage. The palace men did not know why Pei Hao ordered this, but they did it anyway. Du-Wan somewhat understood. With that, she lifted her hand and unwrapped the sable cloak on her body. In an instant, the person on the stage, dressed in a moonlight brocade embroidery system dress, looked like she was in a starry river. Stunning. The fact that she was standing still was enough to keep people from moving their eyes. Yet she made a sword-rising stance. The whole place was as quiet as a chicken. Pei Hao held a zither and sat in the upper left corner. Du Qian stood in the upper right corner and stood opposite each other. The sound of the qin started first. The sword moved with the sound of the qin. After a few moments, the ocarina sounded. Du-Wan's sword art had been practiced countless times. Her heart moved with the sword and danced with the sound of the zither. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes soft, sometimes hard. When it is soft, it is like water rippling, and when it is stiff, it is sharp. The sword moves were still the same, but Du-Wan made some temporary changes in order to make the dance look good. How to look good, how to come. As she moves, her skirt flies, like a starlight under the moonlight. Very stunning. In order to make it last longer and match the length of the song, Du-Wan still went through some trouble. At the end of the song, Du-Wan put away her sword. The lights around them were lit up. Pa pa pa. All of a sudden, the applause was thunderous and sounded almost simultaneously. Good. The emperor loudly praised and even stood up to applaud. It was only his applause that drowned out the applause. Du-Wan smiled brightly. Her small face was very proud, holding up her pink fist and thanking her back and forth. Her mouth still yelled, "Thank you. Thank you all for holding the show. Thank you for your applause. Your applause is the recognition of me. I feel very... All right. Get off the stage." Du Qian cheerlessly pulled his sister off the stage. Pei Hao was equally helpless as he picked up the little girl's sable cloak. Xie Zhang stared intently at the people on stage in the crowd. When the lights came together, he suddenly dropped his eyes and lowered his head, lifting his tea to hide the emotions under his eyes. The emperor praised this and rewarded Du-Wan with a box of pearls from the South China Sea. The empress rewarded a handle of jade. Xie Guifei followed the reward. Is a set of very fine head surface. It can be said, Qin Yu originally wanted to pit Du-Wan today, but let Du-Wan pull the lead. Out of the limelight. Chapter 323, Being a Human Being and Keeping the Bottom Line. Qin Yu was extremely depressed. Originally, she had prepared a program for the stage, but suddenly she lost interest. I'm afraid that no matter what, it can't compare to Du-Wan's sword dance. If she can't win, she's just making a fool of herself by going on stage again. Thus, the original storyline of Qin Yu's solo dance that she learnt from the folklore to make a name for herself died. She was also to blame for the current situation. If she did not temporarily try to trap Du-Wan, but went on stage first, she would not have missed an opportunity to gain fame and publicity. Du-Wan smiled and sat back in her original position. Her face did not turn red. She did not gasp for breath. And there was not even a bit of thin sweat. Some people knew she was good at martial arts and felt nothing. Those who didn't know were amazed to see her. The empress waited for a while, but did not see her daughter say she was going on stage. Fishy. Aren't you going on stage? Qin Yu shook her head. Mother, I'm a bit tired, so I won't go up. Tired? The empress asked with concern before looking at the emperor. Emperor, the hour is almost up. Well, sit for a while longer. The emperor actually wanted to leave. After Du-Wan's performance, the later programs always felt a bit off. Only Du-Wan understood that it was not that the other party performed badly. It was that the atmosphere was not getting up. Du-Wan's sword dance is actually not good, mainly because of the light of the moonlight brocade, so that her every move on the stage, stars like extremely beautiful. People are visual creatures, and are used to appreciating beautiful things. Coupled with Du-Wan's ability to create an atmosphere and mobilize the mood of the audience, it naturally gave everyone an extraordinarily fresh outlook. Halftime ended very quickly. In the second half, the emperor, the empress and Xie Guifei left the stage. Qin Yu also followed along with the exit. What was left was the field for others. After all, with the emperor present, many people could not let go. Du-Wan looked to Du Qian. Big brother. Let's go too. Let's go. Go back to see mother. Du Qian is also mindful of the eldest princess's body. Earlier the emperor was still present. The siblings are not good at leaving the table early. Pei Hao followed and stood up. I'll go with you. The three of them got up and headed out. No one stopped them. In fact, it wasn't just the three of them who left. There were also some old men. The Duke of Jingguo was interesting. First glancing towards Pei Hao, then walking towards Mrs. Pei and her daughter, asking them and hearing that they had no intention of going back. He left on his own with a middle-aged looking man. Duan looked at the man for a few moments. Is that Chen Lu's grandfather? Yes, Pei Hao said. The man who had just been mentioned came immediately. Chen Lu waved at them with gusto. Ah Hao? Ah Hao? Where have you been this time? Come over. Come over to play. No go. Pei Hao refused to talk to this awful hairdresser. Chen Lu had already come over. Going somewhere? Out of the palace? Yes. This day is too cold. It's better to go home for comfort. It's rare to have all the people tonight. Don't you want to get together? When Chen Lu said this, he secretly looked at Duan's siblings again. Duan looked at Chen Lu with a smile. You've had a pretty good life. Your Highness is too kind. It's not a good life. It's all right. Chen Lu smiled ingratiatingly. Is County Princess leaving the palace? As a fiancé? Ah Hao should see you off. Saying that, Chen Lu this guy ambiguously scowled at Pei Hao. Du Qian wanted to kick this guy to death. When he this big living person is dead? But can't deny that this world lived the most nourishing. Is this kind of heartless dude? Say they have what bad heart no. Is all day love to play. Do not work. Walk the dog fighting chickens. Chen Lu can be said to be the book in addition to Pei Hao, but also a person who lives a nourishing life. He is the licking dog of the heroine when she is down and out. And when the heroine is in the limelight, she still remembers this love of his. The three people left. Chen Lu brushed a wave of face. Fell in the eyes of outsiders shall not be. A fox friend came up. A hand on Chen Lu's shoulder. Chen Shitzi. I didn't think you could still talk to the county lord. Awesome oh. Not familiar. Not familiar. Just met a few times and dealt with each other. Chen Lu quickly waved his hand and denied. I'm only familiar with Ah Hao. Grew up together. Haha. Come on. Pei Shizhi never recognized you. He is so twisted. What do you guys know? Dare you say Pei Shizhi is not the same as the one we know? Of course it's different. You guys just heard that Ah Hao and I grew up together. The foxes and dogs asked and asked. But they didn't ask how Chen Lu had hooked up with the county princess. It was impossible for Chen Lu to reveal that he had been cleaned up by the sheriff lord. However, these people could see that Chen Lu's connections were formidable. He was a child of Pei Shizhi. He was kind to the princess. And now he could talk to the princess. In their circle of playboys is considered unique. In the future still have to respect him 2 points. Besides, Duan 3 people out of the palace. The siblings are directly back to the house. After Pei Hao followed them out. It's not good to disturb the door at this time. He turned to go home. I come back. You also come back. Who protects your mother and sister them? Duke of Jingguo inquired meaningfully. Pei Hao said unconcernedly. Father, there are guards following. Not afraid of anything happening. It's true that children are too old for their fathers. Duke Jingguo laughed. Pei Hao. Next. The Duke of Jingguo's smiling face converged and said seriously. Ah Hao. At the end of the year, we have to go back to the clan to pay homage to the ancestors. I'm afraid this year's ancestor worship won't be very peaceful. Has Pei Chen not been caught yet? The person is hiding quite deeply. Even if he is caught, he may not have evidence. Second uncle is acting very cautiously and carefully. The second uncle is quite prestigious in the clan. And there are several clan elders supporting him. It's not good to come hard without evidence. Pei Hao pondered for a little while and said, then think of a way to find something for him. His son owes a large gambling debt. Let the people in the gambling house to collect the debt. And his big grandson who is proud of him. Not long ago, he also denigrated our state duke's house outside. Arrange for an individual to knock off one of his legs. Pretty good. But be careful not to kill anyone. Clan rules still need to be observed. I know. These people aren't worth making an exception for me yet. Pei Hao hadn't thought about taking lives. He would act in compliance with the clan rules, and would not hurt the lives of people in the clan. From a young age, his father had taught him that there was a bottom line to be kept. Easily don't go to break the bottom line. The most afraid is that if there is one, there will be two. Once a person's bottom line is broken, the future acting may be constantly lower. Shen Guigong for Pro's second uncle is actually quite speechless. I do not know where to come from the confidence. Think he only pay how a bloodline on a crooked mind. In the past, he and his son didn't care much about him because he didn't want to expose too much and attract the emperor's scruples. But he let his family bounce around for so long and almost took his son in. The last time the primitive mountain range ambush thing Shen Guigong did not personally hand is to believe that the son can be resolved. Since Pei Hao's return to the capital, he seems to have ignored his second uncle's family. But a big net has long encircled that family. For example, the second uncle's 3 sons and grandchildren are arranged around the son's people. As long as the son wants to close the net, none of them can escape. Chapter 324, One Night's Riches is a Dream. Princess Mansion. The siblings went straight to the main courtyard when they returned to the mansion. When they saw that the princess was not seriously hurt, the siblings both breathed a sigh of relief. After they were relieved, they started discussing whether they wanted a brother or a sister in a serious manner. Du Qian said he wanted a sister, and Du Wan insisted on a brother. The princess was so amused that she was straight up happy. Next to the emperor's son-in-law, Du Xianma was speechless. What's all this nonsense? All of you hurry back to your own courtyard. Hear noisy your mother resting. Du Wan's little face is very innocent. Father, we are not fooling around. We are having a serious discussion. Yes, my sister and I are discussing it. Du Qian concurred. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team pointed at the siblings as if he was angry. Your mother is pregnant with a male or female child. Is it up to you to discuss and decide? You still think you're 3 years old. You don't even understand this. Du Qian. Seems like oh. Du Wan's big eyes turned bony. Does mother still need the qi nourishing pill? Being pregnant, the imperial doctor said that you can't take medicines indiscriminately. The eldest princess said smilingly. Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team noticed his daughter's expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wan still has qi nourishing pills? Du Qian's eyes lit up. There are more. Du Wan did not deny it and nodded. Du Xian horse harnessed by the emperor's side was not greedy for his daughter's things. Then put it away. It might be useful in the future. And this matter must not be told, lest it attracts covetous people. Du Qian agrees. Du Wan wanted to say that she gave one to Pei Hao, then thought about it and didn't say it. Is there any medicine to calm the fetus at Master Yuan Tong's place? For pregnant women? Not sure. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the emperor's side shook his head. Du Qian was equally unclear. He rarely dealt with the monks of the Protectorate Temple on weekdays. Du Wan would ask this as a precaution. The eldest princess belonged to the senior age group. And this was not modern times. There were no modern medical means. Du Wan was worried about any eventualities. It would be better to prepare some common medicines earlier. Du Wan felt that she had to find time to go to the Protectorate Temple. The siblings left the main courtyard. It didn't take long for the eldest princess and Du Xianzheng to know about the palace banquet. The eldest princess snorted coldly. It really is something that can't be moved. Don't be angry. Don't get angry over this kind of anger. It's not worth it. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team saw Qin Yu. Looked quite a good girl. Did not expect the heart so black. The eldest princess asked thoughtfully. Do you think the queen knows? Prior should not know it. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team mulled over and said. Sieguifei is enough for the queen to cope with. She will not want to offend the princess house. You wait. A while the queen will send compensation. The eldest princess pondered a little and thought it made sense. Qin Yu made the mistake of thinking that Du Wan would be fine if she didn't poke her nose in. In fact, it was not. After leaving the banquet, Qin Yu was called to the empress. The empress asked about what happened at the banquet. As soon as she saw the empress's expression, Qin Yu knew that she couldn't hide her own small actions. And while dropping her tears in aggravation, she frankly admitted the matter. Empress Mother, I'm just jealous of her. Why is it that I've been living in exile for more than 10 years and suffered all the pains? But she's been pampered like a jewel growing up. And she also has such a good marriage. The empress originally had a belly full of anger. But when she saw her daughter like this, most of her anger subsided. Then Qin Yu jumped into the empress's arms and cried, weeping that chopped liver. The queen's last bit of anger are gone. The empress hurriedly said, Mother did not blame you mean. Do not cry. But the daughter's heart is sad. Don't be sad. Mother will make it up to you. Empress wiped Qin Yu's tears. You have to grow up quickly. In the palace is not like outside. More need to learn and see more. Today this matter. Mother and Empress will cover for you. Don't be like this again in the future. I also do not want. But suddenly so dry. The mother comes from Du's side branch. As long as we do not make trouble with the princess house. Fall into the eyes of the other's princess house is our power. Do you understand? Qin Yu heard this froze. Really do not quite understand. Empress sighed slightly. Mother and Sieguifei these years fight to fight. Still sitting steadily in the East Palace. Do you know why? Forget it. This will slowly teach you later. The Empress immediately called the heart. To prepare a bunch of blood-swallowed ginseng and other supplements. And added a set of valuable gemstone head and face. Sent to the princess house. Pointing out that it is for Du Wan. When it is a gift of reparation. The big night. The next thing that came from the palace. Du Wan was quite surprised. Du Wan left that set of head and face. The tonic let the underlings all sent to the main courtyard. Then she went back to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, the princess family set off to return to their clan for the new year. Due to the eldest princess' pregnancy, the caravan didn't move very fast. By the time they arrived at the village's old mansion, it was already close to noon. The eldest princess went back to her room to rest. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team led the siblings, one by one, to visit the elders and send the New Year's gifts, and came back with a pile of things. Du Qian and Du Wan received a bunch of New Year's money. Du Wan secretly opened a red packet, thinking that there would not be much money. But it turned out. Scared. Surprisingly, it was a silver check. There were 1,000 taels. She clearly remembers the old man who gave the red packet. Still wearing a patched cotton coat. Sneaking open another red packet. Another 1,000 taels? Last time she came over, it seemed she also received a red envelope. But she ignored it, and gave it to the old housekeeper to confiscate? I'm not sure what I'm talking about. But I'm not sure what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. But I'm not sure if I've got the money. As Du Qian was walking, she realized that her sister was lagging behind. And looked back. Sister, what are you doing? Suddenly hearing this, Du Wan was startled. Her first reaction was to hide the red packet behind her. Not doing anything. How sad. Sister, this is a little secret? Du Qian put on a sad face. Du Wan skimmed her small mouth and extended the small hand hidden behind her. What small secret? It's just opening 2 red envelopes. Hee. What I have you also have. Then what are you hiding? This is not. Hee. Conditioned reflex. What does it mean? Du Qian was cloudy about this word. Du Wan did not care. A thief smiled. Big brother. The elders in the village are so rich. Oh. Of course. All rich people in old clothes. Du Qian surprisingly felt that this description was so apt. So, after a round, back to the old mansion. The first thing Du Wan did was to open the red envelopes with gusto. Ma duh. This fairy got rich overnight. Oh. The elders who sent the red envelopes. About 20 people. Putting it all together, there were more than 20,000 pieces of silver. Just following the results of Du Xian's horse harness by the side of a team to go for a stroll. Du Qian looked at his excited sister without any good sense. Silly? What's the point of counting this money? It's just to get over it. What do you mean? Du Wan froze. Du Qian did not want to hit him. You will know in a while. Sure enough. Not a moment later the butler of the old mansion came and asked for a red packet. Du Qian nimbly handed over his own. Du Wan's small face handed it to the old housekeeper with reluctance. Taking the 10 years of memories hidden in his mind, he flew through them and finally figured out why. The red packet? It was really over the top. Next, the extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side would take it over. Replace it with a piece of red paper and wrap it up. And send it back to the village's juniors. This is something adults often do? Chapter 325 County Lord is a little devil. Every year during the Chinese New Year, the adults are usually the ones who are busy. And there is nothing for the children to do. As the youngest in the family, Du Wan was very idle. In the afternoon, she hangs a small cloth bag full of snacks and starts to walk around the village. Thus, Du Wan discovered that all the people of the Du clan who were outside had returned to the village. The people from the state uncle's house also came back. And when Du Yunrong saw Du Wan, her nose was not her nose. And her eyes were not her eyes. It was only when they arrived at the clan that there were no county princesses or princesses. They were all members of the Du clan. Du-won smiled and waved at her. Hi. Clan sister Yun-rong good ah? Humph. Didn't see. When Du-rong saw her, she blackened her face, turned her head and walked back. Du-won's smile stalled. Ma duh. Pretending not to see her. Also need to be more serious oh. Then Du-won continued to stroll. What a surprise. She bumped into the two girls, who went up to the mountain for purification. Just as Du-won thought she was friendly, and went up to say hello. The two girls were like bumping into a ghost. Hand in hand and quickly ran away. Leaving Du-won just raised half of the small hand. Du-won also heard from afar that the two girls said that they hadn't read the yellow calendar today, and that they had bumped into her as a little devil. Little devil Du-won. Just saying hello. Is it so scary? Cousin Won-won? A little fat man drilled out from the haystack. Du-won took a sideways glance. Yo. It was little cousin Luo Fuchuan. The little fat man rolled out of the haystack covered in hay, accompanied by a few small children of about the same age, which is the age when people hate dogs. Du-won waved her tender hand towards the little fat man. Little cousin. What are you doing? Playing the game of officials catching thieves. The little fat man stepped on his short legs and giggled his way to Du-won's front. This was still a nimble little fatty. Little fatty's little eyes were fixed on Du-won's cloth bag. Just now, he saw that all the delicious food was taken out from the cloth bag. Du-won raised her eyebrows. You want to eat? Yes. Little fatty nodded his head repeatedly. All right. Share some for you. Du-won pulled out the snacks and shared them with little fatty. The little fat man was very happy to see the little friends around him come over. Divided the snacks in his hand evenly. And there were 2 extra pieces that he stuffed into his mouth by himself. This small act of sharing food led Du-won was very surprised. Greatly improved. While stuffing food into his mouth, little fatty said enviously, It's so delicious. It's better than the ones at home. Yes duh. It's also tastier than the ones sold by the goods over. A small child went on to say. Another little child said, It's tastier than the ones my grandpa bought the last time he went to the city. It's tastier than the ones my mother brought back from the Protectorate Temple. It's better than the one my milk. A group of small children were talking and praising in a heartfelt way. Of course Du-won knew it was delicious. It was the ancestral craft of the shop Pei Hao had given it to. If it wasn't delicious, she would have thrown it away. When the little kid finished eating, he looked at Du-won with bated breath again. The small children in the village can't go to the city without anyone to bring them. In addition, Du's village is not close to the city. The general cargo man will not come over. The year-round only saw 2 or 3 times. Du-won told the children to stand still and began to share the food. Fair and square. Everyone gets the same amount. To Du-won's surprise, the little fat man actually did not have an opinion. Next was Du-won leading a group of little kids and majestically started to patrol the village. It was only until dusk that Du-won got tired of playing and went home. A night passed peacefully. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, ancestor worship was held. The entire clan changed into their clan uniforms, which were long flowing robes embroidered with the clan emblem of the piston flower. The styles of the robes were similar. The only difference: the old patriarch wore a purple robe. The robe was embroidered with snow-white Pichuan flowers. The robes on Du's son-in-law and Du Qian were, again, different from the patriarch's. Black robes embroidered with a white clan emblem. The other people's robes, on the other hand, were moon-white robes, and the embroidered Pichuan flowers were black. Du-won took a look at the robe she was wearing. The color was different again. It was a large red brocade robe, embroidered with the exquisite and stunning white pishy flowers. Du-won asked in a low voice, Big brother, what are the rules about the colors of these clothes? Not sure. It's been passed down from generation to generation. Du Qian hadn't really bothered to find out, but he suspected that the old patriarch was afraid that he wasn't even clear about it. Early this morning, before dawn, Du-won was called up by Ning Qin. She bathed and burned incense, changed into her clan clothes, and also stipulated that she could not eat, and could only drink a bowl of water. Then along with the chief father and elder brother came to the sun grain field to gather. When the people are all together, along with the patriarch and others, towards the depths of the mountain. Not long after entering the mountain, a stone path was seen, and hundreds of people walked until it was dawn when the clan arrived at the foot of a high mountain. From afar, one could see stone steps on the high mountain, layer upon layer, going up to the clouds. At the bottom of the steps, There was an old man in his flowery years, wearing patched clan clothes, who was reverently sweeping the fallen leaves on the steps. The ground was clean, and the sides of the steps were full of big trees, with fallen leaves from time to time. So it wasn't that the old man was lazy. On the contrary, he was very diligent. The old patriarch went up and said a few words to the old man, and then continued to ascend the steps and climb the mountain. It was solemn, dignified. The men of the entire clan, including the young children of a few years old, were all very pious and quiet. Almost all of them were men. Only Du-Wan was not. She was a little girl mixing in, always following behind Du-Chien, like a little follower. Wherever Du-Chien went, she would follow. Wherever Du-Chien went, she followed. When Du-Chien did something, she had to follow. Obedient and well-behaved. She was obedient and well-behaved, until she stepped onto the top of the mountain. The Du clan's ancestral shrine was built at the top of the mountain. And it wasn't an ordinary old building. It is a huge stone building. Such a building is very grand. The same is very solid. Standing for thousands of years, will not be afraid of collapsing. Then, there was the building surrounded by 49 huge stone pillars that stood in the sky. Each pillar is carved with different beasts, except for dragons and phoenixes, unicorns and so on. The other beasts, she does not know. Du-Wan had known that the Du clan was not simple, but she did not expect it to be this uncomplicated. This ancestral shrine is extraordinary at first glance. No wonder the original owner took a jade tablet from inside, and was able to be that extraordinary. Du-Chien suddenly held his sister's hand, and pulled her forward. The moment she crossed the threshold of the ancestral hall, Du-Wan only felt a cool breeze that brushed her entire body. Obviously it was a cold day, but this wind was quite comfortable, as if it lifted one's spirits, and swept away the previous fatigue. Du-Wan looked around the interior of the shrine. For a moment, she froze. It was different from the shrine she had imagined. In the middle of the shrine hall, a circular high platform was built with stone. The high platform was surrounded by intricately carved patterns, with each stripe seemingly linked together. What this high platform was for, Du-Wan was not sure. Around the high platform, behind it was the altar and offering table. It was all made of stone, not woodwork. Only a tablet of the ancestor was enshrined on it. In front of the tablet, there was only a lamp. The wick of the lamp was still jumping with a small orange flame. It seemed to sway when Du-Wan came in. Chapter 326 Clan Ancestor Sacrifice Day Trip. On the offering table, all kinds of fresh offerings were placed at this time. On the cool stone floor, there were 3 futons. The large hall was clear and quiet. Hundreds of people came in one after another, all without making a single sound. Du-Wan thought about how the original owner was able to get the jade tablet from here when she was a child, which was still quite impressive. If she were to come here alone, she wouldn't be able to hold back her hair at the bottom of her heart just thinking about it. Du-Chien's grip on her sister's hand tightened. Sure enough, it's still the same as before. Her sister will be scared even when she enters the ancestral hall. Du-Wan sensed her cheap big brother's concern, and tilted her head up to smile sweetly at him. It's fine. The look on her little face is fine. Ancestor worship ceremony. Solemn. The process is very cumbersome. The clan is used to it, and feel nothing. The old patriarch, and some gray-haired old men, presided over the sacrifice, but also wrote a long sacrificial text, and then burned and so on. Firstly, the patriarch lit a stick of incense, and inserted it into the incense burner. Then the old patriarch took out another stick of incense, lit it, and handed it to Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team of horse harness by the side of a team reverently bowed to the incense, and knelt down on the futon to kowtow. Then Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of the emperor's side, like the patriarch, lit an incense, and passed it to Du-Chien. Du-Chien did the same thing as Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. And when he was done, he also went to light a new incense, and then held it in both hands, and passed it to Du-Wan. Du-Wan was first stunned, then followed suit and received it reverently with both hands, then inserted the incense into the incense burner with a proper attitude, then knelt down to the futon and earnestly kowtowed 3 times. Then, Du-Wan twisted her little head and looked at the old patriarch. The old matriarch's eyes looked at the sandalwood incense next to the offering table, and Du-Wan nimbly picked up an incense burner and lit it, just when she did not know who to pass it to. An old man with gray hair and beard stood out and handed his hands towards her reverently. Duan gently placed the burning incense across both his palms and silently retreated back to Du Qian's side. Duan secretly looked at the old man who was putting on the incense. She knew who this was. It was the Grand Clan Elder, said to be the oldest centenarian in the village. Thinking that just because he's old, he's going to walk trembling and dangerous? No, he doesn't. His movements are sharp. His body is very strong. And I heard that he still works in the fields regularly. This step of offering incense takes the longest time. Hundreds of clansmen pass it on, one by one, until the small children at the back have to offer incense and kowtow individually. An ancestral festival on the mountain did not end until close to midday. Then the clan descends the mountain together again. Before descending the mountain, each person drinks a bowl of water. At the foot of the mountain, there was still a bowl of water for each person. Duan held the clear water in her hands and was very sultry. Quickly drink. Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, had a warning in his eyes, forbidding her to act as a demon. Du Qian's heart ached as he said, "Father, today my sister counted herself as a good girl." Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team was equally heartbroken. But everyone was like this. She couldn't make it special. But compared to the headaches of previous years, this year's daughter is certain to call herself well-behaved. Duan's stomach rumbled with hunger. Finishing off the water in the bowl in one gulp and handing the bowl back to the clan member who prepared the water, Du Qian holds her small hand and walks towards the front. Bear with it a little longer. We will soon reach the clan shrine. Even longer. Duan had already made it a point to learn about the process. The clan also has a very large ancestral hall, on top of which are placed many tablets, all of which are some of the clansmen who have contributed to the clan. And the tablets are only qualified to be placed in the ancestral hall after their deaths. Du Qian lightly laughed. Bear with me. Look at the clan's children. None of them are yelling. I am hungry. Really hungry. Duan was unbearably hungry and wrinkled a pair of beautiful eyebrows. Ever since I left Qian County, I've almost forgotten the feeling of hunger. I didn't expect to experience it on the first day of the new year. I have a feeling that something bad will happen this year. Big brother has to get ready and store more food. Du Qian. Is it necessary? Everyone is starving on the first day of the year. Duan's small face is extremely serious. Big brother doesn't believe in me? Believe. The grain harvested from each manor this year. We won't sell it. Du Qian indulges his sister's little capriciousness in a serious manner. In fact, this year, he wants to build the city wall, but also to prepare food for the workers. The extra food in the mansion. Not to mention selling it. Leaving it for the workers to eat is not enough. And it is possible that he will have to buy a batch of food from the outside. Du Qian laughed. After spring, the fortifications to repair the city wall will begin. Is there enough silver? Enough for this year. Let's find a way to get the silver for next year. How long will it take to finish the repairs? It may or may not be, depending on the situation. It will take 10 or 8 years at least. Du Qian is trying to say that it depends on the silver situation. If you have money, you can hire more workers and repair it faster. If you don't have silver, just take your time. It's not urgent. Urgent. Very urgent. Duan can't wait for the fortification to be completed in a year. When Big Brother builds the city wall, he will repair some large granaries. Repairing granaries? Du Qian's voice was a bit small. Yes. With granaries you can store food and not be afraid of going hungry. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, who was walking in front, still heard it, and turned back to the siblings. Don't fool around. Hurry up and go. The siblings looked at each other and obediently kept quiet. On the contrary, it was Du Qian who secretly thought about his sister's words in his heart. This is not the first time that his sister has hinted that the world is going to be in chaos? Could it be that his sister knows something? The world was already in chaos. There was still a rebel army on the border that hadn't been resolved. And bandits were rampant everywhere. The prosperity of the capital is like a whitewash, coupled with last year's snowstorm. I am afraid that the people's lives will be even more difficult this year. Back to the clan's ancestral hall. Another round of sacrifices. Duan was so hungry that her stomach was about to flatten. And after the rituals were over, everyone in the clan was given a bowl of sugar water and a large steamed bun. So, Duan bit into the big steamed bun while flying towards home. When she went back, the eldest princess had already prepared food for the three of them. Duan finished the steamed bun and hurriedly sat down at the table, eating in a very gentle and showy manner. but not slow at all. Du Xiongma and Du Qian ate equally fast. The two men were hungrier than Du Wan. After all, they were big men and consumed faster. Du Wan filled her stomach before she felt alive again. Big brother, do you think anyone would sneak in food? No. Du Qian replied with certainty. Whoever dares to steal food is disrespecting their ancestors. Du Wan believed it. Indeed, I haven't seen anyone stealing food. Ancient clans were extremely cohesive and harbored a deep-rooted respect for their ancestors. Sacrificing ancestors is a ritual. A very important thing in a year. Every step, every detail, will be arranged in a very meticulous way. There is no room for error. If you say you can't eat, you can't eat. According to the village, the new year is to be eaten by the ancestors first. Then it is the turn of the descendants. This is kind of like when family members sit down to eat together, and the eldest has to move the chopsticks first before the youngest can start eating. After the ancestor worship, Du Wan was idle again. Du Xiongma and Du Qian were busy and had a lot of entertainment. Due to her pregnancy, the eldest princess had fewer visitors this year. I guess Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team did something, so that those noble women in the past only sent gifts over, did not come to the door. However, people in the village, door-to-door visits are still unavoidable. For example, Aunt Du's family of 6? Chapter 327, Master Shitzi is going to winter hunting. Aunt Du's family coming to visit really wasn't a big deal. The princess is already very familiar with it, and the old housekeeper is equally familiar with it. So she is polite and courteous, and will not allow her subordinates to neglect them. When Du Wan came out, she saw a family wearing new clothes. Quite spirited. Auntie is an ordinary man with an unusual appearance. At first glance, it is a village crop man. If you look carefully, you can still see a little difference. Is that this aunt grows tall and sturdy. Simple smile. Du Wan is learning martial arts. Still can see that this is a practitioner. Early on, I knew that the Du family village cottage cannot be viewed with the eyes of ordinary people. Or quite curious Du aunt will actually like this type. Du Wan secretly looked at Du aunt when she looked at her aunt with a gentle brow. There is a kind of light in it. With Aunt Du's status, it's not difficult to get married. But she picked a rough man. The elders have no way to stop. Really turnip green vegetables. Each to his own. Du Wan went forward to politely call out and greet people. Adults are naturally entertained by adults. Du Wan unexpectedly got along with little Fatty. The reason was that Du Wan had delicious snacks, and little Fatty was particularly fond of food, commonly known as gluttony. Cousin, I purposely came over as a guest. You have to greet me and eat the dried fruit from last time. Little Fatty looked at Du Wan brightly. Du Wan laughed. Okay, I'll ask someone to get it. At that moment, Du Wan instructed Ning Qin to go to her yard to get it, and then pack a copy of it by the way, and then give it to the little Fatty when he goes back. When she saw the envious eyes of her little cousin next to her, Du Wan added, pack another one. Give it to your little cousin. Cousin, where's mine? A witty teenager came up. Du Wan looked towards. It was second cousin Luo Fushuang. Okay, then I'll pack a share. Haha. Thank you, cousin. I've long heard that cousin has delicious food here. Heard from whom? Du Wan asked with a smile. Luo Fushuang immediately betrayed little Fatty. It was little brother who said it. Du Wan looked at little Fatty and found that he was very clueless and even giggled at her when he saw her looking over. The world of small children. She understands. Simple, cute, clueless and naive. The next step was for everyone to have a meal. The two cousins were entertained by Du Qian, and the little Fatty and little cousin were greeted by Du Wan. The two little ones were very happy and followed Du Wan around. When they came across the lake in the back garden, they even chiseled ice and fished on the spot to barbecue. They don't lack fish to eat, but they lack this kind of fun. Du Wan had a great time. This family lives a true life. Even Auntie Du, when she said goodbye, she also took away a piece of jade carving of Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. The price was 800 taels. The old housekeeper found it when he was counting and promptly reported it to Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team told him to leave and did not pursue the matter. Looking at Du extra horse harness by the side of a team sighed, with a helpless look on his face. The eldest princess pursed her lips and snickered. Du Qian pretends not to laugh, looking at his father with a slightly gloating look. Fortunately, it's not mine. Do extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side glared over. This son can't be wanted. He has to be thrown away. Father, don't be angry. I still have a few jade carvings in my small storehouse. I'll send them to you when I go back to the city. Duwan's version of the sweet little cotton coat was online. And a few words amused Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team sighed all the way out of the depression in his heart. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team sighed. It's better to have a daughter who is sweet. Then his eyes fall to the eldest princess's abdomen. It's not bad to have another daughter. Go! What are you talking about? The princess laughed and scolded. A family of 4. This spring festival was a peaceful and happy one. The Pei clan in the capital. This year was not so peaceful. Firstly, Pei Hao's second uncle's family. On the first day of the new year, they were asked for debts by people from the gambling house. Pei's family again. But people are holding a loan. Openly and honestly door to the debt. To the government to the second uncle's family are not accountable. The day his grandson ran to call people. Halfway accidentally broke his foot. The first day of the year. See blood? Very unlucky. The second uncle almost fainted with anger, and couldn't help but think of the Duke of Jingguo and Pei Hao. He suspected that it was the father and son who were behind it. But he had no proof. There are quite a few customs in the Great Qin state. And the new year is extremely elaborate and superstitious. With the vast majority of people believing that as long as the spring festival goes smoothly, the year will go well. The gambling house people open their doors for business. And even if they wanted to go to the door to collect debts, they usually did not choose the first day of the new year. Therefore, second uncle believed that someone behind the scenes was trying to deal with his family. And the one who had a grudge against his family was the Jingguo Gongfu. This matter spread on a small scale. The Duke of Jingguo's dark eyes looked at his son. Did you pick this date? It's quite good. He'll be living in fear for the next year. Pei Hao said without thinking. The Duke of Jingguo smiled faintly. It is quite good. If Du Wan knew that she would have praised, how detrimental. Pei Hao's trick is not fatal. It's just adding to people's frustration. Especially superstitious people. It's likely that there will be a long period of time where they will not eat well, not sleep well, and keep worrying that this is a bad omen. Pei Hao returned to his hearing rain residence. He saw Mu Xian and Husan eating antique soup together. Pei Hao sits aside, as the underlings set out new bowls and chopsticks. When he sees a piece of white pate next to him, his little appetite instantly dissipates. In previous years, when would the county master's family come back? Mu Xian didn't pay attention to this question. Husan. I don't remember. Do you remember? The 8th day of the month. Husan laughed nervously. Pei Hao was a bit unhappy. Previously, he could not understand the meaning of one day's absence is like 3 autumns. But now Pei Hao understands. He wanted to see the little girl very much. Especially when he was alone. On a normal day, he would have gone to look for the little girl. But this spring festival, it would be too rude to come to the door. But now there are still a few days before the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Pei Hao suddenly said, Xian, this spring festival, how are you going to spend it? There are quite a few banquets. As long as you want you can participate every day. Until the Lantern Festival. How Mu Xian was going to spend the festival. It had been arranged long ago. And every day was particularly fulfilling. How about going out of the city for a winter hunt? Pei Hao suddenly suggested. Not how. Mu Xian resisted Pei Hao's threatening gaze and still refused. If I tell people to go winter hunting in this weather, I will be laughed at as a big fool. I still want to have a peaceful year. Husan buried his head in his food and pretended not to hear. I'm afraid that Master Shitzi didn't want to go winter hunting. He wanted to find an excuse to go out of the city to meet the county princess. Just as Husan guessed, Pei Hao did have this idea. And he even found a good excuse on how to go to the little girl. On the contrary, Mu Xian was dragging him down today. Mu Xian's thoughts turned. And he hastily proposed, I suggest you go find Chen Lu. Doesn't he often say that he and you are hairdressers? If you go and invite him, he will definitely go. Only an unreliable dude like him would have all sorts of strange ways to play. Not to mention going on a winter hunting watch. It's not even strange to say that you're going swimming. His words were close to telling Pei Hao that he could find someone to take the blame first. Pei Hao actually felt that this suggestion was still okay. With Chen Lu at the front, no one would think of him proposing such a foolish act as winter hunting. Therefore, Chen Lu is a good tool man. Chapter 328. This is the wind and snow of an old man's visit. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the weather was quite good in the morning. In the afternoon, snowflakes suddenly drifted, and the grass and trees in front of the courtyard were covered in silver. Do-won lying in front of the window watching the snow scene. Seeing the snow, I cannot help but think of my parents who once. This year, are they okay? At this exact moment, he saw Lucci hurriedly coming from outside the courtyard, and stepped into the room in a short while. Sheriff Paishitsi came, and brought a few gentlemen with him, saying that he came here to avoid the snow. Huh? He came and brought people? Do-won was surprised. Dropchest said, the county king is entertaining them. Go and take a look. Do-won stood up numbly, picked up the fox fur that was resting on the screen, put it on and headed out. Ning Qin holds an umbrella and holds it up to Do-won's head. County princess. It's snowing outside. Walking out like this will make your clothes wet. Do-won grabbed the umbrella handle and looked up. The umbrella was quite exquisitely made. Very poetic. It didn't take long. Pei Hao, who was sitting in the hall, played with a blue and white tea bowl in his hand. His peach blossom eyes swept towards the door from time to time. Suddenly, there was a beautiful little girl, holding an umbrella coming from the snowflakes. From far and near, like a fairy in a painting. Just for a moment, it attracted all of Pei Hao's mind. Du Qian sat beside him, and instantly noticed his abnormality. Paishitsi? Following Pei Hao's gaze, Du Qian saw his sister, then looking towards the hall to Chen Lu and the other dudes. Du Qian didn't really want his sister to come over. These guys were not good. Letting them stay with his sister for a while would probably bring her down. Du Qian stood up and tried to stop his sister outside the door. Pei Hao was faster than him, striding out the door to greet the little girl. While walking out, Pei Hao also dropped a sentence. Big brother Du. It's snowing outside today, we can't go back to the city. Please ask the housekeeper to arrange for Chen Lu and the others. Du Qian wanted to curse. Shameless. Commanding so smoothly. He still thinks he is the master. Pei Hao's eagerness to see the little girl flowed unconsciously. Originally, he wanted to sit and wait for the little girl to come in. But in the end, he couldn't hold back. Therefore, Do-won had just bounced to the courtyard when she saw Pei Hao striding in. And in a short while she stood in front of him, letting the white snowflakes drift down to his shoulders and hair. The stranger was like jade. At this instant, she only felt that the person in the snow was like jade. Absolutely unrivaled. Wan. Pei Hao leaned slightly towards her. His peach blossom eyes were like full of starlight. Do-won almost instinctively held up her umbrella to help him block the snowflakes. Pei Hao saw this beautiful corner of his mouth slowly curved up. With such a close distance, he clearly saw himself in the little girl's big eyes, and saw stunning. Pei Hao stretched out his big white hand, and took the umbrella in Do-won's hand. Just now, the little girl only cared about holding the umbrella for him, all letting the snowflakes fall on top of her cloud-like hair bun. Pei Hao took the umbrella, and then moved it above her head, covering all the snow for her. He raised his other hand, and very gently patted the snowflakes down for the little girl. It was very patient and gentle. Do-won froze. And when she reacted, her little face instantly heated up. And without her having to look at herself in the mirror, she must have reddened. So the little girl became annoyed and glared at him fiercely. What are you doing? Helping you pat the snow off your head, oh. Pei Hao replied with a light smile, his brows clear as the moon. Did she mean this? Do-won felt that she was not. Do-won looks at him obliquely, with fierce eyes, without any killing power. Why did you come here? Chen Lu said he wanted to hunt in winter, and insisted on dragging me out of the city. As a result, I didn't find any prey. And it even snowed. It just so happens that Du Jia village is close by, so I hurried over. The reason Pei Hao said was good. Almost impossible to pick faults. A different person would have believed it. He thought the little girl would believe it. It was just that he had underestimated the little girl's brain circuits. And her focus was different. Only to hear the little girl question, this nearby mountain is my big brother's territory. How dare you come to hunt without his consent? Is this considered encroaching on my big brother's interests? Pei Hao was at a loss as to how to reply to the little girl when the sound of clear laughter came from behind him. It was Du Qian and Chen Lu who came over. Pei Hao frankly moved his feet and stood next to the little girl, holding up the umbrella for her. A dignified gentleman with a straight posture. A pretty and cute little girl. In the snowy courtyard, The two of them were holding the same umbrella. The picture was really too beautiful. Chun-Lu couldn't help but sour, almost writing Pei Hao's meaning of being a womanizer on his face. Next to a few playboys, he followed the smile. But very smart. Did not say more. Came here they kind of understand. Today they are the accompaniment. Is a few trees on the inconspicuous green leaves. Until along with the old housekeeper went to the guest house. A few playboys only relaxed down. There is a person to hold for a long time. Finally out. Motherfucker Miles. Thought Chun-Lu called us really is to go to the winter hunting. The result is to ride a horse with arrows on his back to come here around a circle. Ha. This is not a circle. We clearly turn a morning. If there is no snow. I reckon that we may have to turn around until it gets dark. A dude hemmed and hawed and laughed. And then pushed Chun-Lu who was sitting paralyzed on the side. Chen Shitsi. Did you know it earlier? I know shit. Chun-Lu also reacted this time. Today he was just being used by Pei Hao. What about winter hunting? Where can you find prey in winter? He had been out for a morning in the cold, and had not seen a single rabbit. Chun-Lu suddenly thought of something. Hit a cold shiver. This thing back cannot go to the outside nonsense. Heart understand on the good. If the rumors spread out what corrupted the county master's reputation. Ah Hao and the county king's revenge. You can withstand it? Last time I was beaten half to death for spreading a rumor. This matter is not necessarily hidden. Anyway, if anyone asks, just say that our group came out for winter hunting, and came here to take shelter when it snowed. Chun-Lu thought of being used today. In the future, if there is anything to find Pei Hao to help, he will definitely not excuse himself. Thinking about it carefully, he still earned it. What a few dudes say. People outside don't know. Pei Hao now followed Du Wan, and went back to her compound. Du Qian had wanted to follow, but ended up being called away by Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team coming over, and saying that there was something for him to go to the matriarch's place. Inside the house, the door was closed in order to block the cold wind. Ning Qin and the others also prepared an extra charcoal basin. Pei Hao came in and handed the umbrella to the subordinate. He sat down on a chair, his eyes following the little girl, but did not say anything. Du Wan sat down, separated from him by a tea table. She always felt that the atmosphere was a bit odd. But this was not the first time she and he were alone. But it was the first time that she felt awkward and uncomfortable. Chapter 329. Shitsi Master Teasing Gossip. At this exact moment, the falling chests and other people burned a small charcoal stove. There was a teapot on the stove. And then, they poured a cup of tea for each of them. With an outsider present, Du Wan quietly sighed in relief. Pei Hao notices the little girl's discomfort. Always unable to move her eyes. And her previous anxiety settles down all of a sudden. Wan. What is it? Du Wan looked at him and asked. Pei Hao faintly said. Any food? Du Wan. Oh no. A big brother is asking for food at the door? Du Wan asked Ning Qin to go to the kitchen to order and prepare a few dishes that Master Pei Hao likes to eat. When Ning Qin went there, the kitchen was open, and the old housekeeper ordered to make some food for Chun-Lu and the others. Ning Qin happened to bring back 3 dishes and 1 soup, as well as rice. Pei Hao had food straight away, and didn't make himself polite with Du Wan. While eating, he saw Du Wan sitting on the side looking at him. Do you want to have some? No. I just ate not long ago. Then I came at a bad time. If I had come earlier, I could have eaten with you. Du Wan didn't pick up on this, and just sat next to him and watched him eat. In the past, Pei Hao was used to eating 7 minutes of fullness. Today, under the little girl's watchful eye, he unknowingly ate all the rice on the table. So he ate to his heart's content, and still couldn't let the little girl see it, and only quietly touched his stomach when she turned around. Du Wan turned to serve the filled tea bowl, and set it in front of Pei Hao. There is no soup. Have a sip of tea. Many thanks to Wan. Pei Hao took the tea, and after a shallow taste, he put it in his palm to cover it. The heat coming out of the tea bowl made his palm very warm, as if even a heart can follow the heat. Recently there are some gossips in the capital. Do you want to listen to them? Gossip? Of course I want to listen. Du Wan's big eyes suddenly lit up. What are the interesting stories? Quickly tell them. Who do you want to hear? Pei Hao snickers. A lot? Whose are there? There's the palaces, the military minister's mansions, and the Dingbei Marquis mansions, of course. There's also my family's. Pei Hao said the last sentence. not to mention guarding Ning Qin and other people on the side unexpectedly. Even Du-won wanted to give him a thumbs up. Awesome, oh big villain. Ruthless even to say their own gossip. Du-won immediately had a choice. Listen to your family. Saying it's my house? It's not really my house. It's something that happened in my second uncle's house. It's a little bit related to me. Then Pei Hao said what happened to his second uncle on the first day of the new year. This first day of the new year. Being door-to-door dead. My second uncle's family is also considered the first family in the capital. All feel ashamed. No one dares to go out on the 6th day of the new year. Oh, a lot of silver. Not much. Just over 30,000 taels. Is this still not much? Du-won thought of her own initial small treasury. It wasn't even this much. Next, Pei Hao chatted about the gossip in the palace. When he said the gossip in the palace, it was actually Qin Yuyu's. Almost every day in the capital there will be a variety of small banquets. Either organized by this one or that one. Generally popular banquets are held by some powerful gentleman or big misses. On the 3rd day of the month, the Qi family's eldest daughter held a small banquet. It was all about inviting some familiar noblewomen to the party, and then handing an invitation to the palace's Jinxiu Palace. Usually this is a customary post. Just like when Du-won became a county princess. Whenever there is any party in the capital, those whose status is not as good as hers will routinely send a post. Normally Du-won rarely even looked at it. Not to mention going to it. The people who sent the post to the princess's residence also knew it by heart. If they could invite someone to come, they had earned it. Even if the person didn't come, they were still being courteous. For example, the Qi family's eldest daughter. This invitation should also be sent to the princess's residence. Du-won is not in the capital. It is normal not to go. Instead, I didn't expect Qin Yuyu to go that day. A banquet with a female main character is no less than a car accident scene. And it's strange if it doesn't make a bit of a mess. The matter is quite big. Want to cover cannot cover. Pei Hao people in the capital naturally also heard. Seems to be Qin Yuyu and Ma Suqin entanglement. Yo Ping Ho's miss, was she involved in it? There are some other noble women. All of these people have been in conflict with Qin Yuyu. In the end, it came to the emperor's attention. One by one, they escorted their own daughters and entered the palace to plead before the emperor. The emperor had a headache. The cause of this matter, or one of Qin Yuyu's courtesans, accidentally bumped into a maid and splashed the tea soup that the maid was carrying all over Ma Suqin. Qin Yuyu was not injured. It was a group of noble women who took this opportunity to use language to be sarcastic. Those words taken out individually, or with the wrong tone, really couldn't be heard. The characteristic mockery of the noblewomen was that it was hard to hear, but also made it impossible for people to catch the handle. Therefore, after hearing the report, the emperor did not ask for the offense. The one who finally took the blame was the court lady. Du-won was sorry to hear this. It's a pity that I wasn't in the city. Otherwise, I would have been able to see this big show. It was indeed a big show. Even the emperor was shocked. Pei Hao feels that Qin Yuyu is very unconscionable. The fight between the girls that is not on the stage even made it to the court. In contrast, it's still better to have your own little girl. Du-won asked again. Ma Suqin was scalded. Is it serious? Fortunately, the clothes worn in winter are thick, so it didn't cause serious burns. The doctor's daughter from the Imperial Hospital went to see it, and it is said that it will heal after a period of time, and won't leave a scar. Is it really that simple? Du-won recalled the plot, and it was really similar. Ma Suqin in the book ended badly. Disfigured? This time, she actually did not leave a scar. Du-won found the key after pondering for a while. The time in the book when this matter was discovered was not winter. This may be Ma Suqin's luck. Such a cold day, splashing out water, can freeze. The tea soup in the hands of the maid, splashed out midway, will cool down. Pei Hao said a few more pieces of gossip. All the gossip that happened in the world. Du-won asked. What's happening in Marketing Bay's house? Pei Hao's eyes flashed. Thought the little girl wouldn't ask. There's nothing. It's just that Xia, who was thrown to the manor before, returned to the house and made some noise. What is it? Du-won was curious. Pei Hao silently breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't ask about Xia Qi. Does it mean that the little girl didn't take Xia Qi seriously? Then, Pei Hao said, when Xia was at the manor, she saved a student from a poor family. Later that person went to the manor to find her in order to be grateful to her. And once he came and went, He got a little closer. After returning to the residence, Xie Ying said that she wanted to marry him. But the second lady Xie did not agree. This is not made a fuss. Has it spread in the capital? This did not spread. Is my buried in the Dingbei Marquis house of the secret line to find out. Duan saw the gloating in Pei Hao's eyes, presumably thinking that he was quite happy that Xie Zhang was unlucky. Chapter 330, Marriage or Something Forget It. At this time, Duan didn't really want to hit Pei Hao. In a way, he and Xie Zhang's encounter is quite similar. Both have a bad sister. Duan thought of something. Her heart was instantly happy. Pei Shi, do you think this kind of sister is very bad? It is indeed quite bad. Pei Hao smiled faintly. Duan grinned wordlessly. Don't laugh at people. Maybe this kind of thing will fall on your head one day. Pei Hao, this tea suddenly doesn't smell good. Is the little girl taking it out for Xieqi? Not allowing others to smile? Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes stared at the little girl with a slight scrutiny. Seeing her look as usual, it doesn't look like she's speaking for Xieqi, but rather a bit gloating and a bit odd. Especially when she looks at him with strange eyes. Is it on him? What is worth her gloating? How could Pei Hao not think about it? Duan was thinking about Xie Ying, and then thought about Pei Huyin. Today Pei Hao mocked Xieqi, but later he would be slapped in the face. Xie Ying in the book did not end up marrying a cold scholar, but seems to have married the son of the right family, and lived a glorious life. This is, of course, with a hero and heroine as backing. Many people want to please her, flatter her. On the contrary, Pei Huiyu, bent on marrying a humble scholar. The days of the chickens and dogs. Also as a brother. Pei Hao's life is obviously worse. One afternoon, Pei Hao stayed by Duwan's side, not wanting to move. If you don't want to talk about the topic, you can take a book and sit in the room and flip through it. As long as there is a place for her. Even if he does nothing, he will feel in a good mood. Duwan initially wanted to drive the man to the guest house, but then thought about it and let him be. She made a trip out and slipped off to see the eldest princess for a bit, without seeing Du's son-in-law. Mother, where is father? Why didn't he accompany you? Since the eldest princess was pregnant, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team would accompany his wife whenever he was free. The eldest princess laughed lightly, said he had something to do, and went to the matriarch's place. I heard that Chengming came. Yes, said he came out for winter hunting. Didn't realize it was snowing. Duwan finished, thought about it and added. He originally said he wanted to pay his respects to you, but when he heard that you were pregnant, he gave up his thoughts, and said he wanted me to greet you for him. Fine. Fine. Mother knows. The eldest princess looked at her clueless daughter. That child is really difficult. I hope he can be patient and wait for his daughter to get the hang of it. Duwan smiled. She didn't know what the princess was thinking. Her small mouth pulled the gossips she just heard from Pei Hao, picking out some interesting ones and telling them to the princess. Speaking of Qin Yu's matter, Duwan said, it's really unconscionable. It is very unconscionable. Compared to her, I am much better behaved. Right. My Wanwan is the most well-behaved and understanding. When the eldest princess said this, she looked very proud. This caused Duwan to be embarrassed for a moment, but her heart was happy. Duwan talked about Xie Ying's matter again, and then turned to Pei Huiyu, gloating as if to tell some of Pei Huiyu's bad things. Mother, today it's Xie Ying who wants to marry a scholar from a cold family. Tomorrow Pei Huiyu may also clamor to marry a scholar from a cold family. Pei Shi is still mocking people Xieqi, so maybe he's going to get slapped in the face. You can remind Chengming to be on guard, the eldest princess suggested. Duwan is unimpressed. Forget about reminding. It has nothing to do with me. How could it not matter? Duwan strangely looked at the eldest princess. Those eyes were clean and showed confusion. The eldest princess was helpless. Her daughter was still too young. She as a mother still needed to watch a little more. Zhengui Gongfu will be her daughter's husband's family in the future. The princess naturally does not want the Duke of State to be unsettled. As long as the Duke of Zhen's residence is good, her daughter's life will be less worrying in the future. Wan, if you want to live in peace, you need to make sure that there are not so many bad things around you. The eldest princess breaks down the power of the situation, hoping that her daughter will understand. The backyard is a woman's business. In the future, you will be the head mother of the State Duke's mansion. And if anything happens to your sister-in-law, you will generally have to step in to deal with it. Duwan listens in a daze. The only thing that didn't occur to the eldest princess was that Du-won had never even considered marriage. She had also been thinking that she was a baby. What is getting married? Impossible to. Du-won stayed with the eldest princess for about half an hour. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team came back. The cheap elder brother did not. After greeting Du extra horse harness by the side of a team, Du-won slipped away and went back to her own courtyard. Stepping into the house. On the noble consort's recliner, reclining on the noble Shitsi master, was closing his eyes. He had one arm resting on the edge of the chair, and the other hand was holding a volume of books, hitching down on his abdomen. This look was like reading a book. Looking at it, the person fell asleep. Du-won unconsciously relaxed her footsteps. After looking around again, she didn't see any underlings. Most likely sent away by Pei Hao. Du-won rarely quieted down, sat not far away, and quietly surveyed Pei Hao on the recliner. The first time she saw him, she knew he was good looking. And then after getting along, she found that he was getting better and better. The fact that people were still like that was purely her psychology at work. However, she did not realize this at the moment. Du-won thought of the words of the eldest princess just now. Imagine marrying Pei Hao in the future? It seems like, hee. It's not that annoying. Immediately, Du-won thought of the Jingua Gongfu. Thought of the sweet-faced Madame Pei and the naive and brainless Pei Huin. Imagine the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship that she might face after the marriage, as well as the little aunt who was malicious and awful to her. This post-marriage life is a bit scary. Oh, that? Getting married or something, or forget about it. The little life in the princess house was so beautiful. There is a pair of loving father and mother. There is a brother who dotes on her. And in the future there will be a cute brother or sister. Why let go of the good life not? Married to Jingua Gongfu? At this time, Pei Hao still doesn't know that he only took a short break, and the little girl was scared off by the bad future life of Jingua Gongfu. If he knew, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. But there was nothing he could do about it. One could only say that it was fortunate that he didn't know. Sometimes ignorance is also a kind of luck. Du-won turned around and got up to go to the inner room, giving the outside to Pei Hao to rest. Usually alone, Du-won would spend most of her time meditating and cultivating. And by the time she woke up from her cultivation, it was already an hour later. Outside, the hour was nearing dusk. I think the snowflakes were still drifting, and it was also a bit bigger. Pei Hao in the outer room woke up a quarter of an hour ago, and wanted to sleep for a few moments. But he didn't realize that he really slept, and slept extraordinarily peacefully. When he thought the little girl was not there, he found someone in the inner room. Later on, he even found that the little girl was practicing kung fu. At this moment, he seemed to know her powerful secret. Chapter 331. You bullied my sister again. Pei Hao cultivated Du's nurturing skill, and was still an extremely gifted person. Recently, he discovered that if he succeeded in cultivating the nurturing skill, he would cultivate a stream of qi that would nourish his body and also converge in his dantian. Very similar to the internal martial arts mind technique. However, it was even more powerful than the cultivated internal force. However, what did he see today? That stream of qi converged all around the little girl and condensed into a white mist. The condensation of this white mist was coming from all directions, and it was still constantly disappearing. This left only one possibility: that the little girl had absorbed the white mist and turned it into a force that she could use herself. No wonder the little girl was able to cultivate in a short period of time. Du-won finished her cultivation and opened her eyes, and ran into Pei Hao's thoughtful gaze. At this time, the Shitsi master was standing at the entrance of the inner room, and happened to make a villainous appearance of peeping. When he encountered the little girl's big clear eyes, all of a sudden, his heart floated up. But who is the son of the world? It quickly ended up again, as if the person who just peeped wasn't him. What are you looking at? Du-won stood up numbly, and came to Pei Hao. Pei Hao was extremely frank on the surface. I woke up and didn't see anyone, so I came over to the inner room to look around. And I didn't expect you to be back already. I'm not interested in checking out the secrets of your cultivation. I inadvertently bumped into it. A different person is going to be silenced. Right. What to do now? Should I sell my body to her? Pei Hao was considering this possibility. As soon as Du-won took a look at this face of his, she knew that he wasn't thinking of good things. What to do? I know your secret. In order to make sure the secret doesn't leak out, I think you should turn me into your person. Think what? Eating farts. Du1 almost kicked over. Who gave him confidence? When Pei Hao saw the little girl getting angry, he knew it wouldn't work out. Wan, why don't you turn me? Get lost. Du1 was so angry that she wanted to make a move. Pei Hao hurriedly avoided. Don't be angry. I'm serious. Beating you up is also real. Mochi. Before Pei Hao could finish his words, he was interrupted again. It was the outside Du Qian who just happened to come in. The moment he saw this, he was instantly enraged. Pei Chengming, are you bullying my sister again? No. Misunderstanding. Pei Hao had a headache as soon as he saw his great-uncle. What a coincidence. Thus, what was originally a fight between Du1 and Pei Hao turned into Pei Hao being chased by Du Qian. Unilaterally, Du Qian chased and Pei Hao dodged. Du1 was a cheerleader at the side, shouting cheers, listening to Pei Hao's heartache. How did things turn out like this? Fighting from the house to the outside of the courtyard. The subordinates guarding the outside were startled and quietly hid in the corner to watch the fun. In the past, I had heard that the county king and Pei Shi often fought because of the county princess. The subordinates in the old mansion just heard. No one personally witnessed. Today is a long time to see. In the end, it was Du Lu who came over and stopped the two people from fooling around. The three people fought and went to see the eldest princess and do extra horse harness by the side of a team, and had a peaceful dinner. When Pei Hao again wanted to stay in Du1's courtyard like last time, he was forcefully dragged away by Du Qian, fearing that he would turn to his sister's side again in the middle of the day. This time, do extra horse harness by the side of a team didn't even help Pei Hao. A night passed peacefully. Du Qian got up early in the morning and saw Pei Hao practicing sword. Du Qian asked, "Want to cut and spar?" "No time. I have to rush to have breakfast with Wan. Pei Hao said this with a sweet-like bitterness, successfully exasperating Du Qian. Not waiting for Du Qian to react, Pei Hao had already flown away. Before Pei Hao went out and reached Du1's compound, he ran into Chen Lu on the way. Chen Lu was avoiding a few playboys, especially waiting for Pei Hao here. As soon as he saw someone, he immediately came to his senses. Ah Hao. You can come. I have been waiting for you for a while. Why are you waiting for me? The snow has stopped today. Are you still going back to the city? Yes, but I will leave in the afternoon. Where are the others? Not up yet. Chen Lu is purposely getting up early to block people. I got up early to look for you. It's not easy to see you. It's harder than seeing the county king. Pei Hao. So he went to find a little girl to have breakfast with a follower behind him. Chen Lu is the one who doesn't know what cheek is. He doesn't even need to go through Pei Hao's consent. Pei Hao didn't chase him away because he knew that Du Qian would arrive soon. As he thought, he had just arrived at the courtyard, and before he saw the little girl, Du Qian hurried over. An early breakfast was replaced with 4 people eating together. And today is the 7th day of the 7th month. A human celebration. Du1 was dressed up quite beautifully by Ning Qin, with brightly colored clothes. Pretty little girl. Whoever sees it likes it. When putting down the chopsticks, Pei Hao asked, "Is Wan going out to play? I heard that today is some kind of festival. There is a celebration in the village, so I'll go out later to take a look. Du1 loves to have fun. How could she miss this?" Pei Hao looked at Du Qian and saw that he was not surprised. Then, the celebration thing is true. Next to him, Chen Lu was an invisible man, definitely not speaking if he could. Chen Lu reminded, "Today is the Human Celebration Festival. This festival, very few people will pay attention to it." Pei Hao really didn't know that Dujia village would still pay attention to this festival. Du Qian smiled and said, "The rules left by our ancestors have always been observed in our village. Then go with us later to take a look." Pei Hao said so. There was no rule that outsiders were not allowed to enter Dujia village. During this traditional festival, some of the village's outsiders or married daughters would bring their children over to celebrate and dabble in the festivities. Chen Lu's several playboys originally thought to go back, but ended up staying again, followed Pei Hao to participate in the Du village celebration. Du1 gleefully carried a small cloth bag to join in the fun. The sunbathing field in the village. A large round table was placed in the center, temporarily serving as an altar. There were incense burners and offerings, and the smoke curled up. It was some old men dressed in very traditional costumes with fancy headdresses on their heads, each holding a young green tree branch and carrying a large seed bowl that should have clear water in it. When the branch was pointed into the bowl, there was a spillage of fresh water. A group of old men surrounded the offering table, jumping around, like a dance but not like a dance, and chanting words under their breath. At the side there were people playing music, holding ancient musical instruments. This, kind of like an ancient sacrifice. But there is no heartlessness to take human life sacrifice. Set on the offering table are fruits and pastries, which there are some women. All kinds of offerings to go to a flower. Set to the top of the offering table to go. Duwan stood in the periphery. Saw a flower. Very surprised. This is winter. Where do the flowers come from? Huh. Next to him. Duqian laughed. Duwan knew he was laughing at himself. Big brother knows? Look more carefully. Duqian laughed. Is Duwan the kind of person who would sit and take a closer look? Chapter 332 The sheriff wearing the big red flower. So she giggled and went over, looking closer, and soon saw the way out. It was all exquisite silk flowers, almost as if they were fake. Just now, she was standing at a distance, so she didn't see it. Just as Duwan was about to retreat, let the old patriarch pull back. Hey! The little girl is here. Patriarch? What are you pulling me for? I just came to look at the flowers. Duwan smiles and speaks. That little look is really good. So eager. Stand still, and I'll give you flowers to wear right away. The old matriarch then began to chant like a magician. The branch in his hand dipped into the bowl of water, and symbolically waved it at Duwan, as if to drive away the bad luck on her body. Duwan wanted to laugh in her heart, but still tried hard to put on a serious look. That little face was serious, but her eyes were burning brightly, and she was holding back her laughter until her little face was red. Letting people see it, they couldn't help but want to laugh. The old patriarch almost didn't hold back his smile anymore. All right. Great luck for the new year. He then personally picked out the most beautiful and largest red flower from the offering table and put it on the little girl's head. This big red silk flower was about to take up most of the little girl's head. Duwan was a big-hearted one. After the old matriarch said it was okay and told her she could go, she then backed up her small hands, held out her chest, and walked towards her cheap big brother. The little girl's serious and prudish little look, wearing a big red flower, fell slightly comical in the eyes of those familiar with it. Pei Hao endeavored to hold back before bursting into laughter. Chen Lu and other dudes can't help it. They all dropped their heads and squatted up, laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Pei Hao kicked at Chen Lu. All of you, get out of here. Don't let the county princess see you. Okay. Chen Lu was afraid of death and hurriedly tried to escape. Ridiculous tummy hurts too much. Walking backwards and forwards. A group of dudes managed to get out of the periphery with great difficulty. And after being blocked by the crowd, and not being afraid of the sheriff lord seeing them, these people laughed again. A dude covered his stomach and laughed. Too amusing. I didn't think that the sheriff lord was such a sheriff lord. What the hell? What's the point of mentioning the sheriff lord? Yeah. Chen Lu almost burst out laughing. It's so hard to slow down. Duwan from the villagers accustomed to the eyes has not yet found Chen Lu and others. She joyfully returned to stand beside Duqian, and saw some more girls go up. The matriarch for her to wear flowers is like a beginning. One after another there are girls go up. The clan elders like the matriarch just now take the green branch dipped in water, symbolically in the sprinkle, and then each girl had to wear a flower. Every girl was smiling like a flower. Very happy. Duwan saw Yunrong go up and wear one as well. Maybe the little girl's aesthetics are different from the others, and she actually thinks everyone looks pretty good wearing one. Pei Hao pays attention to the little girl's red cheeks. Her eyes are bright, and you can tell she is in a good mood. Is it held once a year in the village? Yes. Oh. Duwan cheerfully said. The matriarch only gives the county princess one person to wear flowers. That's for sure. I'm the only girl in the first family. Pei Hao stood next to the little girl, the corner of his mouth curling up. The unmarried girls of Dujia village, including the female dolls, who were still just swaddling clothes, all let the adults carry them up to be baptized with a flower. Every villager's face was beaming with joy. Later on, there was singing and dancing around the offering table. Little girls naturally came along and played like crazy. Until it got dark. There was a bonfire feast, with one roasted whole sheep after another. Smelling great. Chen Lu and other playboys don't want to leave. Dipped into the light to eat a meal. This while eating while staring at Pei Shitzi. Outside the rumors of the scenery, and not close to women. is elegantly sitting next to the county princess, cutting meat and vegetables. Everything. A group of guys looked shocked. Let the village people silently away from them a little bit. When Pei Hao thought that tonight was again as he expected, he could stay another night. Unexpectedly, before the bonfire feast was over, the Duke of Jin came to the house, and there was an urgent matter for Pei Hao to return to the city immediately. Pei Hao went to meet that person. Didn't even have time to say goodbye to the little girl. Got on his horse, and hurriedly left Dujia village. Qin Lu was surprised. What happened in the city? I don't know. Oh. Leaving in such a hurry. The matter must not be small. A dude guessed. A few others listened and agreed. They were out of their element. Not intellectually deficient. One man asked. Pei Shi has left. So what should we do? Let's borrow another night. It's not necessary to travel all night. Chen Lu's proposal was unanimously approved. The winter night was cold to the bone. No one wanted to rush through the night. On Duwan's side, an underling came to report to her, saying that Pei Hao had urgent matters to return to the capital. She didn't care about this. She ate what she wanted to eat, and drank what she wanted to drink. Du Qian sat next to her and saw her sister not worried at all, not knowing whether to say that her sister has a big heart, or should she sympathize with Pei Hao? Although he likes to find Pei Hao's trouble in his daily life. But it doesn't stop him from sympathizing with it. Sister, are you worried about him? Worried about what? Duwan asked in confusion. Du Qian said. Worried about him traveling all night? Big brother is stupid. It's not like he's going back alone. Duwan looked at Du Qian strangely. With quite a few Pei family guards. There is a caretaker. Not afraid of anything happening. Du Qian was speechless. Aren't you curious about what happened to make him rush to go? It doesn't matter what happened. Our family is in the village. Duwan cut off a slice of roast lamb, dipped it in the sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth. It's not my turn to worry about anything important. These words were ruthless, cold-blooded, but realistic. Du Qian laughed it off. Sister has a point. Don't think so much. Eat quickly. This roast lamb is awesome. Delicious. Duwan was eating with a rounded stomach tonight. It was reasonable to say that eating too much at once was not good for the body. But occasionally, Du Qian didn't stop her. The following day was the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. The eldest princess had long instructed her subordinates to pack up and prepare to return to the city today. Duwan was fully dressed early in the morning, with her sword hanging on her waist, sitting on the stone steps in front of the gate, getting high on melon seeds while waiting for someone. At her side there was also a group of village children squatting, eating the snack she shared. The picture was harmonious, and the scene was festive. The eldest princess and Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side came out to see it, and cried, and laughed a little. The group set off smoothly, and on the way, they even ran into a group from the state uncle's house. When they returned to the princess's residence, Duwan recruited Zhuang Tsong and commanded in a low voice, "Go and inquire about what happened in the capital yesterday." "Yes, County Princess." Zhuang Tsong turned around and hurriedly left. In less than half an hour, Zhuang Tsong turned back again. It was that something big had happened in the court. It was said that the rebel army at the border had suddenly captured 3 counties, killed a number of county officials, and seized grain silos, and so on. And their forces were expanding rapidly, constantly recruiting. Chapter 333 Master Shitzi leads the decree to calm the rebellion. Duwan had heard Du Qian mention the rebels last year. Having been back in the capital for more than half a year, she had almost forgotten about it. Today's dinner was eaten in the main courtyard. After dinner, the family sat down to drink tea and chat. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side talked about the matter in the court. Because of this matter he had to be on duty at the yamen a few days earlier. Because of this matter, the emperor has opened the court today. I was out of town, so I missed today's morning court. The eldest princess took over. Missing it isn't necessarily a bad thing. Mother is right. Du Qian doesn't need to guess to know that the emperor will be furious during today's morning court. It's better for father to show up when the emperor's anger has smoothed out a bit, and he can get a few less scoldings. Duwan blinks. Uncle's temper is quite good. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and the eldest princess, Du Qian. In a family of 4, Duwan was the only one who hadn't been scolded. Therefore, the 3 people silently ignored her words, as if they hadn't heard them. Duwan doesn't care if they speak or not. She opens her small mouth and blah 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 asks. There's going to be a war, oh. Who do you guys think Uncle will send to quell the rebellion? In the past, when the rebels hadn't yet become a reality, why didn't Uncle send someone to go? Have to wait until now people occupy 3 counties. In the way of face before sending troops? And, sister, Du Qian interrupted Du Wan's words. Du Xian, horse harnessed by the emperor's side, said, it's not that the emperor didn't want to send troops in the past. It's that he didn't have the money. Not sending out troops if you don't have silver? Du Wan was not very convinced by this reason. Du Extra, horse harnessed by the side of a team, added, it takes a lot of silver to fight a war, as well as food and provisions. Oh, father! The rebel party and all. Isn't it the most taboo? But out of the army will be more chaotic. There is also the saying, Du Wan is really do not know. Du Qian pressed the top of his sister's head. What are you thinking about? Father counted the accounts last year, and knows the financial situation of Great Qin best. That's right. At that time, the treasury didn't even have 1 or 2 pieces of silver. Du Extra, horse harnessed by the side of a team, said, it's really miserable. The treasury was empty. Tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall. Miserable. Maintaining the daily expenses of the palace relied on the emperor's private treasury. The barracks outside the capital, 9 times out of 10, are raised by generals from major families. When a battle is fought, it will cost millions of silver taels. And food and grass is an even bigger problem. In recent years, the country's grain production is very bottom. Outside, the price of food has turned over several times. This time to gather grain for the people's life is undoubtedly worse. So a group of ministers did not recommend sending troops. The emperor purely has no silver, no bottom. Du's son-in-law said, we will send troops this time because the treasury has silver. Didn't you say there's no grain and grass? Squeeze always have. How can you say it inconsistently? Du Wan rolled her eyes. Du Extra, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, laughed in a clear voice. Before I could be concerned about it, but now I can't be concerned about it anymore. If we ignore it again, the situation will only become more severe. Not a good thing. Oh. Du Wan nodded her head in realization. Du Qian slapped her shoulder. You're a girl. What are you doing dwelling on this? Not concerned. I'm just asking. Worried about Pei Shi? Du Qian asked with a raised eyebrow. Who is worried about him? Who is he? Heh. Du Qian doesn't believe it. Du Wan lifted up her small chest and looked straight at Du Qian. Big brother. Look at my candid little eyes. Ha ha ha. Du Qian couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, and the eldest princess also laughed along with him. Du Wan puffed up her cheeks and feigned anger as she looked at the 3 people obliquely, hoping that they would accept her threat and stop making fun of her. But the more she did, the more the 3 people laughed. In the end, even she laughed at herself. Du Wan thought that the affairs of the imperial court had nothing to do with her, and were far away from her. The rebels were in the southwest, a famously barbaric place, with a vast expanse of land and many mountains. It is not easy for people who are not familiar with the terrain to pacify the rebel party. After several days of bickering in the Great Hall, the candidate to lead the army was finally decided. It was a figure no one had expected: Pei Hao. In the last few days, Du Wan was writing and drawing in her quiet room. Everyone didn't know what she was writing and drawing. They thought she was practicing her calligraphy. Only Ning Qin, who grinds the ink, knows that the master has recently had a sudden idea that she wants to go farming to raise her family and become rich. At this moment, she is again mulling over various plans. Drop Chess came in from the outer door, reporting to the county lord. Chief Protector Zhuang seeks an audience. Invite him in. Du Wan put her pen down and looked at the door. Zhuang Songjun came in from outside with big strides, bowed respectfully to Du Wan, and told the gossip he heard outside. Du Wan is surprised. Pei Shi sent troops? How can it be his turn? This comment made Zhuang Song unable to pick it up. And after a long time of silence, he said tentatively, probably Pei Shi is a supreme talent. Gifted? Du Wan felt that the guy in front of her was even more gifted. On the contrary, Pei Hao, who was standing outside the door, happened to hear these words, and the corner of his mouth curled up by 3 points. Du Wan sensed that someone was outside the door. Who? Come in. It's me. Pei Hao frankly stepped into the quiet room. Du Wan looked at Zhuang Song obliquely. You can't do this prying for news. It's too late. I've just heard the news, and the rightful owner of the house has come to the door. Song. The news spread outside before he came back to report. In fact, it was not too late. It was just 1 or 2 hours late. When Pei Hao arrived, Song retreated. Then, Pei Hao saw Ning Qin and Luo Kei. You guys also go out. This Shitzi has something he wants to say to your master alone. Ning Qin and Lu Qi looked at Du Wan in unison. Du Wan nodded. Go out. Go outside and stand guard. Yes, County Lord. The two people both retreated. Pei Hao rounded the table and stood behind Du Wan, his peach blossom eyes looking at the desktop at what she had written. Huh? Was it something he couldn't read? Pei Hao bent down and asked. What is County Princess writing? Nothing. Writing something that only I can read. Du Wan has no intention of revealing her business. By the way, I heard that you're going to lead the troops to quell the rebellion? Pei Hao lifted the hem of his coat and sat down on the edge of the chair vacantly. Sitting like this, he leaned closest to her. So close that he could smell the lavender fragrance of her clothes. Du Wan didn't mind and even tilted her head up to look at him. Tell me, how come it's your turn to go to war? There are still some veteran generals in the dynasty. Right. Such as Uncle Nanyang, Marquis Dingbei, and your father, Duke Shen? Yeah. I'm quite strange too. Pei Hao really didn't expect that the emperor would suddenly appoint him to be the commander-in-chief. For this reason, he had also promoted him 3 levels in a row to become a great general. And most strangely kept his original official position. One person holding 2 positions. There has never been an example of this in the Great Qin state. Pei Hao converged his eyes deep in thought. Today at the court siege she took the initiative to come forward and ask the emperor for a decree to go and quell the rebellion. The ministers in the court almost didn't say a word when everyone thought that the emperor would allow it. Chapter 334. When I return in triumph. The emperor, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly decided to let Pei Hao lead the troops, and also set the troops to leave 3 days later on the spot. This decision was unexpected by everyone, including Pei Hao himself. Before that, the emperor did not discuss with anyone. Du Wan's focus, then, was different from the others. You said it was Xiechi who stood out, and the emperor appointed you? Not bad. That's strange. Du Wan is strange. But she knows that the rebels in the Great Qin Kingdom did not set off much of a storm, are sending experience and merit to the male lead. According to the plot this time, the person who led the troops to put down the rebellion was indeed not Xie Zhang. At that time, Xie Zhang was not out of office. So the person who led the army to quell the rebellion failed and lost food and grass. More like a capital enemy. Changing to Pei Hao in the past. Would the plot still be like in the book? Pei Hao looked at the little girl fixedly. Her face changed. I don't know what she was thinking. Seeing him a big living person sitting next to her. She can still be out of her mind. Pei Hao suddenly bent down, lowered his head and flew a kiss. This wasn't the first time. And it wouldn't be the last. Du Wan froze. Her brain a little wooden. You? Wan. When I return in triumph, we will be married. Okay. Pei Hao's voice is clear and superior, gently speaking the words buried in his heart for a long time. Abruptly, Du Wan's eyes widened. Clean and confused. Heart, about to pop out, beating like a thief. When she slowed down, she was about to open her mouth to say something. Pei Hao, however, did not allow her to speak, and very forcefully pressed her shoulders with one hand and the back of her head with the other, blocking her mouth with a substantial action. A very domineering kiss. There was no doubt that she was not allowed to resist. Miraculously, the little girl seems to be in a daze. Actually did not resist. It is a fool not to take advantage of the cheap. Pei Hao is to go along with the trend. To get an inch. Until the little girl reacted and wanted to raise her hand to push him away. He took a step ahead of her and retreated to a safe distance, removing the hairpin on her head before leaving. Pei Hao, you shame us. Taking advantage of her is not a human matter. It's just that the little girl glares fiercely at him. But she's milky and ferocious, without a bit of lethality. The reason was still that her big eyes were moist, as if they were a clear spring. Little face is even more red. Face like peach blossom. The most tempting like small mouth, but also slightly through the redness. This makes his eyes deeper. Forcibly suppress the idea of stupidity at the bottom of his heart. Enough? Today is enough. Any more will make the little girl angry. Not waiting for the little girl rage, Pei Hao retreated a distance. The face of the absolute color of the earth. Smile open and bright. Like the world's most beautiful starlight. The light of the capacity of the extreme. Pei Hao was in an extremely beautiful mood. Put the hairpin into his arms. Firmly threw down a sentence and turned to leave. Wan. Wait for me to come back and marry you. What are you thinking about? Eat fart. Who will marry you now? Duwan originally wanted to put in a few harsh words. But once she thought of the other party going on a journey, she held her tongue. She was afraid that if she said something, it would be unlucky. Just thinking about the situation just now, Duwan's face was hot again. And her heart was pounding again. There is no one else around. But the heart is still sweet. Air. Duwan had never seen a pig climb a tree. She had also seen a pig walk. As long as her head thought a little, she could understand what was going on. However, if it was really that simple, there would be no such thing as the authorities are confused. Moreover, it is not easy to let a person face his heart. The reason is that it's not as easy for me to face my heart frankly as it is for me to choose to deceive myself and others. So, Duwan chose not to think about it, and continued to bury her head in writing her own plan. Although from time to time the thoughts in the mind will be a little drifting, red hot, and in a trance. Just that the little girl didn't go into a trance for long. Du Qian knocked on the door, striding in, and then after looking around the room with business purity, Pei Chengming actually left? So fast? Oh! Only stayed for a while. Duwan looked up from her desktop, her eyes still a little fluttering. Du Qian walked over to the tabletop and scanned what was written on her sister's desktop. This time it's better. He left without me having to kick him out, Duwan said. Probably busier. He's going to lead the troops to quell the chaos. Sister heard about it? Well, he came over and said so. Let's go to the city gates to see him off then. We'll talk about it then. Duwan then thought of Pei Hao coming over this time and left without even drinking a cup of tea. Was this length of stay a quarter of an hour? Recalling the previous situation, the cheeks burned a little bit again. This shouldn't have been a quarter of an hour. Pei Hao received the decree to go to war, and the emperor only gave him 3 days to prepare. So the time was very tight. Even so, he still took a little time to rush to the princess' house to see the little girl. Originally, he thought that he would just say a few words, but he didn't think that there would be an unexpected surprise. Due to the urgency of time, Pei Hao did not visit the eldest princess and hurried out of the princess' mansion. Outside the princess's mansion, there were still Mu Xian and Hu San waiting. Mu Xian followed Pei Hao's expedition this time as his vice-general, also promoted and rich, in a very good mood. When he saw Pei Hao come out with a spring in his step, he couldn't help but whistle. Master Shitzi, in a good mood, for you to say. When Pei Hao rolled over and mounted his horse, the corner of his mouth was still curled up, and the bottom of his peach blossom eyes were glistening. Mu Xian heatedly laughed and followed onto the horse. Men know men best. If you were like this, you must have taken advantage of the little girl again. The spring breeze is so happy that the horse's hooves are fast. A group of people riding tall steeds hurriedly left the city, heading straight to the barracks outside the city. Marquis Dingbei Mansion. Xie Zhang sat in his study and kept practicing his calligraphy. Practicing all the time. Practicing all the time. Throwing papers all over the floor. It was an attempt to use the character practice to calm his restless heart. At one time he would rarely get really angry. But I don't know when he got angry again and again. Last time he even went to the Protectorate Temple to stay there. But obviously the effect was not good. It seemed that he would have to go there again sometime. Ding Bei Ho stepped in and looked at the papers on the ground. Picked up one and looked at it and released his hand, letting the paper in his hand fall to the ground. Zhang, your heart is not still. It can be seen from the words. Without looking up, Xie Zhang dropped the last stroke and asked, Didn't father go to the barracks? Why did you suddenly come back? Pei Hao went to the barracks. Marquis Dingbei stood with his hands behind his back. Not only did the emperor suppress the folders for your promotion, this time, he even didn't allow you to go out to the army. Instead, he appointed Pei Hao. I know. There might have been a mistake somewhere. Xie Zhang had been thinking about this problem for a long time, repeatedly recalling it. Still not sure where it went wrong. His Majesty doesn't seem to have a good impression of me. Could it be that something went wrong with Qin Yuyu? Not sure. Xie Zhang was also a bit skeptical. Father and son Arhao never thought that Pei Hao buried a pit for them a long time ago. Chapter 335 Plans cannot catch up with changes. What is most lacking in a chaotic world? Supplies? What is the most important thing? Grain. Du-won has money. She has set a new goal to hoard food. Firstly, we can't buy food on the market. It's already scarce and expensive. It's hard not to attract attention if you buy in bulk. If the big man in the palace finds out, how will he explain? Want to revolt? And go to the countryside to buy even more impossible. In recent years the crop harvest is not good. Go also cannot collect much. The only solution she could think of was to go farming herself. Food will be her biggest card and bargaining chip in the next few years. It's not that Du-won hasn't fantasized about stopping the coming of the chaotic world. However, she couldn't do it. Leaving aside her identity as a traveler, she was just a small, ordinary girl. If a country is heading towards the end, how can she alone save it? The emperor can't even save the world. Why should she be able to? Be realistic and sensible. Then recognize how much weight you have. In the book, Qin Yu is planting space, relying on a steady stream of food support, plus the main man Xie Zhang and Xia family behind the scenes to support, which collected a large number of forces. Stand out in the chaotic world, is still stepping on the blood and bones of countless people, only to make the country barely stable. In the end, the emperor as it were changed to be someone else. Qin Yu had labored so hard, but in the end, she only got a false name. Du-won only wanted to keep her cheap parents and big brother before the chaos subsided, and then help outsiders as much as she could, and no more. She didn't have much brain capacity, and there was only so much she could think of. Alas, it was really too hard for her. Du Qian sat in the quiet room, quietly turning over the plans Du-won had written out, writing a stroke in the east and a stroke in the west. The text was also a generic word for a while, a family word for a while, and there were misspellings with missing arms and legs. Thanks to Du Potential's ability to read and understand the general meaning. Sister, what do you do with this? Planting cotton, raising chickens, ducks and geese, and raising cows, sheep and pigs? Build warehouses, open processing workshops? Do you want to do big business? What business? This is hoarding supplies. Just buy whatever you want. Relying on buying will affect the livelihood of the great Qin kingdom. It's better this way. A constant supply. No worries about food and clothing. Du Qian couldn't understand his sister's brain circuit. Great Qin kingdom has cotton, just not in large quantities to grow it. And many of the fields are in the hands of the powerful and wealthy. The people for a mouthful of food are difficult. As long as there is land are planting food. And will not take the fields to plant cotton? Du Qian thought of the snowstorm. This planting cotton is good. As long as there is cotton. Not afraid of freezing to death again. The great Qin kingdom is not working. The people are starving to death even if they don't freeze to death. This cannot be picked up. Du-won strangely asked. Big brother, haven't you ever thought about changing the status quo? Du Qian gave her a deep look, then said in an inscrutable manner, life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and riches are in heaven. All we have to do is to follow the fate of heaven. I believe in your evil. Du-won knows that she is not a native here after all. Thinking is not the same as the natives. The most obvious is that she does not have much reverence for imperial power. The other three people in the family acted cautiously outside. They have the intention to change this world, all have to hold back from doing anything. As Du-won had just asked. Going to change the status quo of the great Qin state would definitely involve the interests of all the major powers. And if the princess house was bent on having its own way, in the end it would only be eaten up to the point that not even crumbs were left. Since ancient times, there are not many political reforms that can end well. Du Qian laughed lightly, dotingly rubbing his sister's head. Sister, go ahead and do whatever you want to do. I want to carve out a piece of land in your fiefdom. Realize all those things you planned? Of course. Don't you want to build a city wall? It's only natural for me to do those things in a safe place. Du-won felt that building a city wall was quite a lot of work. It should be easier if only a line of defense was built. Only, she believed that Du Qian had his own considerations. So she did not say anything more on the matter. Du-won said very generously, Big brother, if you lack money, just tell me. I have money. Lots and lots of money. Haha. Thank you, sister. Big brother doesn't lack money, and has just as much. Much more. Du Qian didn't tell his sister that the princess house didn't lack money. And the Du clan didn't lack money even more. The matter of establishing the city wall. He was only doing it on the surface. Behind the scenes, the fortifications were letting the clan take over. This world is going to be chaotic. People outside don't know. He still knows the situation. Yet no one mentioned it to his sister. Yet she knew. She also made preparations for this. To protect her family. Du Qian did not say anything on his lips. But he was very happy. On the spot, he promised to set aside a piece of land for Du Wan. Du Wan decides to go for a site visit tomorrow. But naturally, plans cannot catch up with changes. Sheriff Master, Mother Yin is here, saying that the eldest princess has asked you to come to the main courtyard. Ning Qin's voice rings outside. Du Wan looks at Du Qian. Mother called me over. What's the matter, ah? Do you want Big Brother to accompany you over there? No need. I haven't made any mistakes recently. Du Wan stroked her small chin, pondering over this matter. Du Qian lightly laughed. You'll know when you go. Okay. That's all for now here. You need to recopy your plan. Now I'm afraid no one can read it except me. Du Qian patted what was written on her desktop. Du Wan nodded, tidied up her desktop, and turned to the main courtyard. The eldest princess was ordering her subordinates to prepare some things. Du Wan took a look at them as she went over. With mostly herbs. Mother, what are you preparing these for? To send it to Chengming. The eldest princess looked at her daughter's clueless appearance and hated her. Chengming is going out to fight. You, as a fiancé, won't prepare something for him. There's no need for me. He has his own father and mother and sister. And he has you to prepare for him. These are enough. Aren't they? Not less than me. That's true. But what you've prepared is also a token of your appreciation. Du Wan had a drop of being convinced. Then what do I have to prepare? Mother called me over. It can't be just for this little thing. The eldest princess was silent. This little matter? Is this still a small matter? When she saw her daughter's wide-open innocent eyes, she silently swallowed back the words in her heart. For her daughter, it might still be a small matter. Well, her daughter is still young and doesn't know any better. The eldest princess found another good reason for Du Wan. So, Du Wan prepared with the eldest princess with her eyes on her the entire time. When it was done, and Du Wan thought it was fine, the eldest princess suddenly said again, Go to the Protectorate Temple and ask for a peace talisman for Chengming and give it to him before the army leaves. Du Wan was numb. This is a lot of things. And they haven't even married yet. If she really married, wouldn't there be more things to do? Chapter 336 A Little Girl with a Black Heart. The next morning, Du Wan rode a horse with a group of guards such as Shuang Tsung out of the city in a dignified manner. A different person might have thought that something had happened to the princess's residence. And Du Wan would have left the city in such a murderous manner. When all kinds of scouts went to check only to learn that the county princess just went to a protectorate temple. There is nothing special. The only special thing is that the monks of the protectorate temple treated the princess with extra enthusiasm. Du Wan did not care about the prying from all sides. Du Wan stood at the bell tower for a while. The two monks guarding the bell tower were standing by. Respectful. But they just wouldn't let her go up. Du Wan looked at them askance. What's going on? Won't let me go for a stroll. It's the presiding officer's order. The bell tower is not open for the time being. Please forgive me. Your Highness. A monk spoke stiffly. The other monk played pitiful. Sheriff. The little monk is just a bell tower guard. Du Wan did not make things difficult for the two of them. It's fine. It's fine. If you don't go up, you don't go up. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. The two of them let out a sigh of relief in unison. As a result, Du Wan stood downstairs and waved her small hand at the upper floors, saying loudly, Little Zhong Zhong. I'm here again, yo. Say hello. Buzz. 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 Du Wan laughed with joy. On the contrary, it was the two monks, hanging their heads in shame. Finished, yo. Sure enough, the sheriff is not an ordinary person. No wonder even the presiding officer is scornful. Not long after, three silhouettes appeared all of a sudden. It was old monk Yuan Tong and two attained monks. The three men looked at Du Wan in unison, their gazes glittering as if they were looking at treasures. Du Wan shuddered in her heart and said with a straight face, What are you looking at? It's just a rare trip to say hello to little Zhong Zhong. I didn't take it out to play. Also, you guys didn't let me go up. I didn't go up either. The county princess is overly concerned. The poor monk has no intention of chastising you. Master Yuan Tong was quite good-tempered and spoke with kind brows. Du Wan wouldn't listen to a word he said and take it seriously. The old monk was guarding against her. Thinking she didn't know? Grandmaster Yuan Tong immediately changes the topic. What is it that the county princess has come to the Protectorate Temple for? What else can I do at the temple? I'm going to seek incense and ask for a peace talisman. Duwan's small face looked at Yuan Tong strangely, causing Yuan Tong to make a big red face. Yuan Tong smiled awkwardly yet politely. Then, Sheriff Master. Please. Please. Master is just being polite. Protectorate Temple this. Duwan gave Yuan Tong a thumbs up. Yuan Tong continued to keep smiling. No panic. Can't panic. Sure enough, Duwan next came up to Master Yuan Tong with a smile. Master, my mother is pregnant and a bit old. Any pills to calm the fetus or for prevention to sell? No. Yuan Tong decisively refused. He hadn't really studied medicine for pregnant women. Duwan did not have any regrets. Do you still have the heart-protecting pill? I used the last one. And I'm a bit panicked that I don't have any stock at home. Yuan Tong. No. The panic is him. He was just about to refuse, when Duwan looked up at the bell tower. Why don't you let little Zhong come home with me to subdue the house? There. Yes. How many do you want? Yuan Tong immediately compromised. Egu. Master is just magnificent. How many do you want? When it's a big cabbage. Yuan Tong took Duwan and left the bell tower. Yes. Master Yuan Tong now only wanted to take Duwan away from the bell tower to keep her from being a demon. When he arrived at the Zen room where Yuan Tong lived, he went directly to the small private pharmacy. Duwan stood outside and could still smell the strong smell of medicine coming from inside. Master, do you have any injury medicine for sale here? To cure internal injuries or something? Or to stop bleeding or something? Yes. How much do you need? More is better. It's something for saving lives. Who can hurt you now? Do you still need these? Isn't that fiancé of mine going to lead the troops to war? I have to get him some medicine for defense even if I'm just doing it. Don't I? Duwan hadn't thought of pay how. No. Smelling the fragrance of medicine. It's a fool not to take advantage of a bargain. Duwan knew the reasoning of eating people's mouths short and taking people's hands soft. The Protectorate Temple was so nice to talk to. It must have a request for her, since the last time she took so many pills from the old monk. Duwan knew that she owed a favor. Even if she didn't take the favor now, it would still come in the future. Also from the words of Monk Yuan Tong just now, Duwan was understanding that people could see her cultivation level. Sure enough, the Protectorate Temple hides crouching tigers and dragons. It's not simple. After waiting for a while, sitting outside Duwan, the little monk brought a bowl of bitter tea. Duwan took a sip and didn't really want to touch it. At this time, Yuan Tong smiled amiably and came out carrying a small bundle. He sat down in front of Duwan and opened the bundle. There were a few medicine bottles, and a few medicine boxes, and only one small jade bottle. Yuan Tong took out the small jade bottle. This is the heart-protecting pill. There are only 2 left. Give them all to the county princess. Atmosphere. A grandmaster is just atmospheric. Duwan praised and at the same time reached out to take the small jade bottle and looked at it. It was exactly the same as the jade bottle that contained the pills last time. Yuan Tong added. These pill bottles contain pills to treat internal injuries. The pill box contains some hemostatic powder, which is miraculously effective in stopping bleeding. As for the usage and dosage, I've written them all down. Just use them according to the above. He showed the medicines inside, one by one, to Duwan. Duwan's kind words popped out without any money. Master is really powerful. I heard that there is no medicine that you won't practice. Where? Yuan Tong smiled so much that his eyes only had a slit left. Duwan carefully put away the medicine and put it back into the small bundle. Then took out a stack of silver tickets from her bosom and put them on the table. Yuan Tong only took one. I'll take 10,000 taels. The rest county princess take it back. How can this work? These medicines you old man can casually sell for 100,000 taels. Other than the 2 heart-protecting pills, the other medicines are not worth a few silver. Yuan Tong insisted on not accepting it. All right then. Thank you, master. Duwan could only pretend not to be forceful and took back the 90,000 taels. In the future, we have to liaise more and more. Only with more liaison will our friendship be deeper. Right? You are right. Very right. Yuan Tong suddenly grinned. Duwan followed with a smile that was as innocent as it could be. Yuan Tong only wanted to say, innocent and harmless my ass. Just a little girl with a black heart. Fortunately, these pills were really not costly in silver. The pills that outsiders thought were sky-high in price were not that hard to come by for Yuan Tong. As long as there were enough herbs, Yuan Tong would be able to refine them. But things were rare and expensive. And he also wanted to use this to trade with people for all kinds of rare and hard-to-find herbs. In fact, he had been doing a costless business. Sometimes when people came to his door to ask for medicine, he would let them bring their own herbs and split the refined pills 50-50. The heart-protecting pill was precious outside, but it really couldn't be called particularly rare here in Yuan Tong's place. When Yuan Tong left the little girl, he kindly presented her with 5 more lucky bags. The 5-piece talismans were contained inside the lucky bags. Chapter 337, Impossible to ambush the little girl. Duwan's purpose was accomplished. There was no need to linger at the Protectorate Temple. There were quite a number of visitors to the Protectorate Temple today, and some of them had a similar purpose as Duwan. When she came out of Master Yuan Tong's meditation room, she hadn't walked for long before she ran into Madame Pei Huiyu and Mu Fangling. The direction Duwan walked out. It was not hard to guess that she came out from the presiding officer, as well as the small bag she was carrying in her hand, and the several bags of blessings she was holding in her hand. It was still very conspicuous. Meeting them, Duwan was quite surprised. Then, before she greeted them, she stuffed all the lucky bags into the small bundle and handed it over to Zhuang Song, who was carrying it next to her. Zhuang Song silently took it and carried it very carefully. The contents of the small bundle were very expensive, worth 10,000 taels. If he lost it, he couldn't even afford to pay for it if he sold it. Duwan walked over and greeted with a polite smile. Mrs. Pei, what a coincidence. It is coincidental. What are you doing here? Mrs. Pei looked at Zhuang Song's small bundle. Duwan smiled politely. My mother asked me to come and seek a few peace talismans from Master Yuan Tong. As for you, you came over to look for Master Yuan Tong as well. Right? Yes. Came to ask for a peace talisman for Howard. Mrs. Pei was wearing a smile on her face, but her eyes were not too warm. Duwan didn't care. It's not like she's silver that everyone likes. It's just fine for everyone to maintain face love. At this time, Pei Huiyin stood still. On the contrary, it was Mu Fangling who took a few steps forward and gave Duwan a blessed salute. Fangling greets County Princess. No need to be polite. Duwan responded carelessly. There was no need for further politeness. Duwan then said to Madame Pei, Master Yuan Tong happens to be inside, so this county mistress won't impede on your time. So I'll take my leave first. County Lord, take your time. Lady Pei responded politely. Duwan nodded and looked at them again without moving. The 3 people froze first. Then it was Mu Fangling who was the first to react and retreated to the side with her own maid. Seeing this, Mrs. Pei realized that she had to get out of the way, sank her face and stepped aside. Pei Huiyu was about to say something but was pulled back by Mrs. Pei, so she had to step aside, and also glared at Duwan in a puffed-up manner. Duwan suddenly stopped and asked coolly, What? Does eldest Miss Pei have an opinion about this county mistress? Pei Huiyu arrogantly hums in a cold snort. Humph. You don't even see my mother, and don't know how to be courteous. Hee hee. This county lord doesn't even have to salute when she sees the emperor. Can Mrs. Pei stand a salute from me? Duwan's gaze towards Pei Huiyu is a bit cold. Or does Miss Pei just know how to be polite? My mother is your future mother-in-law. Pei Huiyu was about to continue when Mrs. Pei became so angry that she threw an ear slap into her face. The sudden slap directly confused Pei Huiyu. Mother? Shut up. Mrs. Pei's gaze gave Pei Huiyu a threatening glance. Immediately after, Lady Pei looked at Duwan with a slight apology. County Princess. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not teaching my daughter properly. Please can you forgive his sister this time for Howard's sake? She is too stupid. She should be taught properly. Duwan's voice transmits coldness. Last time I lost my temper in my family's other courtyard. This time it's even more interesting. An uneducated thing even talks to people about manners. Mrs. Pei lowered her head, not letting anyone see the anger in her eyes. Duwan had wanted to maintain some face with them, but they didn't want to. Duwan walked a few steps and turned back. Mrs. Pei, if you are not satisfied with this marriage, then go to the princess residence to withdraw from the marriage. I can guarantee you that if you go to withdraw from the marriage, it will go smoothly. When Lady Pei heard this sentence, she was almost furious. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Du-Won's back as she left in big strides. And the words that were almost on her lips could only be blocked in her chest. And she could not hold them in. Du-Won knew that her attitude was not good. But so what? Going to please her mother-in-law and sister-in-law who don't like her. She hasn't even married yet. And you want her to be humble? What kind of daydream is that? Du-Won, who was walking away, also heard Pei Huiyu angrily say, Mother, this marriage must be returned. Didn't she say that the princess house would agree to withdraw the marriage? Then when Big Brother leaves the capital, you will go and withdraw the marriage. Mrs. Pei snapped. Shut up. Go back and teach you a lesson. Pei Huiyu is hating Du-Won in her aggression. I definitely don't recognize such a sister-in-law. Before she even entered the house, she made a mess of the family home. And she even dared to threaten you. Why don't you withdraw the marriage before it's too late? And when 3 or 2 years have passed, you can then match your big brother with a good marriage. It's better than marrying an unclear and troublemaker and coming back. You? Mrs. Pei was furious earlier. At this time, she started to consider the issue of withdrawing from the marriage. It had to be said that Lady Pei was a bit moved. A woman's reputation is clearly destroyed. But not to clamp her tail and behave. Not yet pass through the door to give her the future mother-in-law face. Really married over it. Mrs. Pei is really considering a new daughter-in-law. In the past, she hid it well, but she still has a nagging feeling about Du-Won's disappearance. Seeing her mother's expression, Pei Huiyu knew that she was moved, and hurriedly added fuel to the fire. Mother, my elder brother is so outstanding. What kind of girl can't he want to marry? Let's go back and talk about this matter. And keep your mouth shut. You can't reveal a single hint to your big brother to know, Mrs. Pei said warningly, and also warned the people accompanying her. Instead, it was Mu Fangling who couldn't wait to hide far away, saying that the other county princess was a troublemaker. Cousin seemed more like it. The scariest thing was that she used her half-crippled brain and managed to talk her aunt into it. The capital can't stay. She has to find a way to go back to Ping'an City. Now Du-Won has no time to pay attention to Mrs. Pei and the others. Before going down the mountain, she actually ran into Xie Zhang. Xie Zhang came to the Protectorate Temple, and likewise did not expect that he would run into Du-Won. The two of them just bumped into each other head-on. In the past, Xie Zhang would have happily gone up to say hello. But since the last time she had warned him, she had successfully cut off that thought in his heart. However, he only hesitated for a moment before coming forward as if he were an immortal, and greeted her courteously. Greetings to you, Sheriff Master. No need to be polite. Du-Won did not say much and walked around Xie Zhang. Zhuang Tsong and the others hurriedly followed. Xie Zhang stood in place, slowly turning back. The person who was walking away walked away with a sense of spontaneity. Since when had she changed? Xie Zhang knew it was in Qian County. Later, he sent someone to investigate. After the death of the granny who took care of her, the little girl, in order to live, had a period of time to venture up the mountain to collect medicine. Later, he said that he had forgotten the previous events. However, from what she said when she threatened herself, it is also clear that she knows a lot. Sometimes it always feels wrong. It shouldn't be like this. Huh? Big cousin. What a coincidence. A delicate and cute young girl carrying her skirt surprisingly trotted towards Xie Zhang. If Du-Won was here, she would be surprised at how lucky Xie Zhang was. As long as he goes out, he always meets this or that female companion. Du-Won is now riding towards the city. Originally, she wanted to go to Pei Hao directly after getting the peace talisman. But when she thought of the bad things that happened in the Protectorate Temple, she didn't want to go there anymore. Chapter 338. Feeling his eyes are not right. Back to the princess mansion. Du-Won threw the reins of her horse to the guards next to her, took the small bag from Zhuang Song, and went to see the princess in a hurry. When she was in the main courtyard, she unexpectedly saw that Du Xiongma and Du Qian were also there. Sister, I heard that you went to the Protectorate Temple? How come you came back so soon? Du Qian counted this time. It's too fast. Du-Won took the tea handed over by the subordinate and drank a bowl first. Most of the time was spent rushing. She was still a bit thirsty. I came back after my purpose was achieved. I didn't delay anything. As for the matter of meeting Mrs. Pei and the others, Du-Won did not mention a word about it. Du Qian took the bundle in her hand. What is this? Medicine. There are 2 heart-protecting pills and some injury medicines. How much silver was spent? Du Qian felt that this bundle was particularly heavy. Du-Wan smiled, revealing her small white teeth. Not much. Just 10,000 taels. Fortunately okay. Du Qian was relieved all of a sudden. I heard before that the heart-protecting pill has a market without a price. I thought it was particularly expensive. When Yuan Tong gave me the medicine, I didn't see him heartbroken. Du-Wan had even paid special attention to it. Du Qian checked the bag. Why did sister still buy so many injury medicines? Gave it to big brother, Du-Wan said casually. When Du Qian heard this, he was happy. It's still sister who loves me. With these, I won't be afraid of getting hurt when I practice. Yes. Du-Wan smiled with a slight heartfelt smile. She wanted to give it to Pei Hao, but she didn't want to temporarily. On the contrary, the eldest princess saw a few lucky bags in the package and picked them up to inspect them. This is the peace talisman that you begged for, Chengming. Right? What are you begging for? When I bought the medicine, Master Yuan Tong gave it away for free. Du-Wan was telling the truth. But no one believed it. The eldest princess immediately decided to split these medicines into two, to give half to Pei Hao. Du Xianzhong did not object, but only looked at these medicines and thought. In the past, old monk Yuan Tong was not known for his miserliness, but had never been a generous person. But treating Wan, the old monk was really generous. The eldest princess asked her subordinate to find a small jade bottle and filled it with a heart-protecting pill over. Wan, when you go to deliver the peace talisman, then send the medicine over by the way. There's no need for me to go personally. Right. Just find someone to deliver it. Du-Wan doesn't really want to go to the Duke of Jin mansion. She just flipped out with someone. It's just a pity that the eldest princess didn't indulge her this time. Du Qian wanted to say something, but was glared at by the eldest princess and closed her mouth again. Du-Wan had no choice but to answer. Thus, Du-Wan, who had just returned, was again driven out the door. 1 hour later, the nearest tea house to the Duke of Jin's residence, Du-Wan was sitting by the window, eating and drinking. There are also small packages on the table, arranging for a few people to keep an eye on the streets and say something when they see Pei Hao. When Du-Wan came out, she learnt that Pei Hao was not in the mansion. It was said that he went to the military camp yesterday and should be back today. Currently it is already afternoon. Not bad for a while. So Du-Wan played a little smart. Decided to wait for a rabbit. Before seeing Pei Hao, she saw Mrs. Pei's carriage first. Du-Wan listened to the people in the carriage on the spur of the moment. But she didn't hear anything useful. But she knew that Mrs. Pei had returned without any success this time. It was the first time Du-Wan learnt that there were two types of peace symbols in the Protectorate Temple. A kind of peace talisman gifted to the incense burner. Sold alone is a copper plate. Want to buy as many as there are. But the talisman that comes out from the hands of the Yuan Tong presiding officer is said to be worth 1,000 pieces of gold, regardless of whether the rumors were true or not. Lady Pei went to Master Yuan Tong to seek the talisman and failed. Du-Wan flipped through the lucky bag in the small bundle on a whim. There were 5 ghostly painted talismans lined up peacefully inside, and carefully went to feel a few of the peace talismans. She noticed a faint aura on them. Du-Wan narrowed her eyes. Were there people in the Protectorate Temple who cultivated like her? This peace talisman is not very special. At most, ordinary people wear it on their body to be nourished by spiritual qi, and their body will get better after a long time. And the effect is far less than a qi-nourishing pill. Zhuang Song, who was guarding the door, saw the county princess take the peace talisman out of the blessing bag. First one sheet on the desktop, staring at it for a while, and then one sheet back. At this time, a personal guard hurriedly came up to the first floor and whispered a few words to Zhuang Song. Zhuang Song dismissed that person, turned around and went in the box. Enlightened County Princess. Just now there is a message over. Said Pei Shitzi has returned to the capital. Only the person did not go back to the house. Turned to go to the Imperial City Department Yamen. Pei Hao and the others walked not this street. Therefore, Du-Wan's guarding did not wait for the rabbit. Du-Wan only turned to go to the Imperial City Department Yamen, and had to rush to complete her chief mother's task before nightfall. Arrived at the Yamen, the first person to see was Hussein, who was guarding outside the room. Before Du-Wan could greet Hussein, it so happened that Mu Xian came out from inside with a weary face. When she saw Du-Wan, she immediately perked up and said enthusiastically, "Hee. County Princess is here? Well, my mother asked me to deliver something. Where is your Shitzi master?" "Inside dealing with some official business." Musion said with a smile. What did County Lord want to deliver? Can I take a look? Duan asked. It seems like you're appointed as a vice general, and you're going to follow them to war as well? Yes. A life of toil. Musion felt that he was quite unlucky, having just returned to the capital from outside and leaving it again. Thinking of the friendship between the two, Duan felt around in her small bag and fished out a blessed bag and threw it to Musion. Here's a peace talisman for you. It's a friendly gift from Master Yuantong. Musion caught the blessed bag that was thrown to him. Once he heard that it was Master Yuantong's, he instantly smiled. Thank you, Sheriff Master. Beside him, Husan saw the bag of blessings in his hand and was envious. Suddenly, something was thrown towards him. Husan instinctively raised his hand to catch it and opened his palm to take a look. It is a lucky bag. Husan looks at Duan in dismay. Duan's small face smiles innocently. There are more than one. Send you one. Come back alive. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. Husan was so touched that his eyes turned red, cherishing the lucky bag in his arms. Musion came over to Duan's side. Did the Sheriff Lord beg for a lot? Not much. Duan stretched out a palm. Musion's teeth sank. Are 5 peace talismans still not enough? Pei Hao was inside, and temporarily handed over the next affairs of the Imperial City Department to Gu Li to handle. Outside a little bit of movement, he did not think much, until he saw Duan carrying a package in. Pei Hao saw the heart of the little girl. A little bit of a daze, suspecting that his eyes blurred. Could it be that he hadn't slept all night and was hallucinating? Duan set the small bundle on the table in front of Pei Hao. Take it. It's for you. What is it? Pei Hao came back to his senses in a trance. His face suddenly swirled with a smile. A pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to have a strange flame in them. Did Wan come over specially to give me something? Are you tired? Duan inexplicably shivered. It always felt that Pei Hao's eyes were not quite right at this moment. Chapter 339. The little girl likes him more. Pei Hao opened the small package and saw the medicine inside. Injury medicine and what not. He could understand. It was just that there was even a heart-protecting pill, which surprised him. Finally, his gaze fell on top of the 3 blessed bags. Unraveling them and looking inside again, they all had a peace talisman. It's Master Yuantong's peace talisman? Yes. A gift for you. All 3 are mine? Yours. Pei Hao was pleasantly surprised. I've seen people send peace talismans before. They are all sent one by one. His little girl is different. Her liking and heart for him is double. One send is 3-0. What does this mean? It represents that the little girl likes him more. Pei Hao cupped the 3 lucky bags in his palm, the corners of his eyes swirling with smiles. Wan. Is this something you specially went to the Protectorate Temple to beg for me? It was me who went to the Protectorate Temple to ask for it. Duan replies when she realizes that this is easily misunderstood, and hastily explains again. It wasn't me who asked for it. It was my mother who asked me to send it. The peace talisman wasn't something I went to ask for either. It was Master Yuantong who gave it to me for free. I know. Pei Hao's smile grew stronger. The little girl is so cute. She's even learned to speak her mind. She's embarrassed to admit it. Yuantong, that old monk, would give something away for free? Impossible. Pei Hao carefully put all 3 bags of blessings into his arms, then got up and walked around the table to Duan's front. He stood as close as he could. Duan felt that there was something wrong with him, and silently took 2 steps back, pulling back a bit. Then, Pei Hao took 2 more steps forward, and the distance instantly got closer again. Duan retreated again, and he got closer again. Finally, the little girl asked with a puzzled face. What's wrong with you, ah? Obviously the place is so big, but still want to grab a seat with me. Pei Hao, the heart that had just warmed up, instantly cooled most of the way. Didn't you get shy when you saw him earlier? How come he didn't get it at this moment? Just when Pei Hao wanted to pick up the little girl turned around and ran towards the outside, and waved her little hand behind his back. The things were delivered as they were, and I have reached my mission. I have to rush back to my house before dark, so I will take my leave first. Firstly, I wish Master Shitsi smooth sailing and victory. The person had disappeared, but his voice was still coming from far away. Pei Hao only felt a slight sense of desolation in the wind. Still thought that he could hug and kiss. However, before it started it died prematurely, and he envisioned a situation of deep affection and hard to part with was too different. And his heart was a little stuffed with panic. Turning to see the medicine laid out on the table. It is the little girl specially went to the Protectorate Temple to beg for it. Pei Hao suddenly mood again cloudy to clear. Sunny. Mu Xian came in at this time. Ah, how? The county princess left so soon? She said she wants to rush back to the house before nightfall. Oh, so there is a door ban. Mu Xian saw the medicine on the tabletop at this time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The county princess is sending medicine? Master Yuan Tong's medicine? Mu Xian knew the provenance as soon as he took a look at the medicine bottle and box. He had used Yuan Tong's medicine before. Just as Mu Xian wanted to reach out, Pei Hao took a step ahead and put the bag away. This is what the little girl prepared for me. Don't touch it. Sheriff Master is quite thoughtful. With these going out, the bottom is also a bit stronger. What is the most worrying thing before going to war? It's when you're seriously injured and there's no medicine. Mu Xian didn't care that Pei Hao put away the medicine. Have you arranged the official business of the government office? It's done. I can go back to the house. Pei Hao picked up the bag and was about to walk out, when he suddenly saw a corner of Mu Xian's arms exposed. His peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. A lucky bag? You mean this? Mu Xian pulled out from her bosom. Precisely a lucky bag. Pei Hao saw the familiar lucky bag. Where did it come from? Where else could it come from? The county princess just gave it to me. Mu Xian mood is gorgeous. Carefully put away the lucky bag. I grew up so big. Or the first time I received a lucky bag from someone else. This has to be put away. It can't be lost. Pei Hao pressed his hand to his chest, to the 3 lucky bags in his arms. Suddenly, he felt that his mood was not so wonderful. So he was not unique. As if Mu Xian didn't see Pei Hao's difference. Not only do I have it. Husan also got the blessed bag of County Princess. Pei Hao's face sank. Surprisingly, there are still people? How many people did the little girl give away? When did Yuan Tong, that old bald donkey's peace talisman, become this ubiquitous? Mu Xian quietly moved out. Just as he was about to step over the threshold. Xian, go keep an eye on those people in logistics. If the grain and grass dare to be adulterated, directly cut the people down. Pei Hao's voice was cool and penetrating. Frightened, Mu Xian's toes almost kicked the threshold. Why do you want me to go? You're idle. Pei Hao carried the small bundle towards the outside. Husan lowered his head and hurriedly followed, ignoring Mu Xian's wailing behind him. The deadliest of them all. Knowing that Master Shixi's jealousy is so strong. How dare he deliberately go to provoke it? The most detestable also pulled on him. A rare bag of blessings is not yet warmed. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Walking to the government office, Husan approached Pei Hao and reluctantly handed over the bag of blessings. Master, this is what the Sheriff Master gave to my subordinate, and said that she would let my subordinate come back alive. Pei Hao's footsteps lurched, looking down at Husan's palm. Another familiar bag of blessings? Pei Hao's heart soured for a moment. It's fine. The county princess gave me 3 of them. This one you keep. Thank you, Master and County Princess, for the reward. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Husan's heart rejoiced. Pei Hao lightly raised his eyebrows at the words. Not bad. Very eye-catching. The Pei family guards who were outside left half of them for Mu Xian. Pei Hao took half of them directly back to the house. When he went back, Pei Hao went to see Dukshan. Father and son talked for nearly an hour. Returning to his own courtyard, listening to the rain, a subordinate came to report. Son, just now the cousin girl came, and then was invited away by Madam. Did she say anything? Pei Hao asked while unwrapping the fox fur on his body. The man respectfully said, Didn't say. The slave said that you hadn't returned yet, and she asked about Prince Mu again. Oh, got it. Pei Hao did not take it to heart. Mu Xian was Mu Fangling's cousin, and as he was about to leave the capital to quell the chaos, it was normal for him to come and meet before he departed. Therefore, Pei Hao did not take this matter to heart. And the backyard, Mrs. Pei's courtyard. Mu Fangling and Pei Huyen were helping Mrs. Pei to pack things together. All of these things were things that Pei Hao might be able to use. Madam Pei asked. Ling, just now you went to the Hearing Rain residence? Yes. When I heard that my cousin had returned, I thought that my elder cousin had returned as well, only to go and realize that he hadn't. Mu Fangling said with a smile, greatly generous without seeming to be faking. When I went to the main hall of the Protectorate Temple to offer incense, I begged for a peace talisman that was offered to the Buddha, and I wanted to give it to cousin. Hearing these words, Lady Pei believed. You leave the peace talisman behind, and in a moment, I'll have someone send it along with these things. Okay. Mu Fangling had to put down a lucky bag containing the peace talisman. It's a pity that I can't see Lobby Brother. Chapter 340 Sending each other to the 10-mile pavilion outside the city. The 3 days given by the Emperor was a short period of time. In order for the army to depart smoothly, many government offices had to work overtime, including do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, who was the minister of the Shang dynasty. And the matter of the army's pay still had to pass through his hands. With many people watching, no one dared to get their hands dirty on the matter of rations. Early this morning, Du-Wan was called up early by her big brother, rode to the city gates in a hurry, did not see anyone. Immediately, the group rushed to the 10-mile pavilion outside the city. As long as the army departs, it will definitely pass through here. There were many people who came here to see them off. Most of them were the families of the generals in the capital, and some of them had already started to wipe up their tears. Du-Wan and Du Qian were riding out of the city, guarding the roadside. Du-Wan, who originally thought nothing of it, was infected by the atmosphere and put away her contempt. Du-Wan asked, Big brother, is the army sure it will pass through 10-mile pavilion? Anxious? Du Qian teased and laughed. Du-Wan's face was slightly hot. No. I was pulled up early by you, and I still have to rush back for a nap. Ha. No one is laughing at you. Du Qian Qi-Lang laughed. Du-Wan sidestepped and ignored her cheap big brother. Du Qian pointed to the front of the official road. Coming! On hearing this, Du-Wan immediately looks over, just in time to see the army appear. Pei Hao was dressed in general's attire, riding a tall steed, particularly eye-catching amongst the ranks. Pei Hao, who was riding past, could just see the little girl in the crowd. It was as if in the middle of the sea of people, no matter where her people stood, he could see her at a glance. It is just that the people who are sending off today can't go on the official road, and the generals can't even leave the group without permission. Pei Hao did not make an exception, but just rode on the back of the horse and tried to walk as slowly as possible, just to be able to look at the little girl one more time. The strong reluctance in the peach blossom eyes, no matter how repressed it is, it can still be seen through at a glance, until finally, Pei Hao towards the direction of the little girl, waved his arm forcefully, and then steered his horse away. Today's goodbye. Goodbye will take a year and a half. Du-Wan looked at Pei Hao in the army, from far to near, and from near to far. Her small face was rare and serious, very silent. I don't know how many of the 200,000 troops that are going this time will be buried in his hometown. Reality was cruel, but it was inevitable. It was only when Du Qian reminded her to go back that Du-Wan quietly mounted her horse and left with her cheap elder brother. The two siblings did not return to the city, but went to Du Qian's fiefdom. Du-Wan was originally in a somewhat depressing mood, but when she ran into business, she quickly shifted her attention. Big brother, do you think that piece of land in the fiefdom is suitable for me? What are your requirements? There are mountains, water, and a large meadow. This request of yours is really not small. Luckily I was prepared. Follow me. Du Qian brought Du-Wan to a manor that barely met Du-Wan's requirements. It was just that the manor was a bit small. Only 600 acres of good land. Not far from the manor was a large grassy area, and further away was a small hill, with a small stream surrounding it. Du-Wan was surprised. Big brother, this manor is yours? Already bought it. In the future this piece will be yours. Use it however you want. This place became his fiefdom. Some private fields, those that could be bought back were bought back by him. Those who refused to sell also let them be. As for the dozen or so small villages, Du Qian did not move for the time being. Du-Wan saw that in the manor there were still some people living. Du Qian saw them and said, you said you want to plant things. You always need manpower. So I didn't drive them away. There are also 3 villages near here, so it's convenient for you to hire people if you want to. This can be Du-Wan rode her horse to spread out in this field. Du Qian sighed in relief. Her little sister had finally recovered her spirit. After seeing the environment, Du-Wan went back to the old mansion with Du Qian. Being in Du-Wan's position, there was usually no need to go in person when you wanted to do something. As long as the matter was ordered down, a large number of people would rush to do it. After Du-Wan examined that piece of land, she drew a plan. Zhuang Song, Who do you think would be a good person to find to do these things? Sheriff Master. What do you think of my subordinate? Zhuang Tsung stood straight, looking at Du Wan with a bit of expectation. Du Wan was confused for a moment. You don't want to be a guard? I can't be a guard for the rest of my life. Zhuang Tsung had a sense of crisis. Sheriff Master's force is higher than his. Keeping them around is like using them as decoration. Zhuang Tsung stayed by Du Wan's side. He didn't want to just be a guard. It's better to be a beloved or something. He can have a better future. What the Sheriff Lord wants to do lately. My subordinate more or less understands. Okay. Then you go and do it. If there's anything you don't understand, come back and ask me again. Du Wan also handed Zhuang Tsung the plan that she had recopied. Zhuang Tsung guaranteed that he would do it properly. To do all these things, all the silver from Du Wan's private treasury. In order to show that there is no doubt about the use of people, Du Wan gave Zhuang Tsung 10,000 taels of silver checks on the spot. Zhuang Tsung took the silver ticket, walking a little floating. Go back to his study of the plan, which is very detailed, written in the rules and regulations. Priorities are marked, as long as the above to arrange it. In fact, do not need to bother how much brain. The most important thing is to invite to the reliable people and supervisors of the problem. Zhuang Tsung win the forbidden guards, but also out of the head. Contacts naturally have some. Du Wan has only one requirement for this. The speed should be fast. The faster the better. After handing over the matter in hand, Du Wan began to close the door to cultivate, almost without leaving the house. The day before the Lantern Festival, Du Qian brought her back to the city and made an appointment to have dinner with her family. And the posts sent to the princess residence these days were like snowflakes. Du Wan had just come back when Ning Qin came over holding a bunch of posts. Sheriff Master, these are the invitations sent by the various mansions in the capital. Do you want to read them? What are the special ones? The ones that aren't special have all been pushed. Du Wan doesn't want to go to a banquet right now to get involved with a group of noble women. Ning Qin takes out an invitation from it. All the others can be pushed off. This one is from the palace. Do you want to see it? From the palace? Du Wan took it and flipped through it. It's Qin Yuyu inviting her to swim in the lake on New Year's Eve. It's really rare. Could it be that when she became a princess, she forgot what she said before? Du Wan also remembers that Qin Yuyu is quite sensible. Before she regained her identity, she would really take a detour when she saw her. I guess now that she has regained her status, she feels that her status is different, and she doesn't need to avoid her anymore. Du Wan was bored and said, "Rejected?" "Yes." Then the slave girl let someone go and return a message. Ning Qin immediately answered. Du Wan waved her hand, signaling her to do so. Is it the cultivation that doesn't smell good? Too lazy to go and act out sisterly harmony with Qin Yuyu. There was no need right now. Neither Du Wan nor Du Qian wanted to enter the palace. Du Wan reclined onto the toffee chair and wiggled her feet. Her eyes inadvertently landed on a jade carving on the Bo Gu shelf, and her sight thus lurched. This jade carving she remembered. It was Shun from Pei Hao, who also asked for 10,000 taels from her. Chapter 341 Meeting for a Trip at the Lantern Festival. Lantern Festival. For families, it is a festival of reunion. For lovers, it is a day for dating. The traditional Valentine's Day. For Du Wan, it was no different from an ordinary day. Putting off all the invitations and just wanting to stay at home and cultivate. Until Qinjiu came to her door. Du Wan was still pondering over the matter of cultivation. Recently her cultivation had reached a bottleneck and had not broken through. Ning Qin reported outside. "Master, Miss Qin is waiting for you in the living room." "Okay. I'll be there in a while." Du Wan fixes her hair and goes out. Qinjiu is holding a cup of tea. Seeing her come out, he quickly put down the tea bowl and stood up. "County Lord, you didn't go to play at the Lantern Festival today?" Du Wan asked strangely. Qinjiu smiled. "Didn't go? Didn't you also not go?" "I didn't want to socialize. If I go, there are more enemies than friends. It's quite meaningless." This is something that only the county princess dares to say. Qinjiu thought about it, and was right. The previous county princess' popularity was quite poor. But now, because of her identity, it was a lot better. Qinjiu said, "There's a rumor outside that the Sheriff Lord likes farming? Where did the rumor come from?" Du Wan is surprised. Qinjiu said, "I heard it at the banquet. There were some noble women who told it as a joke." This Qinjiu did not say. Du Wan did not think so. Sure. I recently found farming quite interesting. She doesn't know how to farm. But she can't help the fact that the internet information is too wide. And all kinds of live broadcasts and small videos are prevalent. So even if Do-won hasn't deliberately learned, she has also come into contact with this kind of information, such as raising fish in rice paddies, raising chickens with earthworms, etc. Of course, she doesn't need to be good at it. Of course, she doesn't need to be good at it. She only needs to provide a line of thought, so that people who are good at it can study it. About how to grow greenhouse vegetables. Do-won plan book have written. Do-won's plan barely qualifies as a small food production chain, self-producing and self-sustaining. The only thing that urgently needs to be solved is the problem of the length of storage. Of course, this problem was still late in the game. The grain hadn't even been produced yet. Shinjio was surprised. Are you playing for real? Of course. Am I the kind of person who just talks? You are? Shinjio didn't dare to say anything. The look on Do-won's small face was serious. It was quite strange for the county lord to suddenly lower herself to fiddle with these things that only pariahs would fiddle with. Do-won didn't feel any shame in doing this. Neither the eldest princess nor Du Xianlin stopped it. And Du Qian even carved out a piece of land to support it. Shinjio sat for a while longer, and asked Do-won to go to the Lantern Festival together tonight. Do-won happened to have nothing to do, so she casually agreed. On that day, after the family had dinner, the eldest princess was pregnant, and Du Xianjun accompanied her at home. Before night came, the princess' residence was hung with lanterns. Do-won was about to go out when she met Du Qian unannounced. Do-won was surprised and asked, "Big brother, what are you doing? I heard that you are going out tonight. I happen to be free to join together." Du Qian was already wearing brand new brocade robes. A proper powerful and noble son. Wanting to have a face. Wanting to have the temperament to have the temperament. Do-won tangled, "But I have an appointment with Shinjio. It's not a problem to take you there temporarily. What's wrong with that? You two girls are at home. It's just right for me to follow you to protect you." Du Qian's words came to a halfway point and didn't continue. What a bad habit. It all made him forget that his sister was strong and didn't need his protection at all. Du Qian thought of his sister not needing himself anymore. His mood was inexplicably lost. Sister does not need big brother now? No. Do-won didn't even think about it and denied it. Hurriedly straightened her little face, and said with great seriousness and earnestness, "I suddenly feel that big brother is following quite well, and is very secure. Sister really do not mind big brother? Don't dislike. I don't dislike anyone, but I don't dislike big brother." Do-won said this sincerely. Du Qian was very flattered by these words, and immediately happily led Do-won out the door. The onlookers, such as Ning Qin, only felt that they might be blind. Waiting outside the gate of the Qinjiu, leaning on the carriage, was quite casual. The moment he saw Do-won walking out, next to Du Qian, instantly raised the spirit, stood upright. This time is private to play. Did not make a big battle. Qinjiu also deliberately picked a carriage that looks unusual in appearance. This time it was good. There was an extra Du Qian. One carriage won't do. So, another one was added. Equally low-key. The Lantern Festival was held in the former night market. When I arrived, it was really crowded, and there were some flower boats in the lake. People just need to sit on the boat, swim along the lake shore for a circle. You will be able to view the lanterns on the shore once. The number of times Do-won has been here can be counted on one hand. But she has just learned about this kind of operation. Du Qian originally escorted Do-won forward, and then saw Qinjiu was almost hit by someone. Du Qian incidentally escorted Qinjiu. Another thing was that Do-won was like a leather monkey. She didn't need others to protect her at all. As long as she flicked, the people in front of her automatically gave way. Do-won thought that she had gained more knowledge again and lamented. The lanterns at the Lantern Festival are very beautiful. There are more river lanterns with more patterns than the ones we saw at last year's Mid-Yuan Festival. Needless to say, the river lanterns of the Mid-Yuan Festival are more or less influenced by the festival, and are mostly on the plain side. The lanterns of the Lantern Festival are brightly colored and mainly festive. Looking at them puts people in a good mood, Qinjiu said, while enviously watching a girl carrying a lantern pass by. There was a young man next to that girl. At a glance, the two belonged to a couple. Right? Qinjiu secretly looked at Du Qian again. Du Qian seemed to have noticed the problem at this time. Many of the people walking by were carrying lanterns in their hands. "Sister, do you want to go and guess the lantern riddle?" Or should Big Brother go and buy you a rabbit lamp? Du-won carried her small hand on her back, walking above the street, looking left and right. Don't spend money on it. It's not interesting. If you want it for free. That's going to guess the lantern riddles. Du Qian thought she understood. Du-won looked at Qingjio. What do you think? Qingjio feigned a reserved nod. So good. Du-won looked at her like this, twisted to death. In her heart, it was clear that Qingjio was rushing towards Du Qian today, and Du-won didn't stop her. Whether she could hook her cheap big brother or not depended on her own ability. But now it looked a little bit hanging. Du-won doesn't think she doesn't understand love. Doesn't think she is an unenlightened. Right now, she just analyzed it very sensibly. Du Qian is an unenlightened sister controller. Hey, brother, stop Guan. At the head of a flower boat on the lake, there was a young male, waving his hand at the shore in a deadly manner. Brother, stop Guan. Here. Do stop Guan. Here. On the lake. Du-won was the first to notice. The position they were walking in at this moment was close to the stone fence at the edge of the lake. The flower boats traveling on the water were not referring to the greenhouse kind of boats here. As the name suggests, they are just boats decorated with silk flowers and lanterns during the Lantern Festival. In the middle of the night, the flower boat floated on the water under the lights. Very beautiful. There was a handsome male on the bow of the boat, waving and shouting at them. Chapter 342. A group of people coming together in a pile. The distance between the boat and the shore was not very far. About a dozen meters. Du-won clearly saw that the male was slightly facetious, and couldn't help but narrow her eyes, recalling who this person was. Qingjio also found out. Before Du-won could react, Qingjio had already spoken. Big brother Du. Duke Ning is calling you. Du-won was silent. That person on the lake was Ning Qian, huh? Du-won finally remembered. But who was Stop Guan calling for? Du Qian twisted her head to look at the lake and politely waved her hand at the person on the boat. Ning Qian seems to have answered the invitation of the one in the palace. Is this boat theirs? It should be. Qingjio answered naturally. Du Qian said. There was an invitation sent to me, but I pushed it off. I didn't receive it, but my cousin did. Qingjio's people skills were average. No better than his long-sleeved cousin. Du-won was still wondering if Stop Guan was called Big Brother. Only after recalling her memories about this did Du-won notice that Stop Guan was the word for Du Qian. Surname Du. First name Qian. Word Stop Guan. Du-won felt that this word was quite zen. The little girl was mulling over her cheap big brother's name, while Du Qian and Qingjio were chatting with each other, and did not notice that Ning Xian and that flower boat had already docked in front of them. There was a group of men and women in brocade clothes and fancy dress jumping onto the shore. Du Qian, with two girls in tow, was standing in front of a lantern stall, guessing lantern riddles. Du Qian guessed 10 lantern riddles in a row and received a rabbit lamp, and was about to give it to Du-won when he realized that Du-won was carrying a very beautiful lantern, or rather the most beautiful lantern in this stall. Thus, Du Qian saw Qingjio looking at the lamp in his hand from time to time. Nah. It's for you. Thanks. Thanks, Big Brother Du. Qingjio tried to suppress the excitement in her heart, and took the lantern that Du Qian gave her. Sure enough, following the county princess is always right. Du Qian's attention shifted to Du-won's side. Sister, where did the lanterns come from? Didn't you say it doesn't cost silver? It didn't cost silver. The stall owner gave it to me. Du-won was dumbfounded. Don't ask her. She doesn't know. She came over to guess the lanterns in a hurry, just as she guessed the first lantern riddle. Oh! Guessed wrong, then got a beautiful lantern. Godlike twist. Asked the stall owner why. The owner just smiled. Said she should get. Only she is worthy of such a beautiful lantern. Oh! Du-won felt that the stall owner was right. So she took it. Brother Ji Guan. Ning Xian had came over with gusto. Du Qian was surprised. Aren't you swimming in the lake? I went ashore. Oh! And Ning Xian looked behind him and whispered. The princess also went ashore, saying that she didn't want to reveal her identity, and asked everyone to just call her Miss Qin, so that it would seem more intimate. Okay. Got it. Du Qian only felt the pretentiousness of the one in the palace coming on. Du-won just twitched the corner of her mouth. Qin Yu really knows how to play. Looking over there, she happened to see a group of men and women flocking to Qin Yu. Someone opened the way and came over very quickly. Qin Yu looks at Du Qian's siblings with a smile. Cousin! Cousin! I thought you guys wouldn't come out to see the lanterns today. Decided to come out on the spur of the moment, Du-won said with a smile. Qin Yu looked at the lantern in Du-won's hand. What a beautiful lantern. Did cousin win it? Just now I saw that you guys seem to be guessing lantern riddles. No. It's the one I won. The one my big brother won is in Qin-jio's hand. Du-won looked at Qin-jio obliquely. Qin-jio was so happy just now that he couldn't find his way out. Now he came to his senses and came forward to bow to Qin Yu. Greetings, princess. No need to be courteous. Today is a slight outing. Qin Yu's attitude is extremely good. Her smile is kind and gentle. It's easy to make outsiders feel good. Counting up. You and I are still from the same ancestor. Qin-jio was not able to answer for a moment, and could only smile and laugh. The Duke of Qin's house is a clansman, and the Emperor's lineage is really a bit of a blood relation. But it is just that it came out of the 5 suits earlier. Next is a group of people to say hello to each other. Du-won looked at the men and women behind Qin Yu. Some people are not familiar, but most of them know each other, such as Xie Zhang's siblings. Chun Lu. A few usually play with the gentlemen. In addition to Zhou Kuix, there is actually Pei Huiyu and Mu Fangling. Pei Huiyu dresses beautifully. There is no previous barbaric capriciousness in her body. She looks extraordinarily simple and lovely, standing playfully beside Qin Yu. Actually not at all compared to Qin Yu's beauty, which is a clear indication of how excellent Pei family's genes are. And Pei Huiyu can stand to Qin Yu's side. The discerning can see that she is very much in Qin Yu's favor. Du-won knew that Qin Yu had her eyes on Pei Hao, and befriending Pei Huiyu was a routine operation. Not surprising at all. What was surprising was Xiang. After not seeing her for a few months, Xiang seemed to have grown up, and the petulance in her body was gone. There was also a noblewoman talking to Qin-jio, precisely Qin-jio's cousin. At this time, when Xiang came up to greet her, she also apologized sincerely with Du-won. Sheriff, I'm sorry for offending in the past. Du-won just faintly answered. Didn't say forgive. Didn't say not to forgive either. Xiang retreated to Xie Zhang's side with a good eye. If a stranger saw her, they would only think that she was a gentle and polite big girl. Du-won sighed a sigh of relief. Frustration can lead to growth. After the group chatted for a few moments, Qin Yu proposed to continue the lantern riddles. Du-won left the lanterns in her hands to Loki to carry, and seeing that everyone was very excited, she did not spoil the fun. She went with the group to another stall selling lanterns. Qin-jio stood beside her. Du-won swept her eyes at the peaceful Xiang and asked Qin-jio in a low voice. Do you know what happened to Xiang? I heard earlier that she was dead set on marrying a humble scholar. This matter is not too clear. It seems that Xie did something that made Xiang change her mind. Qin-jio still spoke in a low voice. After all, the main man is still here. It's not good to gossip and be overheard. Du Qian suddenly joined. This I know. Du-won. Qin-jio's face reddened and she whispered. Big brother Du really knows? No. Du Qian lowered her voice and said. Xie personally took her sister and stayed next door to that humble scholar's family for a few days, doing nothing but letting Xiang listen to the corners and letting her get to know that family's daily routine and character. And it seems that she heard some of the words that family discussed privately about how to reckon with the marquis wealth and fortune. Du-won just wanted to say, awesome male lead. Doesn't do anything but puts people to death with a single move. No wonder in the book Xiang didn't marry a cold scholar and willingly married someone from the right family. Qin Yu turned back to look at the 3 people coming together to whisper. Cousin! Cousin! Aren't you going to guess the lantern riddle? She raised the lantern in her hand. A very beautiful one. It was the one that Xie Zhang won by guessing the lantern riddle and gave it to Qin Yu, getting a lot of envious gazes. Chapter 343 Romance from Afar. Qin Yu's young girl's vanity was very satisfied. Just when she wanted to show off to Du-won, she saw the 3 people muttering something, and didn't pay attention to their side. Guess? I saw you guys guessing just now, and thought it would continue. Du Qian looked up. A lantern riddle? Guess. How could you not guess? Right. Let's go ahead and guess now. Qin-jio concurred. Du-won was happy. Ouch. I'll continue to come and guess as well. Qin Yu suddenly smiles and suggests. Why don't we all compare? Take a stroll around the lantern fair, and see who wins the most and most beautiful lanterns? It has to be free. You can't spend silver on it. Good. Pei Huiyin was the first to respond. Want to group up? Qin Yu said. Grouping is quite good. Chun Lu immediately agreed. It's good. I'm not good at guessing lantern riddles, so I'm bound to lose if I don't team up. So, is it a group of 3? Or a group of 2? Feel free to form a team, Ning Qian proposed. With this proposal, everyone agreed. Suddenly, Joe Quixie, unwilling to be ignored, asked half-jokingly, "What's the prize for the winner?" At this remark, everyone fell silent. It's just for fun. And you want prizes? But when it comes to prizes, it sounds quite enticing. Qin Yu laughed. How about the person who wins can ask for an object from the person who loses? As soon as this suggestion came out, the crowd started sizing each other up. Fuck. Everyone came from a good background and were not poor masters. With the exception of a few. Most of the people had things on them that were worth a lot of money. Duan raised her eyebrows and looked down at herself. Today when she went out, it was Ning Qin who dressed her up. The details were still exquisite. A delicate little girl. The jade pendant on her waist is even better. It was given to her by Pei Hao before, and was casually placed on her dressing table. And Ning Qin felt that it matched her dress today, so she put it on her. Just now, Duan noticed that Qin Yu had looked at this jade pendant several times. Instantly, Duan came to her senses. Qin Yu was eyeing her jade pendant? Is this possible? Shameless oh. As Duan and Du Qian did not object to Qin Yu's suggestion, the others naturally would not say anything more. If one were to say who had the most valuable thing on them, it was none other than these 3. The 3 of them dared to bet, and the others were happy to accompany them. Then Qin Yu said thoughtfully, when everyone was grouped together, not forcing everyone to participate. It's just a game. Those who don't want to participate can watch from the sidelines. Your Highness is just kind and considerate. A person whispered in praise. Not to mention, there were really people who didn't participate. So everyone discussed the rules of the game. The most reasonable algorithm was to count the lanterns by the average of the heads, not by the total number each group got. That is to say, everyone can form a team, but only the average is taken when the round is won or lost. For example, if a group of 2 people get a total of 10 lanterns, the average is 5. Therefore, it is not true that the more people you have in a team, the more advantageous it is. If you are good at guessing lantern riddles, you will have a better chance of winning alone. But if you are in a group, you may be held back. When everyone was grouped up, Xie Zhang naturally got into a group with Qin Yu. Of course, in order to avoid suspicion, Xie Zhang brought along his younger sister Xie Ying, and Qin Yu pulled on Pei Huin. Mu Fangling withdrew and didn't participate. Sister. Du Qian was about to say that he wanted to form a group with his sister. But Duan said, I want to form a group by myself. Du Qian looked at his sister oddly. Can you do it? Yes. It has to work. Duan smiled mysteriously. Big brother. It's good to split into 2 groups. As long as one of us wins, we won't have to lose. Kinda makes sense. Du Qian agreed and looked at Qinjiu. Qinjiu originally did not want to participate, but thinking of being in a group with Du Qian, he nodded his head in a mysterious way. Ning Qianhe had wanted to come to find Du Qian to form a team. But when he saw that Du Qian and Qinjiu were in a group, and actually did not have a group with Duan, he couldn't say the words that he wanted to say to form a team. People a man and a woman, with a good match, and then put him a big man in. Like what words? So he turned around, and went, and Chen Lu and other dudes into a group. Don't think they are not good at guessing lantern riddles just because they are dudes. These people are still very proficient in terms of having fun. The rest of the girls, some of them didn't participate, and those who did all came together to form a group. This looked down surprisingly only 5 groups. Duan a group. Du Qian and Qinjiu a group. Chen Lu and Ning Xian and other cocky guys a group. And the girls involved in a group. The other group is the main man and woman and other 4 people. Duan said. Before the game starts, there has to be a time limit. Indeed, there has to be a time limit. Du Qian concurred. Qinjiu followed. Yes, it's better to have a time limit. It can also motivate everyone. I agree. Ning Qianhe seconded. Xie Zhang followed and nodded. How about half an hour as a limit? Quite good. Qin Yu didn't object. Everyone didn't object. Not having someone involved as a judge was a way to eliminate someone spending silver to cheat. So everyone took the principle of proximity, the nearest lantern stall, and started guessing lantern riddles. Duan stood on the sidelines. watching everyone guessing actively. She walked slowly towards the front of the stall owner and casually pulled a lantern riddle. Crap. Didn't read it. Is this typing a word? Do-won blurted out a word. The corner of the stall owner's mouth twitched. Wrong. Sheriff. Do-won smiled and said, I know it's wrong. It's not like I know how to guess a lantern riddle. Without saying a word, the stall owner went to remove the prettiest lamp and then respectfully gave it to Do-won. Sheriff. This is your lantern. Thank you. Do-won smiled and took it. Ning-chin and the others beside her looked confused. What kind of operation is this? How come it's the same as Fong-sai's boss? Mu Fangling and the other noblewomen who were judging this group were equally confused. A noblewoman stammered. Sheriff Master. What are you? What's wrong with me? Have you spent silver? Do-won asked innocently with wide eyes. The noblewoman shook her head. No. I guessed the lantern riddle. Oh. It's the lantern from the stall owner. Do-won purposely declared. Then looked at the noblewoman and Mu Fangling. I didn't spend a single cent to get the lanterns. According to the rules of the game. Am I at fault? Mu Fangling nodded. That's right. That noblewoman thought about it, and felt that it was also right. It's just a bit weird. Not what they expected. So Do-won turned the lanterns over to Ning-chin next to her, and walked towards the next stall. She walked in a dashing and grand manner, still carrying her small hands out of her wanbang. Do-won was at the stall owner's place again, pulling a random lantern riddle, and giving a random answer. Again, it was wrong. And then the stall owner did the same operation, and sent the most beautiful lanterns all the way down. Effortlessly, Do-won got 7 or 8 lanterns. Chapter 344 Sister has a point. The noblewoman in charge of supervision was already numb. The problem was that the other county princess hadn't really said much. And the stall owner was happy to give them away. So what else could be done? The line of people following looked enigmatic. Du Qian and the others were still guessing at the stalls behind them, including Xie Zhang and Qin Yu. When the subordinates behind Du-won carried a circle of beautiful lanterns, the other 4 groups' totals weren't even as much as Du-won's. Qin Yu's gentle smile out of the corner of her eye. All to maintain cannot. Cousin, this is nothing challenging. Just guess and get it. Du-won hands are spread open. Very helpless. But this look of hers is very indebted to people. Du Qian threw the strip of lantern riddles. His handsome face raised a smile. And here it's my sister who is the smartest. Getting the first place is a normal thing. No. It's not. Mu Fangling and the others, who had followed the whole process, wanted to say that the county princess didn't have a single winning guess in the lantern riddles. However, the stall owner just wants to send the most beautiful lanterns. The county princess didn't spend a single cent. This thing is too weird. Like a paranormal event. Even weirder is that the county princess didn't have the slightest suspicion, but also smiled and accepted it. Her heart is too big to be true. But I have to say, the girls who witnessed it were envious to the point of sourness. Du-won counted the time. Is half an hour up? There is still about a quarter of an hour left. Ning-chin has said with a smile, looking around at the pile of lanterns Du-won had obtained. We're going to lose. There's no hope of winning. The other noblewomen's group all hung their heads in shame. County princess is too strong. Qin-yu agreed. Sheriff Master is really powerful. Not only are there many lanterns, they are all beautiful. Yes, the lanterns are all so pretty. So enviable. Qin-yu's tone of voice said envious. But upon hearing it, it made people feel strange. Because this situation was too abnormal. Some people looked at Du-won, then at Mu Fangling and the other noblewomen. Mu Fangling smiled and said, the lanterns were obtained by the county princess from guessing lantern riddles, and did not spend a single cent. Well, no money was spent. The other noblewoman nodded truthfully. The two didn't say anything more. Their brains were all smart. They wouldn't offend Du-won for this. Du-won smiled with a sunny and righteous face, clenched her small fist and encouraged. There's still a bit of time. You guys hurry up and guess. Maybe you can surpass me. Don't give up so early. It's not the last moment yet. The more she did so, the more people felt that she was bitchin'. Apart from Du-won, the people with the highest number of lanterns were Xie Zhang and his group. It was just a pity that no amount of guessing was as good as the enlightened Du-won. All 4 groups gave up struggling, and it was considered that Du-won won the game. Qin Yu was going to say something, but everyone had admitted it. So it would be petty and defeatist for her to question it. So she smiled graciously and said, Cousin Wan has won. Which thing do you see on me that you like the most? Du-Wan's gaze flicked over Qin Yuyu. Bring out the most valuable one on you. Qin Yuyu. Not a human being. A belly full of bad water. However, she still reluctantly took out a gold and jade strut from her head. This stepping rock is extremely exquisite workmanship. The style is atmospheric and gorgeous, inlaid with 9 superb gemstones. Under the light will shine with a mysterious light. The only one in the world. Very rare. Du-Wan nonchalantly took it. Thank you, Cousin O. I've earned a lot today. The words are so said. After receiving the shaker, also did not see her more rare. Handing over to the condensing Qin Yuyu almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. Normally, shouldn't she pretend to be generous and humble? She also wanted to have a thick skin. As long as Du-Wan said no. Immediately answered. As a result, Du-Wan simply did not have the slightest gesture of pretending to be generous. Du-Wan, as if she didn't know Qin Yuyu's intentions, smilingly swept to a crowd of leeks, waiting to harvest. Come, come, come. All the good things to this county master handed over. If really can't afford to give up, can be folded into the equivalent silver. Seriously? Then I'll give silver. I'll give silver too. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. When this group of people heard this, each of them said that they would convert it into silver. It was Xie Zhang who was silent first, but finally went along with the general trend and converted the things into silver. Du-Wan collected around. Silver is not a lot. Actually, there are tens of thousands of taels. Now Zhuang Song sighed, do not have to worry about the lack of funds. Hee hee. Thank you all for your generosity. Come on. I invite you all to go to the tea house. Want to eat what you want to eat despite the order. When the crowd heard this, they were happy. It was good to at least give back a little favor. Only the next sentence of Du-Wan instantly made their faces black. Du-Wan's smile was harmless. But whoever orders something must finish it. This county princess treat is never allowed to waste food. That's for sure. Someone did want to make a bad move. And the idea of deliberately ordering more things was instantly blocked. The group went to the nearest tea house. Today's customer flow is very large. The tea house was originally packed, unable to hold the presence of none of the ordinary people, and soon cleared out a large box, accommodating all the people. Qin Yuyu invited not too many people this time. That is, a dozen people, together with Du-Wan and the others. There were nearly 20 people, just enough for 2 tables. Everyone was very cautious when ordering. No one suspected that Du-Wan was joking. If they ordered something they couldn't finish, they would probably lose face then. Including Qin Yuyu didn't dare to ignore Du-Wan's reminder. She knew very well that Du-Wan would not give her face. Pei Huyen wanted to test the edge of death several times, but this time she held back. So this unprecedented meal, not to mention wasting food, ended up with not even half a pot of tea left. The whole thing made a group of proud sons of heaven extraordinarily restrained, eating all over the place. Sure enough, the prideful county lord's food wasn't that tasty. The problem was that one couldn't pick out the faults. If it was told as a joke, maybe people would ask, is it wrong for the county lord to treasure food? That's right. Those who were dissatisfied just didn't have enough awareness or character. Do they dare to complain? No. Not only do they not dare to complain, but they also have to endure the pain of praising the sheriff. The smile on Du-Wan's small face was never missing, and she frankly said, not bad. Not bad. All of you should keep it up. If we waste one less mouthful of food, the people who really need it will be able to eat one more mouthful. And we can indirectly save a few lives. Du Qian agreed. My sister has a point. The group fell silent. This reasoning was good and powerful. But how come it feels like she's quite shameless and a bit of a bitch? Qin Yuyu didn't want to be with Du-Wan and the others next. As long as she got together with Du-Wan, she never got a good deal. As long as she is with Du-Wan, she has never been able to get a good deal. Separating from them, Du-Wan and the 3 of them are begging for it. After leaving the tea house, Du-Wan brought Du Qian and Qin Jiao to stroll around the lantern fair again. However, she didn't go back to the stalls to get free lanterns. Knowing about this, Du Qian would not fail to ask, does sister know who arranged this? I didn't know initially, but I found out after strolling around half a dozen times. Du-Wan was equally surprised by this, not expecting Pei Hao to have the heart to arrange such romantic things before he went to war. It's a pity that. Chapter 345 Appointment of the time to withdraw from marriage. When she returned to her house, Du-Wan brought so many beautiful lanterns with her. It was very eye-catching. The eldest princess sent someone over to ask what was going on. Du-won told the truth, and the eldest princess cried and laughed a little when she heard it. The next day, the palace came. It was a palace maid who came to the door with 10,000 taels, saying that she knew you wanted to buy back the walking rock, and also mentioned that the walking rock was a gift from the queen, and couldn't be given away at will, etc. Du-won didn't care. Du-won doesn't care. Letting Ning-chin give the palace maid. This county magistrate's private coffers add another 10,000. Congratulations, Sheriff Lord. Ning-chin claps down her horse's arse. Du-won smugly drinks fruit wine. I used to think that silver is quite hard to earn, but I suddenly realized that it's still possible. It's just a bit defeating. The most important thing is that this way of making money cannot be replicated. Ning-chin hurriedly lowered her head and stifled her laughter. When the county princess was fooling around, she was actually very self-aware. Usually the noble women of the capital would not act like the county mistress, thinking out of the box and showing no mercy. Ning-chin could imagine that yesterday's deeds of the county mistress must have spread all over the place today. Surprisingly, what is talked about outside is not about the county lord's pitfalls, but about the county lord's lantern festival at the lantern festival, where all the stall holders have set beautiful lanterns. Later on, some good people went to find out that it was Pei Shizi's intention to arrange before he went out to quell the chaos, just to make his fiancée happy. Du-won was quiet for a while when she heard this gossip. Xingua Gongfu. Pei Huiying told Mrs. Pei about Du-won at the Lantern Festival as a joke and said that Du-won must have cheated. Today, when she learnt the reason, she was furious, but fell into the hands of Du-won silver. Surely cannot get back. Pei Hui tone, mother. How is such a woman worthy of marrying into the state duke's house? She is money-minded and insatiable. You don't know her face yesterday. She actually asked for the princess's favorite step-rocker. How shallow this eyesight must be. Lady Pei said. Is this matter true? Of course it's true. So many people are watching. Can I still lie? The princess also said that she is the only one in the palace that doesn't have to follow the rules, and said she envies her. Pei Huiying snorted coldly. Criticizing Du-won is useless. Marrying her into the family will drag us down sooner or later. Lady Pei knew that her daughter had unexpectedly gained the princess's favor. Did the princess really say that? Then there's still a lie. Mother, return the marriage before it's too late. I don't know how much trouble it will cause if it drags on. Look at how Big Brother has become the laughing stock of the capital after dinner for her this time. Withdrawing from the marriage is not a trivial matter. Mrs. Pei thought about it calmly. This move was not easy. The Xingua Gongfu is not afraid of the princess house, but it doesn't want to offend the other side either. Furthermore, the marriage was set by the elders. The Duke of State will not agree to withdraw. Have you thought about the trouble after withdrawing? Your father's hurdle will not be easy to pass. Hide it from father first. When things are finalized, can father still kill us? As long as it's for the good of Big Brother, it's nothing for us to suffer a bit. Pei Huiying spoke with true feelings. She really thought this way. That's why this was scary and persuasive. Mrs. Pei pondered for a long time. The princess house won't necessarily agree to withdraw from the marriage. Didn't Du-won say she would agree? It's likely to be a moment of anger. She even received your big brother's lanterns at the Lantern Festival. Mrs. Pei didn't believe that Du-won didn't have feelings for her son, and accepting the lanterns was the best proof. Pei Huiying said, find an opportunity to probe her, and then make an appointment to return the marriage at home. Yes. Mrs. Pei was determined. This matter should not be delayed, and it was not a good idea to drag it out any longer. So that afternoon, Du-won received an appointment from Pei Huiying. Du-won did not want to pay any attention to it, but in the end, seeing her solemnity, she still went out to the appointment. The meeting place is a tea house near the princess's residence. Du-won walked over the wall for a while and arrived. Du-won stepped into the box and saw Pei Huiying alone. Pei Huiying's attitude is general. See, Du-won directly said, last time you said to withdraw from the marriage thing. You are serious? Don't let us come to the door to withdraw the marriage at that time, and the princess house will find excuses to delay again. Du-won's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you guys sure you want to go to the door to withdraw the marriage? Of course. You won't back out, right? Pei Huiying asked with contempt. Du-won snorted. No, Pei Huiying said. My mother will visit the princess house tomorrow. I hope you'll do what you say you're going to do, and don't shamelessly pester my big brother again. Don't worry. Pei Hao has an uneducated and stupid sister like you. and no girl with a normal outlook would marry him. Do Won. Even though she had been amazed by Pei Hao's looks more than once, she still did not give birth to the idea of marrying him. Tomorrow, you may let Mrs. Pei come to your door. Then it's a deal. As long as Do Won agrees to withdraw from the marriage. Pei Huyen doesn't mind being scolded. Do Won turned around and left, and Pei Huyu hurried back to her house. After agreeing quite painfully, Do Won, who had re-entered the princess's mansion, had a bit of a headache, skulking around the main courtyard, not quite daring to go in and speak considering the princess's pregnancy for fear that it would irritate her. In the end, Do Won did not go in, turned around and went out of the house to go to the Ministry of Households. In the office of the Minister of the Household, Do Won didn't see her cheap father, but instead saw Su Che transcribing something. And next to him, there was a boy following him to organize the account books. As soon as Su Che and the boy saw Do Won, they quickly got up and bowed respectfully. Do Won puts up the county lord stance, walks around the table and sweeps the account books on the desktop. Where is my father? How come you are the only ones here? Su Che lowered his head and said, Lord Shanshu has gone to the palace. Did he say when he would come out? Undelivered. Su Che reported back truthfully. Do Won did not ask any more questions, sat aside and waited, telling Su Che not to pay attention to her. Su Che hesitated slightly, but still continued to busy himself with the matter at hand. The boy went to bring Do Won a cup of hot tea and retreated to the side to continue working. Do Won looked at the two people quite busy. This dry or do extra horse harness by the side of a team's side. When the minister is so busy, sitting aside Do Won, from time to time to look at the table in front of the desk, sitting in front of Su Che, who is writing furiously. Even if a truly powerful person falls down, he can still get up. Whereas some people fall down, but can no longer stand up. It only means that they are not strong enough. Su Che's hand that was suddenly holding the pen shook, and he wrote a wrong stroke. He lifted his eyes, just in time to bump into Do Won's calm gaze. County Lord. What is it? Do Won picked up her tea and took a sip, with a small expression that she didn't know what he was going to ask. The words that Su Che wanted to say were suddenly unable to be said. Did he want him to say, please ask her to stop looking? Her gaze was nothing, but he was under a lot of pressure. At this moment, familiar footsteps came from outside, and Su Che's lifted heart instantly dropped back down. He hurriedly put down his pen and stood up respectfully, quickly tidying up the account books on the table in case someone stepped in. And it was none other than Du Xianzheng, who had come out from the palace. Chapter 346. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team suddenly changed. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team was surprised to see his daughter. Why is Won here? Father, I have something I want to say to you alone. Do Won touched the tip of her nose with a bit of trepidation. Seeing this, Do extra horse harness by the emperor's side. He thought to himself, has his daughter gotten into trouble? Looking at this weak-hearted little face, it seems that the matter is not small. Do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team asked Su Che and the boy to withdraw. Soon, the father and daughter were left alone. Do Won went up attentively, pulled Do extra horse harness by the side of a team to sit down first, and then personally went to make a bowl of hot tea, and stammered for a long time, but did not say the main topic. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team was confused. In the end, what is it? Father, it's the Duke of Jin's house that is coming to withdraw from the marriage. I agreed. Do Won flew off the handle and spilled the beans, sticking her head out and shrinking. It was all a knife anyway, when she thought that Do extra horse harness by the side of a team would do business. To her surprise, he looked calm. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team said, when did it happen? Before I came to the Yamen, Pei Huyen asked me to meet and said that she will come to the door tomorrow to withdraw her marriage, so that I can withdraw my marriage obediently and don't have the face to pester Pei Hao again. Do Won got the topic out of the way, and her heart's weakness went for a few minutes. This matter also has to start from the last time I went to the Protectorate Temple. The day I ran into Mrs. Pei, by chance. Do Won confided the matter clearly one by one. In this matter, she did not add to the story. Do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team listened and was silent for a long time. If the Pei family comes to the door tomorrow to withdraw from the marriage, will Won agree? Will it? It was only after I promised the Pei family to come to the door. Do Won said softly. Won doesn't like Pei Shi. He is quite good? Then have you thought about it? If he knew about your attitude today, would he be sad? Obviously. Yesterday's lantern festival. You even accepted his carefully prepared lanterns. Du-Wan was very silent and wilted, not daring to look directly at her cheap father. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's side was actually quite optimistic about the two of them. It was just that they were ultimately still young and did not yet understand the preciousness of feelings. When it comes to the feelings of men and women, it is useless to say what others say. Only to personally experience. Will understand the sweet and sour. Will be engraved in the heart. What will be the final result? There are many different ways. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a teen dare not say that his daughter will not be hurt. Just two children's feelings problem is obviously in the daughter. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a teen did not know what his daughter's heart not. In the past, he thought that his daughter was still young and slow to get the hang of it. But now it seems that the problem is much bigger. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a teen sighed in his heart. Wan. You still have one more night to think. Du-Wan quickly looked down at his complexion. Then looked down at her toes. To retreat on the retreat? I have promised people. Temporary remorse, I do not want face. You? Just now Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's team was not angry. This time he was really angry. Marriage matters? Is it something that can be used to gamble? Father, I didn't gamble. Du-Wan's small face was rarely serious. Mrs. Pei doesn't like me. And there's also Pei Huyen, who has a lot of opinions about me. Because I disappeared for a period of time. They feel that I am unclear and not worthy of Pei Hao. Du-Wan added after a pause. Pei Shi is very good. A rare and good husband. It's that I don't like him that much and don't want to give up my comfortable life for him. You and mother also don't want a daughter in the future for the sake of harmony between husband and wife. Have to be submissive to them. Lowly as a child, right? Don't talk about what will be good after marriage. Not taking me seriously before marriage. Really become. Others think she doesn't get it. But she thinks she does. She wants to be an interpersonal sober fairy. Not to be a relationship brain. A woman gets married. Not only just to a man. But also his family. Once, she witnessed a pair of love for 7 years men and women. Not married before the relationship is very good. Half a year after the wedding began 3 days quarrels. The fuse is the woman and the man's family cannot get along. The man sandwiched between his relatives and his wife. The two ends do not please. In less than a year, the two divorced. Therefore, Du-Wan never underestimates the influence of family. Pei's mother and daughter and her do not get along. After the marriage can be imagined that the relationship will not be good. At that time with her ability is not to suffer. The most difficult person is Pei Hao after all. On one side is his relatives. On the other side is his wife. Just think about it, and you will know that it is quite meaningless. Why insist on being together? The days of comfort is not good. Or single does not smell good? Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a teen calmly asked, Does your mother know about this matter? Mother is pregnant. I'm afraid she will be angry. Did not dare to mention it to her. You've done a good job. There's no need to wait for Mrs. Pei to come to the door. I'll take the gung tip and the betrothal token on a trip to the State Duke's mansion to return this marriage. Du-Wan froze. Father is agreeing to this? Du-Wan did not know what made him change his attitude temporarily. But this is quite good. At least there is no need to have Mrs. Pei come to the door to diaphragm people. The eldest princess is now an older pregnant woman. And Du-Wan doesn't dare to let her get pissed off. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the Emperor's side was thunderous. Went back to the house to avoid the eldest princess to find out the Gingji and tokens. At first, he tried to persuade his daughter not to rashly withdraw from the marriage. That is, he did not know that his daughter's disappearance would haunt Pei's family. This matter was not only something that his daughter did not want to bring up in her heart. It was also a hidden pain for them as parents. Since the heart has a grudge, withdrawing from the marriage is inevitable. People in middle age rarely reveal their emotions. When he was very low-key with the Gungtai door, and did not propose to see the Duke of Xinghua, directly asked to see Mrs. Pei. Mrs. Pei initially heard Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team came to the door, and was worried that it was a mess to come to the door. The result is out of her expectation. The other party is to withdraw from the marriage. Mrs. Pei a little angry, but finally reached the goal. The two sides quickly exchanged back to the Gungtai and tokens. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team even tore up the marriage certificate on the spot. The marriage certificate has been destroyed. The marriage contract between my daughter and your son is cancelled from now on. In the future the bridge returns to the bridge. The road returns to the road. Brother Yongung. No! An eager man's voice rang out from outside. The Duke of Jinghua hurriedly rushed here. When he stepped into the hall and saw the torn marriage contract, he only felt his eyes darken, and was so angry that he almost fainted. Finished. The son is going to be finished. Du extra horse harness by the emperor's side turned to face the Duke of Jin. Pei Jinzong. It's true that when a scholar is separated for 3 days, he is impressed. The Duke of State's mansion has now become an existence that my Du family and the princess's mansion can't afford to climb up to. Misunderstanding. Pure misunderstanding. Duke Shen only felt his mind buzzing. There is no misunderstanding. The thing I, Du Yongung, regret the most in my life is that I agreed to this marriage back then without a clear mind, causing my daughter to be caused to stray and suffer, and in the end, to be disliked. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team coldly dropped this sentence, not giving Duke Shen a chance to explain. Bypassing him and striding away, Duke Shen wanted to go after him, but was stopped by Du Lu. He turned to look angrily at Lady Pei. What have you done? Lady Pei forced herself to be calm. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team came to withdraw from the marriage with a resolute attitude. Is it wrong for me to respond? Yes. Coming to withdraw from the marriage is the princess' house. Instead, it saves her the trouble of finding excuses. Chapter 347 Bridge to Bridge. Road to Road. It was as if the Duke of Jinghua knew the wife in front of him for the first time. Previously, he knew that his wife was not smart, but she was from a noble family, abided by the rules, and knew right from wrong. Now he realized that a woman who was too disciplined was not a good thing, and did not know how to be flexible at all. The Duke of Jinghua suppressed the anger in his heart. Think I don't know what you are thinking in your heart? What? Howard is a great talent amongst men. What kind of famous noblewoman can't he marry? Why would he want to compromise himself to marry a troublemaker who's not clear? The Duke of State's house will not allow a woman who was once notorious to enter the house. Asshole. The Duke of Jin raised his hand to slap her, but his good upbringing made him stop midway. No wonder Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team was determined to withdraw from the marriage. Just this attitude of his wife. The Duke of Jinghua stared at her angrily. What is the county princess missing for? Don't say you haven't heard of it. Suyu likes Howard? What does it have to do with Howard? Do you want Howard to bear the blame for the mistake she made? Lady Pei only felt that the Duke of Jinghua was incomprehensible. Don't push all the scent and odor onto your son. It has nothing to do with the son. You are right. Duke Jinghua suddenly didn't want to argue with her. The marriage contract had already been torn up, and it was hard to undo it. This matter could only wait for his son's return before he came to the door to ask for forgiveness. Thinking of his son's future troubles, the Duke of Jin had a headache on his son's behalf. The most chilling thing was that his son was about to go to war and was stabbed in the back by his mother. This person was the mother who gave birth to him and raised him, making it impossible for him to find an object to vent on. The Duke of Jinghua gave his wife a merciless glance. From now on, Howard's marriage doesn't need you to meddle in it. Remember what I said? Lady Pei's face suddenly turned a little whiter. The Duke of Jinghua hitting her or punishing her were all expected outcomes for Lady Pei. The only thing she didn't expect was that her husband was clearly in the midst of his rage. Yet he did nothing. The more so, the more panicked she was. The Duke of Jinghua turned to leave. Lady Pei panicked and reached out to pull him away, but he waved his sleeve and brushed him away. The Duke of Jinghua didn't even look at her. Striding out, he didn't do nothing. He recruited the butler and immediately put a gag order on the withdrawal. I only hope that the matter of withdrawing from the marriage, the son can be known later. At this time, guarding the carriage outside the Jinghua Gongfu, Duan sat in the carriage did not come out. She insisted to follow, but also heard the whole process. At another time maybe she will cross her legs to get high on a melon. But today picked up melon seeds. Suddenly feel not fragrant. After all, she was not big-hearted enough to even eat her own melon. County Princess. The extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side has come out. A personal guard beside the car reminded. Duan lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw Du extra horse harness by the side of a team walk out of the state duke's mansion with great strides. The man came to the carriage and lowered his head into the carriage. Duan smiled curtly and went forward to give Du extra horse harness by the side of a team a seat. Father, come and sit. You still have a smile? Du extra horse harness by the side of a team was angry. Seeing his daughter in this manner, The heart blocked a mouthful of depressed gas inexplicably smooth. Gung post and tokens exchanged back. The marriage certificate was also torn up on the spot. You and his marriage is considered to be retired. Quite good. Du-Wan dryly said 2 words. Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team was a bit glad that his daughter did not put much emotion into it. It's not that Du extra horse harness by the side of a team has never seen any obsessed men and women who want to die or live. They are all those who are not clear in their minds, and only have love affairs, and don't want their family members. Compared to those people, his own daughter was excellent. At the important moment of withdrawing from the marriage, can still resist the impulse to worry about her own mother's body. Is a good child. In this regard, he was very pleased. Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team was bursting with fatherly love, gently patting his daughter's head. Wan, your thoughts are right. A woman marries just to have a better life, knowing that it's not good, and still marrying out is sick in the head. Did she say this? Du-Wan was dumbfounded. Father and daughter chatted while returning to the mansion. By the time they returned to the mansion, it was dark. The eldest princess was waiting for them, and Du Qian was also there. Du-Wan didn't feel anything at first. As soon as she encountered that face of the eldest princess and her cheap elder brother, she quietly tried to slip away. But the result was that Du Xian's son-in-law acted very quickly, and took her by the collar. Wan, where do you want to go? Du extra horse harness by the side of a team gave her a warning look. Du-Wan moved her feet to do extra horse harness by the side of a team of horse harness by the side of a team of horse, smiling and currying favor. Father! Well, it seems that it wasn't hidden. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team never underestimated his wife's source of information. The son was even smarter, and probably saw the clues from his sister. The family of 4 calmly and peacefully spoke out about the withdrawal. Du-Wan was afraid that the eldest princess is very angry. Are careful. However, the eldest princess is more stable than she expected. Angry to angry. Not to the extent of angry body. Probably the eldest princess had seen that Mrs. Pei was not a good match. Du Qian has been bickering with Pei Hao. Unprecedentedly did not comment on this matter. Just heartbreakingly rubbed his sister's head. Sister, it's fine. Even if you don't marry for the rest of your life, Big Brother can afford to support you. Really? Du-Wan's eyes lit up. Du Qian was about to nod his head, when Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team kicked him, and said in a bad mood, Our Wan can support herself. Do you need you? Don't forget how over 100,000 gold came to be. Du Qian, isn't it just comforting your sister? Du-Wan was touched for no more than 3 seconds, and was happy again. Outsiders might think that the shadow of withdrawing from the marriage would affect the atmosphere of the princess house. The truth is that the family should go about their business as they should, and there is almost no impact. The matter of the princess mansion and the state duke's mansion withdrawing from the marriage did not spread in the first place. The next day, when Du extra horse harness by the side of a team went to see the emperor, he mentioned it in passing. The emperor frowned after hearing this. How is Wan? Is it difficult? Quite well. Eating and drinking. No different from usual. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team thought that last night his daughter also had a midnight snack, so that the eldest princess, who was concerned about Yuan, was quite relieved. The emperor added, Should we not let her go to the palace and let her cousin accompany her? It's easier for little girls to talk to each other. This is not necessary. The clan school is about to start, and Qian'er said she wants to take her back to the clan for a break. When the news of the withdrawal spreads, it will also be a clean year. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side found a reason to refuse without a trace. Entering the palace is not to say that it is a distraction, but more like a disturbance. So Du-Wan didn't feel sad. It was the people around her who were worried. This is not was arranged along with Du Qian together back to the clan. The Nike Air Max 90 is a great way to get the most out of your life. And it's a great way to get the most out of your life, he said. Du-Wan is just a little bit not quite at ease with the pregnant elder princess. A morning all around the elder princess. The eldest princess laughed and scolded. There is Sister Wen and the others guarding. What is there to worry about? Du-Wan smiled sarcastically. Sister is more attentive than me. Well, if you really want to miss your mother, just ride back and take a trip. It's only half a day's work for you leather monkeys. Ha! Fortunately I have to be reminded by mother. Chapter 348 The matter of withdrawal of marriage can't be covered up. The matter of the two families withdrawing their marriage The princess house did not announce it to the public. The Duke of Jin's mansion had the Duke's orders to keep it tightly covered. Even if the subordinate out of the house to do business have to ask the Duke of Jin after permission to go out. Xin Guigong so painstakingly is worried about the son receive the news. Will not care against the imperial decree to return to the capital. How much his son loves the little princess. He has always seen in his eyes. Unfortunately, Xin Guigong did not cover a few days. The news is still spread. The news of the withdrawal is not from the princess house. Nor is it the Xin Guigong house. The news, on the other hand, came from the palace. When the emperor and the empress dined together, they casually mentioned it. The empress meets with Qin Yuyu all day long, and naturally does not hide some of her words. Qin Yuyu was very excited about this. And at a private banquet, she inadvertently felt sorry for her cousin, the county princess. Then the gentlemen and noblewomen at the banquet exploded. And before long the news spread throughout the capital like the plague. Some people speculated about the reason for the withdrawal, but none of them sounded reliable. There were also people who secretly smeared Du Wan, saying that Pei Shizi had gone to war, and Du Wan chose this time to withdraw from the marriage, being heartless and unrighteous. There was even a rumor that the princess house didn't think that Pei Shizi's chances of winning were low, and that he would die in battle in the southwest, and so on. Hearing this news, the princess house is nothing. On the contrary, Mrs. Pei was half dead with anger, speaking as if her son's military expedition was a death sentence. The eldest princess was glad that her daughter had returned to the clan early, and didn't hear these bad things. Sister Wan, how was Wan in the clan yesterday? I skipped around the village after breakfast, went to the clan school to sit and listen to the lessons, and then went to the library for nearly 2 hours. Went back at noon to eat, and then rode to the new manor in the afternoon. In the evening, I went back again and had my evening meal with the Sheriff King. Sister Wan told the elder princess one by one the news handed over by the people below. This little life was not bad. Du Wan in the clan was just as Sister Wan reported. Sprightly as hell. Within a few days of coming to the clan, her cultivation had broken through a small level. The force value had risen again, as if a new world had opened up. Du Wan was full of curiosity about this jade inheritance. Only, Du Wan also knew one thing. Alternative is not good. So the matter of the breakthrough, she did not mention it to anyone. However, she would urge Du Qian to practice diligently every now and then. However, Du Qian still had to attend clan school. Du Wan was not happy. You're not going to take the scholarship. Why are you learning so many articles? Reading a lot. You can understand reason. Du Qian reluctantly found a reason. Du Wan looked sideways, with a look of seriously discussing with him. Big brother, what reason you don't understand? Talk to me. I'll teach you. I haven't read many articles, but I know a lot of reasoning. Du Qian only felt a head of black lines. Regardless of how Du Qian thought, Du Wan force value suppression. Let him cultivate at home. I say, big brother, aren't you ashamed? 9 moves haven't worked until now, and you still have the nerve to waste time? No. He practiced every day, but it was not as effective as his sister's. Du Qian is on the verge of despair. His sister's cultivation is getting stronger by the day. Sister, let go of big brother first. I'm not going to the clan school today, but I have to order someone to go to the clan school to say something. That's also true. Or else the husband will think that you have skipped class. Du Wan let go of Du Qian, with Du Qian staring at his sister the entire time. He instructed his attendant to go to the academy to say a word. Next, Du Wan stares at Du Qian's cultivation and gradually notices the problem. The aura that big brother absorbs when he cultivates. Is it so little? If the aura she got when cultivating was the thickness of an adult's arm, then Du Qian was the size of a little finger. No wonder her effect was remarkable, while he was still average after so long. Du Qian also only realized the problem today. Yes. Du Wan looked down at her jade tablet. After thinking for a moment, she removed it and wore it to Du Qian's neck. Wear it and cultivate again. Is this effective? Du Qian was surprised. I don't know. Try it first. Du Wan purely wanted to experiment. Du Qian wore the jade sign and cultivated. Du Wan stared the whole time, and there was nothing unusual. The siblings were quite disappointed. Du Qian unclasped the jade token again. This one recognizes the owner. Only you can use it. Not necessarily. In the book, Qin Yuyu was able to open the space. Does it mean that the original owner didn't recognize the owner in the first place? Du-Wan put the jade token back on. In the future, when I cultivate, Big Brother will cultivate next to me. Du Qian had a numb face. This is unfinished, right? Du Qian could not refuse this. The facts confirmed that cultivating next to his sister. The progress was divine. Alright. This morning is here for now. Du-Wan finally had mercy and decided to let him go. Du Qian was now limp and unable to move. His hair was all wet with sweat, as if he was waterlogged from the water. It was only after Du-Wan filled him with a pot of slightly warmed boiled water that he was able to catch his breath. Sister, you're going to the manor again in the afternoon? Du Qian is very interested in the farmhouse that his sister is currently building. Anyway, I'm not going to the clan school. I'll go with you in the afternoon. Alright. You slowed down first. With her hands behind her back, the little girl walked out of Du Qian's courtyard. Not long after walking out, she met the old housekeeper face to face. The old housekeeper respectfully said, Sheriff Master, Miss Yunrong has come to visit you at home. Huh? How rare. Du-Wan was quite surprised upon hearing this. Du Yunrong now turns her head away when she sees her. Today, she suddenly came to visit. If she said there was no foul play, who would believe her? Du-Wan guessed correctly. Du Yunrong specially came here today to see the joke, and even thought of some fake comforting words when she saw Du-Wan. I thought that I would see a haggard Du-Wan. But who knew that the person who had retired from her marriage still had a rosy, glowing face? Du Yunrong? Rare guest, yo. Why don't you pretend you didn't see me today? Du-Wan asked with a flirtatious smile. Du Yunrong fixed her mind. I heard that you withdrew from marriage, so I just had an excuse to come and see you laugh. Then you saw it. Du-Wan grinned greatly and turned round in front of Du Yunrong. The corner of Du Yunrong's mouth pulled slightly. Saw it. Oh, then why don't you smile? Smile for me. Du-Wan looked at her with a smile on her face. For a moment, Du Yunrong only felt her scalp tingle. Who was actually looking at whose joke? Seeing that she was frightened, Du-Wan kindly collected her aura and sat down in a loose manner. The subordinate respectfully served hot tea. Du-Wan took a sip of tea and asked, From where did you learn that I withdrew my marriage? The capital is spread all over? Du Yunrong's tone is not good. Do you want to know who spread the word? Du-Wan asked strangely. Who spread the news? Who else could it be? It was the one in the palace. Du Yunrong remembers Qin Yuyu's mind and can't help but look odd. You suddenly withdrew from the marriage. It wouldn't be because you fell for her cunning plan. Right? There is no such thing. But you don't know how happy that person was when you and Pei Shi withdrew from the marriage, pretending to regret that you missed out on a good match in front of everyone. Chapter 349, That person is Pei Shi. Du-Wan only felt a wave of dog's blood splashing over, and was caught off guard. It turns out that it was Qin Yuyu who messed it up. It was a bit surprising, but not very surprising. Du Yunrong asked as if she was watching a play. Aren't you surprised that that person messed this up? What's strange about it? Du-Wan asked in return. It was your withdrawal from the marriage that played right into her hands. Du Yunrong spoke in an obscure manner, but Du-Wan still understood. Qin Yuyu's little mind was actually seen. Heh. Du-Wan said steadily like a mountain. You are thinking too much. Even if I withdraw from the marriage, it will not be her turn. Why wouldn't it? As long as she goes to the Emperor and Empress and cries and begs for, it's not likely that after a while, the marriage-granting decree will come down. Du Yunrong really thought so. Wrong. You're thinking wrong. Du-Wan gloated and laughed. Anyone has a chance. Just not her. Du Yunrong will believe her when she sees her speak with such certainty. The same hour. Imperial Palace? Jinxiu Palace. Qin Yuyu was wiping her tears. Empress Mother. I really didn't mean it. Empress Mother believes you. The Empress looked at Qin Yuyu with a complicated gaze. Her daughter was not raised in her own lap after all, raised crookedly, and played with her little mind. Quiet for a long time. The Empress comforted. You don't have to worry too much. No one will blame you. The two families withdrawing from the marriage is a fact. Sooner or later will also spread. You're just saying it in advance. Is that really so? Father doesn't blame me? Qin Yuyu asked with tears in her almond eyes. No. Won't blame. The Empress had a headache. After more than a decade of hooking up in the deep palace, how could she not see her daughter's mind? Only, the Empress hoped that she would come to her senses. Daughter, there are thousands of outstanding men in the world that you can pick and choose from. But there is one exception. Qin Yuyu's almond eyes met the Empress' gaze. Suddenly apprehensive. The Empress mercilessly spoke out. That person is Pei Shitsi. Why? Qin Yuyu stood up abruptly. Agitated. The Empress felt that a long pain was better than a short one. Because he is Wan's fiancé. But he's not now. In the midst of her excitement, Qin Yuyu no longer hid her true thoughts. Empress Mother. I like him. A lot. In the past, when he had a marriage contract with his cousin, I could only back down. Now he has no engagement. Why can't it be me? Am I still worse than my cousin? Not worse. You're good. Then why not? Qin Yuyu was so anxious that she was about to go mad. Your father will not agree. The Empress knew in her heart that she would likewise not agree. So she simply dumped the pot on the Emperor. Qin Yuyu hurriedly said, I'm going to beg Father Emperor. Stop. The Empress hurriedly stopped her. Are you crazy? Mother? I'm sad. Qin Yuyu proceeded to jump into the Empress' arms whimpering. On what grounds? They are all girls. Why can she and I can't? The Empress was originally annoyed, but saw her crying like this and couldn't bear it. However, she still hardened her heart and did not agree. A princess marrying her cousin's ex-fiancé? What kind of thing is this? If they really got married, how would the outside world speculate about them? And how would they explain to the princess's family? The Emperor and the princess had always been close, and it was impossible for the Emperor to agree to this ridiculous marriage, thus losing face with the princess's residence. Therefore, Qin Yuyu was destined to have no relationship with Pei Hao. The matter of Jinqiu Palace did not hide from the Emperor's eyes. Learning that his own daughter actually coveted Wan's fiancé? Truly not knowing what shame is. The Emperor's eyes darkened. Did Wan know about it earlier, and that's why she refused to enter the palace? Come! The Emperor uttered. A palace man stood out and knelt in front of the Emperor. The Emperor ordered, Pass on my word. The princess is grounded in the Jinqiu Palace for half a year, and 4 more instructional female officers are transferred over. As ordered, that palace man quickly retreated. Qin Yuyu didn't know that she was about to have half a year of deep water in addition to failing in her calculations. The Empress almost fainted in anger when she learned about it. This matter if that bitch, noble consort Xie, knew about it, she would definitely make fun of her for teaching her daughter poorly. That afternoon, Du Wan sent away Du Yinrong, after going to find Du Qian again and having lunch together. Then she mounted her beloved pony and went to the small manor house to do her rounds. Du Qian had wanted to follow along, but ended up letting the matriarch call him away. Du Wan could only go over alone. Xuang Tsung did things very efficiently, hiring many people to work. The things in the plan already had a shape. Chicken farms, pig pens, cattle and sheep houses and pens were all built. There is a piece of gravel wasteland above the construction of rows of houses. There are hundreds of rooms. Is for the temporary residence of the servants. Each house set a sheet of bunk beds, similar to the student dormitory, to save a lot of space. The rooms that could originally accommodate 10 people could easily hold 20. And then not far from the stream, there was also built a large shed. Xuang Tsung was now soaking here all day long. Seeing the county princess come over, he hurriedly went forward to wait. Quite good. Well done. Du Wan was satisfied with the progress. Someone is laboring in the fields today. Are they turning the ground? Yes. The weather has warmed up, and the work in the ground is starting to be done. Xuang Tsung reported truthfully. I noticed that people have been hired again. Sheriff Lord saw it at a glance. My subordinate had previously hired people from the nearby villages, and then went to the city to recruit them when there was a shortage of manpower. Xuang Tsung told the story in detail. Don't think that the capital is all prosperous places. There were also a group of poor people living a hard life in the corners that the powerful and wealthy ignored, all of which were cheap labor. These people labor for a day, but also can earn at 21 noon and then manage to eat a meal. In fact, is a few big steamed bread. Even so, the price given by Xuang Tsung is considered a high price. Many people scramble to come over to work. In the past few days, there are still some people looking for, as long as there is a handful of strength. Where Xuang Tsung stayed down, Du Wan looked at the people who came over to work. None of them were fat, and their clothes were all patches on patches. Xuang Tsung added, I heard that the city wall is going to be repaired, and the engineering team started recruiting today. In the future, it may not be so easy to hire people on our side. Those who go to repair the city wall are no lighter than those who work in the fields. But the wages will be quite a bit higher. At least 40 to 50 or so in a day. And I heard that if you go by volume, you can earn 100 Liwen if you're diligent. Du-Wan couldn't pick up on this. She had experienced the days when she hated to spend a penny, as if it were 2 pennies. However, the engineering team side was considered conscientious and gave quite high wages. This period of time to live in the village. Du-Wan inadvertently learned that the cheap big brother to repair the city wall, but only on the surface to do the appearance, is the clan took over the construction of the matter. No wonder cheap big brother had said that there was no shortage of silver. Du-Wan also vaguely guessed a problem. The elders of the clan seem to guess that the chaos will come and are secretly making preparations. Chapter 350. As long as there is a county princess. Pei Hao knew about the withdrawal of marriage earlier than others expected. It's just that no one knows about it. The word anger was no longer enough to express his feelings. When Mu Xian learned about the matter, he couldn't wait to be far away. But he couldn't restrain his sympathetic eyes. It's too tragic. Cousin is too tragic. The mother who pits her son and the sister who pits her brother were all met by him. Your family's father is also a pit, Husan reminded. Mu Xian's expression stiffened, narrowing his eyes at Husan. Want to fight? Don't want to. Husan moved a little further away. The Shitzi family is already miserable enough. This guy is still gloating. Not too generous. Mu Xian said without a trace of anger. With your family's Shitzi master's ability, think he'll resign himself to his fate? Auntie and cousin are just being nosy and causing trouble for Ah Hao. Being able to smoothly withdraw from the marriage. The county princess should have nodded her head. So, what hit him the most was not Andy and the others, but little sheriff's indifference. Mu Xian felt that her own cousin was so miserable. But when she thought of his poor attitude and various dislikes towards the little girl back then, she felt that this was not a case of 30 years of River East and 30 years of River West. And the wind and water rotating? It's just that. Emotional matters are the most complicated and difficult to understand. It's not that if you like it, people must like you. The two of them watched outside for a long time. In half an hour the sky will be bright, and the army will continue to the southwest. Pei Hao held a secret document and had been reading it for almost an hour. Back and forth, with just a few sentences. Pei Hao hard to read for so long. And finally the letter in his hand suddenly turned into pieces in his hand. When Mu Xian and Husan saw this hand of his son, they both drew in cool air. Husan was shocked. Shitzi is strong again? How in the world does he practice Kung Fu? It feels like what he and I practice is not the same secret manual. Mu Xian looked sour. Husan sized up Mu Xian. This stuff relies on talent. Right? What do you mean? Two people who read the same book will have different harvests. Husan, go outside and cut a deal. No time. Husan didn't want to go, and was forcefully pulled out by Mu Xian, finding an open place to fight. When the fight was over, he realized that there was a person standing on the side. Mu Xian touched the corners of his bruised mouth and glared angrily at Husan. Hit people without hitting their faces. Understand? Mistake, mistake. Husan grinned a naive smile. Mu Xian looked at Pei Hao and immediately corrected her attitude. Ah Hao. Pei Hao stood in front of him, his complexion calm beyond words. According to the current marching speed, it will take half a month at the earliest to reach the southwest. During this time is enough for the rebels to take a few more counties. I just had a decision that I want to talk to you guys about. Mu Xian and Husan fought, picking a location that was very empty. There were only 3 of them in this place, and it was convenient to talk without fear of being overheard. According to Pei Hao's request, it was a quick battle. The fastest way to quell the chaos is to take down the rebel leader first. Pei Hao decided to go over to the southwest first to settle a few important figures. As long as there is no leader, it will be much simpler to pacify the rebellion. Just need to wait for the army to come over to finish the job. Mu Xian was the first to object. No way. It's too dangerous. This is the fastest and swiftest solution. According to the original plan, it would take at least a year and a half. Pei Hao felt that he could not afford to wait. Pei Hao resolutely chose the fastest, but also the most dangerous solution. Mu Xian still wanted to object, but Pei Hao was determined to do so, and finally reluctantly agreed, but asked Pei Hao to bring Husan with him. Pei Hao, who originally wanted to go alone, met the unreasonable Mu Xian and refused to agree. He wanted to leave the army quietly and needed Mu Xian's cooperation. Pei Hao had no choice but to agree. Mu Xian now also has a bunch of opinions about Mrs. Pei and Pei Huyen. I have one more request. Xian. That's enough. No matter. This request. You must agree. What? Departing 3 days later. I won't be prepared enough in a short period of time. And it won't be easy for you to find a substitute. Didn't I say? Pretend I'm sick and replace the carriage. Heh. Easy for you to say. Don't you want to see a doctor when you're sick? Mu Xian is a bunch of reasons to stall Pei Hao for 3 days. Pei Hao could not understand Mu Xian's intention, but he believed that Mu Xian would not harm himself. Immediately, Pei Hao started to pretend to be sick. The horseback riding was temporarily changed to a carriage, and the people around him were all believers. On the same day, Pei Hao wrote a letter and ordered Pei family's guard to personally send it back to Du Wan. When that person went out, he ran into Mu Xian. Mu Xian didn't say much and also took out a secret letter. The letter should be personally handed over to the hand of the county princess, so that she can destroy it after reading it. This letter cannot be read by anyone other than the county lord. If it is lost midway, General Mu, please rest assured. My subordinate will definitely swear to protect this letter. Success. Hurry up and go. Be quick. Mu Xian waved his hand, signaling the man to hurry and leave. Turning back, he saw Pei Hao's furtive gaze not far away. You wrote a letter to the county princess? Yes. Mu Xian didn't deny it. Being caught in the bag. Surprisingly not false at all. Mu Xian carried her hands behind her back and walked to Pei Hao frankly. Your letter must be asking her to wait for you. Right? Mine is different. Pei Hao surprisingly guessed. In the middle of the day, Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly and asked, What did you write? Of course, it's for her to come over and fight alongside you. Nonsense. Who let you make up your own mind? As long as one of the county lords is involved. Southwest is in the bag. Pei Hao's mouth objected and his attitude was still resolute. In her heart, Mu Xian despised it. Small look. Really so resolute against. Let someone go after the messenger. In fact, Mu Xian is not too sure in her heart. She just wants to take a gamble. Pei Hao is equally curious to know if she will come. Just according to the time. 3 days of the letter cannot be sent to Du Wan's hands. Pei Hao finally took Hussein. First step away from the army to rush to the southwest. Regardless of whether Du Wan comes or not. Pei Hao's plan is still going on. Early February. Du Jia village's old house. Du Wan, who was escorting her cheap elder brother around to cultivate, heard that Pei family guards came to deliver the letter. This wave of operation was familiar to everyone in the princess house. From time to time, the world prince would have people come to deliver letters. But this was the first time that this matter had been withdrawn from the marriage. Du Wan glanced at Du Qian, who was cultivating and headed outside. He met a somewhat good-looking Pei family guard, and the other handed Du Wan 2 letters. Du Wan wondered, how come it's 2 letters? Reporting back to the county princess. The one above is from the world's son. The other one is from General Mu. General Mu has instructions, saying that he must hand it over to you personally, and also let you burn the letter after reading it. Oh! Du Wan listened and paid a little more attention to the letter. The Pei family guards made a sound to retire, making Du Wan surprised again. In the past, these guards who delivered the letter loved to wait for her to reply. Today is rare. Chapter 351. Want to withdraw from marriage unless I die. Du Wan immediately opened the letter. The first one to open was Pei Hao's letter. Pei Hao on the letter. There is only one sentence, Du Wan. It is impossible to withdraw from the marriage. Unless I die. The words were written in a very penetrating way. And it was obvious that when he wrote it, his emotions were floating a lot, falling into Du Wan's eyes. It is that this guy was stimulated. Seeing this sentence, his heart is quite bad. Obviously know that is already withdrawn from marriage. He still wrote down this sentence. Clearly withdrawing from marriage does not count. Want to rely on a piece of paper marriage contract. Cannot restrain him. Without a marriage contract, he can't be bound. Du Wan felt that the big brother is just bullish and bad. Whether it is a person or a ghost, he has to say. Then, Du Wan opened Mu Xian's letter. This letter is quite thick. Wrote a lot of things. 90% is Pei Hao's things. The back is even written that he is sick. But in order to win the war as soon as possible, Pei Hao insisted on going to adventure alone. Specifically what to do. Mu Xian was afraid of leaking secrets in the middle of the journey. Only obscurely mentioning the danger. And did not write clearly. After Du-won read it, her brows were furrowed tightly. What exactly is Pei Hao going to do? Let Mu Xian worry like this. Mu Xian wrote in the letter that he wrote the letter to avoid Pei Hao. Pei Hao did not know, and said that the only person who can persuade Pei Hao is her. Between the lines, Mu Xian's eagerness was very obvious. Du-won put the letter away and walked back. This kind of thing. She couldn't cover it alone. She still had to find Big Brother to discuss it. Du Qian had just finished his cultivation and saw his sister come in with furrowed brows. Sister, what happened? Then he saw the letter in Du-won's hand. Du Qian asked again. Pei Shixi's letter? It's his. And there's another letter from Mu Xian. Du-won had long forgotten about Mu Xian's delivery at this moment. She felt that there was no secret in the letter. Plus, it was for her big brother to read. It's not like it was an outsider. Du Qian took the two letters. When he saw Pei Hao's letter, his sword brows gently raised. Opening Mu Xian's letter again, he followed with a serious look for a few moments. Du-won worriedly said, Shouldn't I have chosen a time when he was out on the battlefield to withdraw from the marriage? If it wasn't such a time, would Mrs. Pei have found you? This matter is not all Mrs. Pei's fault. If I don't agree, sister, you're not to blame for this. Du Qian looks at Du-won disapprovingly. Du-won discovers her knees and sits to the side. Her small face extremely serious. If I am brazen, it's fine if I don't withdraw from the marriage, or wait for him to come back before withdrawing the marriage, so that he won't go and do dangerous things that would make Mu Xian worried enough to ask me for help. Silly sister Yo. You really believe Mu Xian's words? Du Qian read Mu Xian's letter once more. He was not a sister with a one-track mind. For Mu Xian's small mind, he could more or less see some of it. It's just that this practice of the surname Mu is a bit unkind. His sister is a girl. Can she go out that far? Du-won stared wide-eyed and asked with great consternation. Big brother, do you mean that Mu Xian is cheating me? This doesn't count. Pei Hao's matter should be true. Du Qian didn't even know what to say to his sister for a moment. The matter might not be as serious as what Mu Xian had written. But Pei Hao had probably taken some radical means in order to end the war as soon as possible. Or else Mu Xian wouldn't have asked his sister for help. Mu Xian was plainly scheming. In the past, Du Qian would have been worried about his sister and would have rejected Mu Xian. But recently Du Qian had been suppressed by his sister's force without temper and knew that even if she went, her safety would not be a problem. Does sister want to go? Du Qian decided it was better to respect his sister's choice. Want to go? I'm going to be half responsible for what happened to Pei Hao. If anything happens to him because of this. Du-won's heart jumped at the mere thought. This was something outside the plot. In the plot, the rebels were not successful in quelling the rebellion. Would Pei Hao succeed? Du-won's heart was more than uncertain. Therefore, Du-won's heart is wanting to go. It's just that mother's side. This has to be hidden first. Just tell your mother that you went on a retreat. Du Qian was equally worried about the eldest princess's body. Du-won thought about how it could only be. I'll go alone. Without bringing some people? Forget it. Bringing people will slow down the journey. Du-won just wants to get there faster. If it is really as serious as Mu Xian said, this matter can't be delayed. I'll go and pack up. I'll ask Big Brother to take care of the rest. You wait first. Du Qian went back to his own bedroom and took out two maps from the dark room. One was a map of the southwest, and one was a map of the Great Qin Kingdom. Both were very detailed. More detailed than the collection in the palace. Du-won was surprised to receive it. There is still this? Du's collection. This is the copy version. Thank you, Big Brother. Du-won took it and put it away properly. Then she saw the two letters again and just wanted to go and pick them up. Du Qian pressed ahead. Let Big Brother dispose of this letter. What is Big Brother going to dispose of? Mu Xian said to burn it. Du-won reminded. Du Qian said. His one will be burned. The other one has a great use. Soon, Du Qian burned Mu Xian's letter. As for the letter written by Pei Hao, what was the great use? Du-won soon found out. Looking oddly surprised, Du Qian put the letter into an envelope, then called his menders, and especially ordered them to send it back to the city quickly, stating that he must give it to Mrs. Pei personally, and then told Mrs. Pei that this was his son's letter to his sister. I hope that his son won't be shamelessly pestering my sister in the future. This is really too distressing. This is too damaging. Sure that Mrs. Pei won't be furious? Du-won was secretly happy in her heart, and went back to the courtyard with a smile. Coming out again. She had already changed into the attire of a teenager, wrapped her sword around her waist, then put on a sable cloak and a hood. There was also a cloth bag hanging on his body, and a bundle in his hand. A very good horse was picked out from the stable. Immediately set off, and steered the horse away. The rest of the follow-up matters were left to Du Qian. Du Wan's departure was silent. Instead, it was the Duke of N's residence. The princess's residence came with a guard to deliver a message. The guard stated that there was a letter from Pei Shi. The county king asked to personally send it to Mrs. Pei, and also brought a message to Mrs. Pei. This matter, in the past, is a small matter, will not alarm to the Duke of Zhen. Duke Zhen got the report, and headed towards the backyard of the main courtyard. His son actually had to pass through the princess's residence to send a letter? This was a bit unusual. As a result, before the Duke of Zhen even stepped into the main courtyard, he heard his wife's screams coming from inside. Frightened, Duke Zhen flew inside. He saw Mrs. Pei sitting in a sandalwood chair with tears in her eyes, her hand trembling slightly as she held the letter. The Duke of Zhen was heart thumped. What happened? Sins awe. Mrs. Pei couldn't help but cry. I'm doing it for his own good. Why doesn't he understand? What have I done wrong? The Duke of Zhen snatched the letter and quickly scanned it. The handwriting was his son's. The letter was addressed to the county princess, but it was delivered to his wife. Chapter 352. The little girl goes to the world sun. How could Mu Xian not have expected this? In the middle of the night, there would be a silhouette standing in front of her bed, so scared that she almost lost her soul. Who? Mu Xian clutched the dagger under her pillow. It's me. A familiar voice sounded softly. Mu Xian violently rolled over and got up. Sheriff? The oil lamp was lit at this time. There was one more person in the tent, and it was Du Wan who had come in all the dust. At this time, she was still carrying a bag in her hand. The arrangement inside the tent was very simple. It was set up temporarily for the night. There wasn't even a table or chair. Mu Xian pulls a blanket and spreads it on the ground. Sheriff, please sit down. I'll go and ask someone to send a bowl of hot soup over first. No need to bother. I'm just going to ask you something. I'll leave when I'm done. Du Wan sits down and puts her bag aside. Just now I went round the camp and didn't find Pei Hao. Where did he go? Mu Xian's eyes flashed slightly, cautiously going out for a trip outside the tent to make sure there was no one outside before returning. Du Wan had wanted to tell him that there was no one outside. But some people believe in the truth of hearing is not believing. Seeing is believing. Mu Xian didn't hide it and told him about Pei Hao. He only took Husan. Just 2 people to sneak into the rebel territory? He really dares to think. Du Wan quite admired Pei Hao's courage. It was quite big. This death-defying ability is also great. Then Du Wan asked, how many days has he left the army? 7 days. County Princess came faster than I expected. I tried very hard to drag him for 3 days. Counting the footsteps, I'm afraid that Shitzi has already infiltrated the rebel territory by now. It took 3 days for Du Wan to make her way here, and the rest of the time was wasted by the messenger, who was said to have traveled day and night to catch the road, and even exhausted 2 horses. A person rushing along is far faster than a large army. Du Wan asks, any information on the rebels over there? One can't go over there with 2 eyes in the dark. Mu Xian handed over what he knew, and Du Wan got up to leave. He witnessed the small girl, who used to be so weak, come and go freely in the 200,000-strong army and disappeared into the night. What's wrong with this world? People are different from each other, and the difference is too great. Mu Xian was so struck that he doubted life. Du Wan set out from the capital, first on horseback. Later, she went to a post station, asked about the route, then compared it to the map and planned the shortest route, catching up with the army in just 3 days. Du Wan was so bold that she crossed the mountains and took all the trails. Later on, she even abandoned her horse and used her lightweight skills to catch up. This time, after meeting Mu Xian, she replanned a path. He was able to reach the southwestern border in the shortest time, day and night, walking for 3 days, just over a mountain, far away to see the official road at the foot of the mountain. Du Wan quickly discovered the problem. On the road there are a lot of people fleeing in a hurry, sitting in carriages or driving ox carts. Some people are still hand-pushing the car or pulling the car to go. The car are placed a bunch of household goods. This is almost here? Du Wan took out the map and looked around. According to the map, There is a small county called Linshui in front. Du-won headed down the mountain. On the way, she also came across 2 pheasants and a hare. Picking up a few stones, Du-won hit the pheasant and the hare, and tied them up to carry them away. When she came out of the mountain, the people passing by were still startled. However, when they came across her face, that bit of wariness was much less. Who let this teenager looks beautiful, smile, and simple pleasing. In addition, people with clear eyes can see that the young man must be from a rich and noble background. A gorgeous cloak. The waist is also wearing a sword. He is a little young. About 13 or 14 years old. Du-won cultivation increased. The more tender, and then dressed as a man is even smaller. See a family of more than 10 people pushing a car. Young and old to meet over. Du-won greeted and asked, "This uncle, can I ask about something?" "What is it, little brother?" The middle-aged man, wearing a linen cotton lab coat, greeted Du-won with a simple smile, slightly bending his waist and lowering his head a bit humbly. It was the customary welcoming gesture of the ordinary people of Qin when they met a nobleman. Du-won unhooked the hair and handed it to the uncle. "Tell me, what happened along the way?" The uncle was about to refuse, when an old woman next to him stepped forward, took the rabbit handed by Du-won, and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you for the reward." "Mother?" Uncle was embarrassed. The old woman pushed her son. "Your honor asked?" "You answer properly." Du-won didn't mind. "It's from the mountains. It's not worth a few dollars." The rabbit was a good questioner. Du-won quickly inquired. "It was 2 days ago that the rebels hit the neighboring counties. And rumor has it that Linshui County is next. Although most of this rebel army is from poor people, their behavior is no different from robbers. Every time they occupy a place, they rob it. And some of the pretty girls and their families are forcibly taken away. And those who resist are either killed or maimed. Therefore, when the people of Linshui County heard that they were going to fight, most of them chose to flee." Du-won gave away a rabbit, and the others looked at her with 2 eyes. The reason for this was that she also had 2 pheasants in her hand, only that she carried a sword on her waist, which was scary. Du-won saw a family pulling a donkey. People who didn't want to walk had a moment to buy it, then thought about it and let it go. This day was nearly noon. Du-won came to the stream at the foot of the mountain and took out a small knife to kill a chicken. At this time there are 2 thin-to-the-bone boys came over to use bamboo tube to fill the water. The youngest child 8 or 9 years old. Small eyes from time to time to look at her 2 chickens. "This is meat. He hasn't eaten for a year." Du-won looked behind her. No one. "Whose child is this?" Du-won asked. "Just the 2 of you. Where is your family?" "Our parents died. Grandpa and elder uncle. They are walking ahead. My brother and I will fill up some water first, and then catch up with them when it is full." The older boy spoke articulately. Du-won surveyed the brothers. Severely malnourished. Real miserable. Without parents to protect them in this world. It's not sure if they can grow up. Gollum. Grumble. The youngest child. Hungry stomach growling. Du-won sat on a rock and asked the older child, "Can you kill a chicken?" "Yes." The child nodded. Du-won pointed to the chicken on the ground. "You help me to kill the chicken. Let your brother go to collect firewood. Later on we will make cold chicken to eat. When it is cooked, I will share a chicken with you." "Good." The older child happily picked up the knife to kill the chicken. This action was much drier than Du-won. The younger brother similarly understood and hurriedly put down the bamboo tube in his hand and flew off to gather dry firewood. From that skillful movement, it was clear that the 2 brothers were used to doing farm work. So next, Du-won sat on the sidelines and just moved her lips. Things are the 2 brothers' busy work. Using a chicken to hire child laborers. Du-won has no pressure. Chapter 353 Picking up 2 poor little things. The 2 chickens were quickly plucked and killed. The kid didn't throw away any of the edible offal and carefully washed them. Du-won asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Dawa. I am 11 years old. My younger brother is called Erwa, 9 years old." Dawa is very clever. Sometimes also secretly look at Du-won. Du-won pretended not to see. "When the chickens are ready, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to catch up with Grandpa and Uncle?" "Sir, can my brother and I follow you? We can do whatever you tell us to do. Just like today. With us following, you don't have to kill the chicken yourself. My brother and I don't ask for much. Just have a mouthful to eat." Du-won was silent. This is door-to-door self-selling itself? Duwan asked with mixed emotions. What do you think? Gongzi is a good person. And also gave Uncle Yi the rabbits. It was that scene that gave Dawa a heart. My parents died of starvation. And my brother, and I haven't eaten anything for a day. The family treats you badly? Also okay. Dawa hesitated, ultimately did not say bad things about his family. Duwan is not blind. 2 children thin into this ghost. Know how the family treats them. Now fleeing out. Basically a bit of family background. Duwan said truthfully. I'm going to Linshui County. Aren't you guys leaving? As long as we can follow Gongzi. It doesn't matter where we go. We can still sign a contract of sale. Dawa knelt down. And Erwa followed his elder brother. This is not necessary. You guys will follow me for now. Duwan thought that it was just right to have a native to bring along. When the 2 children heard this, they were very excited and rushed to kowtow to Duwan. If not for Duwan stopping them in time, both of them would have to kowtow their foreheads. Duwan looked at the 2 people's tattered clothes and said helplessly, Get food first. And when we get to Linshui County, we will buy you another set of clothes. Yes, Your Excellency. The brothers went back to work. Duwan touched her bag. The dry food inside had been eaten long ago. And there was also a water bladder. The 3 of them shared 2 chickens. Duwan ate most of the chicken, and the rest was eaten by the brothers. When she was about to continue her journey, she realized that the 2 brothers had nothing but 2 large bamboo tubes for water. According to Dawa, this was the only thing in the house that belonged to the 2 of them. Without the 2 brothers, Duwan would have reached the county soon. Too more burdensome? Duwan suddenly regretted a little. I didn't think much about it when I promised. What should I do now? We can only talk about it when we get to the county. We can always settle them down. Luckily, the 2 brothers ate bitterly and would not cry, silently following behind Duwan to hurry. Finally, before dark, rushed to the county. Duwan found an inn that was still in business, asked for some food, and then asked for 2 upper rooms. Then let the shopkeeper take the 2 brothers to take a bath and change into clean clothes. It didn't take long for the brothers to lose their previous dirty appearance, and became a lot smoother. It is too thin, Duwan instructed. Eat and go back to your room to rest. This Gongzi is tired. Nothing to disturb. Understand? Understood. I'll listen to your son. The brothers respectfully complied. Duwan went back to her room and closed the door. In only half an hour, she had almost searched Linshui County once. She did not find Pei Hao and Hussein, but learnt that the situation in Linshui County was quite grim, with very few people left behind. Most of them were old, weak, sick and disabled, and there were not even many people in the county office. It is said that the county magistrate fled yesterday with his family. Of course, on the surface is not fleeing, is to go to So and So City to visit relatives. But who doesn't know they fled? The county magistrates of the previous counties were all killed by the rebels. And we know that the next county is Linshui County. If the magistrates don't flee, do they stay and wait for death? Only 3 counties were captured last year, and 2 more the other day. 5 counties fell? Duwan knew from Mu Xian that the new leader of the rebels was surnamed Xiao. What exactly is his name? Very few people know. Everyone just calls him Chief Xiao. It is said that he hasn't been in power for long, and he was the one who ordered the capture of 3 counties last year. Duwan thought about how this is different from the plot. Recalling the contents of the book, she did not find a character with the surname Xiao that she could match. Is it a new character? Duwan quickly put this question behind her. Her aim was to find Pei Hao. Finding someone without clues is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Duwan decides to use the dumbest way, going to the place where the rebel leader goes in and out, waiting for a rabbit. At the inn, cultivating for a night. The next day, Duwan was glowing again. When she opened the door to her room, there were 2 brothers guarding outside. Very well behaved, Duwan said. There is no shop outside that sells food. Go and tell the shopkeeper to make some dry food in their kitchen. Gongzi, food is not easy to buy now. Food is very expensive. I know. Duwan takes out 10 taels of silver ingots from her body. Take it to settle the bill. Yes, I'll go and do it now. Dawa giggles and runs off to find the shopkeeper, leaving behind Erwa looking at Duwan with wide eyes, as if waiting for his master to command. Duwan touched his little head and handed him the bag, smiling. Come, carry the bag for this Gongzi. Good. Thank you, Gongzi. having a job to do. Erwa was happy. Last night, Big Brother told him to be diligent and serve the eunuch properly. As long as they were useful, the prince would keep them. Duan could see what he was thinking. She prepared dry food and asked the shopkeeper to contact her and buy a carriage at a high price. The carriage is only 70% new. Yet it is more expensive than a new one. Let the coachman teach Dawa to drive the carriage. When Dawa learned, the master and servant three set off. Dawa drove the carriage. Sir, where are you going? Muting County. Gonzi. That is a place occupied by the rebels. You? Dawa quickly reminded. I know. Do as I say. Duan was going to the rebels' territory. It was better to go over there openly. Dawa drove the car. Erwa sat in the carriage. It was Duan who saw that he was too small and let him in to sit. Erwa apprehensively asked. Gongzi is not afraid. Afraid of what? It is because I heard that there is a war here that I came to see the fun. Duan said, dangling. Words do not mean. But Erwa had no doubt about it. He had heard from the adults before that some sons of rich and noble families would often do strange behavior and have strange hobbies. The eunuch was indeed a young master of a rich and noble family, doing things in the same way as those young masters. Duan was glad that she did not know what Erwa was thinking. Otherwise, she would have thrown this little brat out of the car. Some things are laid out in the open, rather less noticeable. Duan just wanted to go over like this with a big grin and play the role of an arrogant male child. She even found a good reason. That is, she heard about the war in the southwest and hid it from her family to come and break in. This is like a young man who does not know the hardships of the world, thinking out of the box, but will not cause too much suspicion. There are not a few of this type of young man in the world, with a passion to run around the world. This appearance in the past, very consistent with Duan's heart. Chapter 354, Wandering Around Rebel Territory. Approaching Mo Ding County. There are very few pedestrians on the official road, and not even a single straggler in sight. This situation is very abnormal. At the intersection ahead, a barrier was set up. There are a few people picking things and are being inspected by the rebel soldiers to find out if there are no problems before they can pass. When Dawa drove his carriage close, a rebel soldier stopped it. Who is approaching? A soldier shouted sternly. Dawa said, My lord, my son has heard that there is a war over here and has specially come over to get a better understanding. The soldiers who heard this looked at each other in disbelief. This reason was so refreshingly unorthodox that it was the first time they had heard it. One soldier laughed. It wouldn't be a spy, would it? Dawa waved her small hands repeatedly. No. Really, I came over to get a better understanding. My male son is still a child. The soldier interrogated. Listening to your accent, you are a local. My youngest is from Linshui County, Shanha Village, and has a household registration. Dawa searched through his arms and found his and his brother's household registration. The soldier checked it over, and it was true. Dawa was very good at what he did. And when he gave the household registration, he secretly slipped a silver ingot over. Soldier without a trace put away, and then pretend to lift the curtain to check, and found that there is a beautiful young gentleman in the carriage with his legs crossed, but also high on melon seeds, next to a little boy of 8 or 9 years old, is reaching out for the young gentleman to continue the melon shells. A very arrogant rich son. He is not afraid of the world. Not rich and noble family really cannot raise this kind of child. Death ability is also bar. Even ran to a dangerous place to see the fun. The soldier also cautiously asked Dawa, Where is your son? My family's son. Dawa couldn't answer. He didn't know. Duan spat out the melon skin and said angrily, What's the point of asking this? Grinding and delaying my lord's journey. Are you tired of living? I'm sorry. I'll let go now. The soldier was born a civilian, and had been in awe of the powerful and wealthy since childhood. Not detecting any suspicious ones, the soldiers hurriedly let them go. Duan was surprised to be able to pass through so smoothly. Soon Duan knew what the problem was. It was the soldier who whispered to the person beside him. You quickly go and report to Lord Liu. Tell him that there is a powerful nobleman from Mo Ding County, about 13 or 14 years old, with tender skin, saying that he is here to travel. How do you know it's a powerful noble gentleman? Go! It's not simple. The sword on that gentleman's waist is even better than the one on the chief. Can an ordinary family get it? The man answered and quickly went to report the situation. Duan immediately felt that the melon did not smell good, thoughtfully touching the ring-headed sword worn at his waist. The fact that it was released. There was no loss for the rebels. A powerful young master. So what if he had more background? When it came to their territory, it was still up to them? The deeper his background is, the more valuable he is. And he can be used as a bargaining chip at critical moments. I understand. Do-won understands duh. In the eyes of others, she is the fat sheep at the door. After the carriage passes through the barrier and walks a little further, the city wall comes into view. There is another barrier here. Under the city wall, many stragglers were building fortifications, a way to establish some war defenses. Do-won finally understood why she didn't see any stragglers earlier. Probably they were all caught here to work. All of them are in rags, as thin as wood, and most of them are walking and shaking, ready to fall to the ground at any time. Before she came to the southwest, she imagined that the people of the borderlands would not be good, but seeing it with her own eyes was even more profound. It was not good. Her heart was blocked. However, there was nothing she could do now. To help indiscriminately would only be a hindrance, because she currently does not have the ability to resettle a large number of stragglers. The key is that there is no food, Do-won muttered in a low voice. The rebels, by the looks of it, have no intention of attacking Linshui County. But everyone says they want to fight. Erwa's childish voice spoke, his little face confused. It's not now, if we want to fight. The Imperial Army is arriving, and they're making preparations to meet it. Oh! He couldn't understand, but could respond. Do-won gave the little kid a magical look. This kid looks naive on the surface, but he actually understands things. When things are over here, if they are willing to go back to the capital with her, it is not impossible. When they encountered the barrier, they spent silver to go through again. When she successfully blended in, Dawa was heartbroken. Gonzi. It cost 10 taels of silver. Do-won said in a wealthy and generous manner. Well, don't worry. Your son is not short of silver. The streets of the county are very depressed. The shops are all closed. There are a few pedestrians, all in a hurry. Some corners on the street can still see dried blood. Do-won said. Dawa. Find an inn first. Gonzi. Are there still inns that dare to open their doors for business now? Dawa asked worriedly. I know. When you see an inn, you go and tap on the door. If someone opens the door, say that you're staying at the inn. And if no one opens the door, then go to the next one. Okay. Gonzi. Dawa did as Do-won said. After tapping on the doors of 3 inns, one was really open. Hearing them say they wanted to stay, the shopkeeper there, seeing that it was just 3 half-grown children, hesitated and agreed, but only provided accommodation and hot water, not food. The shopkeeper was a generous man, not asking a high price, and did not rip off the customers. Dawa originally wanted an upper room and an ordinary room. As a result, Do-won spoke up directly and asked for 2 upper rooms next to each other. Do-won didn't care about this amount of silver. On the contrary, she was worried about being too far away and not being able to take care of the brothers if something happened at night. After they were properly settled, Do-won looked at the sun outside. Do-won looked at the sun outside. It was the middle of the day. Do-won had eaten dry food. You guys don't wander around. I'll go out for a stroll outside. My lord. The little one will follow you. Dawa hurriedly stood up and said, No need. I'll just go for a stroll. I'll be back soon. You two stay at the inn and rest. If someone looks for you to trap you, you just say it truthfully. We are a bright and open person, out to be chivalrous and righteous. Nothing to be ashamed of. Do-won's eyebrows flew up. Her middle 2 teenage sense was full. The 2 younger ones nodded solemnly, looking at Do-won with adoring little eyes. Do-won finished her instructions and went out with a big grin, slipping around in the county, not covering her tracks at all. It was useless for someone to spy on her. Other people inquiring about news were looking for someone to ask. She didn't need to, as long as she strolled around outside. A circle can stroll around twice. Here the gossip absolutely will not be less. Strolling around, the person strolled to the county office near. Do-won removed the useless gossip and was left with some useful information. One is that the rebel Joe chief is not in Mudding County. Secondly, the rebels were building up their strength, and the reason for taking down the 2 neighboring counties was to loot the grain and supplies. Thirdly, the rebel army in Mudding County is now said to be 100,000 rebels, led by a man named He Liang. who has caught some stragglers to urgently build fortifications, and is said to be trying to stop the Imperial Army outside Imoding County. Chapter 355 Little Girl encountered robbery. Unlike the rabble she imagined, there seems to be powerful characters in the rebel army, so Do-won focuses on listening to the situation at the county office. Suddenly, she heard two men conversing inside the county office. One man asked, "Why did you come over?" "Just got a news. It's quite rare." It was the other man who said with a smile, "What is it?" "Today, there is a rich man in the county, about 13 or 14 years old, not a local accent. Heard that the war is going on here, and specially came over to get a better understanding. A bit arrogant and a bit stupid, according to the observation of the following people. In all probability is the son of a powerful noble family in the capital, or a very favored kind, with a sword on his body, now landing at the Fury Inn. Just him alone?" "Yes, running alone to the southwest, currently followed by two children, one 11 years old and one 9 years old, from Linshui County Shangha village, with a household registration." "How did these two children follow him?" asked. "The two children saw him asking for directions yesterday, and gave a hare as payment, thinking that he is a great good man, and that they are not afraid of starving to death by following him." Do-won's heart went silent for a moment. It's fine to say she's arrogant. Why is she a bit of a fool? There aren't many people as intelligent as her in the world. Right. Where does it show stupidity? This man must have bad eyes. No wonder he became a rebel. The two men chatted some more. The man who spoke first asked what Do-won was currently doing. The man who said she was stupid laughed again and said, "Is wandering around the county. About to wander near the county office, I think. I don't see him meeting up with anyone for the time being. Now is a critical moment. Can't be sure that it is a scout. Found suspicious places, immediately arrested and interrogated. Is a scout this stupid? Being careful makes it possible." Do-won felt that the man who said he was going to catch her was most likely He Liang, the general of the rebel vanguard. Being targeted? Do-won didn't care at all, as long as she didn't want to. No one could catch her. There was a small tavern near the county office that was still in business. There were some people eating and drinking in the shop. All of them were rough men. Do-won could tell at a glance that these people were all soldiers. Now in this situation, they can still open a shop peacefully. They should be the ones with connections. Do-won stepped into the tavern. Very striking. The originally noisy shop was quiet in an instant. This is like a bunch of ugly ducks inside, mixed into a white swan. And this environment is out of place. The reason is that this teenager is really too beautiful. Not to mention this small frontier county is not rare. The entire southwest is rare. There are a few Han's eyes. In Do-won Pei Jian above floating around. Do-won found a vacant seat and ordered a bowl of noodles. According to the normal development, she thought that someone will come up to find fault. The result of waiting and waiting. Still quiet as a chicken. No one to find trouble. This development is a bit weird. Until the noodles came up. Do-won ate most of the bowl. Or nothing happened. Just when Do-won is puzzled. Next to the table a man asked in a rough voice, "Little brother, how come I haven't seen you before?" Do-won looked up and suddenly raised a smile. "Of course I haven't seen you before. I just arrived in the county today." "No wonder. My name is Wang Er. How do you call your little brother?" "Surname Wu." "So it's brother Wu." Wang Er was a good climber, and Do-won was happy to talk to people. The two men talked about things, and finally chatted about Do-won's long sword. "Brother Wu, can you pull out this sword, and let us open our eyes?" "What's this?" Do-won graciously plucked out the long sword. Just from the exquisite decorations on the scabbard and hilt, one could tell that it was a good sword. When the long sword was unsheathed, this was even more confirmed. The sword body was slender and thin, glowing with a cold, sharp edge. Wang Er exclaimed, "Good sword. A superb sword. That's for sure. My elder brother's collection was quietly taken by me." Do-won's eye corners and eyebrows are revealing a little bit of triumph. But she stopped in the middle of her sentence. The words do not need to say through. Onlookers immediately heard the follow-up. Is a teenager from the big brother to steal out? Interesting. This family background is really not simple. After chatting for a while longer, Do-won's noodles were finished, paid the bill and left. The tavern was buzzing again, and there were speculations about Do-won's origins. After listening for a long time, Do-won sort of understood that if she was generally out of the ordinary, she might have caused most people to covet her. The problem is that she is really too much out of the ordinary. All the body throughout is a gold and jade noble people. This look instead let people very scrupulous. Do not dare to make a mistake. Fools know that messing with her is equivalent to messing with a big trouble. Especially those who usually lick blood from the mouth of a knife. But also know the law of survival. However, not everyone was shrewd. There would always be some fools who would have a lucky break and be blinded by the benefits in front of them. Right now, there are 3 people who are trailing Du-Wan, looking for a suitable opportunity to strike. Du-Wan intentionally led the 3 people to sneak around the county town, wherever there were people. In fact, it was quite interesting that these 3 people were so sneaky that they didn't realize that there were 2 scouts following behind them. Those 2 scouts see this situation. Angry, just want to curse. One immediately went up to report to his superior, leading one to continue following. Du-Wan noticed that one of the scouts went back to report, and then secretly pay attention. This level by level upward report. The news reached the 2 men who were chatting earlier in the county office. Sure enough, one of the men was He Liang, and the other seemed to be a senator. He Liang said with anger in his tone. Whose men are those 3? It's the one surnamed Tu. He's the same as him. Greedy and lustful, and still doesn't know how to restrain himself. If he continues like this, sooner or later he's going to have a big problem. But he's a close associate of Chief Chiao. This time, Chief Chiao sent him over to follow you. And I still don't know what kind of thoughts he has in mind. He Liang was silent in response. Then ordered, you go find someone to take those 3 away and escort them to Tuzwa. Won't they be allowed to try the juvenile's hands? If the teenager really has a problem, these 3 will only scare the snakes. Also right. He Liang's order was conveyed. Still a little late. The 3 men couldn't wait to make their move. So they stopped Du-Wan on the main street, afraid that Du-Wan would escape. They stood in different directions and surrounded her in the middle, as if Du-Wan was unaware of the danger. She raised her smiling face to greet the 3. Yo, it's you 3. Meeting again so soon? Little brother, leave your sword and valuable things behind. People can leave. The voice of the man who spoke was hard to hear, unable to hide the greed in his words. Brothers only rob money and do not hurt people's lives. Someone followed with a threatening voice. Only seeking wealth. If you do not cooperate. Is it? What will happen if you don't cooperate? Du-Wan's smile remained unchanged, asking in a naive manner. If you are a little more calm, you will see the danger. The person who was robbed. Calm and unusual. Chapter 356. Tell me how you want to die. When a man heard Du-Wan's words, he looked at her face and smiled lewdly as he opened his mouth and was about to say something, only to see the sword's cold aura suddenly flashed. Brush. The long sword was sheathed. No one could see how Du-Wan drew her sword. They only saw her long sword being sheathed. Then, the lewd man fell to the ground with a miserable cry. Ah, my arms. The man didn't die. Only his arms were cut off in unison. Wasted. This person. Du-Wan Light's smile remains. The whole person smiles like a teenager who is not versed in the world. Is so clean and immaculate. As if she was not the one who just chopped off someone's arms. Only to see her still smiling and asking, is that so? As long as I don't cooperate, I'll chop off my arms? No. This one was not right. The other 2 were greatly shocked. Just as the 2 of them tried to retreat, trying to get out of place, 2 sword lights flashed, and 4 new broken arms were added to the blood-splattered ground. Du-Wan restrained herself from killing, but for the ones with bad intentions, she didn't mind maiming them. The scout in the distance was dumbfounded. He did not see how the teenager struck. Vaguely, he only saw a few sword flashes and heard those 3 people screaming miserably. The long swords came out and went into their sheaths with ease. 3 of you. Remember to be good in the future. Also, I'm much better than you guys. I don't rob or kill. Du-Wan said very seriously to the 3 people, with an appearance that her 3 views were correct. The 3 people hated to lynch her. She doesn't kill people, but she can be more ruthless than killing people. Du-Wan waved goodbye and walked unhurriedly. What happened on the street quickly reached He Liang and the others. Both men were taken aback. The senator said, so powerful? Had the people continued to keep an eye on it, even if a child started practicing kung fu from his mother's womb? It's not this exaggerated. There's no shortage of strange people in the world. He Liang looked grave. Then, He Liang added, carry those 3 to Tuzwa's place and tell him to take care of his subordinates. They are an insurgent army and are no longer bandits. So don't bring the bad habits of the past into the army. Alright. That Senator General went to do it personally. Besides, Duan went back to the inn and noticed that there were people staring around the inn. Today this is so open. If Pei Hao is in the county, it is not difficult to find her. Tonight it is possible to find up. If no one finds come tonight, it means that the person is not here. Can only go to the next county. Erwa is resting in his room. Dawa is guarding the stairway. He found out when Duan appeared. Gonzi, you are back. Why don't you go back to your room to rest? Waiting for you. Dawa smiled foolishly. Go upstairs. Duan walks upwards. Dawa follows closely behind. Back in the guest room, Dawa reported the situation, saying that someone had come to inquire about Gonzi. Dawa told it all truthfully. Duan didn't let him serve and told him to go back to his room. Don't just go out of the inn if you're not doing anything. It's not peaceful outside right now. Okay. Gonzi. Dawa retreated out. Duan sat down on the bed and closed her eyes to fake sleep. Once she waited until dark. She did not wait for Pei Hao. Instead, a group of fierce soldiers came and surrounded the inn. The door of Duan's room was roughly slammed by 2 soldiers. Dawa and Erwa's hands were busy trying to block the door. The soldiers raised their hands and were about to hit the 2 brothers. Suddenly one of the soldiers was kicked off in a flash. And this person knocked another person off. Both of them crashing and destroying the first floor railing and falling down to the lobby. There was a shout and panic under the lobby. Duan came out and struck. Quite unexpected. There was a big shot at the inn. A general in the rebel army. Tuzwa. Duan remembered what she had heard during the day. This person is the rebel army chief Qiao's inner circle? Tuzwa was taunted today because of 3 subordinates committing offenses. He was holding a belly full of fire in his heart. He wanted to kill those 3 to vent his anger. And those 3 provided a good news in order to stay alive. In the county town came a beautiful young man with red lips and white teeth, with a supreme divine weapon on his body. Tuzwa was previously an unscrupulous bandit leader, and then by the Qiao chief subdued and recruited, restrained for a period of time. But the bad habits have not changed, but only slightly know how to cover up just. Every time he captures a county, there are still many girls who are scourged by him. Today he is rushing towards the rumored teenager. In addition, also interested in the divine soldier. Dawa and Erwa were scared. Gonzi, you should run away. It's fine. Go back to your room and close the door. Duan lifted the ring-head sword. The cloak was not put on. The temperature in the southwest is not as cold as the capital. Duan stood straight above the first floor, looking askance at the man standing in the center of the lobby. A burly man who looked a little fierce. This man was more like a bandit when he said he was a general. Around him stood a group of henchmen. In the left corner of the lobby, the shopkeeper's family had lifted out. Trembling, weak and pitiful, Duan's brows furrowed. It is you who wants to find me. When Tuzwa saw Duan's appearance, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a pretty little guy. The interest in Tuzwa's eyes was very strong. He really didn't come to the wrong place. The one who seriously injured 3 of this general's men today. Is it you? Duan didn't deny it and asked in return. Are you bandits? Or soldiers? This is not important. Tuzwa beckoned towards Duan, signaling her to come downstairs. No. It's important. If you guys are bandits, I'll naturally treat you the same way I treat bandits. What if you are soldiers? I will talk in a different way. Duan didn't take the stairs, performing lightness, flipping over and flying down the stairs. The landing was soundless, easy and spontaneous. Tuzwa's pupils shrunk violently. The lightness in his heart retracted. 3 of his men were seriously injured, and he thought that the 3 of them had taken the enemy lightly. Now it seems that the other party has 2 brushes. But even so, Tuzwa did not take Duan as a formidable enemy. So what if the martial arts is powerful? He brought a lot of people, not afraid to catch a 13 or 14-year-old brat. Tuzwa lived his life in the mouth of the sword. He was very sensitive to danger, and immediately ordered, catch the person for this general. Several soldiers rushed up to catch the man. Duan had not made a sword move, and when those people rushed up, there was no longer a shadow of her in place. When the crowd turned back again, they saw Duan standing in front of Tuzwa at an unknown time, holding the sword in her jade hand. The tip of the sword was directly in front of Tuzwa's brow. The entire lobby was silent. It was as if it was so quiet that even a pin dropped on the ground could be heard. Tu's pupils clenched in disbelief. And there was also a hint of panic. He didn't even have a chance to react. He only felt a flash of shadows. And that long sword was pointing at him. When he interrogated those three people, he thought that they were scared out of their wits and exaggerated the teenager's power. Really faced Tu's with this moment, heart surged with thick regret. Du-won faintly asked, "Say it. How do you want to die?" "Kill me. You can't escape either." Tu's threatened stiffly. Du-won laughed lightly. "Whether I can walk away or not, that's something after you die. Want to give it a try?" No. He didn't want to try. Tu's clearly had to feel Du-won's killing intent. Chapter 357. Not seeing the coffin without tears. Misunderstanding. This little brother. Today is a misunderstanding. This general specially came over to apologize to you on behalf of his men. It's just that when I came here, I heard my men say that little brother's hands are very powerful. So I couldn't help but see the hunt and wanted to give it a try. I didn't mean any harm. I really didn't. Tu's ability to get to where he is today never relied on his backbone. It was his ruthlessness and insidiousness, as well as his ability to speak human words to people and ghost words to ghosts. Now when he said this, he looked so sincere that he almost fooled himself. Du-won looked at him expressionlessly. She didn't believe a word this man said. If the two people were switched over, and it was her life that fell into his hands, this attitude would definitely be a world of difference. Du-won today, in full view of the public, is not going to Tu's hands. Besides, really kill him. She is able to walk away. But the side is still followed by Dawa and Xiaowa. In addition to the innkeeper's family, Du-won did not move away from the tip of the sword and asked with a cold smile, "Really come to apologize?" "1,000 times true. Don't believe me? Ask everyone." Tu's spoke in a curt manner. The men next to him hurriedly agreed. "It's true. My general came to apologize to you. Just now it was just a joke. The general did not intend to hurt you. The general is a good person, and would never kill innocents indiscriminately. Little Duke, this is a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. It's better to let go of the general quickly. Swords have no eyes. What if you accidentally injure someone by mistake? The general even said he would apologize to you properly before he came." Yes. Yes. I can testify to this. We can all testify." Du-won did not move the tip of her sword, and deliberately asked, "Oh, how is the apology to be made? I wanted to invite you to the county office for a gathering, and I have prepared good wine and food. There is not much grain in the county now, and even less meat that can be eaten, as long as you go back with me." Tu's thought that a 13 or 14-year-old child should like to eat the most. Suddenly, felt a pain on his brow. The pointed sword cut through the skin, and blood slowly flowed down like silk. Tu's instinctively backed away. However, the tip of the sword had a lifelike quality, always sticking to his brow. Du-won warned, "Some people just don't see the coffin. That one has prepared wine and food in addition to silver. The sincerity is sufficient. Tu's increases the chips. Du-won is quite fond of silver. How much silver is prepared to honor the master?" 1,000 taels. Tu's asked tentatively. Du-won's face was cold. Tu's added, 5,000 taels? Are you sending out a beggar? Is master short of a few thousand taels of silver? Or is your life only worth this much? Du-won's feet stepped forward. The tip of the sword in her hand followed and sent it forward, frightening Tu's to immediately take a step back, narrowly avoiding the opportunity to send his life away. Tu's thought that he was quick to avoid the sword. He didn't think that it was Du-won who intentionally let it go. That is, she wasn't in a hurry to take his life. Today, Tu's brought over 100 or so of his inner circle, thinking that he had brought quite a few people. As a result, it was useless to have more people. Not a single useful one. The door of the inn was left open, and the scouts outside saw it long ago, and hurriedly sent people back to report to their superiors. Tu's chips have been increasing, such as wanting Du-won to serve in the army or promising heavy benefits. 5,000 taels have now become 100,000 taels. Du-won said, "Where is the silver?" "In the county office." Tu's made a random excuse. "Let your people go and get it. It's best to get large denomination silver bills. Don't want to carry a few boxes of silver over to give me trouble. And don't have the dream that I can't take the silver away by myself. The consequences of angering me are very serious." Du-won's voice is light. The ups and downs of emotions are extremely small. Even the volume is controlled, not too big and not too small. And usually chatting with people in general. Tuzwa is really scornful at this time. The martial arts of this person in front of him exceeded his imagination. At this exact moment, a person behind him drank. Let go of the general, or I will kill them. Duwan looked back. Above the first floor, two soldiers caught Dawa and Erwa. The big swords were on the necks of the two small children. Duwan sighed helplessly. I didn't want to kill anyone today, but you guys won't let me. Only to see her kicking Tuzwa away. Tuzwa's mouth was spraying blood before he even landed on the ground. It was still a shock for that tall man to be kicked away, flying several feet away at once, hitting the gate with a loud bang, falling hard again, and spitting blood again. In the bystanders' focus on Tuzwa was kicked flying, not yet back to the moment. Duwan that pure as jade left hand. Between the fingers do not know when there are two more copper coins, violently thrown out towards the back. Ah! A shriek occurred from Erwa. The soldier who had caught the two just now had a bloody hole appear in his brow. A deadly move. Using only two copper coins as concealed weapons. 2 lives were taken. This tactic. Appalling. Everyone present had chills when they saw it. There were a few who reacted quickly and wanted to save Tuzwa. Only the slender figure. Faster than anyone else. With a flash of her figure, she stood in front of Tuzwa and stepped on his chest. The sharp long sword was once again pointed at his throat. The surroundings were silent again. No one dared to speak. Duwan coldly looked at Tuzwa, who was dying on the ground. A bunch of mole crickets are just ants. I don't kill you guys because I'm too lazy to dirty my hands. Do you think that little master is afraid of you? Silver is given to you as much as you want. Tuzwa hid the viciousness in his heart. And for the time being, he only sought to live. Just now, Duwan's kick made him suffer a very serious internal injury. If not for the fact that he had learnt internal martial arts and still had a good base, I'm afraid that he would have lost his life on the spot just now. Tuzwa unlocked the money bag on his body. Seeing that Duwan was not moved, Tuzwa took out another stack of silver checks from his robe's compartment, all of which were of the largest denomination. And there were more than 100,000 taels, to say the least. Duwan was quite surprised. Carrying so much silver on his body? Does it mean that this person is still prepared to run away at any time? Just as Duwan thought. Tuzwa has no wife and no children. He is an outlaw. Or he has never thought of selling his life for anyone. Before the Imperial Army comes over. If you can beat it, you can beat it. But if you can't beat it, you can run away. Dawa led Erwa over. Clearly scared, but did not show fear. When Duwan saw this, she felt that the brothers were not bad. Dawa, Erwa, come over and put away the silver tickets. Then search him. Yes, Gonzi. The 2 children had a job to do, and hurriedly picked up the money bag and silver tickets. They began to search Tuzwa's body again. Tuzwa was previously fierce and scary, but now that he fell limply to the ground, it was not easy for him to even move a little. The brothers were not afraid as they searched. Erwa's big eyes were even shining, looking at Duwan with admiration. Gonzi is really powerful. Knocked down all the evil people. The brothers didn't find the silver check from Tuzwa's body, but they did find a small white jade seal. When Duwan saw it, yo, I'm familiar with this. From a money bank? Tuzwa suddenly vomited blood and passed out. Duwan shook her head and sighed. Too weak. How did you become a general? Having seen her killing methods, who dares to say anything? Chapter 358. Did you just pretend to be dead? Duwan didn't kill Tuzwa on the spot. At least he was one of the big shots of the rebel army. Getting killed in front of everyone would be a big trouble. It's too stupid to do it openly. It's better to do it secretly. Just as Peihao planned. Assassinating the important figures will make the rebels themselves scattered. And when the Imperial Army comes over, it will reduce the number of casualties. Duwan didn't like war. When she used to watch theater during wartime, she could tell that countless people had to be sacrificed in every war. The next thing Duwan did was something unthinkable. It was to search all the men that Tuzwa brought with him, and beat up those who didn't obey. According to Duwan, none of them are good. Thinking that wearing a military uniform makes you a good person, bandits are still bandits. One person robbed hundreds of people. Duwan's battle record was unprecedented. In the eyes of the onlookers, this teenager was more like a bandit than a bandit. The 2 Dawa brothers are small in age, but they are capable. And they neatly packed the collected silver and silver checks, and also took Duwan's bag and sable cloak down from the upper floor. Gongzi had killed someone earlier, and was sure to run away later. The farce ended. It was the people outside the inn who came again. A group of soldiers, all carrying torches. The leader is a man aged over 20, of medium build, with a decent appearance. Du-Wan noticed this man. His eyes were clear and straight, but from his rough hands, he could tell that he was a man who had suffered. With a sweep of the inn, He Liang revealed shock. There was a sharp-tongued man lying on the ground and calling out in surprise. General He. Help! There was silence all around. The man who begged for help was none other than Tuzwa's close confidant, usually saddling up beside Tuzwa. It could be said that as many bad things Tuzwa had done, there was a share of this man. Du-Wan's long sword has been sheathed, arms hugging her chest, coldly looking at this person begging for help. I was too light in my hands, so that you still have the strength to beg for help. The middle air is still quite full. Did you just pretend to be dead? I. The man struggled to stand up and fled behind He Liang, looking at Du-Wan in fear. He Liang looked around the lobby and searched around before finding Tuzwa, who was still alive or dead. In a corner of the main door, he walked over with big strides, felt Tuzwa's pulse, and was relieved to know that the person was still alive. If the person wasn't dead, it was nothing. My name is He Liang. Thank you for your mercy. He Liang thanked Du-Wan. Du-Wan was no stranger to He Liang's voice. However, what he did was quite out of Du-Wan's expectation. Didn't he say that officials protect each other? Du-Wan's eyes rolled. So you're General He? You're just in time. These bandits were subdued by me. Hurry and send them to the county office. This big night has delayed the rest. He Liang couldn't imagine Du-Wan had such a plan. It's my laxity in governing the army. I've caused you trouble. Please allow me to take these people away. I guarantee that no one will dare to disturb your rest tonight. Good to say. Du-Wan retreated to the side with Dawa and Erwa. The brothers waited with their bags and thought they were leaving. As a result, Du-Wan took the two upstairs. Meaning to continue living here? Dawa worriedly whispered. Gongzi, will they really not retaliate? How could they? But this is not for you to worry about. This Gongzi will solve it by himself. Du-Wan did not feel that this matter would end like this. Not to mention the fact that she had lost the face of the rebels. Let's just say that the large sum of money that she had scavenged tonight was seen by so many people. There was no telling how many people would be moved. These are all things that Du-Wan expected. Anyway, she came to the southwest to make trouble. He Liang is in a high position, letting people carry Tuzwa and walk away. Du-Wan was still quite surprised and stared intently at He Liang. It didn't take long. Du-Wan heard another conversation between He Liang and his Senator General. That Senator General was surprised. Very powerful? Isn't it a half-grown kid? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. He Liang briefly talked about what he saw when he arrived at the inn. That belligerent male is by no means something that an average person can raise. And the general didn't take the man back to the county office? Even Tuzwa fell into his hands. Do you think I can beat him? It is difficult for you. Tuzwa's character is no good, but his martial arts are real strong. He Liang witnessed Tuzwa's miserable condition. It was said to be powerless. Just like those three earlier. He Liang couldn't look at Tuzwa's person, but he had to admit that the man's martial arts skills were on par with his. But tonight, he was beaten half to death by a half-grown kid. He Liang treated Du-Wan with caution and vigilance. If something happened to Tuzwa, it's still necessary to speak to Chief Chiao. It's time to say something, or else I don't know what will be made up by some people. The next thing the two chatted about was something else, which Du-Wan wasn't too interested in. Staying at the inn, Du-Wan thought about leaving. It was just that it was a big night, and with two small children, it was inconvenient to catch the night journey. Dawa came to report. Sir, the innkeeper wants to see you. Can you say what is the matter? Du-Wan asked. Not clear. Call the person in. Du-Wan originally wanted to not see him, but when she thought of the family being implicated by her, she was a bit overjoyed. The shopkeeper came over and was very formal. First thanking him for saving his life, then asking if there was anything he could do to help, and also saying that they wanted to leave overnight, and so on. Du-Wan sorted out the key points. It was the shopkeeper who was afraid of retaliation and wanted to escape with his family. Du-Wan asked, why didn't you guys flee before? It's the old father at home who is very sick. The shopkeeper is a filial son and doesn't want to leave his father behind and miss the best time to escape. According to what the shopkeeper is saying now, They are trying to hide in the countryside. Do-won reminded. The countryside is even less secure. How so? Bandits and rogues specifically pick villages to ransack. The shopkeeper's face was bitter. Wouldn't he know that there was no security? But now the inn. Their family didn't dare to stay. In fact, he is quite regretful at this moment in his heart. He should not be greedy to earn some money and open the door for business. Do-won probably saw the shopkeeper's dilemma and told Dawa to go and take out 100 taels of cash silver and 1,000 taels of silver check as compensation. The imperial army is about to arrive and will soon be at war. So I suggest that you find a hidden place to hide for a period of time first. Thank you, benefactor. The shopkeeper hesitated for a long time and accepted it. With the decision made, the shopkeeper took the family away. Before leaving, he also put a big bag of dried food and jerky to give to Do-won. Do-won did not accept it and let him take it away. The shopkeeper's family of 5 was going to leave through the back door. Do-won secretly knocked out the scouts guarding the outside of the inn, allowing the shopkeeper's family to leave without any problems. Do-won secretly followed the family for some time. Seeing the shopkeeper's family, they hid to a dilapidated old house in the county. Mainly because there is a big cellar here. When they encounter a situation, they can hide temporarily. Do-won saw that a lot of food and water were prepared. Enough for this family to eat for a few months. Chapter 359. Didn't wait for Master Shitsi. Do-won went back to the inn. The inn is quiet. A night. Calm through. Not waiting for Pei-hao. Do-won was a little disappointed. The county is so big. Pei-hao didn't come to the door. In all likelihood, he is not in Muting County. Do-won took out the southwestern map and thought about going to the next county. The rebels occupied 5 counties. Muting County was only one of them. The nearest county to Muting County was Daling County. It would take half a day to go by carriage. Knowing that Do-won had woken up, Dawa brought a basin of hot water for washing. It was a bit embarrassing for Do-won to let an 11-year-old child wait on her. But if she didn't let the brothers do anything, they would not feel at ease. In the end, Do-won did not stop them and quietly let the 2 of them do their work. Do-won finished washing up. Dawa served breakfast. A big steamed cake and a big bowl of rice porridge. Do-won picked it up and took a sip. Where did you get the rice? The rice that the shopkeeper left in the kitchen. There's half a bowl of it. Dawa had a soft spot for the shopkeeper. The big cakes were the dry food they had brought with them. They could be eaten without steaming them. They just weren't as soft as when they were warmed up. Do-won ate it first, and the brothers followed with half a cake each. The rest of the rice porridge, Do-won did not eat. Let the brothers drink. So one morning, the 2 brothers' little faces are happy. Very satisfied. For children, what is most important? For children, what is the most important thing? With Do-won around, both are complete. Do-won looked at the 2 brothers who were about to smile into 2 fools. The mood is a little complicated. According to reason, she came here. It is most convenient for her to act alone. And it is not sensible to bring 2 children with her. It is just that her momentary weakness has caused the present. Not on the situation. In fact, letting the 2 brothers follow wasn't without its benefits. As for the image of her as an arrogant rich young master, it was even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Do-won took the 2 brothers to the stables. The carriage got ready and immediately went out towards Darling County. Not far from the inn, Do-won noticed that someone was staring at them again. At this time, Do-won didn't care and let Dawa continue to drive. Out of the county. Walked for nearly an hour. The road almost did not come across people. The fields on both sides of the road are deserted. Do-won did not have to change the car curtains outwards. Heard the back far followed by people. There are more than one group. The people who know that Do-won has a huge amount of money on her body can be quite a lot of people. Because no one expected Do-won to go out of the county today. There was no ambush in front of her. The carriage was stopped. It was a group of people, fierce and vicious, riding their horses and catching up. Without saying a word, the one in charge raised his sword and tried to chop at Dawa, who was driving the carriage. Look at this. Not only to rob, but also to kill. Just that the robber's big knife, before it fell, a copper plate shot out from the carriage, instantly piercing the robber's throat. Ted! The outlaw fell straight down from his horse. The thieves who were trailing behind were startled. There were no surprises next. They were all exterminated by Do-won's hand. None of them are good people. It's a scourge to keep them. Dawa and Erwin nodded seriously. The 2 children already got off the carriage and cleaned up the scene and searched the bodies. The money they got was not much. Just 100 or so taels. Dawa looked at the dozen or so horses scattered in all directions. Gonzi. What about these horses? It's too bad to throw them away here. Not good horses. Duwan sized them up. Even if it's not a good horse, it's still a horse. We spent 50 taels to buy this one. Dawa had not learnt to count. He just knew that a dozen horses. Quite a dozen 50 taels. A lot of silver. Duwan looked at his little wealth fan appearance. His heart burst. Will not be raised crooked? Inexplicably have a little heart. How to break? Just 2 or 3 days with her. Duwan mused. You have a point. Bring all the horses that can be retrieved. The brothers did as they were told. There were a total of 13 horses here, and only 2 ran away. As for the corpses on the ground, Duwan had a little bit of regret. Before killing people, we should have let them dig the pit first. Now it's all up to us to bury them. We still have to bury people? Dawa did not have this realization. Duwan was talking about digging a big pit when suddenly her eyebrows loosened and she grinned. Of course we have to bury them. But we don't have to come. Another group of robbers came over. Upon seeing the situation at hand, they all froze. Duwan was standing beside the pile of corpses with a smile on her face. Her small white jade-like hand was beckoning towards them cheerfully. Hey, hey, hey. All come over, all come over. Come over and work. Nope. Oops. Ran into a hard case. This group of robbers were hearing someone say that in the inn. There was a male with a huge amount of money. They are not sure what the situation is. But they only know that the gentleman with a huge sum of money is leaving Ding County today. They were able to catch up with great difficulty. But the result was not what they expected. The peers in front of them, who wanted to make a move, were all dead. The next moment, they turned around and wanted to escape. However, it was impossible for them to escape. And in less than half a quarter of an hour, they were all captured by Duwan, who waved a small whip and forced them to work and bury their bodies. This whip is still Duwan's trophy. Duwan didn't do anything to them next. She just used them as slaves for the time being, escorting Duwan's 3 people. They also helped drive more than 10 horses towards Darling County. Dawa is a child. The ability to adapt to the bar. Only after half a day to chat with a few of the robbers. This group of robbers and the dead gang is not quite the same. This group of robbers obviously poorer. Dawa and Dawa searched their bodies and did not find 3 taels of silver. Asked only to find that they are a village. Are the same clan people. Is the village a people cannot live. Only to become a robber. Usually only rob money does not kill. The silver obtained will be exchanged for food and sent back to the village. Duwan said nothing. Instead, it was Dawa and Erwa who had an intolerant heart. Duwan asked, do you two sympathize with them? A little. Quite pitiful. Erwa nodded hesitantly. Dawa hesitated and shook his head. At first I did. Then I didn't feel quite right. Huh? How? Duwan was quite interested. Dawa's eyes flashed with confusion. I can't say it clearly. I just think they shouldn't get sympathy. That's right. The ones who really deserve sympathy are those innocent people who were robbed by them. If we were a little less strong today, they would have robbed everything. Would you still sympathize with them? Duwan looked at the 2 brothers and asked. The 2 children immediately stared in shock. Erwa was the first to say sharply. No more sympathy. They deserve it. Yes. Deserved it. Duwan laughed. It was nearing evening. The group finally arrived at Darling County. Compared to Muting County, which might become a battlefield, Darling County was left to fend for itself after it was looted and robbed. The county offices all still had traces of blood that had dried up in the beginning. At the county gate, there wasn't even a barrier. The carriages entered the county and traveled through the cold streets. The doors of every house are closed. And some cries can still be heard. Chapter 360. Is it related to Pei Hao? There is no rebel garrison, and the county office is abandoned. The law and order in the city is poor. And Duwan and her party were not good to be messed with. Successfully avoiding the covetousness of bystanders, Duwan went out of the carriage and even deliberately rode a tall steed, riding in the forefront, leading a group of people to skate around the county, all the way like a king patrolling the mountain. Majestic. With such an ostentatious tour, Pei Hao would probably receive news if he was in the county. As a matter of fact, Duwan suddenly found that robbers are quite convenient as tools. When Duwan walks outside by herself, It's a bit like a child holding a gold brick in the downtown area. If there were no robbers following her, the chaotic county town would not be short of big troubles. But small troubles would be constant. Who made her look like a fat sheep, but also beautiful. Weak and pathetic, easy to slaughter? Duwan told the head robber to go and sell the extra horses. These people often moved around the neighborhood, so they naturally had their own doorways. Deterred by Duwan's force value, the head robber with a few people didn't dare to act recklessly, and went to do as he was told. Then, Duwan took the other people to find an inn to stay. The inn is empty, and no one is open for business. So if you let people clean up and tidy up, you can still live there. Having seen Duwan's tactics, the robbers were afraid of her, and did everything she said. Dawa and Erwa's jobs were taken over by the robbers. The three of them sat down in the lobby to eat dry food, and the robbers served tea and water. Duwan looked at the group wryly. The ability to adapt was quite strong. Alright. I'll roll to one side. Okay. I'll roll this time. Gongzi has any orders to mention to the little ones again. The robbers' attitudes were curt, and not very dignified. Duwan waved her hand and instructed them to get lost, and went to fix the food herself. Dawa waited for the group of people to leave, and asked in a low voice, "Your Excellency, aren't you afraid that they will escape? If they want to escape, just do it. It's not like I'm stopping them." Duwan replied without thinking. Dawa boarded up his little face, like a small adult. "That's good. We don't have extra food for them. It's just that. Those few who went to sell the horses, will they bring back the silver to Gongzi? It's fine. Just a few hundred taels." Duwan really didn't care. She was still carrying a huge amount of money of more than 100,000 on her body. Where else would she look at a few hundred taels? It's just that Dawa is worried and Erwa is listening in ignorance. Duwan told them to go back to their rooms to rest after eating, and she herself also went back to her room to rest. After sitting in the carriage for so long, the body is not tired, but the heart is tired. So the big-hearted Duwan comfortably slept. Woke up already in the middle of the night. Stared and heard around. Found that she opened the door to the room. Outside the corridor, a group of people lying on all fours. Duwan felt magical. This group of robbers actually did not escape. She kicked awake a person next to her. It was the head of the robbers, who went to sell the horses. "Get up. What are you doing lying here?" "My lord." "You're awake?" The bandit leader immediately woke up. Said to be the head of the robbers. In fact, only 20 years old. Followed him out to mix the brothers. The age is not big. The oldest was him, and the youngest was just 13. The head robber handed the money to Duwan. The horse was sold to a second-hand dealer, and only got 400 taels. Duwan didn't take it. Slightly disgusted. "Alright. Reward you guys. Take it as a burial fee. Go back and don't be a robber. I won't be merciful if I meet you again." Yes. Thank you for the reward, Your Excellency." The robber leader was extraordinarily surprised. Did this mean they could leave? The door to the opposite room opened a thin crack. Dawa was quietly looking outside through the doorway. Duwan was not in a good mood. "Dawa, hurry up and go to sleep." "Okay." Dawa closed the door in a flash. Duwan turned around and went back to her room, ignoring the robbers outside. A night passed. Duwan still did not see Pei Hao come to her door. But somewhat surprisingly, Duwan also saw the robbers guarding outside. "Still not gone. We are trying to wait for the dawn before leaving," one person stammered. "Just waiting for the dawn." Someone said again that they want to say goodbye to Duwan before leaving. Duwan waited for a long time before realizing the point. It was someone who knew about Dawa and Erwa and wanted to follow Duwan in the future, just like the two brothers. The robbers are not without orphans. All want to find a way out for themselves. One fish is raised. Two are also raised. Duwan didn't care, and even said the danger first. "If you want to follow, then follow. But I declare in advance, it's very dangerous to follow me." In Ding County, I even beat a general named Tuzwa half to death. The surroundings were suddenly quiet. "Really? Beat him half to death?" As a former peer, Tuzwa was as famous as thunder in this area. The robber leader was shocked. "When was it?" "Just the night before last." Duwan did not hide this. "Then the gentleman had better hurry up and get out of here." The robber urged Duwan to leave. Ever since Tuzwa became a rebel general, there aren't many people in this area who don't give him face. "I won't need you to rush me. I will leave." Du-Wan said this with her mouth, but her complexion was not in the least bit anxious. Later we will leave this county, and go to the next county, Taichu County. When the robbers heard that she was leaving, they were still relieved for her. When they heard the name of Taichu County, the breath lifted again. Where is it bad that they have to go to Taichu County? Isn't this the center of the rebels' territory? It is said that the rebel army is entrenched in Taichu County. The robber leader advised. My lord, it's better not to go. I heard that Taichu County has been very strict in recent days. Wasn't it strict before? Du-Wan's eyes flashed. The robber leader said. Strict, but not as serious as these days. Only in and not out. Du-Wan raised her eyebrows. Could it be related to Pei Hao? The head robber thought that Du-Wan would not go to Taichu County after he reminded her. But he did not expect to make a mistake. But instead, he strengthened Du-Wan's idea of going to Taichu County. When the robbers heard that she had offended Tuzwa and was going to Taichu County, those who originally wanted to follow her were left with a teenager named Wolf, who is 13 years old and an orphan. Wolf used to follow the gang out to rob the pedestrians, and each time he got very little, barely making a living. Now there is a rare opportunity. He wants to catch. Dawa and Erwa are not afraid. He is 2 years older than Dawa. Why can't he? The rich and powerful are in danger. Wolf intuition: as long as you follow the gentleman in front of you, you will be able to live a good life. Seeing that Wolf insisted on staying, the robbers left. Du-Wan asked. Ah, Wolf, can you drive a carriage? Yes. Ah, Wolf replied respectfully. Du-Wan immediately said, now set off for Taichu County. You and Dawa will take turns driving. As you wish, Your Excellency. Ah, Wolf helped Erwa carry the baggage. Erwa was originally happy to have a job to do, but now that he was robbed by Ah Wolf, his little face was aggrieved. Dawa glared at Ah Wolf and hurriedly shoved the bundle he was holding to Erwa. Brother, take it to the car. Brother, go and saddle the horse. Okay, duh. Thank you, brother. Erwa was happy again. Ah Wolf, did I do something redundant? Chapter 361. Single-handedly going to the rescue. That afternoon, the carriage arrived a mile away from Taichu County. Du-Wan suddenly uttered, Stop. You? The carriage gradually slowed down before stopping at the roadside. Dawa asked. Your Excellency, the carriage has stopped. As soon as Erwa saw Du-Wan about to get up, he immediately got up and lifted the curtain, bending down and stepping out of the carriage. Du-Wan looked around. Her eyes then directed to a hill not far away. Du-Wan quickly instructed, I'll go and come back. You guys wait here first. If you encounter danger, escape first. After saying that, she swept towards that hill. The speed was as fast as a swallow sweeping by. Du-Wan rushed over almost as fast as she could. Just now she heard a commotion on the mountain. It was soldiers searching for someone. Then it was being approached and was fighting. Originally, Du-Wan didn't think there was anything strange. But then she heard Hussein's voice. Rub. Acquaintance. Where there is Hussein, there is most likely Pei Hao. Du-Wan rushed along with the sound of the fight, and her light power was performed to the extreme. When she arrived at the scene and landed on a big tree, she was just in time to see Hussein surrounded by a dozen of soldiers in a critical situation. Du-Wan picked a leaf next to the tree, using the leaf as a concealed weapon, and instantly flew out. The originally thin leaves, when they fell into her hands, the killing power was instantly raised to a terrifying level, each leaf cutting off a person's throat. In an instant, a dozen soldiers were killed. Du-Wan floated down to the ground. When Hussein saw Du-Wan, he was first stunned. Then he recognized Du-Wan's identity, and a wild joy appeared in his eyes. County Lord? What's going on? Du-Wan swept around and did not see Pei Hao. Where is your Shitzi master? Hussein said eagerly. Your son is trapped in Taichu County. He can't get out for a while. My subordinate tried to sneak in several times but failed. Today I tried to blend in, but my identity was exposed and I was chased. What did he do in the city? Du-Wan was more interested in this. Hussein froze, then said heatedly, Didn't do anything extra. Master Shitzi just killed a few people. Killed a few important people? Yes, and also seriously injured the rebel leader. Du-Wan found that there were still a few waves of people searching the mountain. So he took Hussein and left. Along the way, she also asked Hussein about Pei Hao. Hussein talked as he walked, without hiding anything. Pei Hao, just like Du-Wan, took small paths and cross mountains to reach the rebel territory in the fastest time. And he is not like Du-Wan to find people one county at a time. Pei Hao also has his own intelligence network in the southwestern borderlands. Find the strongholds to get the rebel information they want. And on that day, he found an opportunity to sneak into Taichu County. The planning of the beheading operation began. Husan asked, "Does County Princess know who Chief Chiao is?" "Who is it?" Du-Wan asked curiously. Husan said, "It's Chiao Qi, the proprietor of the Moonwatch House. A key criminal that the court has been pursuing." Du-Wan fell silent. Moonwatch Tower? It is actually related to the Moonwatch House. Du-Wan had not paid much attention to the Moonwatch House in the past, and many things were heard and passed. However, when it comes to Huangren and the involvement of the Huang family, Du-Wan is 90% sure that the person behind the Moonwatch House could be Xie Zhang. It was just that, after the Moonwatch Tower was sealed, there was nothing suspicious about Xie Zhang, and the Marquis of Dingbei had likewise skimmed the surface. The Huang family in Ping'an City has fallen on hard times, and it is said that Huang Ren's stepfather, Huang Dekai, went to swim in the lake with someone to drink flowery wine, and accidentally fell into the river and drowned after getting drunk. In fact, Du-Wan is now not afraid of Xie Zhang's rebellion. As a matter of fact, Xie Zhang in the original story had ambitions to fight for the world, but he did not carry the reputation of a rebel, and everything he got, including the throne, was justified and rightful. Only the process is a little bit twisted. First married Qin Yu, then by Qin Yu again and again to request him to ascend the throne, and finally is the popularity of the people. Nowadays, it is not difficult for Du-Wan to kill someone, including Xie Zhang. Therefore, Du-Wan is not afraid of the Xie family rebellion. It is a headache of all kinds of natural disasters and turmoil. Du-Wan's side is thinking a bit far ahead. On Husan's side, he told about Pei Hao's planning to kill people. The first to die were 2 generals and a military division. The 2 men were meeting for a drink and were directly killed by Pei Hao, right in a tavern's box, and then faked the scene of the crime and threw the stolen belongings of one of the military division's casualties in the box where the crime took place. Then conceivably, that military division was caught. Pei Hao's approach was very damaging. He wrote a letter with his own hand and stuffed it into the military master's study. So that letter became evidence. The military advisor became a spy of the court and a traitor. Then the military division died a suffocating and unjust death, killed directly by Chiao Qi. Pei Hao soon found another opportunity to assassinate Chiao Qi and succeeded in seriously injuring him, just short of making up for it. When he was about to get his hands on him, Pei Hao was recognized by someone. The person who recognized his identity, which Pei Hao didn't expect, was the one who had absconded. "Who is it?" Du-Wan was a bit surprised. Husan said, "It's Pei Chen. He is from Pei's clan. When we were ambushed in the primitive mountain range, it was him who took the lead." Du-Wan was surprised. He became a rebel? Should be. Was taken in by Chiao Qi and is working under him. Then wouldn't Pei Shi be in danger now? Yes. So, Husan looked at Du-Wan expectantly. The ability of the county princess to pick leaves and kill people just now was not something an ordinary person could do. Husan came here in a hurry with Pei Hao and was severely understaffed. With his ability alone, he simply couldn't do it to save his master. He had already sent out a message to ask for help, but it would take 2 or 3 days for those people to rush over. Husan pleaded, "Sheriff Lord, can you go save Shitzi?" "I will go. Just stay outside." Du-Wan nodded. "I want to go along." "Forget it. It's inconvenient for you to follow." Du-Wan moved faster alone. Then she took Husan and returned to the spot where the carriage was parked. Seeing Dawa, a few were eagerly waiting. They were all happy to see her back. They were quite worried that Du-Wan would not come back. As long as she came back, she didn't care if she brought back a wounded person. After all, the 3 of them were considered to be picked up by Du-Wan, and it wasn't uncommon to pick up another person to come back. Du-Wan explained to Husan about the situation of Dawa and the others, and for the time being, she left the 3 people to him to settle. Husan said, "There is always an appointment to meet somewhere. If I save the people, I will go to Al-Wolf." "Where is your village located?" Du-Wan asked to Al-Wolf. Al-Wolf immediately said, "In the small mountain village at the back of Darling County." "What is the name of the small mountain village?" Du-Wan frowned. Al-Wolf urgently said, "The name is called the Small Mountain Village." Find a local person to inquire about it. Okay. Hussein. You take them to the small mountain village first. Wait for me to find someone, and then go to meet you. In addition, you have to pay attention. There is a band of bandits in this small mountain village. You can ask Al Wolf about this. Duwan didn't delay any longer and rushed to Taichu County single-handedly. Taichu County is still under martial law, which means that the people have not been caught. Chapter 362. It's easy to hook people into crime. In front of the city gates of Taichu County, 3 barriers were set up in a row, guarded by layer after layer of soldiers. Duwan was clad in a sable cloak, riding a tall steed, with deerskin auspicious cloud boots and a sword wrapped around her waist. The bag brought out from the capital was left on the carriage, and the small cloth bag of snacks was not taken. Only her own money bag was brought. Other than that, the long whip that she snatched was left. This time, she was considered to have traveled light. Right. The first barrier. There was a soldier who was just about to go up and ask. Splat. Duwan went down with a long whip and arrogantly said, Scram. Master wants to enter the city. Get out of the way. A different person soldier would have to treat the person as a thief and chop him up. Who led Duwan really all over the body. Are a look of not easy to mess with. When encountering the son of a powerful family, how would an ordinary person be qualified to go up and ask questions? If Duwan wasn't arrogant, people still thought she didn't have enough courage. The soldier retreated and approached the small leader of the barrier. The small leader went to his superiors, one by one, until the general guarding this gate. That general stood on the city wall looking down at the noble gentleman below. The distance was too far to see his face, but he could tell that he was not very old. The general guarding the city gate said, Is it the news sent by He Liang about the gentleman surnamed Wu? He seriously injured Tu Zhua and still dared to come to Taichu County. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. A well-mannered middle-aged man beside him said, Master Mo, do you think he's suspicious? Can't say for sure, but the origin is bound to be not bad. You're saying this is the same as not saying it. The news from General He Liang. This kid is very tigerish, rampant, capricious and wild. He is aware that the southwestern borderlands are at war, so he specially came over to get a long view. In addition, is extremely strong and unfathomable in martial arts. I heard that he killed 2 of Tu Zhua's men with only 2 copper coins. You can ask Guard Pei, the chief's favorite confidant. Can't you just ask? Then will you release them now? I'm afraid someone will die if we don't release them. Master Emma reminded at the right time. The lower part of the road was really close to causing a fatality. The whip in Duwan's hand was only swung, and the barrier that blocked the road was destroyed. The power of this whip was so powerful that it was hard to live when it hit someone. The guard ultimately decided to let her in. Let her in. Master Mo, please report to the chief in person. Just say that the teenager who seriously injured Tu Zhua has come to Taichu County. We couldn't stop him, and the person has entered the city. Okay, I'll go now. Master Mo hurriedly left. It was Duwan who made a scene and managed to enter the city. When she went in, she noticed the difference. It was different from Linshui County, Muting County, and Daling County. At least when you walk on the street, 80% of the shops are open for business. There are not many pedestrians on the street, but it is not cold either. Duwan felt out 10 coins and bought a fist-sized steamed bun. Yes, prices are soaring. Even steamed buns are becoming gold. Next to the stall selling steamed buns, there are meat buns for sale, smelling quite fragrant. Duwan is not wanting to eat meat buns. It is the paranoia that is guilty of not daring to ensure that the other side with the meat is not human meat buns, especially in this chaotic environment. Duwan was leading the horse forward, while nibbling on the buns, and looking around with her thieving eyes. Of course, she didn't miss the follower behind her. After walking for a while, she finally saw an inn. There was a shop assistant at the door who was sitting and dozing. When Duwan approached, the shop assistant heard the sound of horses' hooves and immediately woke up. Guest, are you traveling or staying? Lodging, Duwan responded. The shop assistant attentively went to pull the horse. Another shop assistant came out and welcomed Duwan in. This hour was not meal time. There were no guests eating in the lobby. Duwan went to the counter and asked for an upper room, then found an empty table and chair and sat down. What's good to eat? Buddy came up to greet. Guest, before our shop dishes can be a lot. Just now, find ingredients is not easy. Can only supply rice noodles and buns. steamed buns, and some small dishes. Is there meat? Du-won specifically asked. Meat was sold out in the morning. Now there is fish left. Do you want it? Customer? Forget it. Give me a bowl of noodles and soup and a plate of small dishes. All right. Sir. Wait a moment. The maid went to the kitchen and came back with a pot of coarse tea. Du-won only tasted a mouthful and stopped touching it. I don't know what the reason was, but the tea was bitter and tasted a bit strange. It is not comparable to the tea Du-won drank in the capital. Du-won didn't order much and was quickly served. Du-won picked up her chopsticks and ate. It wasn't that she had a big heart. How could she just eat? Just now. She had been paying attention to the kitchen at the back and didn't find any abnormality before she ate. Just this taste. Really not good. Du-won picked and chose. Only ate a few mouthfuls of noodles. That small dishes are also difficult to eat. With a little bitter taste. Not wasting food would not be a prideful rich male. So Du-won peacefully put down his chopsticks. Not abusing his stomach. Xiao Er. Say. Do you usually have customers when you make something so awful? Du-won played out her own little poisonous tongue, making the shop assistant's face turn red. Next to the shopkeeper came up to make amends. Gonzi. This small business. Don't worry. I don't intend to eat a king's dinner. Keep an account. Wait for me to check out, and then settle together. Du-won clapped her hands and stood up. Then she was going to walk out. The shopkeeper was not afraid that Du-won would leave and not come back. In the stables at the back, there was still Du-won's horse. The shop assistant flew up to clean up the desktop, looking at Du-won's leftovers with both eyes. Boss, these food. Take it away. You guys split it. It's what's left for the guests to eat anyway. The shopkeeper waved his hand. The shop assistant gratefully said, Thank you, boss. You are really a great person. Less flattering. This young master is not an ordinary person at a glance. Be careful to serve him. Having been a shopkeeper for decades, he still had this kind of discernment. The shop assistant nodded repeatedly, carrying the stuff towards the back kitchen. Du-won was walking out of the inn, still paying attention to the conversation behind her. She felt that this shopkeeper was good. Perhaps it is fair to say that most of the people Du-won has encountered along the way are of good character. It is also true that there are not that many bad people in the world, and the evil ones are just a few. Du-won started to skate aimlessly on the street again. A man, a 13 or 14-year-old rich boy, looking like a fat sheep. It is very easy to hook someone into committing a crime. Du-won was well aware of this, and was close to having trouble coming to her door, so that she could take the opportunity to cause trouble. The scouts following behind her were also quite speechless. In their opinion, the young master of this rich and noble family has had too many good times, and only after having enough to eat would he come to this kind of unsettled place to look for fun. One must know that they had found quite a few people staring at Du-won along the way. All of them were some unprofessional gangsters, or the lapdogs of certain grey forces, such as human traffickers. Chapter 363, If the person in the painting is her. In broad daylight. It is not that Du-won has never thought of sneaking into the county town. It's just that there are quite a few ends to sneaking in secretly. Pei Hao hadn't found anyone for so long, so he should be extremely well hidden. And it's easy for her to sneak in. What about finding someone? So she might as well make a big fuss and reveal her tracks. As long as Pei Hao hears news about her, he will naturally find a way to contact her. Plus Pei Hao is one of the few people who know about her abilities, and doesn't need to get close to her at all. As long as the person goes to her neighborhood and makes a little noise. It's always much simpler than if she were to go looking for someone aimlessly. As for whether it would attract the attention of the rebel high command, Du-won did not consider this at all. Not to mention that she seriously injured Tuzhua. I think it must have reached the ears of the rebel high command. It didn't take long. Du-won's portrait was delivered to a heavily guarded mansion in the county. Xiaoqi lived here, in the bedroom of the main courtyard. The smell of medicine was strong, and there was a faint smell of blood. Xiaoqi was half lying on the bed. The injuries on his body had already been treated properly. They were all relatively heavy traumas. He only needed to recuperate for a period of time to recover. The problem was that the current situation was so severe that he could not rest. Knowing that the Imperial Army was about to arrive in Linshui County, Xiaoqi surveyed the young man in the painting. The person in this painting looks a bit familiar. I may have seen her before. I just can't remember where I've seen her. A person next to him said, Didn't you say that he might be a noble gentleman from the capital? Not from the capital. Right. A youth in his 20s spoke out. Everyone sniffed and looked at him. Xiaoqi asked. Sam, do you know this teenager? Neither do I know. When Pei Chen saw the portrait, his first thought was of Du-1. It's just that the county princess was a young girl. This one in front of him is a teenager? Moreover, what an honorable person the county princess is. Wouldn't she come to the southwestern borderland single-handedly? Even if she capriciously wanted to come over, the princess house wouldn't agree to it. Because of this, Pei Chen denied that the person in the painting was Du-1. Another very important reason was that according to the scouts, this teenager's martial arts skills were so strong that even Tu-would didn't have the strength to fight. Pei Chen had seen her last year and was still impressed, especially with her sinister little look of laying a hand on her from time to time. At that time, she had no martial arts. A Han next to him said, Pei Chen, what is there to say? Spread out. Don't keep hiding it. We can't guess if you don't say it. How can we discuss the results if we can't guess? I'm sure I haven't seen this teenager in the capital. I've only seen a little girl who resembles the person in the painting. But the little girl doesn't know martial arts. I even saw her last summer. Less than a year from now. Even if she started practicing martial arts after returning to the capital, it's impossible for her to become an expert in such a short period of time. Pei Chen had fled the country for this period of time, and his entire being had become much more gloomy. Then Pei Chen added, Isn't the most important thing now that we should find out Pei Shi? Sam is right. The most important thing now is to catch Pei Hao. The matter of the teenagers will be put aside first. The Imperial Army is about to arrive. To win this battle easily, we must catch Pei Hao and continue to increase manpower to search. Xiaoqi even admired Pei Hao's ability to hide. Then Xiaoqi's gaze fell back to the top of the portrait. Just now, he only focused on the looks. But now he paid attention to the long sword in the portrait. Ring-head sword? Xiaoqi instantly felt bad and abruptly looked up at Pei Chen. The little girl you're talking about. Isn't it the Jiaoyang County Lord? Exactly her. Pei Chen replied. In an instant, Xiaoqi only felt his brain buzzing. When the Moonwatch Tower would be raided, she had nothing to do with it. Later on, he was secretly sent out of the capital by his master, and he was still very concerned about her affairs. Pile after pile of things. All of them revealed that the county princess was not simple. Later on, she even brought down the prime minister's residence, and even got the Su family to work as slaves in the princess's residence, and even sent the former scholar Su to work as a follower for Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. I heard that the proud Sun County princess has a small hobby. Like to wear a sword on the waist in the capital to wander around. That sword is a ring-head sword. Is the county king's collection. Xiaoqi was filled with incredulity. No wonder Pei Chen didn't dare to imagine it. Even he thought it was impossible. Xiaoqi's hand, which was holding the portrait, was shaking a little bit. Chen, go there yourself. Go and see if the person in the painting is the county king. Not only is his hand shaking, his voice is a little shaky. He wasn't Pei Chen and the others. The news was closed. With Xie Zhang as his master, the intelligence network established in the shadows, he had great access. Therefore, he knew the inside story of when Du's son-in-law encountered an ambush, and the young county princess cut down hundreds of people by herself. If the person in the painting is really her. Hi yo. Hello everyone yo. There's a good crowd. A crisp little girl's voice unexpectedly sounded outside the house. The people in the house looked outwards in unison, only to see a person outside, poking out a small head, smiling and waving at them. Du-1 had come. It was she who slipped up to hear, and happened to hear them talking. Not being able to hold back for a moment, she curiously came in to take a look. The guards of a mere mansion, no matter how strict, were useless and couldn't stop her. At this moment, everyone in the house was dumbfounded, including Pei Chen. People have come to the main courtyard. Outside the guards. Actually not the slightest movement. Could it be that all have been killed? Du-1's hands behind her back. Stepped into the room with a big grin. You guys are talking about me, ah. Really great, oh. Actually guess my identity. If it is in the capital. Guessing my identity is not strange. I can't imagine that someone in the southwest also knows. Could it be that my reputation is so loud to such an extent? The dress of a rich teenager, with a voice that was not disguised, was exactly what was unique to little girls. If it wasn't Princess Jiaoyang, who else could it be? Xiaoqi was so scared that his heart was about to stop beating. County Lord? Yes. I'm County Lord Jiaoyang. Duan sized up Qiaoqi. How strange. This is the first time I've seen you. But how did I find you a bit of a face? Hee hee. Come to think of it, this person looks a bit like Qiao Qingzu? Both surname Qiao. It can't be a family. The other people in the room drew their swords in unison and pointed them at Duan. Duan wasn't the least bit scared. Her smile remained the same. When Qiaoqi saw this, he immediately stopped. What are you doing? Put away your swords. Sheriff Master is an honored guest. You must not be neglected. Right. Right. I am an honored guest. Duan smiled and climbed up the pole. Bring up all the good food and drinks. During the time I came to Southwest China, I was really starving to death. And I didn't have a good meal. County Princess to the southwest, what is the matter? Qiaoqi didn't care about his injuries and stood up. What else can be done? Looking for people. Find. Pei Shitsi? Smart. Duan has been smiling. But the smile did not reach the bottom of the eyes. Qiaoqi's mood is very complicated. The sheriff is too frank. A person who could do this either didn't put them in their eyes, or was emboldened and bottomless. Chapter 364 Pei Shizi's whereabouts unknown. Duan detected the vigilance and scorn in these people's eyes, and found it interesting. In theory, if she was so arrogant, shouldn't these people rush up to teach her a lesson? At that time, she would be able to kill a few people with her hands. Unfortunately, none of them made a move, making her want to come and make an example of her. Duan provocatively swept over the crowd present again. You guys are really strange. No. The strangest of all is you, Qiaoqi thought in his heart. Duan sat down on a chair and saw that there were boiled peanuts with shells on the tabletop. She picked up a handful and shelled them in public, sniffed the peanuts inside, threw them in her mouth and chewed them. Not afraid of poison. After all, this is what people eat themselves, and not specially prepared for her. Besides, poisoning will not go down to the shelled peanuts. Duan ate with relish. When will the food and wine come up? Am I not an honored guest? And it's best not to put your hands on the food and wine. Even if I'm poisoned, it's just a matter of lifting my hand if I want to kill you all. Screw your hands up. They were on the verge of not recognizing the word. Suddenly, Duan's movement of chewing peanuts lurched, and her gaze swept over one of the Hans. I see a bunch of monkeys, but I'm missing a chicken. Which one of you wants to be a chicken? Qiaoqi felt the wound hurt even more. Being angry? The others' grip on their weapons tightened. There were a handful of short-tempered Hans, who were gripping so hard that their veins were popping out. But Qiaoqi pressed down on them to death, not allowing them to act rashly. The county princess was clearly saying that those who didn't want to obey could take action, so she could make an example out of them. A man finally couldn't hold back, and kicked the chair away. F***CK? I don't care if you're a county princess or not. Come to my territory and still dare to be so arrogant. Go to hell. He raised his knife to slash at Duan. Duan sat unmoving and flicked the peanuts between her fingers. Poof. It was a very slight sound. It was the sound of something being struck through. The movement of the man who raised his knife just now came to an abrupt end, and it was as if the whole person had been pressed the pause button. Only a line of blood gushed out from his brow, and the glaring, angry eyes still had remnants of his pre-life anger. Bang! The body fell straight back. The entire room was silent. Deathly silent. The atmosphere of death loomed large, and no one knew if they would be the next one. Before seeing the other party's terror, hearsay was scary, but there wouldn't be much fear. And after witnessing Duan strike with their own eyes, no one dared to entertain the thought of resistance. Qiaoqi's first thought was, finished. He didn't even see how Duan struck. He only knew that the person died under a peanut. Killing someone with a single peanut rice was something that Qiaoqi had never seen or heard of before. Earlier, a message had come to report that a group of soldiers who had gone to track down Pei Shizi's subordinate, Husan, had died under suspicious circumstances. A dozen blood-stained leaves were found at the scene, saying that it was likely that their throats had been cut by the leaves. At the time, Qiaoqi didn't quite believe it. Now believe it. The person is likely to be killed by the sheriff. Now Pei Chen hated to be invisible, and only hoped that Duan would not notice himself. Counting up, he and the county lords have a great hatred of life and death. And at that time, when he ambushed Pei Hao, she was implicated. If Duan remembers the old scores, it may be difficult for him to escape today. Duan knew that Pei Chen was among these people. But she hadn't seen the person in question, and didn't know what the other person looked like. Du-won suddenly snapped. You guys say, if I take you all out? What else can the rebels in the southwest do? Sheriff. Think twice. Qiaoqi's heart skipped a beat. There are 300,000 troops in Taichu County. Does County Lord think that if you kill us, you can escape from the city? I didn't think it was anything if you didn't mention it. But when you did, I wanted to try and see if I could escape. I don't mean this. County Lord, don't misunderstand. Qiaoqi explained in a panic. How could the hallowed County Lord not follow common sense? Qiaoqi again suffocated to find a reason. The consequences of a large army with no one to lead it are very serious. When the time comes to mess up the people around. Strange. The rebels will still think about the people? I came all the way here, did not hear a lot of rebels burning and looting deeds. No, Linshui County. As soon as they heard that you were going to attack, they have fled to go. Killing you is almost as good as getting rid of harm for the people. Qiaoqi felt bad as soon as he heard it. Du-won threw the peanuts she had peeled into her mouth. Suddenly a sleeve arrow, from an unexpected angle, shot at Du-won's throat. Du-won raised her slender jade-like hand. When Qiaoqi and the others reacted, they saw Du-won holding a sleeve arrow between her fingers. And then Du-won turned her wrist slightly. And in the eyes of the onlookers, she was just carelessly throwing the sleeve arrow back. That light gesture, making people think that she was just throwing the sleeve arrow to the ground. However, it is not. Ah! At the corner, there was a miserable scream. The sleeve arrow thrown by Du-won pierced through the man's heart and nailed into the wall behind him. From this, it could be seen how strong her gentle throw was. It was completely too big for an ordinary person to imagine. The faces of Qiaoqi and the others changed drastically. Qiaoqi even more so as he angrily shouted, I told everyone not to mess around. Are they all deaf? After saying this, Qiaoqi covered his wounds and stood unsteadily for a moment. Du-won gave a fake yelp. Your movements just now were too big. Pulling on the wound and bleeding. Oh. I heard that this wound of yours was made by Pei Shi. Where is he? Do you know? We are also looking for him. Qiaoqi held back the pain and replied. Having lost 2 of his powerful inner circle just like this, Qiaoqi not only had pain in his body, but also in his heart. Du-won asked again. Could Pei Shi have left the city? It can't be. Qiaoqi's voice was a bit unsteady. Du-won was suspicious. Make it clearer. Under Du-won's pressing gaze, Qiaoqi still struggled to tell the truth. It was when Pei Hao escaped. They closed the city gates at the first time. And one more thing was that when Pei Hao escaped, he should have been seriously injured. It was impossible for a person to escape from the city under those circumstances. Qiaoqi now only wanted to hurry up and send this demon in front of him away. So he didn't have much to hide. The development of the situation now was very wrong. Crooked to the point of no return. Too different from what the master had anticipated. Could it be that the master's majestic hegemony was about to die just as it had begun? Qiaoqi was forced to ask. County Lord, what exactly do you want? Give a pain in the arse. How should I know? I just snuck up here and was curious to take a look. Du-won did not want to admit that she was being asked. Slipping into the neighborhood, she suddenly heard Qiaoqi and the others talking and came in on a whim. You may not believe me when I hear this, but it's the truth. Oh. Qiaoqi stares at Du-won. There is nothing to be said about the king being a success or a failure. I only hope that Sheriff Lord can show some respect. Respect what? Your master doesn't even dare to mention respect to me. Du-won could not help but think of Xie Zhang. When Qiaoqi heard this, not only did his hands and feet go cold, his heart went cold. His face was like ashes. I don't have a master. Don't make any wild guesses. Sheriff. Fine. Fine. If you say you don't have one, you don't have one. Du-won perfunctorily returned. Chapter 365. Brushing up Pei Shi's merit for him. In contrast to Qiaoqi's solemnity, Du-won's demeanor was careless. It was the others in the room who were shocked and dismayed. Chief Qiao had a master behind the scenes? Really? Who is it? Du-won stood up. Okay, Chan. I'll go find Pei Shi. And one more thing you guys have to remember. When you run into Pei Shi himself, you can't kill him. And it's best to have someone go to the inn to inform me. You? Bye. Du-won just strangely walked away. Before leaving, she also grabbed a handful of peanuts. The Jiaoyang County Lord that I saw today was very different from the rumors. Dangerous? Ruthless in her methods? Elusive? At this time the people in the room all have a kind of illusion of life after the robbery. There are 3 or 2 taut nerves relaxed. Almost even stand unsteadily. Patron the same cold sweat soaked the back. Obviously now is still February daytime it. Qiaoqi was unsteady for a moment, and fell onto the bed. The person next to him helped him in time, and let him lie down. Qiaoqi looked at the 2 dead people on the ground with heartache. Have a good burial. Chief, is the death of Brother Lu Zi and Brother Zhang to be left at that? A man squatted down and asked in a small choked voice. Qiaoqi said sorrowfully. Do you think I want this? Think I don't want to take revenge? But can it be done? As long as there are enough people. How many is enough? Thousands or tens of thousands? Is it worth exchanging the lives of countless of our brothers for the life of one man? Or do you think that not enough people have died now? Just for us to take a breath. The man was shamed by what was said. Qiaoqi's mouth spoke righteously. And his heart was also ashamed. He didn't want to face the sheriff lord. That was simply not human. If you guys don't want to die, you must make a detour when you see the county lord in the future. In fact, I would rather say that you all pack up and flee tonight. Chief, what did the chief say? This? A few people were shocked and looked at Qiaoqi waiting for him to speak plainly. The imperial army hadn't even arrived yet. And Chief Qiao was telling them to run away from the battlefield. Qiaoqi was distracted himself at this time. If the county princess can come once, she can come a second time. She's not Pei Zi. It's easy for her to kill us. Do you understand? Think it's easy for me to make this decision? I just don't want everyone to be like Lu Zi and Zhang Zi, dying without any meaning. Then our ideals. Only living is qualified to talk about ideals. Qiaoqi's tone was firm. A group of people were talking. Only Pei Chen didn't say a word. Qiaoqi looked at Pei Chen. What are you going to do? Continue to run away. Pei Chen decided to leave today. Qiaoqi said. There's actually a second path. What path? Submit to the imperial court and be recruited. Qiaoqi had a headache. According to the original plan, they would establish roots in the southwest. They would wait for their master to come over and accept the recruitment, so that he could receive a big merit, and then continue to be promoted. Now what has happened? Brushing up Pei Zi's achievements for him? The whole plan was ruined by the princess alone. This matter he must report to the master in a hurry. Waiting for everyone to leave in fear, Pei Chen stayed behind and had some things he wanted to say to Qiaoqi alone. Qiaoqi was about to wait for everyone to leave so he could write a secret letter. What else do you have to do? I am really leaving. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Not that. My family has a grudge against Pei Shizi. Pei Chen's gaze was gloomy. My father was killed by the Jingui Gongfu, as well as the fact that I ambushed Pei Hao last time and made him lose a lot of money. And he won't let me go. Qiaoqi gave Pei Chen a sum of silver and told him to take his brothers and leave. Pei Chen took the silver ticket and apologized gratefully. After he finished he asked, Chief, you seem to be very scornful of the county lord? Anyone who underestimates her is dead. She is a living king of hell. Pei Chen took his former beloved and left Taichu County in a hurry after disguising himself. It was while Du Wan was searching everywhere for Pei Hao. Du Wan thought it was easy for her to find someone. The fact hit her in the face. It had been 2 days and no one was found. Pei Hao didn't come to her and she didn't find Pei Hao. A county town. Not too big. Not too small. When Du Wan was upset, she would go and sneak in front of Qiaoqi, scaring him to the point that Qiaoqi's injuries were 2 points worse. The other thing is that the army from Mu Xian's side has already arrived in Linshui County. The 2 armies were facing each other, causing the people in this area to be on edge. Taichu County is no longer blockaded. On the 3rd day, Du Wan was in an even worse mood, and the one who suffered was still the leader of the rebels. Cold face slipped around in Qiaoqi's mansion. Du Wan asked, I remember when there was a who? By the way, where is Pei Chen? Gone. Qiaoqi was lifeless. Sheriff, is it okay for us to be recruited? This has nothing to do with me. I'm not fighting. Du Wan's gaze seems to be able to see through people's hearts. Your master is quite good at planning. If he is the one who leads the troops out, he will get a lot of credit. Qiaoqi's face darkened. There's no such thing. There is no one else here. What is there to hide? By the way, you look a bit like Qiaoqing Zhu. Qiaoqi's face tensed for a moment. Who is this person? I don't know. Du Wan smiled. The stagehand of a certain theater troupe in the capital. Sheriff, let me give you some clues. The direction Pei Shitsi was injured and fled in the first place is the area south of the city. Alright, I'll go round again. When Duan said go round again, it was because she had previously gone round no less than 3 times. This time, she decided to search people house by house. Duan went outside, and was riding her horse out for a while, when she came across a man blocking the road. The man was wearing a cloak, covering his face. She didn't feel that he was Pei Hao. The reason was that the body shape wasn't like that. Pei Hao's stature was upright, while this man was tall and lanky. Sheriff Master. It was Husan's voice. Duan was surprised. You brought someone? Yes. Have you seen Shitsi? No. I searched for 3 days, but I couldn't find anyone. Qiaoqi said that his last movements were over in the south of the city. Duan didn't mind if there were more people, and went to look for someone together. After Husan and the others managed to sneak in, they vaguely felt that something wasn't right. Sheriff, could the rebels have already captured the Shitsi master? If they haven't captured him, why haven't they continued the search? Duan said. I've searched the dungeon. Husan. Then, Duan added, not only have I searched the dungeon, but I have also searched in the mansions of various rebels. The way I search for people is different from you guys. So you can go and look for them. Then, subordinate will go and look for it. Husan's way of finding people was indeed different from Duan. After 3 days of not finding anyone, Duan suspected that Pei Hao was seriously injured and unconscious. If there is no movement, she will not be able to find anyone even if she has the ability to do so. Duan decided to follow Husan and others. Husan said to go to the south of the city first. Whenever he came to a street or a corner, Husan stopped to take a closer look. Duan suspected that he was looking for a code word. Chapter 366. It's about the whereabouts of the Shitsi master. Duan followed alongside, acting like a salted fish the entire time. It wasn't that she wasn't anxious. It wasn't that she wasn't worried. Yet the more this time, the more she couldn't add to the chaos. Husan was much more nimble than Duan when it came to finding people. Duan did not know how he did it. And in the end, Husan locked an alley. This alley was home to more than 20 families. All ordinary people. Husan said. The person disappeared in this area. You say he will hide in this area? 9 times out of 10. The code word left behind by Shitsi was lost in this area. There is a code word? Duan did not want to admit that she did not read it. Husan was rummaging around. Duan followed and looked. However, she did not see anything unusual. How obscure it had to be left. Then Duan and the others began to search the area. Duan had checked it 3 times before, and was familiar with the search. This time, it was one house after another, looking for people very meticulously, in order to avoid missing anything. Husan searched in the open, while Duan stared in the dark. With proper coordination, it would be easier to find people. Husan and the others went to knock on doors. If someone refuses to open the door, they will force their way in and search the house. When someone opened the door, they asked politely and searched again. In this way, they searched carefully from the first house to the last house in the alley, and still did not find Pei Hao. Duan stood at a high place and kept an eye on the surrounding situation. Seeing Husan coming towards him, Duan gently leapt and landed on the ground. Husan anxiously asked, Sheriff Master, have you found anything? There is no big discovery, but I did find a suspicious place. Duan raised her hand and pointed to a large mansion. There is a large family living here, and one of them, a pair of sisters, was alarmed when they learnt that someone had come to search. Husan was puzzled. It's normal for a girl's family to panic when they see an outside man barging in. Right? It is their dialogue that is a little suspicious. Right. Duan was paying extra attention to the surrounding movements at the time and overheard the pair of sisters whispering. The smaller girl was obviously scared and asked her sister, What should I do? Come to search people again. That sister replied even more suspicious, Don't panic. It was all fine before. Duan had no definite evidence, but intuited that the 2 sisters knew Pei Hao's whereabouts. This matter cannot be rushed. You guys evacuate this place first. I'll stay and keep an eye on him. Sheriff Master. Husan wanted to directly find someone to interrogate. Why don't we catch them first? Arrest them for what? To force them to talk? What if they refuse to talk? We have our own methods. Not everyone can be tortured. Duan's words have little basis, but her intuition is the same. Let's wait to find out if they are friend or foe. You say, if people risk their lives to save people, what do they want? Hussein was stumped. What do you want? Figure people? This topic. He couldn't answer. If it's a bad person, it's okay. It's nothing to torture. If the other party is really a benefactor, be careful that your family sheetsy knows about it and peels your skin. Duwan was anxious in her heart before, but she didn't show it. Anyway, I don't become this villain. But these are all your guesses, ah. Hussein could not feel the temper of the county princess for a moment. Duwan glanced at him. What's the hurry? People have been missing for 5 or 6 days. Right. Not bad for a while. Hussein sniffed and suddenly felt right. Missing for so many days, and still not searched out by the rebels. There should be someone in the dark to help. Furthermore, Hussein thought of the fact that Pei Hao still had Master Yuan Tong's injury medicine on him, and settled down a few more points. As the county princess said, there is no hurry. Duwan secretly stayed behind to keep an eye on the alley, and then focus on that pair of sisters. Until after that family had used their dinner. The 2 sisters brought their own food back to their room. Then Duwan saw that they shared a portion of their food and left a portion to be put away properly. Upon seeing this pair of so-called sisters, Duwan was surprised. That sister was 13 or 14 years old. A strange face. But the so-called sister was an old acquaintance. Wang Jiner. The exiled Wang Jiner. Why is she here? Duwan recalled that Pei Hao had once said that Wang Jiner had been exiled to a small town in the south. Looking at Wang Jiner's current condition, apart from not having the previous brocade clothes and food, she has not suffered much. Nanyang Bo should have made some arrangements for Wang Jiner. Duwan is a bit glad that she stopped Hussein from capturing people. If she met Wang Jiner as a ruthless person, she would not necessarily tell Pei Hao's whereabouts. Yes, now Wang Jiner's appearance has not changed much. Her temperament has all changed, and her look is full of gloom. Until it was dark, Wang Jiner left the girl room as a cover. She sneaked out of the room alone. Duwan stealthily and silently in the dark. Wang Jiner did not notice. Then she followed Wang Jiner all the way, and finally saw Wang Jiner stop at an unexpected place. The pigsty of this family? There were also 2 little piglets inside the pig pen. Wang Jiner went in, moved the pig trough, then tossed it around a bit, and surprisingly opened the entrance to a cellar. Duwan was silent for a while. So, these days Pei Shizhi has been living in a pigsty? What an unexpected place. No wonder even the rebels couldn't search it. Even she hadn't thought of it. Would someone else dig a cellar? Would they dig in a pigsty? Duwan suppressed the thought of rushing in, and waited to see what would happen first. Not long after, Wang Jiner's voice came from inside. Pei Shizhi. How is the injury? Pei Hao's voice was not heard. Only a person's breathing was vaguely detected. Almost imperceptible. Wang Jiner added, don't blame me. If you want to blame me, blame that bitch Duwan. It's not good to be anyone's fiancé. Why should it be hers? If it's not hers, I'll let you off the hook. Duwan. This development is not quite right. Wang Jiner smiled grimly. You deserve a lot of credit for me being sentenced to exile. Don't you? At that time, you must not have thought that one day life would fall into my hands. Duwan still didn't hear Pei Hao speak. I'm afraid that his current situation will not be very optimistic. Another moment passed. Wang Jiner seemed to be forcing Pei Hao to eat. Don't want to eat? Hee hee. I saved your life. It's up to me to decide whether you die or live. Duwan heard a fire rise in her heart. What kind of thing is Wang Jiner? How dare she insult him? At this moment, Duwan couldn't wait to chop up Wang Jiner and feed her to the dogs. Then, with a movement of her figure, she quietly landed at the entrance of the cellar. The entrance to the cellar was blocked by a wooden board, obscuring the faint light coming from inside. Duwan was about to enter. Suddenly, the movement lurched. Cellars were usually not very big, and if one wanted to go in, one had to push through the wooden board. Wang Jiner was a madman. Duwan could not guarantee that when the other party saw her, she would not kill Pei Hao in the first place. Most importantly, Duwan was not sure about the specifics inside. She was very confident in her ability. It was easy to kill Wang Jiner. However, she was worried that there would be an eventuality. Chapter 367. Duwan is so angry that she wants to kill someone. Duwan did not allow for accidents. She did not want that 1 in a million possibility to occur. Thus, Duwan held back the anger in her heart, and did not act for the time being. Wang Jiner just went in with food, indicating that she would not want to kill Pei Hao for the time being. Next, Wang Jiner said a lot of things. Between the lines, there was hatred towards Du Wan, thus taking revenge on Pei Hao, during which she also heard Pei Hao's breathing was abnormal. It was likely that Wang Jiner had done something. "Oh, your wound is bleeding again." Wang Jiner's voice had a perverted pleasure in it. "Your wound medicine is quite good. You didn't die even after being injured like this." Du Wan clenched her teeth and clenched her fists. In her heart, Wang Jiner was already a dead man. A full 2 moments or so passed. Only then did Wang Jiner extinguish the oil lamp, as if satisfied, and climbed out of the cellar opening. Just came out, turned around and wanted to re-block the cellar opening. Suddenly only felt a pain at the back of the head. Wang Jiner's eyes went black and fainted. Du Wan kicked away, and kicked Wang Jiner into the corner with the most pig shit. She had endured so hard that she did not send Wang Jiner to the west on the spot. Then, without hesitation, Du Wan drilled into the cellar opening. It was pitch black inside, and there was nothing to see. However, the steps of the cellar mouth could still be seen for a few moments due to the moonlight outside. Du Wan drilled in without hesitation and fished out the fire refractor from her body. The firelight came together. The situation in the cellar instantly entered the eyes. Du Wan's eyes abruptly shrunk. Seeing the bed board in the corner, there was a person lying. It was Pei Hao. Pei Hao's condition is very bad. His hands and feet are tightly tied with thick rope. His mouth is also blocked. He should be worried that he will make noise to alarm the people outside. The most shocking thing is the injuries on his body. There is no good place on his body. And there is also a wound on his chest which is roughly tied with white cloth. And there is bright red blood on it. This was the blood that was newly seeping out. When Du Wan saw it, she only felt her throat clogged and her eyes glazed over. Using the fire discount to light up the oil lamp next to her, she hurriedly jumped to Pei Hao's front, her hand shaking a little as she untied the bindings on his body for him. The current Pei Hao looked too miserable. So miserable that her heart was trembling. Pei Hao's eyes were open, looking at her fixedly. His state was not quite like the excitement of seeing an acquaintance. It was a bit like a person in a muddled dream. Perhaps the current him couldn't believe that the person he saw in front of him would be real, suspecting that his obsession was too deep and thus hallucinating. Otherwise, far away from the capital of the people, how would it appear here? It was not until the person of his heart was close at hand that he had a lesser sense of reality. Du Wan untied his body for him and reached out to help him very handily. At this time, Pei Hao had been drowsy and was running a high fever. "Wan Wan. Wan Wan." His voice was hoarse, very light and faint. I'm here." Du Wan's tears fell. A tear that just happened to drip onto Pei Hao's dry and cracked lips. As if he was struggling, he gently pursed. "The salty is not a dream. No, it's me who came to save you. Sorry for coming late." Du Wan was anxious before, was worried about him. In fact, the heart is still convinced that he will not have an accident, because he was the man who lived the most dashing life in the whole book, with his own aura on him. She also thought that his ability to turn misfortune into good fortune must be awesome. Thought that even if he fell into trouble, he would still be the noble world prince. Never thought it would be like this. Du Wan wanted to carry him on her back and take him away from here. However, she doesn't know medical skills, but she knows some common sense. She wasn't sure how injured he was and whether he had hurt any bones, but she noticed that his left foot was bruised and swollen, most likely fractured. Concerned about his injuries, Du Wan did not dare to act rashly for fear of causing secondary injuries. Du Wan let him lie down again, unzipped her cloak and covered Pei Hao's body, then softly said, "Wait here. I'll go out and find Hussan to save you." Pei Hao looked at the empty cellar, then slowly closed his eyes. Just now, maybe it was really a dream. How could she have come? Hussan and the others were nearby. Du Wan found them and immediately told them about Pei Hao's situation. "He's badly injured. Hurry up and arrange for a doctor to come over. It's best to get another stretcher." "Yes, County Princess." Hussan ordered a few people to make arrangements, but he himself followed Du Wan. Even after leaving the cellar, Du Wan kept an eye on that side, not afraid that there would be changes. The group returned to the pigsty here. Hussan's body's baleful aura is straight up. Then he sees the figure lying in the corner. "Sheriff, why is there a person here?" "Oh, it's Wang Jiner." Duwan only said this, and drilled into the cellar again. Husan told the others to stay outside first. He went in himself. Upon seeing the miserable state of the Shitsi master, Husan, a big man, couldn't hold back his tears. Sheriff Master, the Shitsi master loves cleanliness. My subordinate would like to tidy up for the Shitsi master first. Can you go out for a while? Good. Duwan was in a depressing mood. When she drilled out of the cellar, she couldn't help but look back and saw Husan combing Pei Hao's messy hair. The guards outside, who were not clear about the situation in the cellar, were silent. Duwan came out and pointed at the woman in the pigsty, saying with hidden anger, "You guys keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape. This person is still to be kept for your Shitsi master to dispose of. Obey." Without waiting for long, an old doctor was rushed over on the back of the guards. And there was also a stretcher ready. The old doctor carried the medicine box and went in to check, glad that they didn't mess with Pei Hao, saying that his left leg fracture was very serious, and there was no way to cure any further injuries. A group of people were very careful to move the unconscious Pei Hao out of the cellar. With such a big commotion, it was impossible not to disturb other people. Only the neighbors have long been in a state of panic and did not dare to come out to find out what is going on. And now Wang Jiner borrowed this family. Heard the commotion, some people want to come to check. But were Pei family's secret guard stopped, either knocked out, or knowingly did not dare to make a sound. Husan and others went to a nearby courtyard. Is the oldest doctor's residence. The boss doctor wanted to help Pei Hao with his injuries, and only left his disciples to help. Everyone else was kicked out of the house. Pei Hao was in bad condition, and had a high fever. Fortunately, the old man's medical skills are excellent. Not worse than the imperial doctors in the palace. A bowl of medicine. The fever subsided most of the time. Duwan waited anxiously, staring at the whole process. Did not relax. As long as the boss doctor didn't come out of the room, she didn't move a step. Husan, where did you find this doctor? Is it trustworthy? Trustworthy. He used to be an imperial physician in the palace, and then committed something. Almost beheaded by the emperor. It was the Duke of Jinghua who begged for mercy before the death penalty was changed to exile. This thing is such a coincidence. The place of exile is exactly the southwest border. Chapter 368. A rebel attacks at night. Duwan hears that the other party has made a mistake and gets a little worried again. What mistake did he make? It was treating a pregnant concubine to death 8 years ago. Husan said truthfully. Then These words made Duwan even more worried. Husan explains again. He was wrongly accused. Then it was found out that the anesthetics had been switched. Only then did the emperor agree to change the death penalty to 5 years of exile. In fact, the time of exile has long since passed. It's just that he doesn't really want to go back to the capital. Then he has no relatives in the capital? There is. But at that time when he was convicted, those relatives were all eager to get rid of him. Husan uttered this past story with a sigh. Duwan had a few moments to understand. Perhaps because of this reason, it made the oldest husband disheartened, preferring to stay in the southwestern borderlands, preferring to accept a disciple to retire to his old age, rather than returning to the capital, as long as she knew that the oldest husband was fine. Duwan was also relieved, waiting for the oldest doctor to come out with a tired face. Pei Shitsi's condition is still not stable. You guys have to be careful and watch over him. If he starts a high fever again, be sure to notify me. Good. The doctor has worked hard. You go rest first, Duwan said gratefully. The oldest doctor and his disciple walked out of the room carrying the medicine box. Pei Hao on the bed and couch. His external wounds were all rebandaged. Duwan approached gently, pulled over a futon at the end of the bed, and carefully covered Pei Hao. Then moved a chair to the side of the bed. She sat on it. Looking at this situation is not intended to leave for the time being. Husan whispered, Sheriff, you didn't sleep last night. Do you want to go to the guest room to rest first? World Sun here will be watched by my subordinates first. It's fine. I'm in good spirits. Before he woke up, Duwan didn't think of leaving. You go and rest. Come back to replace me at night. Good. Husan didn't insist anymore. Compared to himself, he felt that with Duwan keeping watch, the Shitsi master was safer. Husan didn't forget that they were still in Taichu County. Still rebel territory. In fact, he wanted to take his master out of Taichu County even more at this time. But it was obviously not possible. Pei Hao's injuries were too severe. In the room, only Duwan stayed behind. Duwan looked at the unconscious Pei Hao and was very worried. Similarly, there is some complexity in her heart. If it was not for the withdrawal of marriage, Pei Hao would not have taken the risk and would not have almost lost his life. So this day came down. Duwan sat by the bedside and touched Pei Hao's forehead from time to time, fearing that he would get hot again. In the middle of the day, there were guards who brought in food. Ordinary steamed buns and congee, small dishes and so on. Duwan didn't make any fuss and ate everything. Near the evening, Pei Hao has not woken up. The doctor came to check his pulse and wrote a prescription for medicine. The decoction is good. To feed it is a bit difficult. Duwan sat on the bed, half helped Pei Hao up, carefully leaned on his shoulder. Then feed him the medicine spoon by spoon. So when a person is in a coma, feeding him something is still instinctive, and he will swallow. When feeding to the last spoon, Duwan was still thinking. If he can't drink the medicine when he's unconscious, should he use his mouth to feed the medicine? Novels and dramas, some of them aren't always right either. Isn't this drinking well? Duwan put the spoon down and gently made him lie down again. Hussein happened to rush in and saw this scene. County Lord, the world's son has finished drinking the medicine? When he heard that Shitsi wanted to drink the medicine, he woke up and rushed to this house, originally thinking of coming over to serve Shitsi to drink the medicine. But he did not think that the county princess had already done it. This is good. It's better than him being rough. Duwan nodded towards him, then thought of something. This matter? Have you contacted Musion? Already spread the news. Hussein then contacted Musion last night. Next Hussein put a few days ago, after Duwan entered the city alone. They were supposed to go to the agreed location to wait for someone. In the middle of the way, they met the Pei family's secret guards. So they joined the guards, and were discussing how to sneak into the city. Who knows that the next day, Taichu County somehow lifted the ban. And the subsequent things Duwan also knew about. Hussein added, the kitchen has boiled red date porridge. So when Shitsi wakes up, he can eat it. Duwan nodded at the words. Hussein tentatively asked, isn't the county princess sleepy? A little bit. I'll go over there to rest. Call out to me if something happens. Duwan went to the small cubicle in the house. It was explicitly said to be a cubicle, but it was only blocked by a large screen. Inside there was a short couch, and next to it there was a bookshelf with some books. She didn't care much about it, and sat on the couch with her knees crossed to meditate, silently cultivating. Coming to Taichu County these days, Duwan had been cultivating instead of sleeping. After only 1 hour of cultivation, she was once again a refreshed little fairy. Turning out of the small cubicle, she asked about Pei Hao's condition. And fortunately Pei Hao's condition got better faster than expected. Most likely because of the bowl of medicine from the oldest doctor. He didn't have another fever at night. Duwan was still prescient in guarding Pei Hao here. In the middle of the night, a group of ferocious people sneaked in, intending to rob something. There was a fight with Pei's guards, followed by countless rebels that surrounded the area. On the surface, they were fighting to catch the bandits, and their true intentions could not be hidden from Duwan. Duwan found out from their private conversations that they were rushing towards Pei Hao and her, wanting to catch them and put them in jail, just to deal with the Imperial Army. Hussein was guarding the door of the house and saw Duwan walking out from inside. County Lord, do you want to take Shitsi and leave first? Leave? How to leave? Duwan looked at him with a smile. Hussein was glad that he didn't shave off his mustache. Sheriff Lord is very powerful. Surely she has an idea. Even if you're more versatile, you won't be able to withstand the 10,000 or so rebels outside. More than 10,000? Hussein's face changed drastically. He guessed that there were quite a few rebels outside, but he did not expect so many. With this look, how could they still escape? Duwan's smile converged and she said with a straight face, it's not true that they want to catch the bandits. The target is us. Then how now? How can it be? Those murderers who broke in, have they all been dealt with? Duwan looked outside when she asked this, and the sound of fighting could still be heard. Hussein said gruffly, not yet. Forget it. You tell them all to withdraw and protect Shitsi. But Sheriff Lord. Hussein was about to say something when he encountered the cool gaze of the county lord, and instantly shut up and went to do as he was told. Duwan stepped out of the courtyard and flew onto the roof. She lifts up a tile, breaks off a small piece, pinches it with her hand and shatters it into very small pieces. And with a wave of her hand, the shattered tiles all become life-threatening sharp weapons. killing the murderers who tried to sneak into the courtyard, one by one. In fact, these people are all bandits that the rebels have incorporated, and some people deliberately let them sneak in to fight. All of them were not good people. So Du-1 showed no mercy. When Hussein led dozens of Pei family's secret guards to withdraw, without any further hesitation, Du-1 executed her light power and swept towards the location of the general who commanded the rebels this time. Chapter 369, exactly his little girl. Really killing more than 10,000 rebels. Du-1 was able to do it. But doing so would be troublesome. What about the future reputation of ferocity that would be spread out? Du-1 still wants to be an ordinary little girl and live her life in a low profile. Therefore, to solve the current trouble, one could only capture the thief first. The one who is in charge of this matter is the general, who has seen Du-1 kill someone in the first place called Zheng Bo, who is one of the great generals under Qiao Qi. His actions today were hidden from Qiao Qi because his suggestion was rejected by Qiao Qi. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like the one at hand. And the chief refused to agree to it, thinking only of surrendering? This made Zheng Bo very unconvinced, thinking that it was because Qiao Qi was injured and had become less bold after that. No matter how powerful a woman is, can she be stronger than an army of 10,000 people? Zheng Bo united a few people. The night will be surrounded by the courtyard. But also around the way out are set up barriers. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The rebels densely. The alley are blocked. However, Zheng Bo is so. The person is very shy of life, letting others rush forward. He himself hid far away, and arranged a lot of manpower to protect himself. He thought that even if Du-1 was powerful, she couldn't get close to him. When Du-1 came in front of him in a split second, like entering a mirror like nobody's business, he finally panicked. How is it possible? Zheng Bo had wanted to say something. Du-1 didn't give him a chance. The long sword was sheathed, and a sword light slashed through Zheng Bo's throat. Blood splattered like a pillar. Zheng Bo did not even have the chance to raise a thought of regret before he died. Then the leaders who followed Zheng Bo and tried to catch Pei Hao and Du-1 were killed one by Du-1. It was useless to have more people around. None of them could stop Du-1. The generals were all dead, and there was a commotion among the 10,000 rebels. Du-1 did not kill from below. She started from the top. The higher the position, the faster they died. There were some people who saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly shouted to withdraw, until Du-1's long sword was sheathed. More than 10,000 rebels were disorganized. There was no one to lead them and no one to give orders. So should they still stay here and wait for death? Someone hurriedly went to report to Qiao Qi. Qiao Qi was having a hard time falling asleep when he was woken up by someone. Chief, it's not good. General Zheng brought people to capture Pei Shizhi and the county lord, and was killed by the county lord in return. A close friend hurried in to report. Qiao Qi sat up in shock. What did you say? Before that crony could finish, another person came in a panic. Something big is wrong. Senator Shi, Lord Wei and General Gao are all dead? Learning that Zheng Bo had gone behind his back to catch people, Qiao Qi was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The people around him rushed to get a doctor. Earlier, he had heard that the county princess had found Pei Hao and was not doing well. When he got this news, Qiao Qi's heart was lifted high, and he was worried that he would be angered by the county princess. Qiao Qi had actually considered trying to retreat with his troops. However, he did not flee in the end. The southwestern borderlands had the foundation laid by his master, and according to the original plan, the last move was to surrender. Or perhaps Xie Zhang had expected that Qiao Qi's hastily formed rebel army could not possibly compete with the imperial army. The so-called hundreds of thousands of troops that Qiao Qi claimed to have was a lot of water. Most of them were temporarily recruited stragglers. Many of them were old, weak, sick and disabled. They did not go through formal training in military camps, and they did not even understand what military discipline was. Coupled with the lack of weapons, they could not be called real soldiers at all. Not to mention going to the battlefield to fight. The most important thing is that the daily consumption of food and grass is huge. They simply can't afford it to really be able to take on the imperial army. It was the 100,000 soldiers in Yi Liang's hands, plus some of the troops in Qiao Qi's hands, which came together to be less than 200,000 soldiers. However, he played these careful tricks. Some of the generals underneath didn't read it, and when they heard that the imperial court only sent 200,000 troops, they were still full of confidence, and they were bent on subverting the dynasty and changing the dynasty. Qiaoqi somewhat regretted that when he first persuaded them, he pushed too hard and convinced them. Especially that fool Zheng Bo, who thought he was smart. What was that about a general success, and the dream of being a vassal, and a prime minister? Qiaoqi did not think that there are really people who were persuaded by Zheng Bo, thinking that Du Wan and Pei Hao are in Taichu County. It is their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as they catch the people, they will have the bargaining chips to negotiate with the imperial court. Only, these people don't even think about it. Is the county princess an ordinary person? Originally, Qiaoqi's injuries were not light. 3 times under the toss. But also angry to vomit blood. Wait for the doctor to come over a pulse. It is not good. Hurt the fundamental. To recuperate. Just wait for Qiaoqi woke up. Still have to toss up to preside over the situation. The other side. Siege rebels withdrew. The yard is temporarily safe. Du Wan went back with a fury. Husan saw all a cold shiver. County Lord? How is your family's son? Shitzi is very good. All right. On the contrary. You? I also have nothing to do. Is to go outside to sneak round. By the way, to solve a few disobedient curfew. Du Wan saw her acquaintance. The aura on her body unconsciously converged. And she turned into a plain little girl again. Husan was convinced from the bottom of his heart about this kind of skill of the county princess. After asking about the situation, Du Wan was relieved to learn that nothing had happened to the oldest man and the others. With that, she went inside the house and came to Pei Hao's bed. When she was about to find a chair to sit down, she half bent down and saw the person on the bed, with a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes looking at her in a trance-like state of confusion. Du Wan's heart was jolted with joy. You woke up? Wan. Pei Hao asked with a blink. Du Wan smiles and nods. It's me Na. It's good to wake up. Then Du Wan turns her head and shouts towards the outside of the house. Husan, go and ask the doctor to come over. Just say that Shitzi has woken up. Ask him to come and take a look. Yes. This is going to invite. Husan listens outside and responds in surprise. Du Wan was happy and raised her small hand to touch his forehead. Pei Hao's gaze remained glued to her. His voice hoarse as he asked. Wan. Is it really you? Yes. Oh. Still not awake? I'm a big living person right in front of you. Du Wan suddenly came in front of him, looking left and right. Don't tell me that you have a brain problem? Very well. It was none other than his little girl. The ability to choke people to death is only hers. Pei Hao was so full of emotion that he only felt it was time to feed the dog. So Shitzi Master's agitated emotions were magically calmed down. But he was still very happy because the little girl had come, thus proving that she cared about him. He reached out his large hand to hold hers. Du Wan froze first and was about to draw back her hand, but held back midway. He was in the middle of an illness. So she took it as doing a good deed and let him hold her hand for a while. The two of them were not alone for a long time. Husan brought the old man over. The doctor took Pei Hao's pulse and checked his condition. He woke up. His life is considered to be saved. The next step is to recuperate properly, and not to mess around anymore. Doctor, your words are not right. Du Wan suddenly spoke out. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Only to hear, Du Wan earnestly said, Pei Shitzi didn't mess around. He did it for the sake of the country, and the people for the sake of the greater good. That's why he took the risk alone. Chapter 370. Let me lean for a while longer. Pei Hao laughed silently, his peach blossom eyes brimming with soft light. His little girl was still so truthful. The oldest doctor had been speaking casually, but when he heard Du Wan say this, he thought carefully and also felt that there was a problem. Master Shitzi, I'm sorry. It's the old man who made a mistake. It's not a problem. Pei Hao's voice had not yet recovered. It was a bit inaudible and severely hoarse. The old man told him to speak less. He will recover in a couple of days. Fortunately, the injury medicine on Husan is good. So Pei Hao's external injuries don't worry about not recovering. But the fracture will take some days to recover. The other thing is that Pei Hao's injuries this time have dragged on for a long time, hurting his vitality. And he needs to recuperate for 3 or 2 years. Du Wan heard her heart slightly tightened. Does it mean that Pei Hao is going to become sick? Du Wan waited for the boss doctor to go out, then drove Husan outside, lying on the bed, and asked in a low voice, Where's the life-preserving pills I gave you? Pei Hao said softly, Lost it. At Wang Jiner's place. Du Wan immediately thought of this matter. In fact, she wanted to ask more about what happened. But she was concerned about Pei Hao's mood and regretted bringing up the topic just now. Du-Wan said again in a hurry. Wang Jiner was caught. We didn't interrogate her. We have to wait for you to wake up, and then deal with it. Good. Pei Hao quietly stretched out his hand again, and took hold of her small hand that was resting on the edge of the bed. Du-Wan had wanted to pull back her hand. But then she saw how fragile he was. Her body was faster than her thoughts. And instinctively she clasped his big hand back, which made Pei Hao's eyes extraordinarily clear. Hungry? Du-Wan softly inquired, as if he was a fragile doll that needed her to treat him carefully. Pei Hao gave a soft Du-Wan immediately stood up. Wait. I'll go to the kitchen to get food. Pei Hao reluctantly let go of her hand. Going outside the house, Du-Wan met Hussein, who was guarding the outside of the house, and whispered, Send someone to search Wang Jiner's room and get all of Pei Shizi's things back. Hussein said, I'll run this one. This is best. Especially those medicines. They can't be lost. As you wish. Hussein ordered 4 guards to follow him out. Du-Wan came to the kitchen. Seeing 2 people guarding here, they were also secret guards. They had been simmering the red date porridge, as the boss doctor had ordered. Pei Hao didn't wake up after boiling it during the day. Then it was returned to them to eat, and they continued to boil a new one. Du-Wan took the porridge away and turned back to the room. With the medicine in general, helped Pei Hao sit up. Originally thought of letting him lean against the bed. But there is no soft pillow or cotton jacket cushion. Leaning on it will not be comfortable. Du-Wan hesitated for half a second, or sat on the edge of the bed, lending him a shoulder to lean on. Seeing the little girl's clueless operation, without a hint of evil intent, Pei Hao's heart heated up. He rested his head on her shoulder, and without noticing, he leaned into her shoulder socket. This demeanor, very intimate. Du-Wan didn't let him eat by himself. It was his hands that were also injured. A later injury. These injuries were old and new, most likely caused by Wang Jiner, and due to the prolonged binding, it caused more damage to him. Fortunately, his body had a good base, allowing him to wait until she arrived. I don't know what he went through, but it definitely won't be good. Du-Wan sent a spoonful of porridge to his lips. Eat. Pei Hao gently touched the edge of the spoon and hoarsely whispered, It's a bit hot. What? Du-Wan didn't think of this problem for a moment. Hurriedly blew for a while, then sent it to his mouth. Saw that he didn't say it was hot again and ate it. Inexplicably relieved. I haven't fed anyone before. I didn't know it had to be like this. Pei Hao felt weak and rubbed against the nest of her shoulder. Du-Wan's body stiffened, and she continued to feed the porridge by the spoonful again, in which she paid close attention to the temperature of the porridge, feeling that it wouldn't burn her mouth before carefully feeding it to him. A very ordinary thing. But Pei Hao's heart was bursting with heat. It made the pain in his whole body seem to have eased a lot. The little girl in the past was so jumpy that from time to time, she would still dislike him so much that he would be speechless. I never thought that one day she would be this patient with him. A lover's eye is a good thing. Pei Hao finished his bowl of porridge and thanked him in a small voice. Wan is really good. Hee. Where is it good? Du-Wan's mouth was disgusted, but the corners of her small mouth curled up. Wherever is good. In the past you also said that you dislike me everywhere. Can't we not raise the bar? Pei Hao closed his eyes and didn't want to talk to the little girl anymore. But if he continued, the touching feeling in his heart was about to be lost. Du-Wan put down the spoon, stretched out her fingertips, and gently poked his face. The touch was unexpectedly good. Couldn't help but poke again. When she realized what she had done, she was inexplicably a bit vain. However, his eyes were closed and he did not react, allowing her to self-deceive and say that he had slept over. Pei Hao was well aware of the little girl's movements. In order not to embarrass her, he was generous and pretended not to know. However, when he felt her trying to put herself down, he opened his eyes. Is it good to lie down after just eating? Not good. Du-Wan knew it wasn't good. Then let me lean back a little longer. Okay. Du-Wan just sat on the bed, letting Pei Hao lean. Pei Hao saw the little girl's rare meekness, a kindness that was only for him. He thought it was probably his own self that night that scared her. The two of them stayed like this, both tacitly not saying anything. He did not mention the withdrawal of marriage. She did not ask how he was injured. The house was quiet, but very cozy. Du-Wan leaned her back against the bed pillar and closed her eyes to fake sleep. Pei Hao leaned on her shoulder. Most of his body was in her arms. She was worried that he was leaning uncomfortably. Her arms encircled his shoulders. At this time, he also closed his eyes. In fact, at this time his body was very painful, but accidentally felt nothing, as long as she was by her side. In the end, he was unable to resist the weariness in his body, and truly slept. Du-Wan noticed that his breathing was even, and couldn't help but lower her head, gently touching his forehead, feeling that the temperature was normal, and then carefully holding him up, gently letting him lie down flat, and then tucking him into the bedding. After staying for a while, seeing that he was sleeping peacefully, Du-Wan then tiptoed out with the empty bowl. Hu-San was still guarding the outside with his big sword in his arms. In addition to him, there are a dozen guards. It was third night outside. When Hu-San saw Du-Wan come out, he immediately woke up and handed Du-Wan a bag. These are what I searched from Wang Jiner. All of them are Pei Shi's? More than that, there's also some money. Hu-San hemmed and hawed. Du-Wan looked at him in this demeanor. He had done something bad. Nan Yongbo gave her a lot of money. Right? Yeah. A lot. Since Hu-San said it was a lot, it must be quite a lot. Chapter 371. In order for him to have peace of mind, Du-Wan didn't carry the bag into the house for fear of disturbing Pei Hao's sleep. She found a clean place under the roof to open it and check. There weren't many things that belonged to Pei Hao, and at that time, he was about to assassinate Xiaoqi, so he wouldn't have brought too many things with him. Apart from the necessary medicines, there was a dagger and a knife each, as well as a long quiver of sleeve arrows and a long sword. Other than that, it was a lucky bag containing 3-piece talismans, plus a hairpin. Du-Wan saw that hairpin and it looked a bit familiar. Wasn't it exactly hers? Du-Wan still remembers him pulling it from her head at that time. The hairpin was held in her palm. The feeling that rose up in her heart was unfamiliar. A feeling of being placed in her heart. A feeling of being cherished. The rest is some ready-made gold and silver checks. No less than 10,000 taels. These money and silver should be Wang Jiner's. Hu-San asked. Sheriff, is everything complete? A small jade bottle containing a medicine. No. Du-Wan rummaged through it again, and still didn't find the medicine. It seems that it is really as he said, that he lost it? Hu-San thought back. Subordinate did not see it. Du-Wan put the things back into the bag again, including the hairpin. These you first properly put away, and give them to Pei Shizi when he asks. Won't County Princess keep them for Shizi? I'll just forget about it. Du-Wan shook her head. By the way, this place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Shizi can't move for the time being. It will be detrimental to recovery. Hu-San was now in constant fear of the rebels attacking again. Right now they were no different from being in a wolf's den. Du-Wan said helplessly. You are right. He can't be bumpy. She is a bit chagrined. Why didn't she bring the chi-nourishing pill when she came? And why didn't she get some pills to replenish blood and chi from Master Yuantong in the first place? Pei Hao is so weak right now. It's also related to excessive blood loss, plus not getting timely treatment, resulting in a serious loss of body. No. She seemed to have given Pei Hao chi-nourishing pills? But it is not in the baggage. Du-Wan thought of the possibility of losing it again, and felt a little bit of flesh pain. Although it was easy to buy it from old Monk Yuantong, she was aware that things were rare, and not just available. Du-Wan turned her head to Hu-San and instructed. Protect your Shizi master. This county wants to go out. You? Hu-San wanted to ask where she was going. It wasn't that he had any ideas. It was purely because he was worried that if Shizi woke up and asked, he would have a word to say. But when he opened his mouth to ask, he realized that he had overstepped his bounds. Du-Wan saw his meaning. Tonight's matter is not yet finished. I will go there first to settle the matter of the rebels. Hu-San now had nothing to say. Privately, he thought that the county princess was slightly whimsical. Couldn't the matter of the rebels be solved by her alone? But he also hoped that she could really solve it. Then they would be in a much better position, not having to be in fear every day, and Master Shizi would be able to recuperate in peace. Du-Wan went out alone. In fact, it didn't take long to go out before she saw Xiaoqi, who was dragging his sick body, cleaning up the mess. The people Du-Wan killed earlier were not too many, but the weight of the dead was not light. Xiaoqi pacified the relatives of the dead, as well as the broken heart of the army. This battle can't go on. before the war even started. Half of the important generals have died. County Lord. Don't you think so? Isn't it? Not all dead yet? Duwan quietly stood a zhang away from him. The guards around were just like a pose. Not to mention stopping Duwan. They didn't even notice that she was close. Until she spoke out. But the words that came out. And fucking choked people. Qiaoqi turned pale and coughed. I'm sorry about tonight. I didn't restrain them well. Heh. Duwan had no intention of killing Qiaoqi. After all, letting him live is more favorable than dying. It's rare to have a clear mind. Thinking about it, if Qiaoqi's brain wasn't smart, Xie Zhang wouldn't be able to see him. Those who can work alongside the male lead and can mix into a capable inner circle are those who are truly capable. Duwan recalled back to the book. The male lead is a bit unscrupulous. But those who can become his true confidants and be reused are those with good character. Later on, when the male lead was able to create a peaceful and prosperous world, those followers had a lot to do with it. On the contrary, the followers who followed the female lead were uneven. Since she came to this world, she wasn't too sure how much power the male lead had developed. But the heroine's scenic life path was lost to her little butterfly fan. Duwan came to Qiaoqi. Write it. Descending book. Qiaoqi, the sheriff lord, is a man of nature. Duwan stares at Qiaoqi. Qiaoqi secretly glanced at Duwan's right hand holding the scabbard, the longsword ready to be sheathed at any time, and said with bitterness in his heart, There's no paper or ink here. And I left my seal at home. Then go back and write now. Duwan did not say anything threatening. It was biased and made one feel her killing intent deeply. Qiaoqi didn't dare to look directly into her eyes, his heart trembling slightly. With such a county princess in the great Qin kingdom, could the master's future great endeavors really come to fruition? Qiaoqi had no choice. Turned around and left his inner circle to clean up the mess. He went back to his own mansion. The same followed him back, or Duwan. Without half a quarter of an hour, Duwan came out again. In her hand, she held 2 copies of Qiaoqi's letter of surrender with a large seal. That's right. 2 copies. Qiaoqi almost died of anger. Duwan insisted him to write 2 copies. 1 copy was posted to the most conspicuous place in Taichu County, the place where official letters were usually posted in the county courthouse. The other copy was given to Husan to send to Muxian. As for the situation on He Liang's side, it was under the responsibility of Qiaoqi, who would surely have someone notify He Liang of the surrender tomorrow. The great Qin kingdom treats those who surrender very favorably. Not necessarily with high ranking and generous pay, but at least there is a clear one, that those who surrender will not be killed. If not for this, who would dare to surrender? He Liang's side received news earlier than Duwan expected. It was Qiaoqi who flew a pigeon to him when he learnt that most of the rear generals were dead or wounded. He Liang's mood was not to mention how complicated it was. And then when he saw that Qiaoqi had already written a letter of dissent, he felt that this day was like a dream. Weird as hell. General? What's so urgent? The rebel army of Imoding County. A group of large and small generals quickly gathered. He Liang sent the secret letter sent by Qiaoqi, letting them circulate it one by one. And those who didn't know the words let the people next to them read it out. All of them in an extremely heavy mood. Tuzwa, who was carried here with serious injuries. Surrendering is good? It would have been impossible to fight. Nonsense. Who said we can't beat them? It wasn't you who made the mess. A general rushed at Tuzwa in anger. Tuzwa stared at him grimly. Think I can't help you just because I'm injured? Being crippled? You still think the world is invincible? Wait for me. Enough. He Liang drew back. The chief has already written a letter of surrender. And I asked you all to come here today because I wanted to inform you. Not because I wanted you to come and argue. There was a subtext that wasn't said. It was that those who wanted to surrender obeyed the order. Those who don't want to surrender can flee. Chapter 372. Purely disgusted, Duwan went back to confirm that Pei Hao was still sleeping. She then turned to the firewood room where Wang Jiner was kept. There were 2 guards standing guard outside the door. And when they saw Duwan coming over, neither of them stopped them. Before she could go in, Duwan smelled the smell of pig shit and instantly turned her head away. Mata, I still want to interrogate about the whereabouts of the heart-protecting pill. But suddenly I don't want to ask anymore. Duwan turned around and went to find Husan and asked him to ask. Husan really went and came back not long after. Sheriff, Wang Jiner said that she fed them all to Shitsi. saying that when she picked up Sheetsy, he had been unconscious, and there were rebels searching outside. So she didn't dare to go and get him a doctor, and found out what medicine she could find out from him, and used it. Do-won a little less convinced. Really fed the medicine and the boss doctor didn't take his pulse out. If Pei-hao had really taken the qi-nourishing pill, wouldn't he have suffered a serious loss? Do-won did not let Husan continue interrogating anything. The process is not difficult to guess. Wang Jiner's lying can make Pei-hao suffer a big loss, which must have used some means. Otherwise, with Pei-hao's ability, even if he fell on hard times, he should not be humiliated by Wang Jiner. A touch of white rose in the east. It was dawn. Do-won went to the cubicle to take a nap. When Pei-hao woke up, he did not see the little girl, but saw Husan guarding him. Pei-hao, who woke up this time, was in a much better state than before. Husan reported to Pei-hao the things that happened in the past 2 days, especially the matter of the letter of surrender. According to the county princess's order, I have already sent someone to send it to Mu Gongzi. Seeing what county princess means, she doesn't want you to worry about it. You've done a good job. Pei-hao listened calmly at first, and when he heard the last sentence, the corners of his mouth curled up. Just as quickly, Pei-hao's face sank. Execute Wang Jiner. Yes. Husan was able to hear that his master did not want to interrogate Wang Jiner. Perhaps the master didn't want the details of his fall to get out. Husan glanced at Pei-hao worriedly. When Pei-hao saw that look in his eyes, he was disgusted. What's in your head? Don't want it anymore? He didn't know that the more he did, the easier it was for others to misunderstand. Husan the simpleton touched the back of his head. My subordinate is worried about Sheetsy. Nothing happened. It's just disgusting. In the future, this matter would likely become Pei-hao's black history. Of course, the less people know about it the better. Taking advantage of Do-won's absence, Pei-hao wanted to silence Wang Jiner at the first opportunity. As a matter of fact, Wang Jiner transferred her hatred towards Do-won to Pei-hao's body, and did the most to humiliate him verbally. And even more outrageous was to take a small knife and slash on him a few times from time to time, and then stop the bleeding with medicine when she finished the slashing. Concerned about the search of the rebels, Wang Jiner also did not dare to stay in the cellar for too long. Other than that, there really isn't much. Pei-hao was purely disgusted. The fact that his injuries were not treated in time was a situation he expected. The rebels were searching outside, so he was just throwing himself into the net by going out. And the cellar was instead the safest. It's just that he miscalculated a bit, and was actually hit by the cartilage dispersal under Wang Jiner, and was unable to resist for a while, becoming meat on the chopping board. Fortunately, the little girl found up in time. Otherwise he really want to overturn in the gutter. Husan was about to go and do as he was told. But then he remembered the county princess asking about the medicine and told Pei-hao about it. Pei-hao frowned and said, What that woman gave me to take were medicines for internal injuries. The qi-nourishing pills were left in the capital, but the life-saving heart protection pills were brought. Pei-hao added, Go ask where the medicine went. Yes. Husan interrogated Wang Jiner again. Wang Jiner refused to talk at first, until Husan laid down a cruel hand, slashing at Wang Jiner's arm one after another. A total of more than 10 slashes. And then when he moved the knife towards Wang Jiner's face, she collapsed and confessed. The heart-protecting pill in the little jade bottle. As long as you opened the bottle and smelled it, you knew it was extraordinary. Wang Jiner ordered the medicine to be sent back to the capital in order to please Nanyang Bo. Nanyang Bo left manpower for Wang Jiner. At first there was no way to send it out. Then wasn't the ban lifted? When Pei-hao learned about it, pass the word down and have someone intercept it. As for Wang Jiner, do it cleanly. Simply let the rebels take the blame. I think that Tuzwa is quite good. What the little girl gave can't be cheap for others. Tuzwa offended the little girl. Letting him take the blame was appropriate. If Wang Jiner died, Nanyang Bo might send people to investigate. When this side of the chaos, those who come to investigate will not be investigated in detail. The most is to check to Tuzwa there. What Tuzwa did a bunch of bad things. It is difficult to have contact with the Jingui Gongfu. Husan immediately went to order his men to do it. At this time, the boss doctor came over and routinely took Pei-hao's pulse. The pulse is much smoother than yesterday. Thank you. Pei-hao thanked. Sheetsy don't need to be courteous. This life of my husband was saved by the Duke of State. The oldest doctor changed the prescription again, recaptured the medicine, and then had someone go to decoct the medicine. Hussein came back and carefully waited for Pei Hao to freshen up and so on. After everything was done, Hussein asked him if he wanted to eat breakfast first. Pei Hao asked, "Where is County Princess?" The County Princess didn't sleep all night last night. Now she should be resting in the cubicle, Hussein truthfully said. Pei Hao signaled that he could go out. "I don't have an appetite now. I'll eat later." "Okay." Hussein didn't say anything else. When Du-won woke up from her nap, it was already an hour later. She washed up and went to see Pei Hao at the first opportunity. When she saw that he had woken up, Du-won's eyes lit up. "Woke up? How do you feel today? Better?" "Much better," Pei Hao replied with a slightly weak tone. "Then have you eaten breakfast?" "Just woke up. Haven't eaten anything yet," Pei Hao asked back very gently. "How about you? Have you used breakfast?" "Not yet either." "Let's eat together," Du-won said with a smiling face. Then simply went outside and called the guards to bring in the food from the kitchen. Hussein was still very discerning outside. The food brought in not only the meat porridge specially boiled for Pei Hao, but also a bowl of dumplings and a big steamed bun for Du-won. It's not that Hussein and the others don't want to eat well. It's really the conditions. Food in Taichu County is not only expensive, but also hard to buy. In other words, even if you have silver, you need a doorway to buy it. Du-won put the food on the small table in front of the bed. Pei Hao was lying still. Du-won thought for a moment. "Do you want me to feed you? Or do you?" Pei Hao didn't say anything, just looked at her fixedly. Du-won smiled sarcastically. "I'll do it. I'll do it. Once born twice." Du-won lifted Pei Hao up again and leaned onto her shoulder. The congee that Hussein filled for Pei Hao was not in that kind of small bowl. It was a big sea bowl. Du-won first reached out and touched the bowl. "The congee is still a bit hot. Wait for it to cool down a bit before eating." Pei Hao's gaze fell to the dumplings on the table. Du-won's eyes rolled. Her chopsticks picked up a dumpling and put it in her mouth, and smashed her little mouth. That said, "This taste is not bad. I don't know who made it." Pei Hao's stomach's cravings were tickled. The little girl did it on purpose. Absolutely. Chapter 373 Master Shitsi is not a demon anymore. Du-won picked up another one and took a bite. Ouch. There's quite a lot of meat filling inside. Worrying that he didn't see it, she deliberately waved it in front of him. Unexpectedly, her hand retracted a step slower. Was Pei Hao bite? Slowly chewed. It is quite fragrant. Especially what one has eaten is more fragrant. Du-won's face heated up in a flash. Is this a death wish for herself? She looked at the chopsticks in her hand. Continuing to eat is not. Putting it down is not. Pei Hao was a bit reluctant to swallow, and finally swallowed slowly. "Wan, give me another one." "Okay? What do you think?" "Just take a bite." Du-won didn't obey him. Put her chopsticks down, picked up a spoon and started to feed him congee by the spoonful. No matter how annoyed, her action is still very gentle. But also pay extra attention to the temperature of the porridge. Each time is a spoon meat porridge on top of a thin layer. Will not be very hot. The entrance is just right. Pei Hao did not dare to tease too much, for fear that the little girl will leave him alone. He likes it very much now. Like the little girl put him in the heart of the appearance of. Pei Hao knows that the little girl will have to eat breakfast in a while, but did not make a demon deliberately delay time. Du-won finished feeding him, thinking of the previous situation, knowing that he is not good to lie down. So first let him lean against himself. She ate her own bowl of dumplings. Chopsticks were the original chopsticks. It is not good to change a pair of chopsticks because he touched. Just pretend that nothing happened just now. Nothing happened. A bowl of dumplings down to the stomach. Du-won only feel comfortable stomach. There is still a steamed bun left. Du-won picked it up and took another bite. Pei Hao saw her eating quite well. Wan, can you give me a bite? You have a bad spleen and stomach now. Du-won hesitated a bit. A small bite is no problem. Right? Pei Hao slightly tilted his head and happened to bump into Du-won lowering her head. The two of them, due to an inadvertent small action, thus came so close that even each other's breath could be felt. Du-won hurriedly raised her head, pulling away a bit as if she had a weak heart. She broke off a tiny piece from the steamed bun and rudely shoved it into his mouth. Eat it. It's not like it's something good. So she wondered why he offered to eat it. Pei Hao had this mouthful of steamed bread in his mouth. It really wasn't anything good. But today he had a delicious taste that he hadn't had before. Seeing that he is not making a demon anymore, Du-Wan is secretly relieved and hurriedly eats the remaining half of the steamed bun in 3 or 2 bites. Not noticing the slightly regretful little eyes of Pei Shi in her arms. Over here, Du-Wan burped. So full. If a different person came in, they would have noticed that the two were in an abnormal state. On the contrary, both parties felt that there was nothing. Pei Hao wasn't sleepy-eyed yet, so he talked to Du-Wan. Whatever he asked, she answered. Eventually, Pei Hao asked in a low voice, "How did Wan Wan come to Taichu County?" Mu Xian said that you were going to do something very dangerous and asked me for help. Du-Wan truthfully told the matter. Luckily I came. Otherwise something would have really happened to you. Thinking back, Du-Wan's heart palpitates. Pei Hao murmured softly. Yes, it's fortunate that you came. Then will you stay with me all the time? Wilda. All the time? Du-Wan knew that people who were sick had the most fragile psyches. As long as he says something, it's whatever he says. Right? The corner of Pei Hao's mouth gently hooked. Wan, you can't back out, oh? Okay. No regrets. When your injuries get better, I'll take you back to the capital. Du-Wan softly comforted. Those words had a care and gentleness that even she herself did not realize. It was as if she was afraid that he would think too much, that he would be sad and unable to think straight. Pei Hao closed his eyes in her arms, as if he was relieved. Du-Wan gently patted his back, like she was coaxing him to sleep. At this time, footsteps came from outside. Hu-San came in with a bowl of steaming medicine, and when he saw the situation on the bed, his eyes suddenly widened. But he quickly lowered his head, pretended he didn't see anything, deliberately softened his footsteps, put the bowl of medicine on the tabletop next to the head of the bed, and then nimbly tidied up the empty bowls and chopsticks, and then turned around and slipped out. Du-Wan saw the medicine on the desktop and understood. There will be medicine to drink in a while. She looked down at Pei Hao and said softly, Don't sleep for now. Wait until you drink the medicine. Okay? It's a bit bitter. Pei Hao slowly opened his brimming peach blossom eyes. Du-Wan can't do anything about this. There's no medicine that isn't bitter. Why don't you let Hu-San go find some candy fruit? No need. Pei Hao refused. If she went out to order, wouldn't she be putting him down? He prefers to keep this posture now, because this way he is leaning very close to her. Even his breath is full of her scent, which makes him extraordinarily at ease, and he can also forget about the pain on his body. Du-Wan saw that he did not want to, so she did not insist. Next, from time to time, she would try to see if the medicine was cold. When the temperature was moderate, she brought it up and sent it to Pei Hao's mouth. And when she saw his brows furrowed, her heart wanted to laugh but held back. Drink it in one gulp so that it won't be so bitter. I drank medicine before. You were unconscious earlier. I fed you one bite at a time, and you swallowed it all. There aren't many people in this world who love to drink medicine. Du-Wan wouldn't laugh at him. I'm afraid it would be the same if it were her. Pei Hao ended up drinking the medicine in one gulp. It wasn't that he didn't want her to feed it. It was that Hu-San actually didn't put a spoon in it when he brought it in. Should he be so pretentious as to drink it in small sips? Du-Wan watched him finish the medicine. Probably because the medicine took effect, Pei Hao fell into a deep sleep not long after drinking it. Du-Wan made him lie flat and covered him up before carrying the medicine bowl out. Perhaps it was the first time in her 2 lives that Du-Wan served a person like this. And the most amazing thing was that she did not complain at all. Du-Wan, who went out, paid attention to the situation in the house and quickly noticed a problem. It was Wang Jiner, who was no longer there. Du-Wan looked to Hu-San. Where did Wang Jiner go? Master Shizhi has made arrangements. Hu-San spoke appropriately. And in his heart, he was pondering how he would answer if the sheriff master pressed him further. To one's surprise, Du-Wan did not pursue the question. Du-Wan asked Hu-San to guard her own master as she went out for a trip outside. A letter of surrender was posted. Taichu County is like a big earthquake. The rebels are also in fear. Some of the living generals have gone to find Qiaoqi. Qiaoqi handled it properly, but did not cause anything. I just heard that Qiaoqi vomited blood again today. According to the doctor, he was not yet healed, and much exertion caused. Du-Wan listened from afar. Since she didn't perceive a threat, she turned back. The first thing she did was to ask Pei Hao how he was doing, and when she learnt that he had not woken up, she turned back to the oldest doctor. Chapter 374. Du Wan didn't dare to irritate him. The southwestern rebels sent a letter of surrender before they even started fighting. Mu Xian was in a red-hot trance all day. Someone had questioned if it could be a strategy of the rebels. Mu Xian just gave that person a deep look and sent him far away before arranging for someone to take over the rebels in Imoding County. Did he, Mu Xian, not suspect that there was a fraud? Of course, it had been checked long ago. When Mu Xian went to recapture Imoding County, he also heard a gossip. He heard that a woman climbed into Tu's bed. At that time, the woman yelled that she was the daughter of Nan Yongbo. But no one took it seriously. Tuzwa played with her, and then gave her to a group of men. They didn't have control for a moment, and tossed the man to his death. The people brought by Musion proved that the woman was none other than Wang Jiner, who had been exiled for 3 years. Tuzwa had to flee with a group of his minders because of this incident. But he was shot by the Imperial Army in the middle of the journey. It was several days after this news reached Taichu County. Du Wan froze when she heard it. Wang Jiner died just like that. She guessed something fishy was going on, but said nothing. She had been taking care of Pei Hao for the past few days. Pei Hao's condition was getting better day by day, making Du Wan relax a lot. Du Wan sat in front of the bed and fed Pei Hao medicine. The oldest doctor said this morning that in 3 or 4 days, you will be able to ride a carriage. By then, we can leave Taichu County and return to the capital. At that time, Xian should come over. We don't have to rush to leave. Also right, oh. Du Wan slapped her head. These days she was so busy that she didn't think of this. Pei Hao didn't tell the little girl that he was the commander-in-chief. And that if he wanted to leave, he would have to return in triumph and report to the court to get the emperor's permission to return to the capital. I have to say, Du Wan really did not think of this. She thought he was seriously injured. It is normal to return to the capital to recuperate. The rest of the things can be handed over to Mu Xian to do. There is a guard outside. Hurriedly came over to report. Prince, Lord Mu is here. Pei Hao inside the house. Has not yet uttered a word to let people come in. Mu Xian has already taken a big step into the house, with worry and eagerness on his face. Once he saw Pei Hao lying on the bed. His face was still okay. The heart that was lifted up was finally put down. Then he looked to Du Wan, who was sitting in front of the bed. Ah, Hao, I heard that you were seriously injured. How is it now? Much better, Pei Hao said with a faint smile. Then Mu Xian saluted Du Wan again. Greetings to County Princess. Came quite fast. Thought it would take 2 days for you to arrive. Du Wan counted the time and thought that he would be 2 days later at the earliest. Mu Xian was ashamed. I rushed here when I heard the news. Have you met Xiao Qi? Pei Hao asked about the main event. Mu Xian said. Not yet. I came directly to see you when I entered Taichu County. Pei Hao added. Well, then you go to see Xiao Qi and catch Pei Chen when you see him. But it's been so many days. I'm afraid Pei Chen would have escaped long ago if he wasn't stupid. I will send someone to catch him. Mu Xian didn't stay long. Only said half a quarter of an hour and left in a hurry. Pei Hao couldn't do anything himself right now. Many times he had to ask Mu Xian to take care of things. However, when Mu Xian left, he also left behind an army to protect Pei Hao. Du Wan didn't make a sound when she learned about it. Having someone to protect is better than having no one to protect. Du Wan turned back to Pei Hao and found that Pei Hao was looking at himself fixedly, thinking that he wanted to urinate or something. What's wrong? Should I ask Husan to come in? No need. It's me who's hungry. Oh, what do you want to eat? I'll go to the kitchen and look for it. Anything. As long as it's not kanji. But you can only drink kanji. This was specifically ordered by the boss doctor. Du Wan knew that a person who drank kanji every day was just changing it up, and would still get tired of it. But isn't this a no-brainer? Du Wan pondered for a while and said, why don't we let the kitchen cook you a bowl of veggie noodles and clear soup? Okay. It's better than drinking kanji. Pei Hao took a back seat. Du Wan immediately stood up. Then I'll go to the kitchen. The recent Shitsi woke up. Somehow. And had to eat 4 or 5 meals a day. Only the oldest doctor said that it was a blessing for a sick person to be able to eat. And it was good for the body's recovery. Therefore Du Wan didn't stop him. And his complexion was indeed getting better day by day. Pei Hao looked at the little girl's back as she walked out. The bottom of his eyes filled with tenderness. His body had improved so much that he no longer felt pain. And there was also the fact that she was guarding him almost every day, taking very good care of him. It was something he didn't even dare to think about before. It's just that people are greedy. When you don't have anything, you want to get a little bit. After you get a little bit, you will want to get more. Du-Won went to the kitchen, personally stared at a Pei family guard to do a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Originally nothing. She deliberately let him add a little green vegetables, but also played an egg. Don't ask why the guard should be the cook. The main reason is that Hussein is not comfortable with Pei Hao's food passing through the hands of outsiders. And it just so happens that some of the guards are good cooks, so they are temporarily requisitioned. Du-Won went back with the noodles. When she saw Hussein helping Pei Hao up, she sat back on the bed. Du-Won put the noodles on the table. Hussein brought a basin of water and a clean handkerchief to wash Pei Hao's hands. Pei Hao asked Hussein to retire. Du-Won asked, "Can you eat the noodles by yourself?" Pei Hao hesitated. "Can it? Or should I try?" "Okay." Du-Won carried the noodles to him and let him pick up his chopsticks and eat by himself. Pei Hao tried to pick up the large seed bowl. The result was that he almost didn't hold it steady. Luckily Du-Won reacted quickly and recaught the bowl. The noodle soup even overflowed a little bit, scaring Du-Won and hurriedly carrying the bowl away from him, just for fear of scalding his hands. Pei Hao looks at her with an innocent face. Du-Won said, "Forget it. It's better for me to feed you." "Then, it's hard on Won." Pei Hao said with a slight apology. "Not hard. How can this matter be hard?" Du-Won was worried that he would think too much and quickly comforted him. Sick people have the most sensitive minds and are most prone to overthinking. In the past, Du-Won had seen a male patient in the hospital with her own eyes. Obviously, his stomach was perforated and he had just come out of the operation theater. But he was still trying to pull out the needle of the 4-drip because his wife complained about him. Which wasn't a very unpleasant thing to say. That is, she scolded him for drinking alcohol every day, and told him not to drink. He had to drink it. Du-Won didn't think his wife was wrong at that time. But that man is sensitive to think more. Think his wife dislike him is a drag. But also said he died some, pretentious a match. Du-Won unconsciously substituted Pei Hao into it. So, take care of very carefully. Do not dare to stimulate him. It is almost as if he wants to give what he wants. And if he wants the moon in the sky, she has to pick it for him. Du-Won carefully fed Pei Hao the noodles. Then she carefully handed him a handkerchief. And when she didn't see him pick it up, she wiped the grease stains on the corners of his mouth, as if she had realized it. She didn't know that every time she wiped, the deeper Pei Hao looked into her eyes. Chapter 375 Worried about being silenced by the world's sun. Pei Hao's heart inexplicably rose with a slight warmth. It had been haunting his heart for a long time. It was an unfamiliar experience. Very warm, and very fond of people. He had a moment where he even wished that time would stay here forever. Du-Won looked up and bumped into his gaze. Her small face smiled brightly. "All right. Are you tired? Do you want to take a nap?" "Not tired," Pei Hao replied softly. Du-Won was again afraid that he would be bored. "Then do you want to read a book? Is there a book here? I saw that there are books at the boss man's place. If you want to read it, I'll go get it for you." The books he has there. They can't all be medical books. Can they? There is this possibility. Du-Won stood up and slipped out in a flash, going to the next room to look for the boss husband. The boss husband and his disciple were concocting herbs. When they saw Du-Won come in, they were about to get up and salute. Du-Won politely said, "No need to be polite. You guys continue to be busy. I'm here to find a book to relieve the boredom of Master Shitsi. The old man here is all medical books." The old man said, embarrassed. Instead, it was his disciple who spoke up. "There's a travelogue there. Do you want it, Sheriff?" Du-Won was happy to hear this. This is exactly what she wanted. Yes. Soon, she went over to the bookshelf and found a travelogue. Unexpectedly, she also saw a book of words next to it. She took it away and turned back to Pei Hao's room. Travelogue and book of words. You choose one? Travelogue, Pei Hao said with a smile. As he said it, his eyes swept over the cover of the talking book, on which was clearly printed the title of 2 or 3 affairs of a poor scholar and an official lady. Du-Won sat next to him and read it to him. The travelogue was written in a very ordinary way, just what one sees and hears while traveling, with some parts written in a rather exaggerated manner. Du-Won read the book according to the words, and when she saw Pei Hao listening intently, she continued to read. If there were words she didn't understand, she would even ask him to teach her. Thus, the atmosphere was harmonious and cordial. Du-Wan was so engrossed in reading that she didn't notice Pei Hao secretly took away the book and hid it under the quilt. The little girl was not clear. But Pei Hao knew very well that there were not many books written about scholars that were serious. This kind of book that stains the eyes. It is better not to let her see it. When Du-Wan finished reading the travelogue and wanted to continue looking for the talking book, she found it missing. Where is the book? I put it away, Pei Hao said calmly. Du-Wan was strange. You don't need me to read it? You really want to miss the talking books? Pei Hao raised his eyebrows. Du-Wan wanted to say, isn't it to relieve your boredom? But when she came across his look, she vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Yet she couldn't say what was wrong. Pei Hao's evil thoughts, which he had suppressed, leaked so much that he moved the talking book out of the corner of the quilt. Wan, are you sure you want to read it to me? You are very strange. Oh. Du-Wan looked at the exposed talking book. At that time, when she saw the title of the book, she thought it was a novel of ancient romance. Before she crossed over, she quite liked to read web novels. But when she came here, she felt that she didn't have enough time in order to survive. So where else would she have the heart to read a talk book? Du-Wan is no longer stupid. But she can see that there is something wrong with the book. If a book is different, who else can it be? She is not a little girl who doesn't know anything. The internet should not be too extensive. But this era? She has not seen. There is a drop of curiosity. Want to take a look. So, Du-Wan first did not move. When Pei Hao closed his eyes to fake sleep, the little girl quietly stretched out her two little fingers, dragging the talking book out of the comforter for a throw. How could Pei Hao not know her small movements? Just now, he didn't want her to see it. But now he changed his mind. She is 15 years old and should grow up. Then, he was waiting to see her blushing and shy little look. Just wait, I'll wait. The little girl not only did not shy, turn a few pages on the lack of interest. Later, Pei Hao pretended to fall asleep and waited for Du-Wan to go out in boredom. Pei Hao secretly picked up the talking book and flipped through it, just as he thought it was unpleasant. The only thing that is distinctive is the writer's literary style. The same as writing an essay for the imperial examinations, which is profoundly obscure and difficult to understand. The little girl was still learning to read last year. It would be strange if she could understand it. In fact, Pei Hao doesn't know that his so-called unintelligible content, in the little girl's view, is just child's play. The small white version of the book has been read a lot. Who would care to write it as the same as poetry and scripture? The author's words, all according to personal imagination? Hu-san, Pei Hao uttered. Hu-san, who was guarding outside the house, immediately came in. Son, what are your orders? Take this book out and burn it. Pei Hao pointed to the talking book. Hu-san answered and picked up the talking book and hurried out. In the middle of going to the kitchen, Hu-san also curiously flipped through it. And when he saw the content, Yo! Where's Hu-san going? Du-Wan came to meet her, smilingly raised her small hand, and rushed to greet Hu-san. Hu-san was originally flipping through the book, and was instantly frightened. He couldn't hold the book steadily, and it was about to fall down. He reached out to catch it, and failed to do so. Du-Wan reached out her small hand in time, and took the book. When Hu-san saw this, he was almost scared to death. How could the county princess read this kind of book? Huh? It's this book. Du-Wan took a look at the cover. Why is the book here with you? Isn't it at Pei Shizi's place? Sure. Shizi said to take it and burn it, Hu-san said stiffly. When Du-Wan heard this, she was a bit upset. What to burn? This is borrowed from someone else. All right. If he doesn't look at it, I'll go return it to them. You go back first. Turning around, Du-Wan took the book and went to find the boss man's disciple. Hu-san only felt that he was going to be finished. But he didn't dare to delay for a moment, and went back to tell Pei Hao about it. And sure enough, he saw Pei Hao's dark and handsome face. Hu-san was too weak to look up. I'm sorry, Shizi. The punishment is owed first. Wait until you return to the capital, and then collect the punishment yourself. The moment Pei Hao thought of the little girl taking that kind of book to another man, a fire rose up in his heart. And there was no way to vent it out yet. His mind turned for a split second, and he immediately ordered, You go and mention it to the county princess right now, and say that I might be a little bit uncomfortable. Okay. Hu-san flew outside. When Hu-san ran over, just in time to see Du-Wan putting the book onto the shelf. There was no one in this room, making Hu-san breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one was there. Du-Wan asked strangely. Hussein, why are you running so fast? It's Shitsi. Shitsi has woken up. He might be a bit uncomfortable. Hussein was not too sure. Du-Wan heard this and immediately went outside. Hurriedly going over, she saw Pei Hao half holding the edge of the bed, his brows gently frowning. Du-Wan strides to his side and asks with concern, "What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable?" "Nothing. Don't be nervous." Pei Hao's mouth says it's fine, but his body is a bit weak, generally leaning to her shoulder. Du-Wan instinctively went to him to support him and let him lean. Hussein followed over and happened to see Pei Hao's weak and feeble-like appearance. He was a little doubtful that he would be silenced by the Shitsi master. After all, know too much. Chapter 376. How about lying down for a nap? Hussein, under Pei Hao's pressing gaze, hardened himself and dropped a sentence. Shitsi, the doctor and his apprentice went out and haven't come back yet. After saying that, he ran away as if he was being chased by a ghost. Du-Wan looks at Hussein's back as he goes out with wide eyes and puzzlement. Do you want to find the oldest doctor? Thinking that he might be uncomfortable before looking for the doctor, she got nervous again. Or else, I'll go and look for the boss doctor. If he hasn't come back at this time of the day, he most likely went to dig for medicine. It's not a problem. It's much better now. Pei Hao appeared to be a bit tired, and his head was next to hers. Du-Wan was still concerned and asked, "How did you suddenly become uncomfortable?" "Just now I wanted to sit up, but I got dizzy for a split second. The doctors have said that you have lost too much blood this time. You need to slowly make up for it. And it's normal to get dizzy once in a while. How about drinking a bowl of sugar water? Can I drink it?" "Yes." Du-Wan didn't quite understand. But in the past, when she was tired or dizzy, she would add some glucose. There is no glucose here, but sugar water will do. Right? Du-Wan really sent someone to make a bowl of sugar water with boiled water, and Hussein personally brought it over. After handing Du-Wan the bowl of sugar water, Hussein didn't dare to look directly at Master Shitsi, and silently turned around and exited the room. Du-Wan tried the temperature of the rim of the bowl, and seeing the sugar at the bottom of the bowl that hadn't completely melted yet, she couldn't help but shake the water in the bowl in small increments. "It's still a bit hot, but you can drink it slowly. I just don't know if it's sweet or not. Why don't you give it a try?" Pei Hao gently egged on. Du-Wan didn't think too much for a moment, and really tried it. Drank a little bit, and then smashed her little mouth. "It's a bit sweet, but it's drinkable. If you really can't drink it, you can drink half of it." Pei Hao looked at the bowl of sugar water with an odd gaze. Du-Wan slowly brought the bowl to his mouth. He really looked like he was afraid of scalding, and drank it in small sips right from her hand. Du-Wan, a sweet-loving girl, felt that the water was a bit sweet. How about Pei Hao? It was snoozy and sweet, but he still drank all the sugar water one mouthful after another, only to silently mark Hussein again in his heart. Hussein outside the door suddenly shivered. Du-Wan put the empty bowl aside and asked softly, "Want to lie down and sleep for a while?" "Don't really want to lie down. Probably lying down too much these days." Pei Hao rubbed her face as if he had no intention of doing so, and the weight he leaned on her added 2 more points. This made Du-Wan mistakenly think that he was still uncomfortable. She could only let him lean on her, and didn't say anything when she saw him close his eyes. Outside, Mu Xian came in all tired. But again, he was stopped by Hussein. Mu Xian just wanted to say something, but was given a wink by Hussein. Hussein walked a bit farther away, and Mu Xian had the sense to follow. "What are you trying to do? Master Shitsi should not be disturbed right now," Hussein said vaguely. Mu Xian raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask in a silent-like manner, "Sheriff Lord is also inside." Hussein nodded. "Do you have something important to do to find Shitsi?" "It's not very important. Just to report the situation to him." Mu Xian reorganized the rebel army, while those old, weak, sick and disabled soldiers, naturally, were all disbanded. There are quite a lot of chores to follow up. We need to find someone who is good at it to do it. Hussein only concurred naively. With regards to political affairs and whatnot, Hussein was confused, knowing that it was not convenient to see Pei Hao right now. Mu Xian asked Hussein to go to the kitchen to get some food over to him. Hussein called a person and went to the kitchen. It didn't take long for someone to bring a big bowl of noodles with an egg on top. Du-Wan in the house had heard the commotion outside, and knew that Mu Xian had come over to Pei Hao, and thought it was necessary to talk about official business. Just thinking that he was not feeling well, she thought Hussein did the right thing. Thereupon she was afraid of chilling him, and pulled the slipping quilt up some, and wrapped him carefully. Pei Hao did not move, letting the little girl do it, but the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It's just that he overestimated his body. In the end, he was still a patient. No matter how much he tried to be brave, his body was still honestly in need of sleep. The person who was supposed to be faking sleep really fell asleep without realizing it. Du-Wan was afraid of waking him up. Every time she let him lie down flat, she would be very careful, thankful that she did not wake him up. Du-Wan tucked him in and tiptoed back out. Under the eaves of the house, she saw Mu Xian and Hussein squatting aside. Mu Xian was surprised. "Sheriff Master, why have you come out? How is Shizi's body? Is it better?" Earlier he said he was a bit uncomfortable. Now he's asleep. When Du-Wan spoke, she also deliberately lowered her voice. "You wanted to come and discuss official business with him?" "Yes. He is the commander-in-chief. Many things can't cross him. It's not anything big. Just make your own decisions. His body hasn't recovered yet. The doctor said he can't work too hard. Do you know about Xiaoqi? It's because of worrying too much. The doctor said he fell sick. Quite miserable," Du-Wan said with a serious little face. The corner of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. Hussein lowered his head and pretended not to hear. "Xiaoqi's bit of shit. Who did it?" "The injuries were caused by Master Shizi. And the fact that he was so angry that he couldn't recuperate was due to the county princess. Du-Wan doesn't care about Mu Xian's side of the story. If it's not a matter of life and death, don't bother him to recuperate. I still have to wait for his condition to get better and bring him back to the capital." Mu Xian was speechless for a moment. "Not even married yet, and you're already nursing?" If he had known this, why would he have withdrawn from the marriage? This thought in his heart, he didn't dare to show it. Mu Xian eventually did not step into the room. But before he left, he wrote what he needed to report into a booklet and handed it to Hussein. Hussein took advantage of Du-Wan's absence to go see his own master. Pei Hao's daytime sleep is very light. He woke up when Hussein came in, and took the booklet handed by Hussein and flipped through it. His hands were injured, but after a few days of treatment, they had recovered. However, he would still pretend in front of Du-Wan that his injuries had not healed. Hussein was considered to have served the Shizi master closely, so he naturally knew something about the situation. Pei Hao handed the booklet back to Hussein and gave several orders in a row, until the time when Pei Chen's whereabouts was mentioned. Pei Hao's eyes showed coldness. "Have the secret guards do it. Kill them all. As you wish, World Son." Hussein respectfully retreated, arranging for people to guard the portal. Hussein personally went to find Mu Xian. Mu Xian was relieved to hear a few instructions. When he then heard that the World Prince had placed an extermination order on Pei Chen and the others, it occurred to him that the World Prince might have no patience for Pei Chen, one who was stupid enough to be fooled into believing a few sentences. His father was only working as an officer in a military camp under the control of the Duke of Jin, and he died in an accident while being sent by his superiors to fight bandits. So what does it have to do with the Duke of Jin? What's more, this superior is not the Duke of Jin. Pei Chen listened to people provoke a few words. Also really think that his father was killed by the Duke of State. It was said that if it wasn't for Pei Chen this time, the Shizi master wouldn't have been seriously injured. Chapter 377 A Little Girl Gone Wild. Mu Xian nodded solemnly and arranged it, thinking about it carefully. Pei Hao's considerations were not just about killing an individual, but also about silencing him. If the news that Pei Chen had once defected to the rebels were to spread back to the capital, it would give others an excuse to attack Pei. Although Pei Chen himself is a wanted man, as long as he is surnamed Pei, the Pei clan will not be able to get rid of him. In addition to arranging for the secret guards to track down Pei Chen, Mu Xian began wrapping up his work. Suddenly, a soldier came and hurriedly reported that Xiaoqi had set himself on fire. Hussein was surprised. Mu Xian rushed over. Hussein followed and saw that the courtyard where Xiaoqi lived was burning with a huge fire. After investigating, it was Xiaoqi who set the fire himself. He drove his subordinates out of the courtyard and started the fire again. When some people saw the fire starting, they tried to save him, but he pushed them out. He was holding out for certain death, and no one could stop him. In full view of everyone, No one suspected that he was putting on a show. After the big fire started, Qiaoqi didn't escape. No one escaped the fire. So everyone assumed the man had been buried in the fire. Husan brought this news back. Pei Hao did not say anything after hearing it. Husan was puzzled. Shitzi, do you think he will be a dead recluse? It's possible. Pei Hao was equally skeptical. Is it true that everyone saw him in the fire? Yes. Many of the people who put out the fire said they saw it. That's pretty obvious. It's not like you're going to think too much when you're really going to die. Either there's a secret escape route in the house, or the one who stayed was a double. When the fire is out, you ask Xian to double check. Pei Hao ordered Husan some more words in a low voice. Husan patiently wrote them down one by one. Pei Hao wanted to say something else, but when he heard familiar footsteps outside, he looked puzzled, turned around and quickly laid down to cover the quilt, and gave a wink towards Husan. Husan followed and retreated a few steps, picking up an empty bowl on the tabletop and heading out. The one who came in was Du Wan. Du Wan was not surprised to see Husan. Usually when she was not around, it was Husan who looked after her. Husan was afraid of waking up Pei Hao. He saluted Du Wan silently and retreated silently. Du Wan would not always check the situation around her, so she did not hear the dialogue between the master and the servant. But this time, she stepped towards the bed with lighter footsteps, and bent down close to Pei Hao, staring at the eyelashes of his closed eyes. The black and thin eyelashes slightly curved. Very beautiful. If one pays attention, one will find that they occasionally tremble slightly. Du Wan knew that he had woken up early and had to pretend to be asleep, guessing that he might have avoided her to attend to his official business. So he was a little weak. Thus, Du Wan's fingertip poked at his face. Pretending to be asleep? Pei Hao pretended that he had just woken up, slowly breaking open his eyelids. Wan. Heh. Weak-hearted, Du Wan said with a smile on her face. You can't get up from the bed. But you're still restless? Do you want to keep on getting better? No. Pei Hao said sincerely. I can't wait to get well tomorrow, so that Du Wan doesn't have to work so hard. I know that I am a drag right now. Wan. You don't have to pay attention to me. Really. My body is recovering very well. In the future you can just let Husan and the others take care of me. Du Wan looked at Pei Hao suspiciously. She always felt that Shitzi Master was a bit strange now. But how strange? She could not say for a moment. Du Wan was a bit annoyed that she forgot that patients are most prone to overthinking, and couldn't help but touch the tip of her nose sheepishly. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. I don't mean to dislike you. Just think that the most important thing for you now is to get well first. Other things can be left to the people below to solve. Pei Hao smiled slightly helplessly. Has the county princess forgotten that I am the commander-in-chief? Remember? Didn't the rebels surrender? What are you still worrying about? Du Wan has a headache about this. Pei Hao lowered his eyes and said, there are quite a few things to follow up. Is the group of subordinates that you have raised for food? Du Wan really didn't think that the follow-up things need to use him. Or, if there is something, I will help you to do it. No need. Pei Hao almost failed to stabilize his sickly persona. Just kidding. How could he let her leave him? Pei Hao appeared to sit up, just a bit strained. So Du Wan Habit came forward to support him, then sat down on the bed smoothly. Then he leaned on her again. Some movements are very pure. Even she is used to his proximity. Wan. Just now I just heard a message that Qiaoqi set himself on fire in the mansion. Huh? No wonder I saw black smoke rolling in that direction just now. I don't quite believe it. Want me to go catch someone? No. Pei Hao secretly ground his teeth and said, the little girl's brain circuits were always so overwhelming to keep up with. He mentioned Qiaoqi because he wanted to distract her, not because he wanted her to get busy. Du Wan is a bit tired. There is a master behind Qiaoqi's curtain. Is this true? Who is it? Pei Hao is surprised. Well, Xie Zhang, I guess. Where did Wan learn that? Speculated from Huang Ren. Du Wan casually found a reason. Isn't it rumored that the boss behind the Moonwatch Tower is Qiaoqi? Huang Dekai accounts for 30% of the Piercing Moon Mansion, and Huang Dekai is one of Xie Zhang's moneybags. Oh, maybe it's said that Huang Ren and Xie Zhang have a friendship. Pei Hao listened to a moment of silence. There were some things he actually didn't know. The little girl hadn't said it before. Du Wan inadvertently raised her hand to lift a strand of hair that fell to his cheek for him. The rebels on the southwestern border suddenly captured 3 counties. In all likelihood, It's one of Xie Zhang's layouts. He probably wanted to make another big achievement, thinking that he would be the one to send out the troops this time. The Xie family should still have made arrangements in the imperial court before. Yes. Pei Hao associated it with the fact that many ministers in the court at that time were in favor of Xie Zhang's troop deployment. A newly appointed scholar, who had only just made a credit for disaster relief and was not a military official. Surprisingly, someone had petitioned for him to lead the army and had received the support of most of the officials. And no one actually found it strange at that time. If the emperor had not suddenly pressed down, but also named him to lead the army, 80% would be Xie Zhang out to quell the chaos. So, a triumphant return was doomed. Who led Xiao Qiban is the person he arranged. This battle is still not how he said how to fight. However, no one counted on the fact that there would be a little girl to mess up the situation in the southwestern border area in a strange direction. Pei Hao didn't understand until today that the chaos in the southwest is a big chess game played by Xie Zhang. Originally very hidden things. But let the little girl noticed. To say Xie Zhang luck? Or unlucky? If Xiaoqi was really one of Xie Zhang's men, then it was more likely that he faked his death to get away. Otherwise, Xiaoqi will be escorted back to the capital as the leader of the rebel army. And how it will be disposed of will depend on the emperor's decision. Although it is clearly stated that those who surrender will not be killed, they may also be imprisoned for life. Chapter 378 Making Things Up. I'll let you make things up. Pei Hao thought of the people who supported Xie Zhang in the courtroom at the beginning. The Xie family's power is deeper than what is found on the surface. But the little girl's attitude is a little strange. Pei Hao asked tentatively, Wan, what do you think about the Xie family wanting to rebel? From ancient times to the present, which dynasty has no one rebelled? The kingdom of Great Qin also got its kingdom from a rebellion. Right? It's not like it's a rare thing. Duan doesn't have any complex that the world must be named Qin. This is the cycle of the world. Just look at it with a normal heart. Have you never thought of stopping it? What's there to stop? Without the Xie family, it will also be another family. Pei Hao fell silent. To say the least, he hadn't thought it through as well as the little girl. The Great Qin state's qi will be exhausted, which is an opportunity for certain forces. In other words, in front of them was a piece of fat meat. If the Xie family didn't eat it, there would be others to pick it up. Pei Hao thought of the princess house and couldn't help but remind. If there is turmoil in the court, it will be difficult for the princess house to stand alone. I know. Duan's calmness was beyond Pei Hao's expectations. Times are different nowadays, and the inheritance of the jade tablet gives her enough backbone. Previously, she regretted how it wasn't a planting space like in the book, until she had cultivated it and realized that the inheritance was far more important than the space. Getting the space is only with the help of external objects. Getting the inheritance, and thus strengthening oneself, can truly control one's own future. Xie Zhang's ambition. Duan doesn't bring fear. Pei Shi, why do you think the rebels obediently surrendered this time? Pei Hao wanted to say something, but closed his mouth again. Is it why? The fact that he had killed a few people was one of the reasons. The fact that Xiaoqi hadn't really wanted to rise up and rebel in the first place was another reason. Duan, however, played a key role from this. Thinking about the little girl's ability, Pei Hao finally realized that his worries were a bit redundant. As the saying goes, one power can subdue 10. In front of absolute strength, all schemes are useless. The one who should really be worried is not the princess house, but the Xie family. As long as the little girl is still alive, the Xie family will not dare to act rashly, not to mention openly going to revolt. Pei Hao did not mention the Xie family again, and chatted with Duan about other things. Next, Duan stayed with Pei Hao. When he slept, she meditated and cultivated next to him. Until the next morning, the doctor came to take Pei Hao's pulse again and adjusted the prescription again. Duan personally sent the doctor out and asked Pei Hao about his condition. Hu San finally found a chance to report to his master. Shitzi. Mu Gongzi investigated the scene and found a burnt corpse of an adult man from it. Unable to determine the identity, we are still on guard outside for the night, and have not seen any suspicious people leaving the house. The burnt courtyard is being cleaned up, and no secret passages or chambers have been identified for the time being. This is not finding a break or catching someone. Pei Hao pondered and said, send someone to keep an eye on it, and tell Xian to let Xiaoqi die on the surface. Yes, son of the world. Hu San immediately went to pass on the order. Mu Xian, who had received the news, arrived quickly. When Mu Xian saw his own cousin again, he first sat quietly on the side, tensing his handsome face and not saying a word. He only looked at Pei Hao back and forth, as if he wanted to see through him. The reserved Shitsi master, sitting diagonally on the bed and couch, was at peace. When he stepped in, he also saw that Master Shitsi was flipping through a travelogue. Pei Hao asked Hussein to serve him tea. Mu Xian looked at him grudgingly. After sitting for so long, didn't you find anything? Discovered what? Pei Hao asked indifferently. Mu Xian disheveledly leaned his back against the back of the chair. Can't you see that I've lost a circle of weight? No. On the contrary. People are much more spirited. Pei Hao opened his eyes and spoke nonsense. Mu Xian snorted. This power has grown. If it wasn't about me, I would have believed it. He also sized up Pei Hao skeptically. Haven't seen you for a few days. Have you gained weight? Wan said I've lost weight. Are you blind? Aren't you the one who is blind? Pei Hao decided to ignore his rudeness. For the sake of his recent hard work, hurry up and talk about what's going on. The county chief will be here later. She doesn't want me to talk about official business yet. Always afraid that I'll get tired. Really? Mu Xian's teeth were sore from listening. Alas, I can't do anything about her. She just cares about me too much. Inexplicably heard a bit of bragging flavor. Mu Xian was not used to him. Put away the smile at the corner of your mouth. Shitsi master. Pei Hao looked at him faintly, with a look like he was saying something stupid. Mu Xian in envy and jealousy didn't want to make him feel better. Deliberately said, don't be happy too early. You and the county princess have already withdrawn from the marriage. Or maybe when you return to the capital. The princess house has already identified a good next family for the county princess. Pei Hao. Impossible. Mu Xian saw his face change and was finally satisfied. Make it all. Let you make it. If you want to be painless, you should be painless together. He has been so busy lately that he can barely even sleep. Typical no comparison. No harm. He did not deny that his mindset had crumbled a bit after seeing the Shitsi master. Pei Hao asked, all right. What's the reason for coming over to seek me out this time? Talking about business. Mu Xian corrected his attitude. It's about Xiaoqi. What do you think? Didn't you not find anyone? Just report it to the court normally. Pei Hao's operation without merit is a common practice for officials in the dynasty. Even if Xiaoqi pops up again in the future, no one will say that he is harboring anything. Mu Xian asked doubtfully. Do you know Xiaoqi? Pei Hao shook his head and said softly. There's a bit of a problem with Xiaoqi's birth as a member of the Qiao family. Mu Xian's eyes widened violently. The Qiao family that used to be friendly with the Jingua Gongfu? Pei Hao thought that it was fortunate that it was not Xie Zhang who sent the troops. Otherwise the other party would have more room to maneuver. Xiaoqi's appearance is a bit similar to Qin Zhu. It is likely that he is his cousin uncle's oldest son. If Xiaoqi is escorted to the capital, with that look, it will be hard to hide his birth. This issue involved a close friend, and Pei Hao had to handle it carefully. Xiaoqi was still the person who recovered Pei Chen. If he was escorted back to the capital and spoke nonsense, the Jingua Gongfu might also incur a fishy situation. Mu Xian understood. This relationship is too big and needs to be handled carefully. Well, it's going to be hard on you again. About a month passed. The weather warmed up and spring blossomed. The good news of the recovery of the rebels in the southwest was sent back to the capital. The emperor was greatly pleased and heard that there were rewards. Also spread was the news of Pei Hao's injury. In order to claim credit for Pei Hao, Mu Xian specially reported this matter, probably saying that Pei Hao, in order to reduce the casualties of the war and the people of Great Qin, took the risk of infiltrating into the rebel-occupied Taichu County and killed most of the rebel generals, forcing the rebel leader to write a letter of dissent, so that the imperial court would recapture 5 counties without bloodshed, and without spending a single stroke of a soldier. Spreading an article, the emperor was boiling blood when he read it. Only later Pei Hao's injury was rumored to have gone bad. Some people said that he was dying. Others said that he was lucky to save his life, but he had to be bedridden for years. Others said that he had injured the root of the problem and couldn't be humane, and so on. Chapter 379. We are a couple. The old man clearly said that he would need 3 or 2 years to recuperate. But people outside said that he only had 3 or 2 years left to live. The rumors are getting more and more outrageous. And some people are happy and some are sad. Those who are happy are naturally those who are on the opposite side of Pei Hao, or those who are not used to him. All of them gloating behind their backs. Compared to the outside world, Mrs. Pei had a hard time these days. Especially when she heard that her son was seriously injured. She almost fainted from fear. What was a bit amazing was that there wasn't half a rumor about Du Wan in the capital. People in the capital thought that she retired to live in the clan. Did not show up in the capital for a month or two. There will not be anyone to think about it. Even if someone heard a little bit, they wouldn't take it seriously. The news that Pei Hao and Mu Xian sent to the palace did not mention Du Wan at all. This matter was specially requested by Du Wan. She doesn't want this kind of credit. And she doesn't want to be in the limelight. As the mountains are high and the roads are far, it will take some time for the news to reach the capital. The key is that Du Wan has been dressed as a man. Not many people can identify her identity. Either killed or controlled by Mu Xian. The outside world has not spread the news. Even if Xie Zhang and other forces receive the news, without certain benefits, no one would purposely publicize Du Wan's case. Even if Du Wan had killed someone in the first place, there were many rebels who had seen it. But who in the ordinary world would have thought that a lone rich teenager would be a county princess of a country? Du family village. In the old mansion, Du Qian received another secret letter from Southwest. In the last few days, Du Qian received letters from Southwest almost every day. The content can be more detailed than what outsiders have heard. Almost writing everything Du Wan did when she arrived at the Southwest borderlands, including Pei Hao's serious injury and bedridden, which Du Wan took good care of day and night. Du Qian knew it was bad when he saw this. Pei Hao is a sinister and cunning guy. His sister is too simple, and will probably fall into his way. No. He must urge his sister to return to the capital. As long as Pei Hao can't die. Where did he get the face to ask his sister to take care of him personally? So, before Pei Hao and Mu Xian received the emperor's decree from the capital, Du Wan received a letter from the capital first. It was Du Qian who sent someone to send an urgent letter, urging her to hurry back to the capital. Pei Hao was half sitting on the bed. His back was leaning against a bedding, making him comfortable to lean against. Now that the weather is warming up, there is no need to cover the thick quilt, but it can be saved for him to use as a backrest. Because of this, Pei Hao's heart has been blocked for a few days. Rather than leaning on the thick bedding, he prefers leaning on the little girl's shoulder. Pei Hao saw that the little girl received a letter from the capital and frowned again. Wan. What did the letter say? It makes you so worried that your brows are knotted. Pei Hao joked with a light smile. Du Wan helplessly put the letter away. My big brother wrote, urging me to return to the capital. You should go back to the capital. It's me who dragged you down. Don't. There is no such thing. I came to the Southwest as hidden from my parents. My big brother is giving me cover. Time will not be able to hide. Du Wan's big eyes slipped to Pei Hao's body. Your body is much better now. Can you return to the capital? Just the holy decree. This is nothing. You have injuries on your body. The trip will certainly not be fast. Du Wan estimated in her heart that the holy decree is almost there. So she took the people to start the journey first. Pei Hao lowered the shadow of his eyes, his curved eyelashes trembling slightly. He quietly avoided Du Wan's gaze, pursed his lips without saying a word. Inexplicably, there was a sense of broken-like sadness in his body, tinged with a strong melancholic color, and with a few points of sickly pallor and tenderness. An unearthly beauty of sickness. He is not like Huang Ren's kind of soft and stunning beauty. It is a different kind. The kind of beauty that will break one's heart if one sees it. The former son of the world's family. High, cold, and reserved. Since the injury, Du Wan's heart suddenly lifted up. Headache. Sickly Jiao was present again. After Du Wan took a deep breath, she said softly, I'm just discussing this matter with you. It's not a must to return to the capital immediately. Really? He looked up suddenly, a hint of delight hidden in his eyes. Just as quickly. The Shitzi master smiled bashfully and said frankly, Wan decided just fine. I don't even care. Just on the road, I'm afraid I have to trouble you to take care of me as a patient. It may be very hard. Du Wan looked at him fixedly, and then looked at his hand holding the booklet tightly. What are you worried about? Nothing. Pei Hao avoided her gaze. Du Wan thought of something. Is it because of the withdrawal? Since they met in the Southwest, the two tacitly did not talk about the topic of withdrawing from marriage. Now that they could return to the capital, they could no longer avoid it. Pei Hao suppressed. I didn't admit to withdrawing my marriage. Oh, I know. Du-won said calmly. Pei Hao raised his peach blossom eyes to gaze at her. Then what do you mean? Du-won opened her mouth to say something. But when she met his fragile gaze, she couldn't say no for a moment. What else can I mean? Didn't you say that a paper marriage contract can't bind you? Since you can be so strong and confident before. Just keep it up in the future. Don't be so nervous. Be confident. Pei Hao's entire body froze. Suddenly he held her hands, taking her hands and holding them tightly. Then he lowered his head and buried his face into her hands, smothering a smile. Du-won's heart rose with a strange feeling. Perhaps this is quite good, since he likes her so much, and she doesn't reject him. It's possible to get along first, and it's not bad to fall in love. Regarding the issue of marriage, let's come back to the headache later. Now she is only 15 years old. Until the time to talk about marriage. At least 3 or 2 years later. When that time comes, I'm afraid the world will be different again. Pei Hao suddenly sat up straight and reached out to pull her into his arms. Wan. From now on we will be a couple. Whatever you say. Du-won casually responded. Returning to the capital to marry? This her? Say what? Didn't you say that whatever I say is what I say? Wan won't back out so soon. Not really. It's not the same as what she thought. Pei Hao rubbed her hair, taking advantage of this illness. We are just in time to get married. To the outside world, let's say that I can't get well from this illness, and that it will likely affect the heir in the future. No one in the capital is willing to marry me. Only my family. Wan doesn't mind. Du-won had to give him a nod. If that was really the case, I'm afraid that Mrs. Pei would have to kneel down and beg her to enter the door. Not to mention giving her a face. It's even possible to offer her up as a bodhisattva. Likewise, Qin Yu was afraid that she wouldn't have an idea. However, Du-won did not agree. Pei Hao added another fire. Wan doesn't want to get married too early. I can understand. Getting married is a statement to the outside world. I just need a name to be enough. The day should be how it is, or how it is. I won't force you to do things you don't like. Okay. Then, wait to return to the capital. Well, Pei Hao knows she has a knot in her heart. Go back and wait for me to make arrangements. Okay. Chapter 380. Shitsi needs someone to carry. The 5 counties have suffered from rebellions, and are in dire need of talents to govern. Pei Hao had left his hands free, so Mu Xian could only look for someone to manage them. The result did not find suitable. Mu Xian had to personally responsible for the same deal in order, and even organize people to start spring plowing and so on. The number of people what is not there. A bunch of rebels and stragglers to fill up the number of rebels, and just to be used to planting and open up the land. Temporarily by the official provision of food and shelter. To eat how good is not. Not to the extent of starvation. As for the problem of living is more simple. Empty under the village and house are quite a lot. Squeeze also settled down. Mu Xian only waiting for the court to send officials over to take over. Then he can retire. As a result, the imperial decree came. Mu Xian was not able to return to the capital at the first time. The one person who could return to the capital was Pei Hao, who was seriously injured, and the emperor granted him permission to return to the capital to recuperate. Mu Xian stayed behind to stabilize the situation on the southwestern border, and had to wait for the officials sent from the capital to come over to complete the handover before he could return to the capital. Mu Xian only wanted to curse his mother. The emperor actually didn't let the officials who took over come with the imperial decree. When Du-won learned about the imperial decree, she immediately arranged for a carriage to return to the capital. At the same time, Du-won also persuaded the old man to bring his disciple back to the capital with him. The oldest husband did not want to go back. Du-won promised that the princess house will give him shelter. After more than a month to go back, Du-won met Dawa and Erwa. The brothers were in tears when they saw Du-won. If Du-won hadn't seen them, she would have forgotten about them. Where's Wolf? Dawa said. He is going to learn martial arts from Uncle Husan in the future, saying that he wants to become a general when he grows up. Oh, very good. Then what do you guys want to do? Du-won was pleased with this. Dawa looked at Erwa. We want to follow Gongzi. I'm going back to the capital. Do you guys want to follow? Du-won did not force them to do anything. Why don't we first work as medicine boys beside the oldest doctor, and learn a few things? The two waifs' eyes lit up, and they nodded repeatedly. Du-won also did not act alone, and personally went to the oldest doctor to talk about it. The old man met the two brothers and agreed, as they were sensible children. Du-won took the silver checks brought by the two Dawa brothers. A huge sum of money scavenged from Tuzwa and handed it directly to Pei Hao. Pei Hao handed it to Mu Xian and let him make the arrangements. The current Mu Xian is in need of money and silver to do things. And happily next. Still, County Princess is open-minded. Hee hee. It's not that Du-Wan doesn't like money. It's that these silvers are hot. Early the next morning. The caravan outside the courtyard gate. Ready to go. Pei Hao sitting on the bed. The fracture on his foot has not yet recovered. But today, he wanted to get out of bed and walk. And was bumped into by Du-Wan. Now Du-Wan is so angry that she is lecturing him. I said you don't want to get well. Isn't it? What if you have a second-degree fracture? It's been over a month. He sat with an innocent face and didn't dare to move again. Du-Wan huffed and said, 100 days of injury, no? I know. You nag every day. Pei Hao smiled like a spring flower. Mu Xian and Hussein at the door couldn't bear to look at them. Doesn't the son of the world feel that his majesty has been swept away when he's being lectured like this? Du-Wan wants Hussein to come in and carry Pei Hao to the carriage. Pei Hao was not too happy. He's a big man who stinks. Then let Mu Xian carry you. Du-Wan even wanted to ask, aren't you a big man? Who is a big man who dislikes Hua? But then thought of this guy's cleanliness. And did not say anything more. Do not always pick this, pick that. What requirements directly mention. And then let you dawdle like this. When can we return to the capital? Ah. Pei Hao thought he was hinting at the obvious. But the little girl's bluntness is not blown. Simply did not understand. Hiding aside to watch the play, Mu Xian lost a laugh. Flirting, Sheriff. We men are stinky. But you are fragrant, ah. What? Du-Wan now understands. Is she being asked to carry someone? Du-Wan's brain really didn't have this realization. Turning to Pei Hao. When he looked at himself with an innocent expression. What else didn't she understand? She really wanted her to carry him. Well, an ordinary girl can't afford to carry him. But she's not ordinary. Her force value is very high. Du-Wan's small face is helpless. Back to him and bend down. Okay. Hurry up. Pei Hao smiles and gets on her back. Then extends his arms around her neck. Natural and intimate. Du-Wan muttered. If you want me to carry it, just say it explicitly. Don't you know that guessing around costs your brain? Pei Hao only felt that his little girl was as cute as ever. Du-Wan originally thought that he would be very heavy for a man. Back up only to find that it is lighter than expected. You eat 5 or 6 meals a day. The last few days to eat normally. But there is no less to eat, ah. How so light? Xian also said I've gained weight. Pei Hao rested his chin on her shoulder. His eyes aren't very good. It's quite bad. I've said I'm thin. Just he must say I'm fat. Mu Xian, who was following behind, only wanted to roll his eyes. He knew that the son of the world was seriously injured this time, and needed to be carefully adjusted for a long period of time. But he would definitely not be so weak that he needed someone to carry him. I'm afraid that only the Sheriff Lord here would believe that he was really too weak to take care of himself. Mu Xian did not know, when Du-Wan first saw Pei Hao in the cellar, how big the shadow would be, making her always subconsciously feel that he was very weak. Du-Wan placed Pei Hao in the carriage. The carriage was slightly larger than the normal ones. The seats were covered with animal skins, so it would be comfortable to sit. In the compartment, there are some pastries and small snacks. In addition, there are also some books, which are used to relieve boredom on the road. In order to take care of Pei Hao, Du-Wan would be traveling with him. After sending him into the carriage, she didn't go out. Anyway, she didn't have anything to pack on her body, and her baggage was just that one. Pei Hao lifted the curtain and said goodbye to Mu Xian. Mu Xian respectfully said towards Du-Wan, Sheriff, the road may not be peaceful. I'm counting on you for Shizi's safety. Alright. Promise to send the person back to the capital safely. Just don't worry. Du-Wan waved her hand to bid farewell to Mu Xian, the personnel accompanying the person back to the capital. Apart from Hussein and other Pei family guards, there was also a cavalry of 1,000 men. It was said to be specially arranged by Mu Xian. Du-Wan did not want to bring them along. The more people there were, the slower the journey would be. With fewer people, the journey would be faster. When Du-Wan objected, Mu Xian said that the arrangement was for cavalry, and would not slow down the journey. Pei Hao didn't reject it at that time, so Du-Wan didn't insist on opposing it after thinking about it. Getting high on melon seeds? Pei Hao handed a small packet of sunflower melon seeds into her hand. Du-Wan looked down and nonchalantly took it. Oh! It's been quite a long time since I've gotten high on melon seeds. I miss the flavor. Getting high on this can relieve your boredom. Do-won was bored and stoned on melon seeds. Pei-hao quietly peeled melon seeds at the side, and then fed the seeds to her mouth. Chapter 381 Pei-hao cheating his sister. On the way back to the capital, the beginning was still very calm. Nearly halfway through the journey, it started to get a little rough. The robbers saw them go around the road, but the refugees on the road is more and more, and even saw people starving to death on the roadside. Pei-hao sent someone to inquire. No need to wait for the person who went to inquire to report back. Do-won has already heard the reason. I heard that some people's hometown had a big flood. The river bank was washed away, and a lot of people died. Didn't the local government offices resettle these victims? Not sure. Do-won didn't hear anything useful. There is no need to think that the local government offices are inactive in this situation. Pei-hao is not in the capital, and does not know if this matter has reached the capital. Wan. I'm going to send someone to find out the situation, and then report this matter to the court. Well, quite good. Do-won did not comment, only feeling a heavy heart when this kind of matter reaches the capital, and then waiting for relief personnel. There is no telling how long the delay will be. But with her current situation, she couldn't help much. Do-won said, let's speed up our journey. Good. I'll send another person to transmit the disaster back to the capital. Pei-hao knew what she was thinking. But human speed is still not as fast as flying pigeons. Wait until the next post. Then we'll see the situation. Do-won nodded, but waited until the next post station. The group had just arrived at the gate of the post station. Pei-hao let Do-won help out of the carriage. Do-won jumped off the horse first, and was planning to carry Pei-hao. Pei-hao, for the first time in his life, did not dare to get on her back because he saw Du-chien, who had not seen him for some time, but was still handsome, not far away. When Du-chien saw the two people getting along, his face darkened. Do-won, however, was pleasantly surprised. Big brother? Wan. I can finally wait for you guys. Du-chien saw his sister finally reveal a smiling face. He strides over, and then looks at Pei-hao on the carriage. Pei-shitsi. You are? Pei-hao hadn't answered yet, but it was Do-won who explained for him. Big brother. He's injured and can't walk for now. I'll carry him into the post first. You carry? Du-chien said this to Do-won, but his eyes looked at Pei-hao sorrowfully. Pei-hao's heart thumped, but he could not deny the little girl's words. She was the one who carried him on this journey. He couldn't reveal himself after seeing Du-chien. Otherwise, with the little girl's intelligence, she might have guessed the truth. At that time, the little girl's anger, he can't bear it even more. Pei-hao simply pretended to the end. Besides, his injury is real. His leg injury is also real. However, it was also true that he wanted to use this to rely on the little girl. At this exact moment, Do-won looked at her big brother with big bright eyes, and nodded her head. Yes, he has a cleanliness fetish, and says that men stink. Only I can. Pei-hao. The little girl personally delivered the knife. Du-chien glared at Pei-hao, and pulled away from his sister. I'll carry it. I smell good, so I think there's no problem. It really does smell a bit. Do-won came over to Du-chien's side and sniffed. Pei-hao now just wants to die in place. After running into her own big brother, the little girl floated in the midst of Du-chien's threatening gaze. Pei-hao could only acquiesce that Du-chien was fragrant, and let Du-chien carry him to the room of the post. Since today we'll rest here. There are already people coming over in advance to take care of things. Do-won followed behind, in a rare moment of relief. Originally, she still wanted to follow them into Pei-hao's bedroom. Let Du-chien stop. Sister, you've had a hard journey. I learned that you guys will be here soon, so I'll first have someone prepare hot water. You go and freshen up. Yes. Thank you, big brother. Do-won was overjoyed. It's not easy to freshen up along the way. Do-won doesn't have a cleanliness fetish, but she's also a person who loves cleanliness. If conditions allowed, she was used to bathing and changing clothes every day. During this time, the only thing she was not satisfied with was this. Do-won let someone lead her to her room. Pei-hao was left in her room like this, facing her cold-faced future great-uncle. Husan had wanted to go in, but when he was looked over by Du-chien's cold eyes, he silently retreated to the doorway again. And in order to avoid the Shitsi master from being too humiliated, he also thoughtfully closed the door of the room. Pei-hao swept the doorway and ground his teeth in anger. Very well. Husan made another note. Originally, he had wanted to leave the door open, so at least Du Qian would not go too far as he was concerned about the bystanders. It was not expected that Husan would close the door, which just provided Du Qian with an opportunity. Du Qian dragged a chair and sat in front of the bed. Pitfall, my sister? Eh? Big brother Du. I didn't. What didn't? Du Qian questioned. Pei Hao corrected his attitude and said very seriously. I didn't cheat Wan. I also saw you outside just now. This I can explain. It's Husan who hasn't bathed for a long time. All sweaty and smelly. I didn't really want him to come and carry me on the carriage. Wan couldn't see past it, so she came and carried me for a while. And then? Pei Hao wanted to say that the children of the world's families, who do not have a little bit of cleanliness pet peeves. Du Qian sneered, not accepting this explanation. I know more than you expect. It's my fault for hurting too much and scaring Wan. Pei Hao looked guilty. According to his meaning, it's him who got injured and scared Wan to take care of him day and night. Du Qian only felt that this guy had become shameless after such a situation. Are you really hurt badly? You can ask the doctor about this. Pei Hao knew he was doubting his injuries. Du Qian looked at him for a while without saying a word, then suddenly said, seeing as you were seriously injured for the court, I will escort you, a great meritorious official, back to the capital next, and I will make sure that you are taken care of in a satisfactory manner. No, it's not necessary. Pei Hao had a bad feeling in his heart. The next days, can they still be as comfortable as before? Sure enough, Du Qian added, you don't like smelly men serving you. I'll buy you a few maids. No need. Big brother Du. I really don't need to. Pei Hao immediately expressed his refusal with a clear attitude. He said it so clearly because he was worried that Du Qian would pretend that he didn't understand what he meant and directly arrange a few maids for him. Pei Hao quickly changed the topic. Big brother Du. Have you heard about the calamity? Calamity? Du Qian was surprised. I came over in a hurry. I haven't heard about the calamity. I just bumped into them on the road. Pei Hao immediately said what he saw and heard earlier. Du Qian really didn't know that there would be a large number of disaster victims a few miles away from the south of the post. Pei Hao said, according to this situation, the victims will walk to the stage station tomorrow. This matter should be reported up, but a round trip will take a lot of time. So I'll first ask the nearby magistrate to settle the victims first. Du Qian's idea was good and the most appropriate way. Be careful of the plague. Pei Hao reminded. The corpses on the road can't be left to. The two chatted about business. Du Qian put down the matter of Pei Hao cheating his sister for the time being. The Shitzi master used this to get through the calamity. Chapter 382 The Strange Worldly Son. Pei Hao, who thought he had survived the calamity, had not seen Du Wan that night. Until the next morning, when everyone got up, Pei Hao saw the little girl around her big brother, asking about the situation at home all the time. Du Wan asked again, Big brother, where did you go last night? I tried to look for you, but couldn't find you. Went to find the governor of this place. Du Qian learnt that there was a disaster, and after discussing with Pei Hao, he left the post and hoofed it to find the governor and then discussed about the disaster relief. When he was talking about it, he avoided the important things and didn't go into detail about the rules of the officialdom. Du Wan, she said. Did the magistrate answer? Did he dare not answer? Du Qian asked rhetorically. There are priorities. And when there is a disaster, the nearby counties are obliged to help the victims. Du Qian added, I will take out a sum of money and let the county magistrate organize manpower to resettle the victims. Isn't Big Brother afraid that they will go against the grain and embezzle your silver? Du Wan felt a bit of a headache when she thought of the prevailing culture of corruption in the Great Qin state. Du Qian's face was solemn. Those who dare to embezzle, behead them. In order to avoid corruption, he left some people to keep an eye on it. Those who accompanied him this time were all Du Qian's personal guards, who had no direct interest with the governor's many officials, and only needed to carry out his orders. If someone dared to embezzle, they really dared to kill. After all, if anything happened, Du Qian would take the blame. My big brother is this. Du Wan gave a thumbs up towards Du Qian. There was so much pride. His own cheap big brother was just good. His character was bang on. Pei Hao's heart was sour, sitting at the dining table without knowing what to eat. After waiting for a while, Du Wan finally found Pei Hao, surprised, and asked, Why did you go out of the room? I came out to have breakfast with everyone. How about you? Have you eaten? Pei Hao revealed a gentle smile. Du-Wan wondered. Why didn't you bring the food to the house? No big problem. I have to get up after eating in a while. Pei Hao hurriedly interrupted her. Only he said this with a quick glance at Du Qian. Oh! Then you keep eating. Du-Wan just assumed that he didn't want to mention more about his injury. She did not read Pei Hao's subtle hints at all. Du Qian had long been a little angry when he saw Pei Hao's gentlemanly and sympathetic appearance. And he couldn't help but feel a secret pleasure at the sight of this appearance. Deserved? Deserved? Du Qian sat down in front of the dining table, provocatively looked at Pei Hao, then grabbed a meat bun and bit into it, eating fragrantly. Seeing this, Du-Wan follows and sits down, picking up the meat bun on the table to eat. The breakfast on the table. In addition to a large plate of meat buns, there is also a small pot of rice porridge, pickled vegetables, and fried peanuts, and rice each a plate. These things that could be eaten anytime in modern times were their breakfast in the Great Qin Kingdom. Is Wan used to eating it? Du Qian asked with concern. Du-Wan laughed. Going out is not that elaborate. On the contrary. Big brother, you seem to be very adaptable. I would often go out for traveling in earlier years. And it's only in these 2 years that I haven't gone out. So how could I not adapt? Du Qian brought up his own past, picking out some interesting things to say to his sister. It's Pei Shi. I think he will be uncomfortable. Look at him. All the pettiness of a son of a family. Even a meat bun takes so long to eat. And there's still a small half left in his hand. Pei Hao felt himself being connoted. Was he saying that he was spoilt? Only then did Du-Wan notice that the bun in Pei Hao's hand and the bowl of white congee in front of him were almost untouched. Pei Shi, are you losing your appetite? Du Qian couldn't help himself for a moment. Pei Hao's face darkened for a moment, then glanced at Du-Wan grudgingly. Are we still a pair? A light sentence. Like a thunderbolt. Du-Wan was like a junior high school student falling in love and being caught by her parents. Looking at Du Qian with a weak heart. It was all Pei Hao's fault. Her phoenix eyes contained anger as she glared back at Pei Hao. Du Qian was equally shocked by the words. His smile disappeared in a flash. Pei Chengming. What do you mean by this? Pei Hao secretly regretted in his heart. Why did he suddenly say it in a brain frenzy? He could have totally used this to make the little girl feel sorry for him. Du Qian's gaze was turned. Like a knife. What do you mean by a pair? Big brother. Pei Hao was trying to explain. Du Qian questioned again with a stern voice. Who is your big brother? My family can't climb high enough to reach the Jinggua Gongfu. And my sister won't shamelessly pester you. Pei Hao. This is finished. Broken Pei Hao looked straight at Du-Wan. Wan. Big brother is not an outsider. Should we tell them? Tell what? Du-Wan glared at him in annoyance. If it wasn't for his nonsense. Could it be like this? Pei Hao put down the bun in his hand and said with a proper attitude. It's to tell big brother that you're not pestering me. It's me who's shamelessly pestering you. Du Qian. Du-Wan. How is this different from what she thought? But is this considered defending her? Du Qian saw his sister's expression and realized that he had still underestimated Pei Hao. He began to turn a blind eye to Pei Hao. Picked up the empty bowl in front of Du-Wan. Personally filled it with congee and put it in front of her. Sister. Hurry up and eat so you can get up early. Mother has nagged you many times. Always asking if you've left the gate yet. Upon hearing this, Du-Wan immediately answered and focused on eating. Don't think she's really stupid and sweet. It's this atmosphere that's not quite right. She wouldn't flick Big Brother's face for Pei Hao. And likewise she wouldn't step on Pei Hao for Big Brother. Smart people have to play dumb. As long as the fire doesn't burn to her head, she won't favor anyone. Pei Hao is seeing that the little girl's shrewdness is back. Du Qian is now looking at Pei Hao in a bad light, deliberately picking a fight and said, Pei Shi, there is a disaster outside. Wasting food is not good. It won't be wasted. Don't we have Wan here? Pei Hao couldn't help but crash out another sentence that poked at his heart. If Du Qian wasn't well bred, he would have been so angry that he would have lifted the table. What do you mean? Will Wan eat the leftovers for him? Pei Hao suddenly let out an ouch, but quickly picked himself up again and elegantly ate his breakfast. Just now, under the table, the surface of his foot was stepped on by the little girl, which wasn't very heavy and only served as a warning. But the little girl underestimated her strength. Pei Hao was pondering that the top of his foot must be red and swollen. Otherwise it wouldn't be this painful. Du-Wan gave him another warning look. Just now. She was so angry that she almost wanted to kick him. But then she thought that he still had a broken bone. So she changed from kicking to stepping. I don't know what stimulated him today. He has become strange. Could it be that he was cleaned up by Big Brother last night? Shouldn't be. He has injuries on his body. Big Brother certainly won't put him out. Because of this. Last night, she was very relieved to let them alone. And even held back her curiosity not to eavesdrop. Chapter 383. The world's sun looks good to my eyes. At the time of departure, Du Qian personally carried Pei Hao to the carriage. Originally, Pei Hao could have been helped to walk. But I don't know what kind of mentality he had. But he just wanted to enjoy his great-uncle service. Du Qian is a man of his word. Said he would take care of his sister. He has been taking care of him. Of course, Du Qian can't feed him as that. As long as his sister appeared in the place. He must be on the sideline staring. So, the two met in a very disciplined manner. Du Qian is an open and honest gentleman. Brightly and openly suffocating Pei Hao along the way. And even Pei Hao couldn't pick his faults. Perhaps because of this problem. The trip was faster than expected. Approaching the capital. Spent the night in the nearest county to the capital. That night, a Pei family secret guard came to look for Pei Hao and handed Pei Hao a small wooden box. Opened it and put a small jade bottle inside. It was the lost heart protecting pill. This medicine has left itself. I don't know how many people's hands. Pei Hao decided to go back and give it to his father, so that he can find someone to check if it has been tampered with. It's just that if this medicine is given to father, it will be difficult to get it back. Forget it. It's better to give it to his father than to give it to an outsider. One night, Pei Hao did not see the little girl again. In the past, every night before he went to bed, the little girl would come to see him. Pei Hao didn't know that Du Wan didn't want to come out. But Du Qian was staring too closely. For example, at this time, the siblings were talking by candlelight. Du Qian is preventing the two from getting close. But he is not blind. Sister, does it really have to be him? Du Wan saw the seriousness in his eyes. I imagine who I'll marry in the future. Looking around the capital unmarried gentleman. He looks better. Sister, this is looking at the face of the boy surnamed Pei? Du Qian raised his eyebrows without a trace. You have withdrawn from the marriage. This matter is not simple. He said to leave it to him to settle. Let me do whatever I want. You believe what he said? It's better to say that I believe. It doesn't matter. I wasn't planning on getting married. If he can really work it out and keep the trouble from coming to me, it's okay for me to give him a name. Right? Du Wan said it no differently than idle talk. However, Du Qian saw her seriousness in it. She was speaking from her heart. Sister actually has the intention of not marrying? How could this be possible? Du Qian did not want his sister to live her life alone. Because of this issue. It scared him so much that even his opinion of Pei Hao was reduced by most. Sister, since he said he will take care of it on his own, let's wait for him to take care of it before we talk about marriage. Thinking about the issue of Mrs. Pei's mother and daughter, Du Qian was a bit reluctant. Du Wan nodded. Okay. In fact, she didn't have a clue at the moment. So she would take one step at a time. The two siblings chatted for a while. Tomorrow, Du Qian will escort Pei Hao back to Jingguo Gongfu. Du Wan is not convenient. She will quietly go back to the clan and pretend to continue her seclusion. The news that Pei Hao will return to the capital has somehow leaked out. Inevitably, some people in the capital had a fluctuating mind. Some people had a crooked mind. When they learned that Du Qian personally went to pick up the person, there were some unbelievable. If it is before the retreat, Du Qian went to pick up nothing. At this time are withdrawn from the marriage. The relationship between the two families is still so good? People who want to see the relationship between the Duke of Jin and the Princess House break down can't help but be disappointed. The palace. Qin Yu received the news. Some could not sit still. At the time of the evening meal, she personally went to see the emperor. For the emperor as her father, Qin Yu was in awe in her heart. But she couldn't care less about being afraid right now. Father, I heard that Pei Shi is coming back? Well, he will arrive in the capital tomorrow. The emperor took the handkerchief handed over by the palace staff and wiped his hands. Qin Yu asked again. Then will someone go to greet Pei Shi? Just like the last time Lord Xia went to disaster relief and came back, many people greeted him in front of the city gates. No. The emperor wanted to say that the time Pei Hao came back was supposed to be a secret. It was just that somehow it suddenly spread. But this spreading was only in the upper circles. The emperor asked, "Where did you hear the news?" "When I went to the flower appreciation banquet today. I met Pei Shizi's sister. And she was the one who said it. She knew you didn't want to say it." But the emperor's gaze was too prevalent. The emperor looked at his daughter, who was standing in front of him. After this period of time, more and more like the empress when she was young. Now that said, this is indeed his daughter. Not some people with ulterior motives prepared for him. Yes, the emperor had always suspected Qin Yuyu's identity. Even with all the evidence, he still had doubts. Thinking back to the sweet time with the empress, the emperor was in a trance. The emperor's heart sighed slightly. In the future, ask less about the Pei family's affairs, so as not to fall into the hands of others and invite gossip. Some words your mother should have told you. Don't harbor any more thoughts. You and Chengming are impossible. Father. A trace of resentment flashed through Qin Yuyu's heart. Wasn't he the emperor? Why didn't he help her? She had been pleasing him all this time. And in return, she still had his iron heart? Qin Yuyu clenched her fists and suppressed the resentment in her heart. The whole world is father's. As long as you give the order, does anyone else dare to disobey it? My daughter wants to marry the man she loves. Why is that impossible? Just because he was once engaged to a cousin. Should my daughter miss out on the love of her life? Just because of the world's eyes? Not all. The emperor treated his only daughter with a little more patience than at the beginning. The biggest reason is that you are not his love. If you have the ability to make him take the initiative to come to me for marriage, I will fulfill you. Qin Yuyu. The next day afternoon, there was a cavalry escorting a carriage arriving at the Duke of Jin's mansion. In front of the gate of the Duke of State's mansion, there were quite a few people guarding it, including the Duke of Jin, who lived in deep seclusion. Mrs. Pei was even eagerly waiting, hoping to see her son soon. Pei Huiying today also dressed up very beautiful, guarding the side of Mrs. Pei, but not the usual Mu Fangling. Heard that last month went back to Pingnan City. In addition to this, there are also guarding 2 imperial doctors sent from the palace. When the emperor first sent people to the southwest to pass the decree, he wanted to send the imperial physician to accompany, focusing on Pei Hao to see the doctor. It was Zheng Guogong stopped, and even said that Pei Hao was lucky, encountered the old man Bai. The emperor still remembers this old man. Excellent medical skills, and was almost beheaded by him. So he did not insist on sending the imperial physician to follow him. Today, the emperor sent 2 more imperial doctors, which shows the importance he attaches to Pei Hao. The carriage drove directly into the state duke's residence. Outside, the people watching, they saw the tail of the procession, and did not see Pei Hao himself. Instead, they saw Rui County King, riding a high horse and leaving. When some people learned that Du Qian escorted Pei Hao back to the capital, they talked about it. Didn't you withdraw from the marriage? Why would the county king still make a special effort to pick up Pei Shizi? The county king is righteous. Pei Shizi has done well for the country. I remember when the county king made things difficult for Pei Shizi for his sister. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it in the future. What do you mean by that? There's no need to think about this. Both families have withdrawn from the marriage, now that Shizi is seriously ill. Chapter 384, Thanking Mother for Withdrawing the Marriage. Pei Hao returned to his own courtyard, hearing rain residence. Pei Hao at this time of the day, his entire body looked weak as hell. It was far from the previous day at the post station, when he was still able to confront Du Qian. If the day before yesterday, he was recovered from his illness, then now it was like the state he was in when he was just sick. Husan didn't know what his master was going to do, and could only cooperate. Another accompanying back to the capital of the old man should have to go to the princess' house. Temporarily also followed Pei Hao to Jingwa Gongfu. The external statement is to give Pei Hao to see the doctor. 2 imperial doctors came over to check Pei Hao's body, and what they found out was not much different from the oldest doctors. The only difference was that the imperial doctors took Pei Hao's pulse. The only difference was that the imperial doctors took the pulse, and said that Pei Hao's body is severely deficient, and will have a difficult heir in the future. As soon as Mrs. Pei heard this result, she immediately fainted. The Duke of Jin mansion was in turmoil again. When one imperial doctor said this, others might think it was a lie. When 2 imperial doctors said this, no one would question it anymore. And even the emperor believed it. Listen to the Rain residence. The oldest doctor's surname was Bai. And when he came to the Duke of Jin's residence, everyone honored him by calling him Dr. Bai. Boss Bai was giving Pei Hao a pulse at this time. This pulse is not the same as yesterday? False. Pei Hao didn't hide it from Boss Bai. It's this Shitsi, who wants to be seriously ill for a while. The injury was not fake. It just made the pulse look more serious. Pei Hao begged Boss Bai not to say anything. I'm grateful to you for this matter. I'll have someone send you to the princess mansion after some time. There is no rush. The county princess also asked me to heal you first. Dr. Bai smiled. Pei Hao really revealed a smile when he heard this. It's still the county princess who is worried about me, Senior Dr. Bai. It was just a casual remark. Not long after Boss Bailey left, Duke Shen came over from the side of the main courtyard. The Duke of Jinghua sat down in front of the bed and quietly surveyed his son's complexion. His son looked haggard and pale, but in reality, he should have been well taken care of along the way. Pei Hao faintly inquired, Father, how is mother? According to the imperial physician, it's a person who can't stand the stimulation for a while. It's fine if you slow down. There's no big problem. Shin Guigong looked at his son, who was half lying on the bed and couch. His heart sighed slightly. You are really hurt? Well? Pei Hao's sight fell to his fingertips. Does father want to take advantage of his youth to have a few more sons? Nonsense, what? Duke of Jinghua raised his hand and pressed Pei Hao's head, rubbing it hard. When a son grows up, he won't be as sweet and lovely as when he was a child. Pei Hao, please take your magic claws away. After a long time, Shin Guigong Dao, my father doesn't know what you're thinking. Don't worry about it. If you need me for anything, just ask. Really? Pei Hao asked with peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. When really? Then it's just right. My son has something to ask father. The Duke of Jinghua suddenly had the illusion that he had fallen into a trap. Pei Hao spoke with a calm demeanor. Father, my son has made a great achievement this time, and I would like to ask you to go into the palace and tell the emperor that I don't want a reward, to use this in exchange for getting married to the county princess, and beg the emperor to grant the marriage. The Duke of Jinghua frowned dead tight. With your body today, it's hard to marry the county lord again. My son believes that as long as father puts his heart into it, there is always a way to get the emperor to agree. This is your old man's only chance to hold a grandchild. Pei Hao didn't say anything about not marrying the county princess, but he was able to let people clearly see his determination. The Duke of Jinghua looked deeply at his son. Kid, counting on your father's head? The mess was made by your madam. Naturally you will clean it up. My wife is your mother. So what? It's always your madam. Once upon a time, Pei Hao had always thought that the ones who obstructed him from holding a beautiful woman were those three in the princess house. It wasn't until a while ago that it dawned on him that those three from the princess's house were blocking him. And every time, they were leaving room for maneuver. The most obvious is Du Qian. No matter how not to give him a look, but also never mentioned withdrawal. And his mother, who had not said a word before, suddenly dealt him a fatal blow. The Duke of Jinghua kept an eye on his son's eyes. He saw his son's gaze, growing darker and darker. Father, my son has not considered that the biggest obstacle is not the three masters of the princess house, but my family. Don't want his son's heart to be cold. Jin Guigong went to the palace that day, and the emperor had a secret talk for nearly an hour. And it is said that the two people also quarreled in the middle of the day. The emperor came out when the face is not very good. Jin Guigong instead looked very calm. Some people speculate that Jin Guigong is not to find the emperor trouble. This is the son of the abolition. To break the pot? This is not crazy. Is what? And the news about the Duke of Zinghua's son are not hidden. The people didn't spread, but the upper class circle in the capital spread like flies. Pei Hao is seriously injured and bedridden. At least need to recuperate for 2 or 3 years. In addition, the imperial physician concluded that the air is difficult and so on. No one said a good word. Mrs. Pei just woke up from coma. As soon as she heard that the news had gone out, she was so angry that she fell into a coma again. Pei Huiyu scared her little face white, hastily shouting for someone to go get a doctor. Big brother, Mama has fainted again. Pei Huiyu hurriedly went to find Pei Hao. Pei Hao was half lying on the bed, glancing at her faintly. Mother fainted? You didn't go to take care of her. Instead you came to me to do what? Pei Hui language aggrieved. I'm afraid. Pei Hao bowed his head and said, I'm a half-wasted person. I can't even walk. What's the use of telling me? Go find father, or go find a doctor yourself. Find a doctor. When Pei Huiying came over, she asked her subordinates to take care of her mother. After she left, Pei Hao called Husan with a sullen face and then called the housekeeper. Pei Hao asked the housekeeper to take more care of the main courtyard, and likewise asked the oldest doctor Bai to go over and take his mother's pulse. Then Pei Hao inquired about the reason for his mother's coma, and when he learned that it was because he heard the rumors outside, he could not help but be silent. The oldest doctor went over. It didn't take long before Mrs. Pei woke up and kept crying. After crying, she wiped away her tears and hurriedly came to the Hearing Rain residence. Pei Hao looked at his mother, whose eyes were red and swollen. His mood was not favorable. "Mother, you're not feeling well. Why aren't you resting properly? Why did you come over here? My son? What will my son do later?" Mrs. Pei came to the front of the bed and would wipe her tears right at the edge of the bed. In the past, she dared to say that her son was excellent. What kind of noblewoman couldn't he marry, according to his current situation? Not to mention marrying a noblewoman. Even normal people's daughters won't marry him. Pei Hao handed Mrs. Pei a handkerchief. Seeing that she didn't take it, he gently tried to remove her tears. "Mother, you don't have to be like this. You should be happy that I can come back alive. Smile. My son wants to see mother happy every day. Yes. Lucky to be back alive." Mrs. Pei smiled reluctantly, laughing harder than crying. Pei Hao's gentle voice was filled with celebration. "Thank you, mother, for giving my son back his marriage. Or else, he would have had to suffer the humiliation of having his marriage withdrawn after being seriously injured." Mrs. Pei's heart clenched as she heard this. Her excellent son. This was knowing that his injuries wouldn't heal. Chapter 385. Son won't blame mother. It wasn't like this hadn't happened in the capital before. Two families that were engaged to be married, and one side was seriously injured, and one side went to withdraw from the marriage. Mrs. Pei thought that she had seen a lot of this kind of thing, but never thought that one day it would fall on her own son's head. And it was still her who took the liberty to go and withdraw from the marriage. The more she thought about it, the more crooked it became. "Son, isn't it true that the princess house knew that something had happened to you, and that's why they came in time to withdraw from the marriage?" "Oh, when did they come to withdraw the marriage?" Mother said in detail. Mrs. Pei was dumbfounded, not knowing where to start. Her son had led the troops out for a few days before the marriage was withdrawn, and counting the time at that time, the army hadn't even arrived at the southwestern border. Thinking about what her husband scolded her earlier, it was because she withdrew from the marriage without permission, letting her son know about it, and was eager to return to the capital with his merit that he took the risk of acting and thus getting seriously injured. And if he hadn't been rescued by someone, they would have been sent away with white hair. "Howard, it is mother who is sorry for you." Mrs. Pei regretted so much that she shouldn't have withdrawn from the marriage in the first place. If the marriage contract was still in place, the princess house might have withdrawn from the marriage. But there was also a possibility that it might not have withdrawn. Pei Hao comforted as if he did not think. "Mother did not apologize to me. You are my birth mother. Even my life is given by you. No matter what you have done to me, I have no position to blame you. I know that my mother's intention was for my good before she made this decision. I won't blame you." Really. These words were like knives, cutting Mrs. Pei's heart one by one. Thus, Mrs. Pei cried even more. Pei Hao continued to comfort and persuade. Only the more he persuaded, the more sad Mrs. Pei became. Her son came back surprisingly did not blame her. But this is not blame because he had a physical problem. The more so the more cruel it seems. The more Mrs. Pei cannot accept. Mrs. Pei cried for a while, and absent-mindedly stood up to leave. While passing through the courtyard, she saw some guards gossiping. Mrs. Pei didn't care, but unexpectedly heard the guards mentioning their son and lamenting his injury. One of the guards said, "The world's son and the county lord were meant to be a heavenly match. But why were they torn apart by life?" Another person picked up the conversation. "Yes, the masters of the Protectorate Temple all said that the county lord is a lucky star and can shelter those around her. I didn't quite believe it before, but now I do. You see, in the past, Shitzi was fine. But as soon as this marriage was withdrawn, something happened to him." "Don't say that. It's really like that. Then what should we do in the future? The marriage has been cancelled, without the blessed star to shelter him. It's hard to predict what will happen." "What are you talking about?" Husan appeared and interrupted the idle chatter of the several guards. The few guards hurriedly dispersed once they saw Husan, and not far away, Lady Pei, who had heard the idle chatter, turned pale and left the Hearing Rain residence with the soles of her feet fluttering. Besides, Du-won, going back to the old mansion in Du-jia village. God did not know what was going on. Changing into a clean set of clothes and skirts, Du-won did not wait to show her face. Instead, she really closed down. When she finished cultivating again, it was already 3 days later. Ning Qin and the others were taken aback when they saw the suddenly appearing Du-won. Sheriff Master. You are? Out of customs, oh. Du-won said with a smiling face. Let the kitchen prepare some delicious food. I want to have a sumptuous meal. When we're done eating, we're going back to the city. Good grin. Ning Qin said in surprise. As soon as Du-won said going back to the city, several maids cheered. 1 went to order the kitchen to prepare the food and 3 went to pack. Du-won didn't wait in the courtyard and walked to the village to skate around. When she saw people, she greeted them. But everyone's gaze was quite strange. Du-won didn't know what it was. But she actually ran into Du-yunrong? Du-won waved her little hand towards her. Hi yo. How are you? Clan sister Yunrong. Greetings to County Princess. Du-yunrong saluted in a less than heartfelt manner. Gloating. Clan sister. Your luck is really good. You withdrew from the marriage before Pei Shizhi was injured. If you withdraw from the marriage now, the reputation would be bad. Du-won's smile condensed. What's the situation? Right, oh. I heard that you were in seclusion before. Did this just come out? Not bad. Then you probably don't know the rumors outside. Du-yunrong used her handkerchief to cover the smile at the corner of her mouth. It's nothing really. It's just that Pei Shizhi was seriously injured, and will have a difficult time with his heir in the future. Du-won. What's going on? Did Pei Hao get injured again? Du-yunrong didn't go around when she saw her today, just to see her laugh. Du-won's eyes turned and looked Du-yunrong up and down. That's strange. You're not in the palace or in the capital. What are you doing in the clan when the year is not a yearly festival? Could it be that you failed to compete for favor with Qin Yu? In a flash, Du-yunrong's face twisted for a split second and quickly returned to normal. Seeing this, what else does Du-won not understand? Something must have happened. What? What happened? Tell me to have fun. I am missing the good scenery in the mountains. To cultivate my temperament. Forget it. We are old friends. Who doesn't know who? Du-won is a bit curious about what happened. But it's not necessary to know. I remember Qin Yu was grounded by the emperor, and had to face the correctional female officer every day. How come you still can't fight her? You're behind in your news. Du-yunrong gave her a sidelong glance. Now that she doesn't even pretend in front of Du-won. She doesn't even maintain her gentle image anymore. The grounding hasn't even reached a month. The empress mother couldn't stand it anymore, saying that her daughter has suffered a great sin, and she goes to cry in front of the emperor every day. Du-won understood. This was an early release of the ban. Otherwise, who could stand the Empress Dowager's daily pestering? Anyway, the emperor's uncle could not withstand the tears of a beauty. Du-won said with a smile. Clan sister. Last year the Empress Dowager also felt sorry for your suffering in the mountains. It's fine if this is not said. As soon as it is said, Du-yunrong has a stomach full of anger. She can't help but roll her eyes at her and turn her head away. Du-won went back to the old mansion, used the meal, immediately returned to the capital. The journey was quiet. Instead, Du-won heard some of the gossip in the capital. This month or two, the biggest thing is the southwestern border won the war. And then, there are a few counties in the south of the disaster. The emperor handed up the folders. Immediately sent people to disaster relief. It is said that Xie has experience in disaster relief. The emperor named him again and sent him there. Then there is the matter of Pei Hao's injury, which is making a lot of noise. And there are various rumors outside. But none of them are good rumors. When Du-won heard a rumor that Pei Hao could not be humane, Du-won was instantly happy. I guess Pei Shizhi would be furious when he heard that. Isn't that what men are most afraid of people saying? Du-won saw Ning Qin wanting to speak. What are you going to say? Sheriff Master. The slave girl also heard a rumor. It's about the princess house. Ning Qin is hesitant to say. What? It's made up by someone else. It's better not to say it and dirty your ears. Speak directly. There are too many rumors about me. There is no shortage of this one. Du-won had not been very curious. Seeing Ning Qin's expression in turn provoked a few points of interest. Ning Qin hesitantly said. That is. There are people who say that Pei Shizhi's serious injury is a retaliation from the princess house. Du Wan. A bunch of nonsense. Chapter 386. Sheets' secret plotting. Princess Mansion. Du Wan, who came back, did not go back to Yuling Yuan first. She giggled and went to the main courtyard to see the princess. The princess has been pregnant for over 3 months, and was very happy to receive the news that her daughter was coming back. Du Wan was also very happy, and spent the afternoon being close to the princess until Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team of horses side came back. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team was equally surprised to see his daughter. Unlike the princess, who believed that her daughter was in seclusion, Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team had already learned from his son 2 days ago that his daughter's so-called seclusion was to go to the southwestern border area and save that Pei Hao kid. Du Wan didn't see Du Qian, so she quietly approached Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team and talked about that rumor. Dear father, I guess someone is not well-intentioned. I'll have someone look into it later. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team looked at his daughter. After not seeing her for a while, her daughter seemed to have grown up a bit. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team hesitated, but still said, Wan Wan, the Duke of Jinghua approached your uncle on the day Chengming returned to the capital, and had a secret talk with your uncle for nearly an hour. Oh! Du Wan was confused for a moment. Did this have anything to do with her? Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team said, the next day the emperor privately told my father that the Duke of Jin is going to use his son's military service to make a request to marry you. Du Wan was silent for a moment. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team continued. According to the Duke of Jinghua, Chengming had promised you that he would marry you as soon as he returned in triumph, saying that you even gave him a hairpin that day. The Duke of Jin thought that the withdrawal of the marriage was purely caused by Lady Pei's selfishness, and had not been informed of Chengming and him, so it does not count. Du Wan only felt that the Duke of Jinghua had put the fault on Lady Pei, and was a bit shameless. To put it more carefully, the matter of withdrawing from the marriage was first brought up by Du Wan, and then facilitated by Pei Huin. It was then done by Lady Pei, and Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. The fact that the Duke of Jin said this to the emperor was that the fault for withdrawing from the marriage would be borne by the Duke of Jin's side. However, this move appears to be atmospheric on the surface, and the calculations are not small. If the princess house is still calculating, it will seem petty. Du Wan's brain turned a circle and understood the problem. Du Extra Horse Harness by the emperor's side is even more penetrating. Wan Wan. Did he really say that before he left for the army? Yes. Du Wan had a headache. The hairpin was also sent. That one was the one he snatched away. Du Wan opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say it. With her ability, it's not like it's hard to really snatch the hairpin back. To say anything about snatching or not snatching it now. Not to mention that Du's son-in-law wouldn't believe it. Even she herself didn't believe it. To make a promise one moment, and then withdraw from the marriage the next was child's play. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team thought that the emperor had thrown the problem to himself, so he had to leave it to his daughter to decide. How does Wan Wan think now? To marry or not to marry? Allow me to consider it for a few more days. Du Wan had no way to make a decision now. There was no such thing as equality or human rights in Great Qin, and officials paid a lot of attention to merit, which was necessary for promotion. Pei Hao using this in exchange for marrying her was equivalent to giving up the path to promotion once. Du Wan was a bit touched. But what about Mrs. Pei's side of things? After having dinner with her parents, Du Wan turned to Du Qian's courtyard and did not see his people. Then she went back to Yuling Yuan. And was Du Wan thinking about Du Qian? At this time, he is listening to the rain in Jinghua Gongfu, coldly looking at Pei Hao. Those rumors were put by you. How could it be? I'm not crazy. Pei Hao denied. Du Qian was half convinced. Is it possible that this man is really crazy to marry his sister? No one knew that when Pei Hao heard the news of withdrawing from the marriage. The man was not crazy, but was testing the edge of madness. Du Qian said, Don't bother. My sister doesn't want to marry you. Big brother. Wan Wan promised to marry. As long as I settle things at home. How are you going to settle it? Settle your mother and sister for a woman? How will onlookers look at my sister in the future? Nothing like that will happen. When Pei Hao says he will settle it himself, he will settle it himself. At that time, my mother will personally go to the princess's residence to apologize. Dream on you. Du Qian didn't quite believe it. Pei Hao smiled faintly. Do you think my mother is a bad person? This, Du Qian thought rationally. Not really. Pei Hao looked at him again fixedly and asked, Big brother do always dislike me before. What was it for? My sister is so good. You kid can't match. Du Qian said rightfully. Nay. His sister always has to marry someone. And looking around the capital there is only this kid, who can barely make do. Pei Hao picked up the conversation. My mother thinks similarly to you. Even you can accept me. My mother can also accept one openly as long as she thinks about it. Du Qian wanted to retort. Just in the end, he had to admit that Pei Hao had a point. Strictly speaking, Mrs. Pei really wasn't a bad person. It just has the same problem that many mothers in the world would have. She always felt that her own child was exceptionally good, and that ordinary people were not good enough for her son. If the object of Mrs. Pei's dislike is not his sister, Du Qian will also feel that it is not a big deal. After all, forget it. Give the kid another chance. Du Qian said. Listening to my sister. Your mother problem. You will solve it? Yes. I said that. How long will it take? It can't be delayed for a year and a half. 1 month. Okay. Then this county king will wait for you for a month. Du Qian slapped Pei Hao's shoulder and turned away sagely. Pei Hao looked at his back as he left and silently sighed in relief. Not long after, Hu San came in and delivered a secret letter to Pei Hao. Pei Hao opened it with a glance. It stated one thing. It was that Pei Chen's matter was dealt with cleanly. He destroyed the secret letter, leaving no trace. From now on, there is no more Pei Chen in this world. Pei Hao asked, How about the side of the Protectorate Temple? Madame did go to find Master Yuantong. Hu San was not able to say whether Master Yuantong would put in a good word for his master as he said. Pei Hao thought of his newly acquired medicinal plants, which he was going to give to his father, but could only be cheap for Yuantong. He is not afraid of Yuantong's backtracking after receiving all the medicinal plants. Pei Hao told Du Qian that a month would solve the problem. A more conservative time. According to his original plan, half a month would make his mother regret it. Just as Pei Hao expected, Mrs. Pei heard the gossip of the guards, and has been holding a grudge. Today, she finally couldn't sit still to go to the Protectorate Temple to ask for proof. And after coming back, she lost her soul, and came straight to listening to the rain, and sat in front of Pei Hao, her tears falling silently. Pei Hao took a handkerchief and wiped her tears. No matter how much he dislikes her, she is still his mother. Pei Hao softly comforted Mother. Don't cry. My son is just not in good health. He can live for a few decades even if he nourishes himself. As for the issue of an heir, you and Father are not too old to have and raise another son. No. It's not. My son, It's Mother who harmed you. It's me. The more Mrs. Pei thought about it, the more grief came over her. It is she who has harmed her son for life. Chapter 387. Giving up is impossible. Pei Hao saw that she was in a better mood and appeared to have no intention. Didn't Mother go to the Protectorate Temple to offer incense today? Is there anyone who made things difficult for you? No. Mrs. Pei shook her head. Pei Hao slightly sighed. Mother doesn't need to cover up for me. There must be many people outside laughing at me. Mrs. Pei said sharply. My son is so excellent. Who dares to laugh at him? So what if he is even more excellent? Pei Hao said bitterly. Mrs. Pei's tears flowed again. It's Mother who has harmed you. It's Mother who has harmed you. Mother! Pei Hao interrupted Mrs. Pei's words. My matter has nothing to do with Mother. It's my own blessing. Not to mention the blessing is okay. Mention. Mrs. Pei cried out in pain with a wow. Pei Hao is a filial son. Raised his arm and gently ringed his mother. His voice was very gentle. Mother, don't cry. No big deal. Is not just can't give birth to a child. So many eunuchs in the palace. They are not the same not to have children. Mrs. Pei cried, even more unable to help herself. The subordinates outside all heard the crying. Hu San guarded like a door god. No one dared to probe to check. Pei Hao comforted while condescending without a trace. Mother saw Master Yuantong today? Yes. Mrs. Pei tearfully nodded her head. Pei Hao asked softly. What did he say? Lady Pei said guiltily. Mother has heard that County Mistress Jiao Yang is a blessing, and can shelter those around her? Huh? Where did Mother learn that? It's a secret. The princess house hides it very tightly. Those who know about it are gagged. Pei Hao was surprised and asked. I also overheard it. Mrs. Pei was too embarrassed to say that she learned about it by listening to a corner. Mother went to ask Master Yuantong for confirmation today? Yes. Oh. What did that master say? He said that he wouldn't answer anything involving the county princess. Lady Pei still remembers Yuan Tong's scowl of jealousy. And only later, after she pleaded repeatedly, did Yuan Tong say that if she were to take refuge with the county princess, she could be free of worry for a lifetime. At that time, Mrs. Pei was extremely shocked. Thus, she was convinced of the saying that county princess is a lucky star. When Pei Hao heard Mrs. Pei's story, he cursed that the old monk was really cunning. The county princess sheltered a life without worry. Really is not an empty word. Mrs. Pei cried. How? It is mother who is sorry for you. It was she who had broken her son's blessings in life that made him become what he is now. Mrs. Pei's bowels were green with regret. Pei Hao didn't show a hint of blaming her. You were initially doing it for my good. I don't blame mother. No. It's all my fault. I don't blame you. Blame me for my... Pei Hao felt that he had to stop at the right moment. Could not stimulate her anymore. The topic changed. Mother, I don't really believe in destiny. Fortune is something that people fight for, not given by outsiders. Scramble? Scramble? Mrs. Pei mulled over these words. Her tears stopped a bit. When she walked outside, she saw the dutiful Hussan. Hussan was a bit tired of seeing Lady Pei. If she hadn't tossed out the matter of withdrawing from the marriage, now Master Shitsi wouldn't have had to work hard to plan while recovering from his injuries. However, Hussan is still respectful on the surface. Madam, take care. Hussan, take care of Shitsi. Yes, will do. Hussan responded nervously. Mrs. Pei walked a few steps, then stopped and turned back to ask. Hussan, do you think you can fight back when your blessings are gone? I don't know about blessings and stuff. But if you lose something, go and pick it back up. Mrs. Pei was thoughtful. When he saw that she had finally left, Hussan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then Hussan turned back to the bedroom to tell the situation. Looking at the situation, it wouldn't be long before Mrs. Pei would figure it out. Pei Hao waved him out and picked up another book and flipped through it. Right now his mind was pressed not to think about Mrs. Pei's matter. His heart was pondering that 3 days had passed. How come the little heartless one hadn't come to see him? Having returned to the capital, she forgot about him? Shitsi, Duke Xiao has come to pay you a visit. Do you want to see him? Hussan's voice came from outside. Pei Hao returned to his senses. Invite him in. Not long after, Xiao Qingju came in wearing a plain-colored tunic, with a measured demeanor. The two first exchanged pleasantries, and the underling served tea and snacks to entertain, waiting to screen off the left and right. Pei Hao talked about the matter of Xiao Qi. Xiao Qingju's heart was slightly shocked, stood up and bowed deeply towards Pei Hao. Many thanks to Brother Cheng Ming for protecting him. Alright. Don't care about this. The person is most likely still alive. The aftermath is still there. Pei Hao thought of the possibility that Xiao Qi might not be dead. As long as Xiao Qi himself doesn't die, the problem shouldn't be too big. Besides, he and you haven't met for 10 years. There are things that don't necessarily involve you. The only uncertain factor is his master. Who is his master? Xiao Qingju asked offhandedly. Pei Hao complexly said. It's Xie Zhang. Xiao Qingju. Playing with him? Pei Hao added. I'm telling you these things today because I want to give you a heads up that maybe Xiao Qi will come looking for you in the future, lest you fall for his tricks. I know. Thanks. You're welcome. Pei Hao pondered over this matter. After Xiao Qi had faked his death, he needed to hide his identity, and there was a real possibility that he might come to the capital to look for Xiao Qingju, and a theater troupe was a good place to hide. Xiao Qi's identity is extremely sensitive now, and there are many people who have seen his real face in the southwestern borderlands. Xiao Qingju would only be dragged down by Xiao Qi if she had any contact with him. The two of them didn't say anything about Xiao Qi, but it was Xiao Qingju who asked about him and the county princess. Did you really withdraw from the marriage? To give up? Pei Hao was calm and said. Giving up is impossible. Then you have to work hard. Nothing. Maybe a hard time is good instead. Pei Hao thought of the time when he was injured in the southwest. The little girl was guarding herself day and night, and his heart burned for a while. When Xiao Qingju saw the sudden smile of spring, she knew what her best friend was thinking. After staying in the Duke of Jin mansion for only half an hour, Xiao Qingju got up to say goodbye. The subordinates then began to count the things he had sent. Because of Pei Hao's illness, he didn't see any foreign guests during this period of time. However, there were a lot of condolence gifts from the capital's various mansions. But the princess's mansion was the only one that was missing. Early the next morning, the princess received a visit sticker that Mrs. Pei asked her guards to send. However, the eldest princess casually found an excuse to put it off. Ever since she learnt that Madame Pei disliked Wan, the princess has not been kind to her. She just didn't expect to receive another invitation early the next morning. For 3 days in a row, there was a post from Mrs. Pei. The eldest princess was not in a good mood. What do you think she wants to do? If you don't want to see it, don't see it. It's not a big deal. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team smiled and comforted. The eldest princess said, is not to want to see her. Annoying. Then don't see her. Rest assured that you're recuperating. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team almost blocked all the annoying things outside the mansion. When he avoided the eldest princess, he instructed the big housekeeper that in the future, all of Lady Pei's posts are not allowed to be sent to the main courtyard. Chapter 388. This is the county lord's heart. Du Wan, the one who had the Shitsi master on her mind, was checking the results of Zhuang Song's errand. The process is faster than she expected. Crops are still planted in the ground, and they are all growing quite well, with plenty of fertility. The rice planted is even more interesting, and there are small fish being raised, in addition to raising chickens and ducks and so on. All see the scale, have a style, to cover the shed and workshop, are completed. Du Wan went to skate around, saw a lot of people working, very satisfied. Zhuang Song followed by the side of the sheriff, saw her nodding from time to time. A heart hanging in the air finally fell. Sheriff, what is lacking? You have to point it out. There's nothing to say. You've done a better job than what this county mistress had envisaged. Du Wan thought for a while, but still pointed to a small dirt road. This should be repaired properly. Repair the road? Well, to develop well, it is important to have a good road. Yes. Subordinate will make a note of it. Is there enough silver? Du Wan asked again. Zhuang Song hesitates. There is still a bit left over. But if it's for road repair. Oh! When there is time for you to make a trip back to the princess mansion, I will talk to Ning Qin. Du Wan's small treasury is now managed by Ning Qin. Without continuing to stay, feeling that this place was almost on track, Du Wan rode her horse back to the city again. Not long after entering the city, a carriage blocked her way. Lifting the curtain of the carriage, she was surprised to see Pei Hao. Sheriff, can you get on the car for a gathering? Can. Du Wan thought of the 6 or 7 days she hadn't seen since the last time they parted. She rolled over and dismounted, threw the reins to a subordinate, then got into the carriage, swept a glance at Pei Hao, and immediately opened her eyes and said blandly, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look good. Is that so? Where do I look good? All good. Du Wan also looked left and right in a decent manner. Pei Hao almost got angry. Come here. He patted the seat beside him. Du Wan sat beside him. Very good. But her small hand sneaked to the side of the grid, grabbed a small handful of melon seeds and got high. The carriage was left with the sound of clicking, 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 clicking. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Du Wan straightened her back. What are you doing out here with this body if you don't take care of it at home? Aren't you afraid that your injuries will get worse? I'm like this again serious. How serious can it be? Don't toss and turn when you're fine. I'm not fine. Am I? I have to come to block people. Du Wan squinted at him. What are you doing to block me? You haven't come to see me for a few days. Are you out on the town? Didn't you say, I can do whatever I want? Did he say that? Did Pei Hao doubt that he ever said that? Du Wan laughed out a pig's voice in her heart. The surface is still very innocent. I came back for the first 3 days to go on retreat. Came back to see my parents to accompany for 2 days. Today remembered that there are still important things to do, so I went out of the city. Then are you free now? Pei Hao took a few deep breaths before holding back from losing his temper. Du Wan nodded her little head. I'm free. What's the matter with you? Nothing. It's just that I haven't seen you for too long. I miss you. Pei Hao said the love words frankly. Du Wan's small face reddened, smiled with a curved brow, and revealed millet teeth. Not to mention, seeing you, I realized that a few days without seeing you also quite miss you. Pei Hao was not comforted at all. The little girl actually thought about him only when she saw him, but not when she didn't see him? Is this human language? It's clearly perfunctory words. Pei Hao took the little girl to Jiyuan Mansion. The carriage stopped at the back door. Du-Wan was about to get off when her hand was pulled by Pei Hao. She turned back confused. What's wrong? Carry me off. Pei Hao made a request. Du-Wan pretended to be disgusted. You are really not polite. Politeness is for outsiders. Pei Hao smiled meaningfully. Really have you? Du-Wan thought she had a very sharp mouth. But many times she still couldn't speak to him. She bent down very cooperatively and waited for him to get on her back, her arms still ringing over her neck. I say, Shitsi Master. Letting a girl carry you. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't feel that. Pei Hao smiled vaguely. Then you are quite thick-skinned. Only the Sheriff Lord would think that way. Most people wouldn't think that way about me. Yeah. They all say you're sinister. He was so angry. Pei Hao couldn't help but nibble on her cheeks. Let you say bad things about the Shitsi. Du-Wan smiled and didn't get angry. Pei Shitsi is annoyed and angry. I can be even more angry. Do you want to see something? County Chief. Pei Hao was vaguely looking forward to it. As long as she said she wanted to, he would be able to take another nibble. Du-Wan carried him on her back as she walked towards the inside, while joyfully saying, You say, is it faster for you to bite me first, or for me to throw you away? Pei Hao, Hussein and the others who followed behind had mixed feelings. This dogman who is flirting. Is he still their wise and powerful Shitsi master? The exiled immortal has descended to earth, tainted with fireworks. Du-Wan was carrying Pei Hao and went straight up to the 3rd floor. Today, the building is closed in the afternoon. That is, because the proprietor is coming and does not want outsiders to see. Therefore, Du-Wan carried Pei Hao upstairs without seeing any outsiders. The shop staff were all set far away. The 3rd floor has been properly set up. Du-Wan moves very skillfully to put Pei Hao down. Her mouth is all kinds of dislike, but she takes care of it with extra care and caution. I said that you are just going to be blind. If there's anything, just let someone pass a letter. I can go to you anytime I want. This is what you said. I took it seriously. Oh. Okay. Promise to pass it along. Pei Hao's beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with smiles. His heart was sweet as if he had drunk honey. Today out is very worth it. Thought the little girl forgot all about him. Now she sends up the handle. Of course he has to use it. Then this Shitsi tomorrow morning to eat the sesame glutinous rice dumplings of Rongchong Street Wanji House. Is this dumpling delicious? Yummy. It's the master craftsmanship of Wanji Lu's master chef. Okay. Du-Wan felt that this was not a matter. Pei Hao purposely declared. You have to eat what you personally deliver, not have someone else deliver it. Du-Wan's action of arranging chopsticks for him gave a start. Just now, she really wanted to wait to go back and order a sentence, so that people will go tomorrow morning to buy and send it to him. But this idea, when she looked up and bumped into his eyes that seemed to be smiling, she instantly decided to hide this idea in the bottom of her heart, and absolutely could not let him see through it. Du-Wan suppressed the small depression in the bottom of her heart and turned to smile brightly. What are you talking about? Of course, I will personally send it. This is best. What the Shitsi wants to eat is not the dumplings. It's the county princess's heart. Heh! Mata. The hell with the thoughts. The kitchen was quick to serve the food. They should have known they were coming and prepared it well in advance. The tabletop was filled with almost all of her favorite dishes. Probably eating good food. Du-Wan's mood is very good. Put the depressed little mood just now, all of a sudden thrown to the back of the mind. Food is healing. Chapter 389. Who smiles so cheaply? Ah. Pei Hao picks some nice dishes and clips them to the porcelain plate in front of her. Seeing that he only focuses on giving her the dishes, Du-Wan also picks up the public chopsticks and gives him some. And as she does so, she doesn't forget to remind him. Don't always give me the dishes. You have to eat them yourself. Okay. Pei Hao started to eat. But there was a problem that he only ate what she gave him. It made Du-Wan look at him strangely for a while, and finally resigned herself to continue to clip food for him. Are you eating me? Hearing this, Pei Hao smiled without saying anything. This period of time simply getting along, as long as they ate well together, was like this. With Du-Wan's accommodation, the meal was a happy one. She asked him to come to find himself. What is the matter? He said there is nothing. Is too long did not see her want to. Since it is nothing, she carried him downstairs, sent to the carriage above, and then sent him all the way back to Zhenguogong Mansion. Pei Hao went to the back door of the State Duke's mansion. Originally, Du-Wan did not want to go in like this, But he made it clear that if she did not carry him, he would not let outsiders touch him, and would insist on walking back by himself. Thinking of his injured leg, Du-won compromised again, and resigned herself to carrying him in. This time, it is different from Jiu Yuanlu. There are quite a few subordinates in the Jingguigong mansion. And even if Du-won lends her ability to try to avoid some people seeing her, the matter of her carrying the Shitsi master back to the mansion is still spreading in the mansion, sending him back to listen to the Rain residents. Du-won clapped her hands, and was about to leave. Wan, can't you stay and talk with me? Pei Hao's voice is faintly lost and reluctant. Du-won turned around and asked in confusion. What are you going to say? Why didn't you say it just now? The corner of Pei Hao's mouth twitched. The little girl is not understanding yet. As soon as Du-won saw his look, she assumed that he was being melodramatic. Come on. Aren't we going to see each other tomorrow morning? It's not that bad for a while. I'll leave first. Well, see you in the morning? Pei Hao said helplessly. Du-won waved her small hand at him, and quickly went out. When the Duke of Jinguo received the news and came over, Du-won had long disappeared. At this time, he stood in front of the bed, with a complicated expression, watching his son flipping through a book with a bland expression. My son has made a fortune. He wants the little girl to carry him back to the house. Well, envious? Envious. Better than when my father was young. Envious is good. You still do not hurry to urge the emperor. This marriage granting imperial decree how to delay down it. Jingguigong regret over. He should hide far away. The emperor said to discuss with Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. Not willing to let go of it. To blame it on you to make a heir difficult to people when the elders. How can they marry a good girl to a half-wasted person? Pei Hao was unimpressed and said, how my body is one knows best. Then what exactly are you in a hurry for? It's okay to get married 2 or 3 years later. I am afraid I can't trust you as elders. As long as I don't get married, I won't be able to recuperate at ease for a day. Pei Hao's words directly rendered Duke Shen speechless. The Duke of Jin was able to hear that his son was more or less resentful towards him in his heart. As the head of the family, he was made to withdraw from the marriage by his wife, which seemed innocent on the surface. But the responsibility was not small. Okay. For father to go into the palace again. On that day, Duke of Jinguo hurriedly went to the palace. But this time he bumped his nose into the dust. The emperor did not see him yet. So, he guarded the outside of the hall of Jinghe and did not go. Hu San told Pei Hao when he received the news. Pei Hao smiled and didn't worry about it. There are things for his father to do. It's better to let his father, with a shameful heart, always staring at him strong. He didn't want to meet with the princess in private and be watched by the elders in the dark. Du-won returned to the mansion, clocked in like he was going to show his face in front of the elder princess before returning to the Jade Spirit Garden. She gave a message to Ning Qin, saying that if Shuang Tsong needed money, she should give him money. Ning Qin answered yes, and then said, Sheriff, today, Miss Qinjiu came, heard that you were not here, and left again. Oh, can there be a message? No. Ning Qin shook her head and remembered something. There are quite a few invitation posts sent to Jade Spirit Garden. Do you want to see them? Forget it. I don't have time to attend the banquet anyway. Du-won felt that there was not enough time when she came back. In addition to the time for cultivation, she also had to accompany the eldest princess. She also had to keep an eye on Zhuang Song's side. And now she had to meet Pei Hao and so on. It's really busy. There's no time to go into the palace and laze with the emperor's uncle. Du-won remembered what she'd promised Pei Hao. Ning Qin, have you ever eaten the glutinous rice dumplings from Wanji House on Rongchang Street? Ning Qin is folding her clothes and looks up. Slave girl has never eaten. I heard that it is limited, selling 100 copies a day. It is hard to buy. Yeah, it's still limited. Du-won just learn about this. Ning Qin asked again. Does the county princess want to eat it? It's not me. It's someone who wants to eat it. Oh, if you want to eat it, you have to send someone to queue up early. Otherwise it's hard to buy it. The slave girl heard before that there are some rich and noble families who want to eat it and sent their subordinates to stand guard early. No way. It's not just glutinous rice dumplings, but the way people make it is just delicious. It's always more smooth and soft than the ones made by others. Du-won had wanted to send an underling to guard it. But if she really did that, what if she alarmed her family? If they ask her where the food is? Is she going to say she sent it to Pei Hao? How disgraceful it would be to spread this out. Besides, this kind of situation is usually a male friend to female friend to do. Why did she change her turn here? Du-Wan thought that Pei Hao is recovering from illness and lost her temper. Sick people are the biggest. After dinner, she rested early. The next day, early in the morning, after cultivating, Du-Wan dressed up and went to the main courtyard. After seeing the princess and Du extra horse harness by the emperor's side, she did not wait for a while before she slipped away and went over the wall to buy the glutinous rice dumplings Pei Hao wanted to eat at Wenji House on Rongchang Street in a flurry of activity. Originally thought she came quite early, but found a long queue outside the shop. Du-Wan quickly slipped to the back to take a seat. She didn't think about jumping the queue, probably because she was used to obeying the law since she was a child. She didn't remember for a moment that she was a county princess and had privileges. Instead, it was the guards behind her who were sweating profusely as they followed her up, and were a bit confused when they saw this wave of her operation. The personal guard standing in the shadows hesitated to go over. A personal guard asked in a low voice, "Captain Chai, should we go over?" Still no. It's possible that the Sheriff Lord is experiencing life. Captain Chai is one of the captains of the guards, previously followed by Zhuang Song. Now that Zhuang Song is gone to do something else, he will take over. It was hard to get Du-Wan's turn. The shopmaid asked, "What would the customer like to buy?" "A glutinous rice dumpling, with sesame filling," Du-Wan said quickly. The maid sniffed with a good temper and said, "There is one left. Please wait." Du-Wan. South close. It was almost gone. At this exact moment, a familiar woman's light laughter comes from the side. "Yo, isn't this the county princess? Who is laughing so cheaply?" Chapter 390 Brains are a good thing. Du-Wan looks towards the laughter. It is a slightly good-looking little girl, more than 10 years old, dressed in rich clothes. In addition to selling pastries, Wenji House is also a tea house. Due to the speciality of the pastries sold here, some of the nobles in the capital like to come here for morning tea and company. "Who are you?" Du-Wan asked strangely. "I am." The little girl's cheeks puffed up in anger, and her eyes widened as she asked, "You actually don't know me?" Du-Wan did not recall her, but probably guessed the identity. No more than someone from the Du clan. Those who knew her in the capital and dared to talk to her like this were only girls from the Du clan. The little girl didn't say anything, but the maid next to her respectfully said, "Slave girl pays her respects to the county lord. My lady is a girl from the state uncle's house." "Oh, got it." Du-Wan drifted off. Still didn't think of her. But the state uncle's mansion is right. At this time, a person on the first floor walked out of the box. It was precisely Du-Yunrong. Originally, Du-Yunrong wanted to see how her sister hadn't come up yet, and when she ran into Du-Wan downstairs, her warm smile almost collapsed. Du-Wan raised her head and saw her. Then, Du-Yunrong pretended that she didn't see the situation downstairs and turned around with a smile and walked into the box again. Du-Wan. This book's evil female match. Quite a wimp. The maid is wrapping up a serving of glutinous rice dumplings in oil paper. The little girl eyed it and said, "I want a serving of this too." "Sorry. This is the last one," the maid said politely. "Give it to me then." The little girl reached out towards the maid. Du-Wan slapped her little hand away. "This is what I want to buy. You're such a big person. Can't you let me have it? You're small." "You're right. Besides, how old are you?" 11. "Then I'm the older sister." The little girl dares to grab her sister's stuff. Looking for a fight. Du-Wan learned a petulant and arrogant little look from her, and was actually so angry that the little girl couldn't speak for a while. "Cousin Wan-Wan, how can you rob a child?" The familiar smell of tea came. It was none other than Qin Yuyu. Du-Wan turned around to see Qin Yuyu being flanked. Qin Yuyu just came in from outside, just in time to see two people fighting, and they were both acquaintances. Before Du-Wan could say anything, the little girl beside her saw Qin Yuyu and affectionately went up and called cousin. Looking at the situation, it should be the girls from the state uncle's house who have asked Qin Yuyu to come here for morning tea. Du-Wan was too lazy to pay attention to Qin Yuyu and picked up the money bag to pay the bill. The maid gives her the last serving of glutinous rice dumplings. Du-Wan was in a hurry to get to the Jingguigong mansion and was about to head out with her things. Qin Yuyu spoke out again. "Cousin Wan-Wan, don't you even say hello when you see me?" No time. I'm in a hurry to see Pei Shitzi." That guy's mouth is very picky. Early in the morning had to eat Wanji Lu's glutinous rice dumplings. Disturbed me to death. Alas. Du-won was Versailles at the drop of a hat. Qin Yu's smile froze for an instant, just as she was about to say something else. Du-won ignored her and hurried away. Instead, the little girl gasped. Pei Shi is a half-wasted man. What's there to show off? Little cousin. Qin Yu reprimanded with a sullen face. Don't be a cloud of people. The little girl was aggrieved. It's not like she's the only one saying this. Everyone outside is saying this. This side how Du-won didn't think about it at all. She was hurrying towards the Zhenguogong mansion. Due to the queue, it was quite a bit later than she expected. Du-won told her personal guards not to follow her. Avoiding everyone's eyes and ears, she sneaked to the Duke of Jin's residence to listen to the rain. She was close to the window of Pei Hao's bedroom, but she heard the sound of conversation from inside. Du-won was surprised, and after listening for a while, she realized that there were not only Pei Hao, but also Madame Pei and Pei Huyen in the house. With these two people here, of course Du-won would not show herself. She slipped to a big tree in the courtyard. Happily, she bumped into a secret guard above her. The secret guard was silent. What does the princess want to do? No. When did the princess sneak into the courtyard? They have no idea at all? Du-won smiled and waved her small hand towards the dark guard, making a small gesture of silence. The dark guards thought of her relationship with their own master and really did not make a sound. Du-won walked to a tree fork, found a more comfortable position to sit down and whispered. How long has Mrs. Pei been in the house? How long will it take to leave? Reporting to the county princess. The lady has been in for about 3/4 of an hour. When will she come out? The dark guards don't know either. Du-won curiously surveyed the surrounding. Is this your secret stake? It is. The dark guard's mood is complicated. When did the county princess come in? Du-won replied. I just came in. I didn't go in when I found someone in the house. Are you here to find the world prince? Yes. Yesterday, he said he wanted to eat Wanji House's glutinous rice dumplings. So this princess bought them for him. Du-won waved the oil paper bag in her hand. The dark guard nodded as a response. After waiting for about 1/4 of an hour, Lady Pei had not yet left. But Du-won, who was listening to the corner, was interesting. With an odd little expression, Mrs. Pei in the room actually said that she had been handing out invitations to the princess house for the past few days, but they had all dropped like a stone. This is taking Joe. Right. Pei Huyu was exasperated. The rumors outside say that the princess house harmed Big Brother. Maybe it's true. Big Brother fortunately returned the marriage. That. Shut up. Pei Hao didn't know what he did, scaring Pei Huyu into a cry of alarm. Then, Du-won heard him say mockingly, Pei Huyu, brains are a good thing, but you don't have any. Big Brother, there's nothing for you here. Get out. Pei Hao was very rude. Pei Huyu cried in aggravation. Then she was so angry that she stomped her foot and ran out of listening to Rain residents in tears. Mrs. Pei said, How? He is your younger sister. Still young. Still young? Mother. She's not young. She's at the age to say goodbye. There is another point that Mother may not have realized. Which noblewoman in the capital would go and meddle in her elder brother's personal affairs? This matter. Mrs. Pei couldn't go on. Being woken up by her son, Lady Pei realized how inappropriate her daughter's earlier actions had been. Du-won then listened to a family ethics scene in the tree. Turning to the dark guard, Du-won looked at him. Has your family's worldly son had breakfast yet? Used it. The dark guard thoughtfully replied. That's good. Du-won was not interested in staying any longer. Anyway, with Lady Pei here, it was impossible for her to show herself. So she shoves the oil paper packet towards the dark guard's arms. Take it to your family sheets to eat. This county princess is leaving. There's no need to see her off. County Lord, wait a moment. The dark guard's words of refusal hadn't even been uttered yet, when Du-won had already performed her light power and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's over. He had followed the world prince for so long, and even if he had no eyesight, he would know that what the world prince wanted most was not to eat, but to see the county lord. Now that the princess had shoved the food at him and left, wouldn't he be the one to bear the brunt of the anger? The dark guard flew and leaped down the tree, revealing his figure, and came to Hussein's front, quickly explained the situation, and then shoved the oil paper bag in his hand to Hussein. Hussein. Chapter 391. Let him not eat again. Pei Hao thought that the little girl was coming this morning and was in a good mood. However, he waited and waited, but didn't wait for the little girl. Instead, he waited for his mother and sister to come. It was hard to send his mother and sister away. Pei Hao still didn't see the little girl. According to the time he envisaged, she should have come over long ago. Husan came in stiffly, holding an oil paper bag in his hand. Master, it's from the county princess. Huh? Pei Hao looked behind him. The little girl was nowhere to be seen. Husan briefly explained the matter. The county princess waited on the tree for quite a while, probably because she was concerned about the presence of the madam. She sent the things and left. Give me the things. Pei Hao sat on the edge of the bed, letting Husan help him to sit on the chair. Took the oil paper and opened it. There were 6 glutinous rice dumplings inside. Looking at this, it does look like it's from Wanji house. Yes, only Wanji Lu would make them so small. 1 bite at a time. Husan hemmed and hawed, thankful that Shitsi didn't lose his temper. The county princess came late. She must have gone to buy them herself. After buying it, she must have rushed over. Shitsi, take a look. The county lord waited in the tree for a while. The dumplings are still hot. Well, there is still residual warmth. Pei Hao really tried it, and the corners of his eyes brought a smile. It was a bit of a pity that he couldn't see the little girl. Possibly eating something from her was also good. Pei Hao picked up a glutinous rice ball and ate it. It was delicious. Husan quietly retreated. This hurdle was considered past. Duwan returned to the princess' house. When she saw the big housekeeper, she suddenly thought of what she heard. Housekeeper? Does the Jingui Gongfu always send posts over recently? Yes. It's Mrs. Pei who wants to visit. The big housekeeper didn't hide this matter. And the 2 masters didn't say they couldn't tell the county princess. So Duwan soon learned that the eldest princess had rejected Madame Pei. And Du extra horse harness by the side of a team was worried that the other party would affect the eldest princess in raising her fetus, and directly asked the big housekeeper to stop the post from being sent to the main courtyard. Duwan was inexplicably secretly pleased. Pretending to be unaware of this matter, she went back to Yuling Yuan. Only, it wasn't long before she received a letter from the Pei family guards. Duwan opens the letter and reads, stating that she wants to eat Rong's roasted chicken on the day. Eat shit. The injuries aren't even healed. Something with such a heavy taste can only be smelled. After saying that, she smiled thievishly. Yes, oh. Can buy it over to let him smell it. Hee. So the next morning, Duwan personally went to buy another roasted chicken, still wrapped in oil paper, and quietly slipped over to the Duke of Jin Mansion's, listening to the Rain residents. This time, unlike last time, did not come across any outsiders in the house. Appeared at the door. Husan in front of him. Husan suddenly saw more people around him. So scared that he almost drew his sword. County Lord? Hey. Good morning, oh. Duwan smiled brightly and waved her hand in greeting. Husan wiped his cold sweat and respectfully said, the world's son has been waiting for a long time. Sheriff. Please. Duwan swaggered in. Pei Hao was not lying on the bed this time, but half lying in a toffee chair, his lower body covered with a thin quilt. When Duwan stepped in, Pei Hao was flipping through a scroll, very focused and serious. Duwan smiled and went up. How are you? Pei Shi? Wan is here. Pei Hao immediately put the book down, and when he raised his head to look over, the peach blossom eyes were brimming with light. Duwan was almost dazed. Beautiful. Really beautiful. It was impossible to describe this beauty. The barren words in her brain only made her think of the word beautiful. Duwan said wistfully, you wrote yesterday that you wanted to eat roast chicken? Did Wan buy it for me? Pei Hao said very gently. Yesterday's glutinous rice dumplings were delicious. I finished them alone. Glutinous rice is not good for gramming. Next time don't eat too much at once. When Duwan said this, her gaze slipped towards his stomach, which was very flat. Pei Hao nods his head as if he's being taught, smiling with a gentle brow. I'll have an underling come in and cut up the roasted chicken. No need for that. Eating this should be done by yourself to make it smell good. Duwan smiles thievishly. For this chicken, she didn't even eat breakfast this morning. Duwan sat on the chair next to Pei Hao, put the oil paper bag on the desktop, untied the tie grass rope, then carefully opened the oil paper bag. A fragrant, golden roasted chicken appeared. It smelled extremely fragrant. Tearing off a chicken leg, she came to Pei Hao and shook it in front of her. Does it smell good? Is it extra fragrant? Well, it smells really good. My mouth is watering. As soon as Pei Hao saw this little look of hers, he knew that he was going to play a bad trick. Sure enough, the chicken leg wasn't for him. Du-Wan stuffed it into her little mouth and tore it up in front of him. Pei Hao asked, disguised as aggrieved, "Didn't Wan buy it for me to eat?" "Eat what? Such a greasy thing. Is it something you should eat?" Du-Wan came over to gluttonize him to death. But she made it impossible for him to eat. "But I want to eat it. I won't give it to you even if you want to eat it again. Just endure it." Du-Wan just ate most of the roasted chicken in front of him. Pei Hao had never felt that he was a restrained person. Not heavy on the appetite. Today, just like this, looking at the little girl, inexplicably craving. "Wan really do not give me a bite?" "A bite, ah. Okay." Du-Wan tore off a small piece of chicken breast, but also purposely not with chicken skin. Disgusting like stuffed into Pei Hao's mouth. Pei Hao was instantly satisfied. His mood was extraordinarily happy. "Is it delicious?" Du-Wan asked. Pei Hao nodded, his eyes glowing. Delicious. Especially since she fed him. There is no more delicious chicken in the world. Seeing him so pitiful, Du-Wan tore off another small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Then piece after piece, feeding him the small half of the chicken breast. Enough? Can't eat any more. Okay. Pei Hao looked at the rest. It's a bit of a waste. Who said it's a waste? I can still eat it. Du-Wan proceeded to eat the rest of the chicken with the skin in 3 or 2 batches. On the greaseproof paper on the table, a pile of chicken bones remained. She personally wrapped it up and threw it away, then went to wash her hands, came back and drank 2 bowls of warm tea in a row. And when she finished, she poured another bowl and handed it to Pei Hao. "Drink it. Get rid of the grease." Pei Hao took it with a smile and slowly drank it. Du-Wan sat down next to her and contentedly touched up her stomach. "So full. Didn't have breakfast?" "Yeah. Just waiting to eat roast chicken." Du-Wan didn't know that Rong's roast chicken was delicious until she went to buy it. Thinking about it, how can it get into Pei Shizi's eyes if it's not delicious? It's a bit of a pity that I didn't try the glutinous rice dumpling yesterday. I'm sure it tastes good. I'm sure it will taste good. Should I go buy it tomorrow morning? Du-Wan's mind is wandering here. As soon as Pei Hao sees her in this state, he knows that she is thinking about something. Sometimes even if she didn't say anything, just sitting by his side, he would feel satisfied. As long as she could be where he could see her when he raised his eyes. At this exact moment, Husan reminded outside the house. "Shitsi. Madam is coming." Chapter 392. Pei Shitsi is quite capable. What? Pei Hao frowned and was about to say to the outside that he was inconvenient at the moment. And Du-Wan, who was originally traveling in her soul, suddenly came back to her senses after hearing Husan's words. Before Pei Hao could say anything, she had already nimbly run to the window and turned back to Pei Hao with a smile and waved goodbye silently. Pei Hao didn't even have time to say a word before Du-Wan rolled over the window and left. When Mrs. Pei came in, her face was haggard. "How is your body better today?" "Much better. Mother need not worry. I stewed a bowl of chicken soup and brought it to you." "Thank you, Mother." Pei Hao took the bowl of soup and drank it. Mrs. Pei didn't know what she was worried about and was very distracted. When her son finished the soup, she took the empty bowl and saw him looking like he was trying to rest with his eyes closed. She was heartbroken again. "I still have some things to do. So I won't stay here. Rest if you're tired. And if there's anything you need to do, send someone to say something." "Okay. Mother, take your time." Pei Hao spoke to Mrs. Pei in a good temper. "And Mother should also pay attention to your health. Don't worry too much. Son will get better. HM. Mrs. Pei wiped her tears as she turned around. Her son was really too filial. It was her fault that she had split up her son's marriage and life. As she walked out of the Hearing Rain residence, a touch of determination appeared in Mrs. Pei's eyes. Du-Wan people are walking away, but also a moment of curiosity to listen to Pei Hao's situation. Naturally heard the dialogue between mother and son. This dialogue was very normal. Really unusual. Not able to pick out the slightest fault. But she just listened and felt a bit strange. Perhaps it was too normal. Du-Wan walked out and strolled through the streets. Passing by Rong's shop, she bought a roasted chicken and returned to the house, wanting to give her cheap big brother a taste. Just returning to the door, she unexpectedly saw a carriage outside. Seeing the concierge, Du-Wan casually asks. Are there guests in the house today? Back to County Princess. It's the Duke of Jin's wife. The concierge replied respectfully. Du-Wan is quite surprised. Why did she suddenly come to the door? Du-Wan asked again. Who is greeting her? She remembers her cheap father not wanting Lady Pei to disturb the eldest princess. The concierge is not too sure and says, it's the big housekeeper. Oh! Du-Wan heads inside and turns to Du Qian's courtyard. Du Qian happens to be in today, and when he sees his sister come in, his handsome face plates up. Still willing to come back? You're nowhere to be seen early in the morning. Hee hee. Big brother. I bought a roast chicken and came back. Du-Wan carried the roasted chicken to take credit for it. Glad for the impromptu start. Du Qian's face improved to a degree visible to the naked eye. Taking the oil paper bag in Du-Wan's hand and handing it to the attendant next to him. Go get it. Yes. The attendant took the roasted chicken and went to get busy. Du-Wan looked around and then whispered. Does Big Brother know? Mrs. Pei has come to the door. No. Or I let her in. Du Qian didn't really want to let Mrs. Pei in. But people guarding at the door is not a thing. Only to let people invite in. Let the big housekeeper greet. Mrs. Pei proposed to see the eldest princess. Du Qian and his father a thought. Is reluctant. Mother is old. And pregnant with a child. Cannot be too much to worry about. I know. Why don't I go send her away? Forget it. Let father come back and deal with it. I've already sent someone to the Yamen to inform father. Du Qian knew that this kind of thing should still be handled by the elders. It was inappropriate for him to step in. And it was even more inappropriate for his sister to do so. So the siblings nibbled on the roast chicken, while discussing how long Mrs. Pei would wait to leave. Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side was at the Yamen. Even if someone went to notify him, it wasn't like he could just come back. Du Qian is now touched to the core. Her sister gave him most of the roasted chicken, and she just nibbled on a chicken wing. Not the least bit aware that her sister had eaten it only a short while ago. Mrs. Pei's patience was unexpected and kept waiting. Waited until Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team came back. Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team went to see Mrs. Pei. The news reached the side of the siblings. Du Qian was itching to hear about it, and looked at his sister every now and then. Du-Wan smiled cheekily. Does Big Brother want to hear what father and Lady Pei talk about? It's a bit of a want. But you can't eavesdrop. Du Qian graciously admitted. I didn't eavesdrop. Since I promised Big Brother, I haven't used my ability to listen to my family's secrets. Got it. Du Qian ended up not breaking the rules. It wasn't until they heard that Du's son-in-law had sent Lady Pei away that the two slipped in front of Du's son-in-law and pretended to shush him. After a little more time, Du Qian began to get straight to the point. Du Qian asked, Father, what did Lady Pei come for? Came to apologize. And sent a valuable gift of reparation. Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team said with a smile. Du Qian was puzzled. What about the purpose? Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team looked towards his daughter, who was listening obediently. Probably wanting to resume the marriage contract. Du Qian understands. Indeed. Thinking quite beautifully. Is the marriage contract something that she can withdraw at her wish and resume at her wish? Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team at that time. When he heard the request made by Lady Pei, he almost directly drove the person out of the princess's residence. In the end, he still had the good grace to suppress the fire in his heart. There is no way to talk about this matter. Du Qian agreed. Yes, there is no talk. To talk also cannot be negotiated at once. A daughter's family is to be reserved. As the saying goes, the focus is on seeking to marry. Father and son's thoughts are the same. On the contrary, Du-Wan listened in confusion. Pei Shizhi is quite capable. Really let his mother come to the door to apologize. That kid is quite desperate for this. Pretending to be dead at home. Du Qian snorted. Du-Wan doesn't quite agree. Big brother. He was really hurt. Sister believes it? Believe it. Don't forget that I was the one who rescued him. This. Du Qian wanted to say something else. But when he saw his sister's rare serious look, he was dumbfounded. Du Extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side was sensing the problem. The change in his daughter's attitude towards Pei Hao started from saving him. Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team patiently said, Wan, tell me. How did you save him? He was implicated by me. Du-Wan did not hide in front of her family and told the whole story, as well as the tragic situation she saw when she entered the cellar at that time. That situation was something she could not forget for the rest of her life. Father. Big brother. His injuries are real. The only difference is that after returning to the capital there was an extra air tough. The Du family father and son looked at each other after hearing this. Du-won said helplessly again. I know that after he got sick, there were more things to do. But what's wrong with a sick person being pretentious? It's not like he's in anyone's way. Won is right. A sick person should be taken care of. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team said along with his daughter. Du Qian glanced at her father. Come on. Sister is happy to pamper him. Big brother won't stop it, that's all. Du-won wanted to roll her eyes. Who is spoiling him? It's not because I saw that he's a bit too miserable and sympathized a bit. Besides, his requirements aren't high. They're all trivial things that I can do with my hands. Du Qian. Perhaps this is how insidious Pei Hao is. Quietly and silently, he has integrated himself into Wan's life. Chapter 393, Who is happy to be sickly. Back to you, Ling Yuan. Du-won quieted her mind and thought about Pei Hao. I have to say, a big villain is a big villain. If you don't make a move, it's amazing. The so difficult Mrs. Pei was even taken care of by him. Du-won thought about his injury. Suddenly remembering something, she searched the hidden compartments in the house and found a small jade bottle. There were also 4 qi nourishing pills inside. Du-won originally wanted to send all of these to the Duke of Jin Mansion. Then she whirled around and thought of the eldest princess. Ning Qin. Go and find a small jade bottle over here for the pills. Okay. County princess, wait a moment. Ning Qin went to the storehouse. And in no time found one and cleaned it. Du-won poured out one and put it inside. You send it to the main courtyard now, and give it to my mother. Yes. Ning Qin hurriedly left with the small jade bottle. After the eldest princess gave birth to a child, she would take another qi nourishing pill to regulate just right. Du-won had wanted to send it to the Duke of Jin Mansion now. After thinking about it in the morning, it's not quite right to rush over in the evening. Anyway, Pei Hao's injuries can't be healed for a while, and it's not too bad for one night. So she decided to send it in the morning. The next morning, Du-won went to her parents' side to sign in, carrying a small jade bottle, and went out. Zhengguo Gongfu is not far from the princess' house. With Du-won's ability to walk and not the main road, did not take long time to pass. Agu. I've got to go. Do not come, do not know. A come is a shock. I actually bumped into Qin Yu courting Pei Hao, right in front of the stone table in the courtyard. Pei Hao originally came out to bask in the sun. Who knows that there is a sister with a wrong brain? Early in the morning to bring Qin Yu to listen to the Rain residents. Are not afraid of bad reputation. Du-won nimbly went up the tree, and the previous secret guards, and bumped into, smiled and whispered, Brothers, this county princess will come to sit for a while. You are? The dark guard wanted to give his master a little warning. As a result, he was smiled at by Du-won and suppressed. Unable to move. Du-won was annoyed at the sight of Qin Yu. And besides, she had snuck in. And even more so, she didn't want to show her face. Doesn't it smell good to hide in the shadows and watch the show? Before Qin Yu came over, she even went to Wanji house to buy sesame glutinous rice dumplings, just to please Pei Hao. When Du-won saw the glutinous rice dumplings placed in front of Pei Hao, her expression was slightly odd. Big brother Pei, don't you want to eat this? I heard Wan say that you like it a lot. Qin Yu picked up one to hand it to Pei Hao. Pei Hao managed to suppress the dislike under his eyes. He wouldn't eat glutinous rice dumplings that others had touched. But due to Qin Yu's identity, Pei Hao would not turn his face for no reason. Princess, please put it down first. Queen, men and women are different. It is not appropriate for the princess to stay here for too long. Hurry up and take the princess to your place. Oh, good. Pei Huyen instead remembered. Princess, please. Qin Yu had just come over. Her stool hadn't even been warmed up yet, and she didn't quite want to leave. Seeing that Pei Hao didn't pick up the dumpling she handed her, she had to put them down first. Wan said you like to eat, so she lied to me? Sheriff didn't lie. This Shitsi likes eating glutinous rice dumplings, but only the one she sends. Who made me like her? No matter what she sends, I like it. Qin Yu was aggravated in her heart. Wasn't this a clear rejection of her? Pei Huyen wanted to say something else, but she ran into Pei Hao's cold warning gaze. Pei Hao warned, Huyen, why don't you help the princess to your place? Huh? Oh, Pei Huiying went to help Qin Yuyu. Qin Yuyu saw Pei Hao serving tea to the guests, and had to leave unwillingly. Duan listened to the whole time, until Pei Huiyu left with Qin Yuyu. The dark guard was finally able to move. And at this moment, his heart could only be described as shocking waves. He used to know that the sheriff master was very strong, but it was not as intuitive as feeling at once for himself. Sheriff master, what did you just do to your subordinate? Oh, a little means that can't be moved off the stage. Duan plucked away the leaves in front of her and looked towards Pei Hao's side. Pei Hao raised his head and looked in her direction. His eyes collided. Then he smiled gently at her and waved at her, signaling her to come down. Duan flew down, and then strutted towards him. Io, Master Shitzi is blessed with good fortune. There is a beauty to bring warmth early in the morning. Pei Hao still gently looks at her. In this Shitzi's eyes only my family Wanwan can be called a beauty. Nonsense. Hee. Duan smiled smugly and stood in front of the stone table, just as she reached out to take the glutinous rice dumplings. She was blocked by Pei Hao. Wanwan, this thing has been touched by others and cannot be imported. We have to have the underlings remove it and replace it with a new snack. This is not easy to buy. Duan didn't insist on eating it. Pei Hao said, let the kitchenette do it. He immediately recruited his subordinates and went down with a flurry of orders before reserving the tea. Pei Hao personally made tea for the little girl. Wanwan, drink tea. You're welcome. Duan's mouth said polite. The action is not polite at all. Why don't you ask me what I'm looking for you to do? Even if there's nothing going on, my family Wanwan can still come here. Pei Hao hoped that she would come to him if she had something to do, but he preferred that she would come to him even if she didn't have anything to do. Duan found his words pleasant to the ear and smiled with arched eyebrows. Came to give you something. Something good. You don't want to lose it this time. After saying this, she pulled out a small jade bottle from her bosom and put it in front of Pei Hao. Pei Hao's heart skipped a beat. What does Wanwan want to send me? Open it and see for yourself. Duan picked up the tea and drank it, pretending to be sophisticated. Pei Hao's heart was about to turn over with laughter. This little jade bottle was likely to be good medicine, or medicine from old monk Yuan Tong. He thought that the little girl should have gone to the protectorate temple to help him beg for medicine, and opened it with anticipation. And all of a sudden, the familiar fragrance of medicine overflowed, and looking towards the inside there were 3 chi-nourishing pills. In the next instant, he quickly corked the bottle tightly. Wanwan, this is sending you. Duan was like sending a cabbage. Pei Hao's heart was on fire. Do you know that this medicine is very expensive? I know. Then you gave it back to me? Because you need it. Duan knew what was on his mind and said frankly, with these 3 chi-nourishing pills, your body shouldn't need to be nourished for another 2 or 3 years. I'm not too sure about the efficacy of this medicine. It's just that my mother's body was twice as good after taking 2 of them. And now she's pregnant with a little baby. Yeah. I need to. Pei Hao's grip on the chi-nourishing pill tightened. His heart moved beyond words. Who would be happy to be sickly if they could recover earlier? Duan is not too clear about the effect of the medicine. Pei Hao is very clear. Last night after he and Bao Bao discussed, he took the one that Duan gave to himself earlier. Woke up today and felt that the body loosened up a little bit. Together with these 3, he believes that even if he can't recover completely, he can still be good. The reason why Pei Hao didn't come back to take the chi-nourishing pill is because he wanted to make a show for his mother to see. And likewise for some people in the capital to see. The Duke of Zhen's house is already honored and favored. And with this great achievement, it is inevitable that people will be red in the face. Chapter 394. He's waiting for you to take the bait. Duan didn't stay long this time. Seeing the sun come out, she thoughtfully helped Pei Hao to go back to his room before saying goodbye to him and leaving. Pei Hao was in an exceptionally good mood throughout the day. So good that he managed to convince the Duke of Zhen to send Pei Huiyu to her maternal grandfather's house for a period of time, saying that it was to fulfill her filial duties for her mother in front of her elders. What Pei Huiyu did today really angered Pei Hao. The next morning, listening to the rain, Boss Bai took Pei Hao's pulse and adjusted the prescription again. After letting Husan send the person out, Pei Hao was about to check the secret letter sent from the southwest. Mrs. Pei hurried over. Hao, your father wants to send Huiyu to Pingnan City. Well, quite good. Pei Hao is unimpressed. Your sister is very delicate. The boat ride? She will not be able to stand it. Mrs. Pei wanted him to plead for mercy. but ran into her son's indifferent gaze. Pei Hao said, "Mother knows what you did yesterday. Without my permission, she directly brought the princess to the Hearing Rain residence. She didn't mean it." Lady Pei was vain. Yes, she was thoughtless. Last time, she mindlessly gave away father's medicinal plants, causing father to turn against someone. Not long ago, she thoughtlessly encouraged you to withdraw from the marriage. This time, she even thoughtlessly damaged the princess's reputation. And at the same time, she made things difficult for me as her brother. And indirectly, she might even want to pit our entire Zhenguogongfu into it. This matter is not as serious as you say. You think it is not serious? Pei Hao looked at Lady Pei with a calm gaze. Could it be that this matter was allowed by mother? Right? Did mother see the princess's mind and want to marry her daughter-in-law in a high family? Is it because you were frustrated in the princess's residence yesterday, so you want to marry someone with a more noble status to hit them in the face? You are tired of your son not dying fast enough. Mrs. Pei's little selfishness was seen through by Pei Hao at a glance. Mother, would you let Huiyu marry a cripple? Even you wouldn't. Then do you think the emperor and empress would? If Huiyu insists on marrying, will you take it out on the other party? Learning of Qin Yuyu's mind, Madame Pei was truly moved. Yet the glimmer of hope that had just risen was instantly extinguished, sending Mrs. Pei away. Pei Hao's heart was clogged with pent-up anger. Originally thought that she would be peaceful, but unexpectedly, after being rejected by the princess house once, she made a mess again. Pei Hao suddenly wanted to see the little girl. Someone come. Master, what are your orders? The one who showed up was a secret guard. Do you know what the princess is doing? Today, the county princess has entered the palace. Went to the palace? Pei Hao added. Make preparations. I want to go to a manor in the countryside to recuperate. Yes. It didn't take an hour. The matter of Pei Hao taking people to the manor to recuperate was spread to Madame Pei. Mrs. Pei only felt a blackness before her eyes and almost fainted. Was her son gambling with her? She had withdrawn from the marriage without permission and her son hadn't blamed her. But now, he was angry just because he had asked Qin Yu to go to the Hearing Rain residence? Mrs. Pei felt that there must be something inside this matter, so she sent someone to inquire about the reason. The result of the inquiring sister, as several people said they did not know. Later, when she walked to a wigwam, she heard someone talking behind the wigwam. Why does the world prince suddenly want to go to the manor to recuperate? Can't get peace and quiet. It seems that there are people in the mansion who can't wait for the son of the world to be unlucky. What do you mean by that? I know a secret. Say it to you. You have to promise not to say anything. Otherwise it will bring big trouble to Shitsi. What secret? The one who came yesterday was quite famous in the capital before she recognized her ancestor. And her love-hate relationship with Duke Xieqi is making a lot of noise. Every time Master Shitsi bumped into her, he didn't encounter a single good thing. Just like a broom star. Bad luck. It can't be that evil. Right? I'm not lying. Just find a random person to ask and you'll know. That sister did not know that someone deliberately said these words to her. Once she heard this thing cannot be good, turned his head and hurriedly went back to report to the master. Upon hearing this, Lady Pei almost fainted again. Right now, she was the most sensitive to fortune stars and broomsticks and whatnot. Qin Yu was not a small thing. Mrs. Pei naturally heard of it. Just yesterday Light thought of her that layer of princess identity, but was not a moment to remember that she had not returned to the palace before. With the side of the man involved, and grew up in the city. Not as good as being pampered growing up Jiaoyang County Lord. Mrs. Pei sadly cried. Duan went to the palace to visit the emperor. Before entering the palace, she also slipped a Rong's roast chicken in. The emperor was very happy to see her enter the palace. And then when he saw the roasted chicken that she brought into the palace to give to him, he froze for a moment. Then it was the two of them who avoided the palace people and shared a roasted chicken. It wasn't until afternoon that Duan left the palace. Not long after she came out, she heard that Pei Hao suddenly went to a manor outside the city to recuperate. Duan recruited someone. Chai Wei. Do you know what happened to the Duke of Jin's residence? This subordinate does not know. Chai Wei shook his head. Duan waved her hand in disgust, signaling him to stand down. Not as well informed as Shuang Kong. Wanting to know something, she ran to see Du Qian. If there is someone who is well informed, there is also a cheap elder brother. As a result, Du Qian is not too clear. Suddenly went to the manor. Did not tell you? No. Du-Wan is also strange. Then maybe something happened in the mansion. Du Qian immediately arranged for someone to inquire, but did not find out what happened. That is, Mrs. Pei went to see Pei Hao, and it did not take long for Pei Hao to move out of the mansion. When Du-Wan heard this, she hemmed and hawed and laughed. It's likely that it's Mrs. Pei who is again acting as a demon. The siblings didn't say much. They heard a guard outside reminding them that the Pei family guard said they have a letter for the county princess. Du-Wan went over to receive the letter, and it was Pei Hao who wrote to her, telling her about him going to the manor to recuperate. According to the content, it was an ordinary letter, but he purposely wrote the address of the manor outside the city very clearly. The font was all a drop bigger. Very eye-catching. Du Qian snatched the letter from his sister's hand and took a look at it. This kid plays tricks. But it is really. One out is one out. Du-Wan smiled and took the letter back and put it away. When I'm free I'll go see him. You go just as he wants. He is just waiting for you to take the bait. Hee hee. Big brother, don't worry. I'm not purposely going to visit him. It's because I want to wait for one day, when I go back to the clan, then I'll go by the way to take a look at it. This manor happens to be not far away from the Du-Jia boundary. That's fine. When the time comes, Big brother will accompany you. Mum. Du-Wan suddenly remembers the matter of Qin Yu visiting Pei Hao yesterday. Big brother. If you don't want to get married, you can get engaged first. Qin Yu is a time bomb. Remembering that he doesn't know what a bomb is. The last two words Du-Wan stifled hard. Du Qian's smile slightly converged. What news did my sister hear when she went to the palace today? No, nah. It's just that when I saw the Empress, she asked about you. Du-Wan recalls the situation in the palace. If she is not overly concerned, it is a very unusual greeting. Chapter 395. Saying something about illicit sex. After a pause, Du-Wan reminded again. Qin Yu is entangled with Xie Qi, but her heart is thinking of Pei Hao. Uncle and the Empress are likely to know about it. The two might get annoyed one day and directly let you take over. Du Qian's scalp went numb just thinking about that possibility. He didn't like Qin Yu, and really couldn't look at her. These words of his sister are really not alarmist. But where could he find a fiancée at a moment's notice? Du-Wan does not care about cheap big brother's marriage. Carrying a small hand towards the Jade Spirit Court, was about to go out to meet a teenager face to face. A little bit of a good face. Heard an underling not far away calling him. Su Lu. Come over to move this thing. Okay. Immediately come. Only to see the teenager smile and go up. Du-Wan instantly remembers who he is. The second master of the Su family. Su Che's cousin. Coming back for so long. Almost forgot about the Su family. It was Su Yu who hadn't gone to incense and keep the grave this year. Think of what. Immediately arranged to go down. Originally recuperating her body. Thought Du-Wan would not toss her again Su Yu. As soon as she saw the mother-in-law said by Du-Wan was again, as if her heart was dead. Several days passed in a row. Du-Wan lived a busy life again. Cultivate. Cultivate. Cultivate again. The focus of life is to cultivate. Even if she knows that her force value is very good, Du-Wan still keeps on cultivating relentlessly. And when she has time, she goes to care for her family or listen to the gossip and so on. Recently, the capital is very calm. Shengui Gongfu's gossip is gone. Xie Zhang is not in the capital. Has been sent to disaster relief. Qin Yu also suddenly settled down. Since Pei Hao moved to the manor, she did not leave the palace. The only thing that is suspicious is that Pei Hui was sent to Pingnan City and said on the surface that she was going to see her maternal grandfather and grandmother to fulfill her filial duty to her mother and so on. Which was very beautifully said. And Pei Huiyue's departure from the capital made Du-Wan think of Xie Ying in the beginning. Du-Wan is a smart one, and can't help but associate Pei Hao's sudden trip to the manor with the likelihood that it was to avoid Qin Yu. After a few days of hard work, Du-Wan, who was dedicated to her cultivation, had another small breakthrough. Then, she decided to go out of the city, to inspect the fruits of the Zhuang Song's labor, and then to visit Pei Shizi on the way. Of course, this going out, report to her family. This report of course will not say to visit Pei Hao, but mainly say that it is a trip back to the clan. Surprisingly, it was Mrs. Pei who came to the door again. This time there is no Du Qian intercepted. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team is not in the house. Mrs. Pei unexpectedly met the eldest princess. Du-Wan had wanted to set off, but when she heard the report from her personal guards, she just wanted to beat the dog. and rushed to the main courtyard in a scurry. Bang! When she went over, she happened to bump into the eldest princess, smashing a tea bowl. The eldest princess glared angrily at Lady Pei. Mooch Yuanjin. Bully too much. Reinstating the marriage contract is by no means possible. Is this palace's daughter not something you can pick and choose? Your Highness, it's my fault. Can I apologize to you? Mrs. Pei knew she was being unreasonable, and was speaking in a low voice. But it still made the eldest princess angry enough. Duan worriedly barged in, and hurried to the side of the princess, smoothing out her anger, and said soothingly, my dear mother, don't be angry. Don't be angry. You are still carrying a baby in your stomach. You can't be angry. Why is Wan on here? The eldest princess saw her daughter come over. Her anger couldn't help but collect itself. Didn't you say you want to go back to the clan? Duan told her subordinates to hurry up and clean up the broken tea bowls on the floor. Then have someone bring in a new bowl of ginseng tea. Duan smiled and said, what else could it be? Of course I'm not worried about my mother, she said while pinching the shoulders of the eldest princess. Until the eldest princess' chi was smoothed out. And only then did she look at Madame Pei. Duan did not want to discuss the issue of marriage with Madame Pei. Madame Pei, my mother is pregnant, and should not be burdened. In the future, if your house has any important matters, you can let Duke Shen come and find my father. Lady Pei was full of apologies. It's my fault for not thinking things through. In fact, Lady Pei was also worried that she would make the eldest princess angry. And Duwan's words made it clear that she wanted to see off her guests. She had no choice but to get up and take her leave. The eldest princess didn't make a sound to retain her. But it was Duwan who personally sent people out. When Mrs. Pei sees Duwan, she still has a few twists. Sheriff, I'm sorry about the withdrawal last time. It was caused by my own selfishness and has nothing to do with Howard. Well, I know. Then can you forgive Howard? How should she answer this? Duwan stopped her steps and looked at Madame Pei seriously. What do you want to say? It is to ask the county princess to reconsider whether she can accept Howard's sincerity again. Sorry. Marriage is a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Duwan very much bit her tongue. Mrs. Pei heard her pushy words, and was slightly resentful. But there was nothing she could do about it. The reason was also that Duwan wasn't wrong. The marriage matter was supposed to be the order of parents, and the words of matchmakers. If Duwan did not say so, maybe in the eyes of Mrs. Pei fell a frivolous impression. Duwan sent Mrs. Pei out of the princess's residence in a polite manner. Duwan sent Mrs. Pei out of the princess' residence in a courteous manner. After sending people away, Duwan went back to the main courtyard to accompany the princess. The originally set travel plan, and temporarily cancelled, until Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team came back. Find a chance to talk to him alone about this matter. Dear father, this matter to be how to do? It's up to you. Promise? Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team was in fact under pressure these days. It was the Duke of Jinghua who went to the emperor every day, urging him to give the marriage decree. The emperor can't avoid it. And when he gets a headache, he will call on Du's Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. According to reason, the Southwest should have been rewarded. The emperor excused the army has not returned to the capital. Said to wait for the return of the army together with the reward. Duwan didn't think of a good way. Don't want to get together with Mrs. Pei. That is not agree. But I promise Pei Shitsi again. Duwan carefully looked at her cheap father, and saw his face darken. Du harnessed the emperor's son, and slapped her on the head. What did you say? A private favor. Duwan immediately shut up. This issue. I'll discuss it with your mother. Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of the emperor's team also did not want to be the one who forcibly broke up the lovebirds. Until we discuss it. You can't fool around anymore. Duwan was instantly delighted and cheerfully said. No fooling around. Promise to be good. Tough on the pro-daddy. Hee hee. After the father and daughter separated, Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team went to see the eldest princess. And then went back to the study. Repairing a letter to the Duke of Shen. Obscurely expressed his wife's dissatisfaction. And then said that the eldest princess is pregnant. Should not be strenuous and so on. The Duke of State had a fight with Mrs. Pei that night. And then the Duke of State's residence closed its doors. None of these things had anything to do with Duwan. The next morning, she rode back to her clan. Du Qian had wanted to accompany her. But something came up temporarily. So he had to let her go out of the city alone. Riding out of the city was faster than taking a carriage. The group went straight to the Pei family's manor outside the city. Du-Wan had expected to see a leisurely recuperating Shitzi master. How could she not expect to witness an assassination in broad daylight? Chapter 396. Dying before you go out to the battlefield. Yes. A bit of a farcical assassination. Pei Hao learnt that she was coming and went out of the manor ahead of time, waiting for someone at the intersection. There were several carriages passing by. Who would have expected Pei Hao, a sickly and reserved gentleman with a small crossbow, sitting on the original stone, shot an arrow at the horse's leg of the foremost carriage. The horse suffered pain and fell down with a neigh. The carriage was already in the middle of moving forward. Inertia forward and hit the horse that fell to the ground. Pei Hao didn't stop at that. He raised another arrow and shot at the horse of the last carriage. Several carriages were in chaos. Those that crashed, and those that overturned. The guards on the side looked dumbfounded, not knowing what Pei Shi was doing. When the car overturned, the group of masked assassins that fell out of the carriages all fell blind. Some had their heads directly broken. Some had their legs broken. Some were lucky to be fine. And the first ones, who reacted to dialing their swords, had already been tackled by Hussein and the others. Thus a group of assassins perfectly interpreted what it meant to die before they could go out. Du-Wan came in a hurry and told her personal guards to go and help. She jumped off her horse and came to Pei Hao's side. Pei Shitzi. Awesome. Oh. Average. Pei Hao looked at her with a smile. Du-Wan asked curiously, how did you see that there was something wrong with that car? There are too many traces. With Wanwan's ability she can also casually find out. Pei Hao cupped the little girl without any trace and made her smile. There were so many people hidden on top of a carriage. And it was still only made to be pulled by a single horse. With the horse pulling so hard, it would be strange if there weren't any traces. With Hussein and the others, and with the help of the princess' personal guards, these assassins were apprehended before they even started investigating things. As the master just need to hand it down. Do not need to go personally. Du-Wan originally wanted to help Pei Hao back to the manor. But this guy didn't move. Just peach blossom eyes looking at her with a smile. She didn't have good breath. So she turned her back to him and squatted in front of him. The problem of pretentiousness. When can you change, ah? Pei Hao plopped onto her back, his face still rubbing against her hair, and laughed in a low muffled voice. This problem. A lifetime do not want to change it. Du-Wan carried him on her back and walked forward easily. Some of the guards around are used to it. Some are surprised to see it for the first time. Du-Wan walks towards the manor while asking, come, tell the sheriff how to suddenly have to go to the manor to recuperate. Want to hear gossip? Pei Hao saw through her. Du-Wan laughs. Is this even a question? Nothing special. Just want to clear the air. You are cleared. Mrs. Pei found our princess house and almost made my mother angry. Sorry. I didn't think of that. What are you apologizing for what she did? If it wasn't for me. Pei Hao again took the fault onto his body. A bunch of coquettish flowery words. Or perhaps tea words. And finally concluded, it's all my fault. Du-Wan listened patiently, looking at his eyes more and more odd. The art of your speech. With whom did you learn? Pei Hao fell silent. How is it not touched? Isn't a little girl especially soft-hearted? Is it all written like this in the talking books? Du-Wan laughed so much that she almost dropped him in the end. Or Pei Hao held people tightly at the crucial time, so she didn't fall off her back. Pei Hao bit her cheek in retaliation. Laughing again? Still laughing? Giggle giggle. Du-Wan laughed devilishly. In the end, she laughed so hard that her stomach hurt a little, and she squatted down. Pei Hao had to stand firm on his own. If anything, he was not angry. On the contrary, he was in a good mood. Until the little girl had laughed enough. He then pulled her up. One arm looped over her shoulder, half of his body leaning on her. Okay. We'll go when we've laughed enough. Knowing that you're coming over. And specially letting the kitchen prepare delicious food. Mum. Du-Wan's small face is still smiling brightly, but not as exaggerated as before. This time Pei Hao didn't let her carry her, only let her support her, and slowly walked forward step by step. The two of them were walking and whispering at the same time, with a sweet flavor. Du-Wan accompanied Pei Hao throughout the day. Du-Wan had never been in love before. She had only seen other people talk. If there is any special feeling, it can't be counted. It's that everything around has become beautiful. The mood is extraordinarily relaxed. As long as you stay with him, you won't get tired of it all day long. In the evening, The results of the assassin's investigation came out. It is the second uncle behind the scene. The evidence is conclusive. There was another important reason why Pei Hao could investigate so quickly. It was that he had earlier buried some nails all around that family. Du Wan said, "Pei Hao, your Pei clan is no good. The clan rules have all become a display. It's not as good as the Du clan. But today this is evidence delivered to the door." Pei Hao asked someone to report this matter to Duke Shen. To pull the wool over the eyes of the clan. It's still more appropriate for his father to step in. Du Wan said, "With your ability. How could you have dragged it out for so long? I thought you could pinch that family to death at any time." "Heh!" Pei Hao laughed softly in a deep voice. "Wouldn't it be cheaper for them to be pinched to death directly? My second uncle is a person who cares the most about reputation. As long as what he did is dismantled on the spot, destroying his hopes, it will definitely be more difficult for him to accept than killing him. In fact, to put it bluntly, Pei Hao was waiting for a name. A chance to take revenge in name only. Previously Pei Hao did not think of getting the family killed directly. However, not everyone in the world is a fool. Even if there is no evidence, there will still be people guessing the truth. When it is used, it will be a big trouble. At that time, the questioning in the clan is also not good. Pei Hao doesn't want to have a moment's pain and make a mess of it. Before it gets dark, Du Wan said goodbye. Pei Hao did not want to release her, but for the sake of her reputation, she could only endure. Du Wan took the guards and hurried back to the old house in the village. A night passed peacefully. The next morning, Du Wan went to find Zhuang Song. After making a round, she would mention a few things when she saw mistakes. The food and poultry produced, including the vegetables grown. Du Wan didn't let them sell. Almost all of them were made through the workshop and then sent to the warehouse to be carefully stored down. There was a set of ways of storing food in ancient times, coupled with some of the ways known to Du Wan in modern times. As long as she was given enough time, she would be able to store a sizable batch of food. What Du Wan coveted most was the way ham was made. As long as it was suitable for a ventilated and dry environment, it could be stored for a long time. Du Wan asked, "Look at your sad face. What problems do you have to mention directly? As long as you bring them up, we'll figure out how to solve them. The problem is nothing. It's just a little bit of salt." Zhuang Song sighed. Du Wan is puzzled. Salt? Yes. Doing it as planned by the county princess requires a lot of salt. It's hard to buy, not to mention expensive. Surprisingly, she had forgotten about this matter. Most of the salt in ancient times was coarse salt. But coarse salt was enough for pickling things. The problem was that even if it was coarse salt, you couldn't get as much as you wanted. Chapter 397. Getting caught will be troublesome. Salt. What a big problem. Does she still need to make her own salt? Du Wan really knows some ways to make salt. There are a ton of tutorials on the internet. Zhuang Song. Is the capital far from the sea? A bit far. How far does it take to get there? For the nearest sea, it takes at least 3 days to rush by horseback. Rather, it is not very far. Du Wan asked again. Are there salt mines there? Not nearby. Zhuang Song was asked so much that cold sweat was about to come out. Sheriff, the salt in the Great Qin Kingdom is a controlled product. Private individuals can't make salt. I'm just asking. Where did you think of? Du Wan spoke frankly. Zhuang Song breathed a sigh of relief at his words. It's good that he didn't break the law. Du Wan did not intend to say anything more. Only told Zhuang Song, I will solve the salt matter. You can save the silver to do other things. Zhuang Song happily agreed. The problem of purchasing salt was thus solved. The next Du Wan pondered to go to the beach. This thing certainly cannot let too many people know. With the people who go to the beach must also be trusted. This to find Du Qian. Du Wan then realized that she actually did not cultivate her inner circle. Zhuang Song is barely considered one. Or he himself posted up. There is also Ning Qin. That afternoon, Du Wan hurried back to the city. Pei Hao, who had been waiting in the manor for a day, was instantly heartbroken when he received the news that she had returned to the city. Yesterday did not ask her to meet. She will not take the initiative to come over today. Du Wan returned home and immediately went to find Du Qian. Du Qian is surprised. Sister, didn't you say you would stay for a few days? There's something going on. Du Wan whispers out what she is going to do. Du Qian is surprised. Du Qian asked, You know how to get salt? This is not difficult. You do not know? No. The simplest and fastest way is to boil seawater. Boil to only half of the water left. and then add seawater, and then boil to half, and then add water. This is repeated over and over again, and the salt comes out. Duan said that this is the simplest way, which costs firewood, but is suitable for her current use. Duan added, I need a lot of salt to pickle the food. Du Qian knew what she was going to do, and directly gave her 200 private guards. These people were still the ones she gave him in the beginning. When she was ready, Duan told Du Qian to go and speak to her parents. She would prepare some more things and then leave the team to set off, while her 300 personal guards were all given half a month's leave. 3 days. Riding a horse, Duan led the team to the seashore. If she didn't bring people with her, it wouldn't take 3 days for her to come to the seashore. There was only one fishing village closest to the seashore. Duan and the others rowed over, causing quite a stir. Duan said to one of the captains next to her, You go and negotiate with the village chief. We are going to stay here for 10 days. As you wish. That captain went over to negotiate with the village chief. As long as they were willing to spend some silver, no one would have a problem with Duan and the others. The village vacated a few rooms for them, then borrowed a dozen large iron pots and set them up inside a courtyard. After closing the door, Duan took command, and a group of people divided the work and started boiling salt. If there wasn't enough firewood, they had people go up the mountain to cut it, and they could also buy it from the people in the village. The people in the fishing village were so scared of their group that they didn't dare to come close. However, to purchase anything, just find the village chief and negotiate. Duan saw the sea for the first time when she came to Great Qin. Standing on the seashore, she did not leave for a long time. Having taught the others the job of boiling salt, she became idle and carried down a large wild boar after a quick turn in the nearby mountains. Extra meal tonight. Master. Awesome. A private guard exclaimed. Thank you, Master. This wild boar has 200 pounds. Right? Almost. When going out, they were all instructed to change their mouths to Master in order to avoid exposing their identities. And Duan likes to wear men's clothes when she goes out, so it's much easier to act, and won't attract unnecessary eyes. Duan laughed. What is polite? Find 2 people to clean up. Today's food depends on it. Belong. I packed it. 2 private guards came forward. Both of them were skilled hands and killed the boar very neatly. As for the vegetables or seasonings to eat, etc., they could take the wild boar meat and exchange it with the villagers. Even if the villagers were scornful of them, none of them would refuse when they made the request. They lived here, and what they ate the most for years was sea fish. And it was likely that they hadn't been able to eat a bite of pork for a year. So a small piece of wild boar meat could be exchanged for a basket of vegetables. These vegetables are all grown by the people themselves and are not worth a single silver. In one day, Duan estimated that only a few dozen jin of salt had been cooked. And night did not let the pot rest. Let a part of the people rest. Part of the people watched and continued to cook. 10 days. Duan does not know how much salt can get back. Of course, the more the better. When others rested, Duan would also go back to her room to meditate and cultivate. Time rushed past several days. Today, the small fishing village has another visitor. A carriage, accompanied by guards, who are not to be messed with. Duan went out to have a look. Saw Hussein beside the carriage, and froze at once. Hussein, why are you here? Duan asked as she walked over. But her eyes were looking into the carriage. At this time, the carriage curtains lifted, and the noble sun showed his face. Wan, I heard that you came to the seaside to play. Why didn't you call the sun? Goddamn play. Duan wants to roll her eyes. Who said I came here to play? I came to do my business. After saying that, she sized up their group. The fishing village is not big. It might not be able to accommodate you guys. That's okay. They can sleep out in the open. The temperature will drop at night by the sea, and the wind will still be strong. Is it really not a problem? That's for them to fret about. Pei Hao extended a hand towards her. Duan naturally took it and helped him off the carriage, seeing his feet fall to the ground. Hey, I thought you would let me carry you again. Dr. Bai said that I can walk now, but not for too long. Then let's go inside. Duan took Pei Hao to the house where he lived. Suddenly thought what he meant by that just now. The person who slept rough really can't be him. The ones who are going to be unlucky are also those guards. No, there is also a her. She put her own room and gave it to him, who let him be a patient and needs special care. It was the same night that Pei Hao learnt that he had occupied her room and was dead set on not letting her go out to blow off steam. So it ended up evolving into two people sharing the same room. Du-Wan meditated and cultivated in the room, while Pei Hao lay comfortably on the bed, while feeling the benefits she brought when she cultivated and silently practiced the nurturing technique. Du-Wan finished her cultivation and opened her eyes. Pei Hao followed and stopped. Only after a long time did he whisper, "Wan. Being caught making salt in private will be troublesome. That's why I came secretly. Bringing so many people to the beach. Can it still be considered sneaking?" Pei Hao could find out. And certain people were afraid that they could find out as well. Chapter 398 Going for a Walk in a Sweet Way. Pei Hao broke down the stakes and told Du-Wan. Du-Wan listened and put the matter on her mind. "How is your injury? It looks much better than before." "Well, the doctor said that it will get better in another month or two. Only the matter of having served the qi nourishing pill can't be said. I will continue to pretend to be in poor health for these 2 or 3 years. I'm afraid you'll be worried. So I'll tell you first." Du-Wan is finally relieved. "What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll go get it for you. Anything you want to eat?" Pei Hao looked at the little girl with a smile. Since he got sick, the little girl tried her best to be nice to him. When he thought about how she always managed to piss him off in the past. Perhaps this was the difference between not being at ease and being at ease. As soon as Du-Wan saw this demeanor of his, her vigilance suddenly rose. "It has to be something that is available around here. You don't want to make any random requests." I do want to eat what Wan made. I'm not a good cook." Du-Wan sometimes felt that she couldn't even call that cooking. Whether it's good or not depends on luck. It was the first time Pei Hao had heard someone describe his cooking skills this way. When the training sisters hired by big families teach their noble daughters, they will also have a cooking skill. But not many of them can learn it well. Early the next morning, Du-Wan boiled a casserole of seafood porridge for Pei Hao. Pei Hao surprisingly found it unexpectedly tasty. Wan's handiwork is quite good. Luck. The main thing is that this sea fish is fresh enough. Du-Wan bought it early in the morning with the fisherman. Before she knew that as long as the seafood is fresh enough, cleaned up and used to make congee, adding a small amount of ginger slices halfway through, there is nothing that is not tasty. Hearing Pei Hao's praise, Du-Wan was a little pleased. Once the little girl was happy, she instantly drank 2 more bowls of fish porridge. Today was a lucky day. Just look at this pot of porridge. The rest of the fish porridge. Pei Hao drank it all. In the past, the son of the world who used to eat 7 minutes full, for the first time felt the taste of being too full. Du-Wan laughed and said, "Want to take a walk to the beach? There is a beach here with very fine sand, and the scenery is quite good. Well, go to eliminate food." Pei Hao smiled and extended his big hand towards the little girl. She naturally helped him walk outside, and paid extra attention to his injured leg. Walking out of the house, Pei Hao then saw a personal guard carrying seawater in with a wooden bucket. "They are seawater boiling salt. Want to see?" Du-Wan saw the curiosity in his eyes. Pei Hao really hadn't seen how to boil salt. "Can I watch? I haven't seen it before." "Then I'll let you see." Du-Wan led him inside. Pei Hao saw the seawater brought by the guards, which was poured into 2 large tanks. There is a piece of linen cloth on top of the vat. Underneath is fine sand and charcoal, etc. And underneath there is a small hole with a bamboo pipe inserted, from which clear seawater is flowing out. A simple filtration method done by Du-Wan. The filtered seawater is only poured into the pot to be boiled. Pei Hao looked at it for a while, and thought it was quite interesting. The seawater is boiled off halfway, and then added. And then he saw the finished product. The coarse salt. Just a bag in the corner. Slightly better than the coarse salt sold outside. Then the 2 people sweetly hand in hand to go for a walk on the beach. Du-Wan looks at the sea. "Pei Shitsi, won't you ask me why I know how to cook salt?" Not curious. Pei Hao had long ago brainstormed things to be reasonable. The reason is Du-Wan has a special hobby. She loves to listen to gossip. Many secrets in the world are not secrets in front of her, as long as she wants them. Du-Wan raised a smile. Not curious is good. Then she does not have to make up stories. Alone time. Not to be disturbed. A rare peace. The next few days, Pei Hao finally experienced the little girl's so-called cooking skills. The flavor of the little girl's cooking was as unpredictable as the weather. He sat next to him and watched. Obviously the same practice. She just had the ability to make different flavors. Sometimes it was delicious. Sometimes it was average. Sometimes it would be difficult to eat. But one thing was probably guaranteed. It was all boiled stuff that wouldn't be bad to eat. But so as not to discourage the little girl, he usually finished all the dishes she made. Today was the last day for everyone to come to the beach. Early in the morning, Do-won went to catch the sea along with the village children, then came back to put the seafood they picked up, and after simple ingredients, stewed it in one pot. Simple practice, but extraordinarily delicious. Everyone even shared the soup. Do-won easily got a bunch of compliments, making her feel weak. It wasn't how awesome her own cooking was, but the ingredients were fresh enough. Before the return journey, everyone had 2 bags of salt humped on their horses, and the carriage belonging to Pei-hao was stuffed full of seafood, all dried by the villagers. It was not Do-won who changed it. It was Pei-hao who insisted on changing it. Do-won originally thought he was sick and needed a carriage, but he said he didn't need it, and he wanted to share a ride with her on the road. Do-won was finally persuaded, and it only took 2 more days on the way back. When she left the capital, it was nearly 20 days. When she went back, Do-won asked her guards to send this batch of salt to Zhuang-sung, so that he can record it in the warehouse. She personally sent Pei-hao back to the manor, and then returned to the city alone. When she just entered the city, Do-won was keenly aware that someone was staring at her, until she went back to the princess's residence. There were people guarding outside. Do-won first went back to the Jade Spirit Garden, bathed and dressed, and then turned to see the princess. The princess learnt that she went out, worried to death, and then Pei-hao chased after her, which reassured a lot. You go out is not to play the heart of the wild. Go for half a month. Are not afraid of the family worried about it? Do-won sheepishly touched the tip of her nose. Hee. Your daughter should be worried about others when she goes out. It won't be me. So you think you're pretty good? Average law. Just beat Big Brother. Du Qian just stepped in to hear his sister's words. Hated that he didn't come in. His footsteps lurched, wanting to turn around and walk away. Rapunzel was facing the doorway, so she saw him first and said with a smile. Is that so? Your elder brother is here. I'll ask. Mother, don't I want face? Du Qian walks behind his sister and raises his hand to rub at her head, as if in malicious retaliation. Rubbing it again and again until she is topped with a chicken nest head. The eldest princess hit her lips and laughed, her phoenix eyes shining brightly. Being the victim, Do-won tensed her little black face. Get emotion. The siblings sat for a while, and then both left. Out of the main courtyard. Do-won said, Big brother, there are more scouts outside the house. Oh. The matter of you leaving this time was known. Later, when someone asked me about it in public, I casually said that you went to the seaside to play. And it wasn't long before Pei-hao chased after you. Du Qian knew that certain people in the capital would definitely want to get to the bottom of it. I'm afraid you can't hide those salts. If you can't hide it, then you can go through the open road. Do-won did not care much. Du Qian reminded. Private salt is not a small matter. There will probably be a whole lot of complaints against you tomorrow. Big brother doesn't need to worry about this matter. I will go to the palace in the morning. You have a solution? Yes. Pei Shitzi reminded me of it earlier, and I thought of it on the way back. All right then. Since his sister said she could explain, Du Qian did not ask anything else. Chapter 399. Does it look like you want to be punished? Do-won went to the quiet room after separating from her cheap elder brother, letting Ning Qing grind the ink. She sat down in front of the desk and picked up the brush to draw and write. Almost at the same time, some of the people who were keeping an eye on Do-won's whereabouts immediately sent the news back to their respective masters, and it was confirmed that Do-won had gone to the seaside to make salt without permission. Because Do-won's line of people, the salt bags on the back of each guard's horse are not covered, hanging in the open. Unless the onlookers were blind, they would not have seen it. Some people are surprised. The princess house is dead. Send up the handle. Another person is afraid of being late. I want to immediately write a report and send it to the palace. The princess house will have to take off a layer of skin even if it doesn't die this time. Marquis Dingbei's residence. The scout hurried over to report. Marquis Dingbei saw the news. Is there any evidence for this? Yes, there is. As long as the officials go and check. That batch of coarse salt is on the outskirts, in the new farmhouse built by the county lord. This matter is just a bit unbelievable. The county princess didn't cover her tracks in the slightest. Go keep an eye on it again. Marquis Dingbei ordered. That scout left in response. Regarding this matter, Marquis Dingbei did not act rashly. Jiaoyang County Lord and Pei Hao together. Suppressing the princess house will inevitably involve the Jingui Gongfu, involving two major forces. The county lord to get the private salt matter. I'm afraid that in the end, it will only be a big deal. A small deal. But this opportunity is rare. Since the founding of the Great Qin state, those involved in private salt are in conflict with the law. And the punishment is extremely heavy. Marquis Dingbei began to secretly contact some officials, ready to tomorrow's court to the princess palace. Although this matter will not let the princess house from the slide, but can let its bones and muscles. Du Wan, who knows very little about the laws of Qin, doesn't even know that there is a crisis brewing. At this time, she is sleeping soundly. The next day, the sky was gray and bright. Du Wan climbed into Du Extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team's carriage, to follow him into the palace. After entering the palace, father and daughter separated. The emperor was not yet in court. Just stepping out of the threshold of the house, he saw Du Wan squatting next to the corridor, similar to a poor puppy. The emperor's eyelids jumped. Wan, why are you squatting here early in the morning? How come no one informed me? Uncle, I didn't let them disturb you. Du Wan hurriedly excused the palace staff. Really? The pearls aren't even that real. Du Wan is afraid that it will involve someone. I am worried that uncle is still awake. Letting people go to inform will disturb your rest. It would be better to just wait for you outside. Then have you eaten breakfast yet? Not yet. Accompany me with the meal later. Honor. Du Wan smiled nicely and followed the emperor, successfully dabbling in a meal. And when she put down her chopsticks, it was finally time for business. She first pulled out a stack of paper from her body and handed it to the emperor. Look at that ugly and clear words. The emperor can see at a glance that it is her real handwriting. The emperor did not pick up. Oddly asked, what is it? A way to make salt from seawater and purify it. Du Wan smiled cockily. A handful of stuffed into the emperor's arms. Give it to uncle. I got it unintentionally. The heart still doubt the real or fake it. And so I picked a way I can see and understand to get the salt. And found that it's real. Oh, emperor. This answer came unexpectedly. In fact, yesterday, there was a complaint against Du Wan for making salt privately. The emperor suppressed the complaint and ignored it for the time being. But he knew that the complaint was true. And Wan wanted to go to the seashore to get salt. Just she landed in the fishing village. Not how to cover up the whereabouts, so that the emperor is not yet suspected of what she. Just a little headache. How to give her aftermath. As a result, she herself aftermath. The emperor carefully flipped through the contents. Some he could understand. Some he could not understand. It was written that there was more than one way to make salt. And there were also several ways to purify it. If what is written on it is true, Great Qin will certainly not lack of salt again in time. And the price of salt will also come down, which is a great thing for the country and the people. The emperor was very excited and asked, Wan used that way to make salt before. My manpower is limited, and it was decided on the spur of the moment. So of course, it is the most convenient and simple and money-saving. Du Wan pointed to one of the seawater boiling salt methods. Where did you get it from? I got it from a tattered old book. And these are what I copied. Du Wan smiled and rubbed her small hands together, and began to change the subject by asking for favors. Uncle, if I offer this, is there a reward? There is. What do you want? I've established a food workshop. Uncle should have heard of it. Currently it needs large quantities of coarse salt to pickle things. And it's hard to buy enough on the market. I think I can go to the beach and extract it myself in the future. So I might save a large amount of silver. The emperor shot a glance at the little girl and realized that she was speaking sincerely. The emperor then allowed it. Du Wan had him personally write an imperial decree and put a big seal on it, which was considered to be over the clear path. A big problem for others was solved so easily in her hands. After confirming again and again that the holy decree was correct, the little girl took the holy decree and happily headed out. The emperor called out to her. Wan, do you want to go with uncle to the court? Du Wan's footsteps lurched. Can I go? I will allow it. The emperor is certain. Du Wan rolled up the imperial decree, the same way a male child inserts a fan into his waist. When the emperor saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. The little girl really dares to come with anything. Du Wan rubbed her little hands together excitedly. Uncle, let's go. I haven't seen this spectacular situation of 100 officials coming to court with my own eyes. You will be able to see it in a while. The emperor's words had a different meaning. Du-Wan could not understand the emperor's extra-metaphysical words at this time. When she really went to the main hall, before she finished being amazed by the scene of the emperor's court, the courtiers underneath jumped out one by one, coming to sit at her book in Du-Wan's face. As Du Qian reminded her yesterday, there were quite a few people who sued her. The courtiers were originally surprised that Du-Wan was able to stand in the hall today. But the fact that she was just a little girl ultimately emboldened most of the courtiers. When one person took the lead to denounce Du-Wan, there would be a second one. When the second one stepped forward, would the third one be any less? It was the few ministers who knew her strength that silently put the Jingbu back. Marquis of Dingbei Xie Yuan was one of them. Xie Yuan did not expect Du-Wan to be at the court today. The most important thing is that the emperor will personally bring her to the court. Her attitude has not changed at all, or spoiled beyond recognition. Come to the main hall. Even the ministers do not have a chair to sit on. In favor of her, a little girl. The emperor also deliberately instructed the palace people to move to the chair, or to sit next to the emperor. This situation. Like to be punished? Like an ours. Now the party Du-Wan is sitting on the top towards the lower Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side to squeeze his eyebrows. A face of strange. Chapter 400 Accidentally Pitted Father. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team was mentally prepared to be targeted by his peers before he went to the court. He knew that if his daughter went to seek the emperor, it was still unknown whether she could solve the problem or not. As a result, he did not expect his daughter to be so outstanding. So outstanding that she sat in the golden palace and made a face at him. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team did not feel like straightening his back, but still gave his daughter a warning glance, telling her to be more restrained. The emperor did not miss the father and daughter's eyes lawsuit. Just when a group of ministers, again to say the state law and what, demanded Du-Wan private salt production matter to be thoroughly investigated. Du-Wan stood up with her small hands behind her back, and condescendingly swept the ministers below. In front of this county princess to scold me. Eloquent. Citing the argument of the scriptures. One by one. The justice cannot be. Think who do not know you are. Their own buttocks have not been wiped clean it. When these words came out, it made many old guys jump to their feet. There was an old man who was about to stand out. Du-Wan pointed at him. Just you. The micro-minister has always acted properly. The old man was about to flaunt himself. Come on. Who doesn't know you? Du-Wan Mao so say. Head Melon is beginning to search for this is which family. In this capital, she knows the house gossip can be quite a lot. At any time you can set off people's old bottom. Oh! The original is the old man of the Qi family. Ah. Your family things can be quite a lot. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. The emperor and Du extra horse harness by the side of a team actually coughed lightly together as a reminder. That meant for her to give the Qi family some face. The Qi family had produced an imperial master. Du-Wan rolls her eyes. However, the emperor and father's face still had to be given. So Du-Wan did not target the old man of the Qi family anymore. Du-Wan pulled out the holy decree from her waist, then waved it at the bottom. See? Holy decree. Holy decree. This county lord salt production was a great thing for the country and the people. But after being tossed around like this, what has become of it? Then Du-Wan inserted the imperial decree back into her waist. Left hand crossed her waist and right hand pointed at the large group underneath. This county princess, this hard work. The wind and sun tossed for half a month. The fruits of her labor have not yet been presented to the emperor. Led you crooked to the edge to go. One by one. Not after the confirmation. On the basis of one-sided words want to cure my crime. Do you want some face? Do you want some face? I'm a little girl who blushes for you. When the official went to a big age, the real thing did not do a few hook and corner pulling gangs is to play the smooth. Every day staring at this county princess, a little girl. When the grandson are not as active as you. The little girl's clear and sunny voice rang out in the great hall. Cursing people don't bring repetition. The more cursing the more slippery. But the emperor didn't stop it. And the group of lords underneath didn't dare to interrupt. So they could only be angry and red in the face. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team was stunned by his daughter's behavior. Where is the style of a famous lady? She was more or less the same as a small-time gangster. However, Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side was secretly happy in his heart. Pleased that his daughter had done what he had always wanted to do, but did not dare to do. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team of horse harness by the side of a team of the face of the smile is about to hide. The emperor's heart also laugh. One well. Below and your own father. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team. He doesn't appreciate the emperor's reminder at all. As soon as Du-won heard it, she was very dogged again and came to the emperor. Uncle, these ministers can't work. Should we change another batch? The old are all becoming fine. Each selfishness heavy. The bottom batch of ministers. Brightly and openly on the eye of the medicine. Do not want your father well? Yes. These people can't do anything about a little girl. But they can make things difficult for Do extra horse harness by the side of a team. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team only felt a chill down his back. Du-won still does not know that he unintentionally pitched his father. The emperor saw the following atmosphere is almost, which said Du-won inadvertently get salt production method. In order to verify the authenticity of the salt to go to the seaside. Du-won originally just want to save silver intention, said the self-sacrificing, selfless. Anyway, it is all kinds of lofty. Blow Du-won himself almost believe. However, her move, coupled with the emperor's cooperation, managed to make today on the Zhongbus and her officials have become a joke. At the time of the exit of the dynasty, Du-won didn't follow the emperor to leave. Instead, she slipped to the side of Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side. Along with her father, the little girl walks majestically. Self-consciousness is all glory. Get the will to complete. In the eyes of the enemy of the princess's house. The typical villain's ambition. Do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side and his heart is very happy. A pat on the back of her head. Come on. The little tail is going to be up. Didn't you hear someone just now choreographing you? Saying that you are a villainous person. He. I understand. All understand. Du-won not only did not get angry, but instead laughed even more happily. Do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team surprisingly asked. Understand what? The person who said this must be an old man who is still not as powerful as a small person like me. And in his heart, he is envious and jealous of me. And then he curses in anger. Behind him, the courtier who had pricked up his ears to listen to the father and daughter spoke suddenly became furious. Reason just now he also cursed this. On the contrary, Do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side laughed with joy after hearing this. Out of the palace gate, Do extra horse harness by the side of a team went to the government office. Du-won sat in the carriage back to the house. Du Qian learnt that his sister was going to the palace today, so he did not go out and stayed at home to wait for his sister. Therefore, as soon as Du-won returned to the house, Du Qian received the news and immediately went to see her. When he saw the imperial decree that Du-won brought back, Du Qian only felt unbelievable. How did sister do it? Turned in the way of salt production, and then asked for the reward. Du-won knows that apart from her family, who will unconditionally spoil her, when she gets along with people outside, it's all about the benefit line first. Du Qian understands, and sends the holy decree to the shrine again. Du-won began to talk about her great battle, yells, against the courtiers in the temple in a colorful manner. Du Qian listened interestingly, and did not interrupt her, and would ask a few questions from time to time. And the matter of Du-won in the court spread with wind-like speed on that day. Some people who were waiting to watch the show were dumbfounded. Some were even more furious. The Empress's palace. A few girls from the state uncle's house were chatting, talking about the very thing that happened in the court today. Qin Yuyu's heart was displeased. It was Du-won again, but the heart again unhappy. Qin Yuyu's face did not show it. Just a bit of a conspiratorial said, "This cousin of mine is a love of the limelight, but also do not look at the occasion." He. Yunrong covered her smile with a silk handkerchief. Yes, oh. She is one who loves to be in the limelight. Where is your highness? You, who used to be famous in the capital from time to time, were forced to do so. Qin Yuyu. Just to get on her bad side? The atmosphere that had suddenly turned weird was broken by a girl in her teens, who happily agreed, "Not only does your highness love the limelight, but she is also petty. And she refused to even let me have a glutinous rice ball at Wenji house last time." Do you wrong? This little fool must not be from her family. It's like a little rabbit picking on a big tiger. It's not even enough to stuff its teeth. Can't you see that she has to retreat when she encounters Du-won?